2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Road to EWC live at DreamHack Dallas as we are on the final day as we're going to continue to seed players into the Esports World Cup for StarCraft II. I'm Wardy, joined by Zombie Grub for this final day, at least for the first portion of it. ZG, how is it going?
It's going pretty well. It is a little early where I am, but the thought of casting some Hero versus Maru helped me wake up today. And then Classic versus Serral has a chance to be very interesting as well. And then I'll be casting throughout the whole day, all the way to the finals. So we'll determine who's going to make it to EWC, as well as who's actually going to win DreamHack Dallas. So overall, a good day.
Yep, we're in this 8-player single Elim bracket phase, of course, now, where we're playing best of 5s, a best of 7 grand final. A couple of those round of 8s already finished up yesterday, so already booked in a couple of players. As you mentioned, Maru versus Hero will book in another player, and then, of course, we've got that classic Serral series before entering the semi-finals. It's definitely been a tournament with a couple of upsets mixed in, especially once we started reaching these later stages. ZG was some of the guys we kind of thought might, just have a really good time drop out. I know watching you in Pig last night casting Shin versus Clem was a little bit of a shocker,
Yeah, that was absolutely a shock from really the first game all the way to the finish. Shin being able to come out swinging with just a kind of different style of play really caught Clem off guard, kind of capitalized on that. I think the Infestor is just something that Clem had to get used to, and what an epic game 3 that was as well. But Shin very well deserved victory over the favorite that was Clem. And then even Solar Rainer ended up providing some fireworks, bringing it back almost, only for Solar to barely cinch it out. And he was super excited about it too. I hope his glasses are okay. They seemed like they didn't break.
Yeah, I know. I mean, and rightly so, right? Qualifying to Esports World Cup is not easy in StarCraft. While all of these players are great and we expect them to be at the Esports World Cup, you don't make it here. You're down to like a couple of chances remaining after this. It puts so much pressure on the next week of qualifiers. So yeah, it really is a pretty big deal to get in there already. Of course, one player still around today has already booked himself that slot. Hero, with that win in the GSL, is already guaranteed. So a little bit more pressure for Maru going into this next series EG, where of course, if he wins, he can qualify himself through and avoid next week's qualifiers.
Yes, yeah, the qualifiers are going to be pretty brutal. We are going to have region qualifiers, and that might be maybe a little less brutal just because, decent time, and the ping won't be so bad. But the global ones, if that's where you're suddenly falling back to, that's going to be really, really tough. But it is important to note, I guess, that we do have someone who has already made their way to EWC. So Hero already has his ticket for winning GSL. Maru, might, he has a chance actually in this GSL season, but could also do it here. But apparently with that, we might actually have a tiebreaker match today. So that's something interesting I didn't expect. But yeah, potentially. Depends on how it's going to go.
Yep, if Hero wins, he can't qualify for EWC a second time. So there is that possibility of some tiebreaker action as well. So that'll be a lot of fun. We'll get into that if we need to. Obviously, really just depends on the result of this upcoming series. And talking about the upcoming series, Maru Hero, I was so excited for this because Maru has actually just played great so far. Like, he's just played really well. I mean, he absolutely destroyed Showtime, which, on any given day, you might not really think is too big of a deal, but Showtime destroyed Cure earlier in the same day, the guy that pushed Hero to his 7-game finals. Obviously, there's a big kind of difference in styles there, but it's definitely something to think on going into this series because yeah, I didn't know what to expect from Maru coming into this tournament, but it's clear that he is in tip-top shape against a Hero who's maybe been a bit shakier than expected.
It actually is a very interesting series of events that have happened the last week, including those GSL finals, because I feel like there's some type of math formula we need for the Cure, Maru, Showtime, Hero, trifecta or quadfecta, which is just that. Yeah, well, Cure did take Hero to the limit, but then Showtime beat Cure, but then Maru made Showtime look easy, so what in the world does it mean for this one? I'm not exactly sure, but I do know that Hero has been winning a little more lately versus Maru, and I do know that Showtime, it does seem to be this uncomfortable thing against Korean Terrans, and it was great to see him get over that hump versus Cure, but then Maru still, I think, one of the devils for Showtime's tournament runs over his career, actually. He'd have an amazing Katowice, and then he'd meet someone like like an innovation at that time, but then also a Maru, and you're just like, oh, well, you know, your run was amazing until then. So it's difficult to really push past Maru and his limits in a tournament, isn't it? Like, Maru seems destined to get to a certain stage alongside Hero, though, which is why this is even more of a clash that provides fireworks.
Yeah, no, it really is a clash that provides fireworks. Expecting really kind of fun games between these two. I really expect quite aggressive games because Hero has that aggressive tendency. Maru's definitely been trending towards just not even necessarily the big SEV pulls, just he's hitting hard early in the game and he is delivering some punches that a lot of Protoss players have fallen to the wayside because of. So it's going to be an excellent best of 5. I'm pretty sure of it. We're going to be going in game right now as we kick off our first quarterfinal of the day. And as we are going to be in the top left-hand corner with the red Protoss player, this is Hero.
And to the bottom right for Team Vitality, he is the Blue Terran, Maru. So, Pylon being our first map here. I didn't get to catch their qualifier match. I wanted to, but I'd already cast these 4 other really great series that happened in the GSL qualifiers, actually. Season 2 qualifiers had some real bangers. It was very exciting. So I kind of missed out on it, but Hero did win 2-1, and I wish I had seen it to see exactly just what those games look like, because again, there's these different playstyles being shown and being tested in this 3-day tournament here that might be a little different than what was shown at GSL, right? With the different matchup of players, but then also maybe just that weekend something change, advance notice, I suppose, of like, hey, the Terrans are probably going to play a lot like this, like most of them are. But then there is that still difference of, as you pointed out, Cure maybe with a lot more SEV pulls, Maru with a lot more of just those sharp timings that aren't as dedicated with an SEV pull, but still finding that effective damage. And I know Showtime was doing a lot of charge openers, which have their benefits, but they also absolutely have their downsides, and a little bit of the inflexibility that happens with that. You know, if you kind of don't get the almost the surprise or the exact scenario from the Terran side of things, like an early push that just kind of cavalierly runs across the map and the Zealots are able to swarm, the Zealots can feel like they actually hamper your progress leading up to maybe what actually ends up being a little more of a normal game, just with Maru, flying around with some fancy micro tricks, actually finding that damage. But Hero also fell a little bit into that trap of like, well, if these guys are going to be hyper aggressive early on, then I'm going to go into charge. And in GSL, that didn't work every single time, even though it was very much a reaction to what he was seeing and the pacing that Cure was set. That didn't actually even win him that finale. It was a typical blink opener. So I wonder what Hero has learned really from all of that, and then what Maru can actually change to actually win this best of 5, which Cure was just really a pylon away actually from winning the GSL finals. So this is, to me, it's like Hero has so much shown already of his play versus Terran. Maru does too, but it's really Maru side of things versus Hero that I'm most interested in. What can Maru do differently that beats the best PvT player in the world?
I'm super intrigued because honestly, you said you didn't see the GSL qualifier match. It wasn't actually that crazy. It was just a couple of early attacks. The earlier that Maru attacked, the worse it went for him. The one game he won, it was like an 8.5 minute attack, right? He had a couple of Vikings, he had a couple more tanks, and he got a good position on Ultra Love, and just it wasn't breakable from Hero, right? Like, he was Colossus base, they got targeted down, and that was kind of it. The other games he attacked early, Hero busted out with a variety of blink opener, and he actually went Robo first one game as well in the game that he won defensively. So yeah, I'm with you when it comes down to what's Maru going to show, because he's shown us nothing but that early aggression. Is he confident in a macro game? I actually have no idea. Like, there's no reason for him not to be, apart from the fact we know he's maybe got a bit of a bad shoulder. Does that impact how he wants to play? Surely he can't just come into this best of 5 and think, I'm going to just play early timing-based attacks against Hero every time. Surely there's a point at which Hero can figure that out and just, iron it out. And yes, it's obviously tricky because of, we saw Kira in the GSL finals, now very nearly beat him with those kind of attacks. Not sure if it's just going to work here, but yeah, we will see. As right now we just set up tank, marines, extra barracks coming through. The Raven going to be there as well as EG to get that harassment on the field. So nothing really kind of showing us too much of anything right now. Just very standard blink play from Hero, and Maru with a very typical Widow Mine drop into all the other setups for the mid game.
Ultimately, while I'm sure a strong reaction or a strong metagame prediction from the Protoss can work, I actually think that the Protoss set themselves up the best when it comes to just doing this 3-gate blink. The 3-gate blink with the Warp Prism is a little more dedicated, right? There's the other option of the 2-gate third Nexus very quickly. There's the option of the 3-gate more so for defensive purposes and not affording that Warp Prism. But the Warp Prism provides a little of that flexibility with the 3-gate, which is you see an opportunity, you do take it. If you don't, then maybe you don't warp in as much, and that can still give you a well-timed third Nexus. And it also is typically the setup that we have to start off a defense of what could eventually be, you know, an SCV pool. And it's just about the control. It's about the micro as we find a tank instantly. That was way too free right there. As well as just the map presence, making sure that you always have that threat with the Warp Prism, making sure you have the Stalkers ready to start tackling any push that comes across the map. And, you know, making sure you don't take any damage to whatever harassing units that Terran has to throw at you. Nice last second probe split right there. And the Widow Mine's actually going to be a goner. Hero takes care of the Widow Mine drop, gets a tank, 3 SCVs as well. Raven action is getting some revenge, but pretty strong start here for Hero.
Actually gets 5 probes off that Raven, or 4, I guess, after the Widow Mine shot, but that was really nice. Just a couple of probes left on gas, but we do have, of course, just this defense here that needs to hold on for Maru. The Stalker's going to go blink for the bunker, going to let the tank fire a few more shots. A little bit of indecision, really, because then you take a bit of extra damage. Maru panicking, F2ing the Raven at the same time, so that's a little bit of a problem. He now does put an auto turret down across the map once more, but realistically, it comes down to him defending on the other side. He needs to hold his natural. He's taking damage on his gases, has to step forward with the tanks, but with 2 tanks here, this should be difficult to break, but they're not siege just yet, so the Stalkers get rid of 1, but it's still going to be very expensive for Hero.
Yeah, it is. It is. And there was an observer, there's 2 observers actually. There was an observer over the army to initiate that, which is why that bunker then tank target was, I think you're right, a bit indecisive. Yeah, I don't know, maybe he just didn't kind of check beforehand, maybe a bit of a stronger reaction because of the excess pro damage he took, but the tank tries to reposition. That was not the right call, as it is destroyed. 1 observer does go down thanks to the Raven being at home now, but these are just Marines against the Stalkers. That Cyclone not quite helping out, and Maru, I mean, is this a death throw? Is this... This seems actually like I'm pretty much dead. I'm going to hope that maybe this works, because that's still so many Stalkers, and there's just not a lot of bio right now. I don't know. I mean, Hero isn't exactly super far ahead on the supply, but it feels like his position is very strong, and no stim. Okay, well, yeah, that cements it.
Yeah, that's going to make it so difficult because Maru now really has no counter-attacking potential. He can't go across the map without stim, surely. It's not like he has an amazing tank count because Hero has cut away at those siege tanks all game long. And it does feel as though Hero's just getting the job done with these Stalkers. You're right, the supply difference isn't there, but as 7 gateways finish up from Hero, and he has charge finished, he adds an Immortal in, he will just get so much unit production now. I don't think Maru will ever keep up in a world where realistically, I think he had to go across the map and get something done. He's scanning up on the natural to see exactly what the situation is, but that feels like a, am I GGing right now, or am I GGing in like a couple of moments scan? Because that is not good news, and Maru is just in a world of trouble in this opening game already.
Yeah, I wonder when that scan, did he think like this is still playable? Maybe just not seeing the 20 zealots yet produced right there. Upgrades also aren't going to be done for Hero as he delayed his forge in exchange. He is now going double forge though. So, you know, if Maru's plan is the SED pool as stim finishes, that 1-1 might be done. Further decreasing the likelihood that Maru can actually win. That is his only plan, by the way. There's just no way that Maru thinks going into 3rd CC Turtle is going to work out. He is already on 5 barracks anyway, so the SCV pool is coming. I don't have a lot of faith in it.
No, I mean, this is just way too far gone. There's so many gateways. You're never going to really overwhelm the Protoss. I don't think you should be able to, at least. And there's a very good chance that by the time he hits 1-1 is done from Hero as well. So there's not even that +1 upgrade advantage from Maru. He will need some magic to make this work. Maybe with like a really good anti-armor missile that hits everything and he takes one really good fight, there's always going to be that opportunity. But Hero has seen this coming from a mile away. He's known about this for so long. Surely he has preparations in place to deal with it.
You think so, but maybe a little greedy with the Nexus coming down. I suppose he can't quite afford that anyway, although the Gateway seemed okay. Trying to fit in Colossus as well. No splash here, a blink forward. This actually is not going to work here for Hero at all.
That's not the
This actually is so easy for Maru after such losses in the early game. Oh my god. Yeah, Maru, good on you. He scans and doesn't see 20 Zealots and it's like, nah, this will still work.
Yeah, no,
It is.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, he's going to turn around. He's actually going to get rid of the Robo Facility too. I thought he might leave that alive, but nope, Colossus will not pop out, and Hero is actually in trouble. He just took a whole full fight. He blinked in. Anti-arm missile hit the Immortals as well, which scares them. He just didn't have the Zealots to really get in front and to truly tank. Now, Widowmines are hitting Immortals as well, and Hero is down 40 army supply. It's just so tough to ever get the units you need to stop this Terran force, especially as in the next few moments, you're probably going to lose a lot of your production as well. Maru is going to have to fight on the other side. Some of his reinforcements getting caught, but at least he's trading somewhat with them and getting a couple of units in return as Hero does what he can to offset this advantage of Maru, which is obviously huge army-wise. But yeah, he's closed it a little bit because it was 40 army supply different. Now it's only 20 because of that pickoff on the other side from Hero.
Yes, that actually is pretty important. Just enough of an army lead on the Maru side of the map, that is, to make that a worthwhile trade. I was actually a little afraid that with so many reinforcements that they'd still trade somewhat optimally. They did not. Hero has given himself technically a chance. 2 Robos are coming down at his 4th base. Did the Robo Bay live? It did. Maybe going to try and pump out a couple of Colossus. Disruptors would be like a real Hail Mary. Colossus might be the old standard that could actually save his life, but I don't know if he's going to get time. Either the Robotics Bay is going to go down or the Robos are going to go down. You would think.
Yeah, I mean, Maru actually saw the Robo facilities. Maybe didn't think about actually attacking that. That means there is a chance, but the supply block is going to stop Hero from actually starting anything. So yeah, I think you're right. The Robo Bay probably goes down first, or like you say, you would think, but apparently not just yet. So now it's going to be the Robo facilities that go down instead. Mario is just floating his structures up over here toward his army so he can protect them. Robo's depowered, and Hero is living on with 2 Immortals, a handful of Stalkers, and even less Zealots.
Yeah, he really wanted to get that command center. He did not want to lend this a possibility of a macro game. So now it is just army versus army, which Hero is losing. But there is something to be said about maybe overstimming as the medevacs get drained of energy. Warp Prism Micro as well. Even the Blink Stalker Micro. Yeah, obviously these are very good units in lower supply, very micro-oriented situations, but this isn't quite the low supply I would envision Stalkers winning against. You know, I'm thinking more like 10 army supply, not the 56 that Maru has. But damn if Hero is not going to try. He's got a Guardian Shield in his pocket. Probes are going to be pulled. This is it. This is going to decide who wins game number 1. The Immortals are going to be not saved, actually. Not going to pick up that one Immortal that was target fire, but the Zealots have disappeared. And without the Zealots, there is no way the rest of the army tackles this.
What an absolutely ridiculous game, because obviously this was a situation where Maru got bullied by those Stalkers and Hero must have just got carried a little bit too far away. He was not in fact ready for what seemed like the inevitable attack, maybe like you say a bit cocky, because he got rid of the blink and got rid of the stim and everything. Like everything looked good for Hero to the point where he probably believed it was so good, because his attack against the one all-in of Maru was not it at all, and now obviously being chased around the map. He will try his best with these Stalkers, but it ain't happening.
Yeah, I think Hero, there's no way he didn't know that would be the only possibility. You know, besides all the damage that he did accumulate, I think he actually scouted that it was 5 barracks too, and it's just, it is what it is right now. This is PvT, guys. So there's no way that Hero wouldn't expect it, but Hero thought he had more time, I suppose, after consistently trading army. He did keep Maru's army supply suppressed for a little while. And I guess he just thought, like, well, because I killed the army and a little of economy and obviously delayed this significantly with that stim snipe, I can afford double forge, a delayed robotics bay, and a 4th nexus, which, you know, either gets a faster robotics bay or he just doesn't get it at all and tries to overpower with zealots. Either one seems like a better option. Single forge also now seeming like a much better option. And more like, you know, shield batteries too, which I know sometimes they do not impact the fight, but we usually still see 1 or 2 extra on the outskirts or the natural and the 3rd. And again, preparation for handling the SCD pool a little farther ahead of your base, which, yeah, Hero didn't do. So I don't know. This might be why he's still in the game, honestly. It's just like, well, I knew exactly how this game was going to go, and I still lost. So this sucks and I hate it.
Have you ever seen 3 Stalkers beat 40 supply Terrans EG?
Someone might have pulled
the flank.
at some point.
The sick flank to shut it down as Maru gets the win, got absolutely bullied, but had his own bullying attack in return, and is going to be able to go up 1-0 in this best of 5 quarterfinal matchup. As, yeah, really the bounce back, because it felt like the deal was sealed, especially when Hero killed that stim, and then Maru still found the way across the map and found the engagement that he needed. It started off with that first siege tank going down already kind of set the tone of just like, oh, you're going to have trouble getting stabilized, and Hero really lent on that hard.
He did, yes, consistently microing. He did, of course, trade out Stalkers, and he also replaced Stalkers, so there wasn't as big of a move over into the macro game that there could have been, but it seemed like the decision to go into more Stalkers still was somewhat warranted. Like, he consistently traded. I didn't check the resources loss at that particular time, but I would expect it was still decent. And then, really, I would say most importantly, understands how this game is going to go at this point, right? There's not a lot of like, well, what if this guy gets a third CC and macros? Like, from pretty early on, you're going to know the 2-base all-in is coming. And the expectation is just that Hero would know what he wants to do to defend against it. So I feel like, you know, maybe we got a little caught up in the aggressiveness working and maybe didn't track as much of the macro that wasn't quite there. Sure, but I think it was also us getting caught up in just like, well, he's Hero. You know, like he knows what he's doing. If he wants to build Stalkers and be aggressive, then he's probably also gonna have the appropriate macro behind it to get that strong defensive position. But instead of that Hero, the one that you're like all dependable, like he knows what he's doing, he's gonna make this work. It was the Hero that was maybe more, oh, well, he does this occasionally, doesn't he? He gets a game that looks okay and then loses it pretty harshly even. So Hero just sometimes be like that, I suppose. Sometimes be like that. It was just nothing. It's almost like he thought he had like sentries to force field and he was going to like cut that army in half, but there's just none of it. And he took a fight with no stack defense. Only thing you can do after that one is to shake it off and get into game number 2, which is what we are going to do as we're going to be heading into Torches for our second map of this best of 5. In the top right-hand corner of the map, the player we thought was going to be leading after that first game, but is not. Trying to bounce back. It is Hero. And in the bottom right, now up a game, he is Team Vitality's Maru. Super important series for him because you win this, you're qualified for the Esports World Cup. You do not have to play more matches in the tiebreaker later today. It's just guaranteed you're through and you're good. Yeah, a little more pressure on him than Hero right now, but all of these guys, very big competitors, also want to win DreamHack Dallas. Mm-hmm. Yes, we are seeing the torches on the map named Torches. I do like the addition there. Mara going to go for a factory expand. I know we're kind of harping a lot about like how Hero was so under-defended and how much the timings of his greed did not work out. But then, hey, even above that, as you're pointing out, like maybe he thought the force fields are going to come down and buy time and then realized they didn't. The whole fight also was overzealous. Mm-hmm. I mean, I wonder if that really was just overconfidence because you see this gigantic army, you look at Heroes, and if we had a second more, I think we would have commented like, actually, this isn't that good of an army for Protoss. But Hero looked at the same situation and was like, this is the time I blink in. It's like he was like, is it though? It's like he was scared of like the tank siege. It's like, but here you realize you've killed all the tanks this game. There's like 2 tanks. Of all the times you want to just give Maru a moment to siege up, like this would be one of them. Like warp in a few more zealots, take a moment, get a Colossus out. But he just went for it when Maru was coming up the ramp, and it was just the bio that did the talking, right? Like it just smashed through those stalkers. And with the stalkers going down, the zealots that trickled in were not enough at all. Obviously, it was just before the 1-1 for Hero 2, so in that regard, Maru hit at the perfect timing. But yeah, like Hero could have done so much to just prepare better for that. Even in the moment, just don't commit to the fight. And even if you just wait for 1-1, I think it goes way better for you. Yeah, wait for 1-1. You would probably be able to afford another warp in by the time that because they're going to siege to make sure that they can kill that frontline production, make sure that they're not jumped upon if you have an army that is jumpable. Hero did not, but maybe kind of figured that he did. I don't know. But they're going to siege at least once. And what it does suck is that it is so close to your production, so close to your army. Ideally, you get them to siege multiple times before that happens. That wasn't the type of game where that's going to occur. But that one siege, just to get the ball rolling on the natural in the third, that would still have given Hero a little bit more time. Maybe he could have set up a flank as well with the Warp Prism that was, trying to kill combat shields, but actually missed the timing on it. So maybe he also could have handled that side of things better and then decided, okay, it's not going to do anything on the offensive. Let me pull it back and get a surround. But yeah. I mean, maybe just a little too caught up in the game too. But I think we're getting a little too caught up. We need to all, I guess, clean slate at this point. View with fresh eyes. As Hero once again going to go into Blink, probably into the 3 gateway. And Maru going to go into the Cyclone Medevac opener. This little squad did recall instantly last game because the Cyclone was already out. This time around doesn't recall and is actually going to be punished for it.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I think it's dead.
Yeah. Good call. Yeah, that's really nice from Maru. A couple of units going down, and that's exactly what you want to see when you've got a medevac coming. You've got a few Marines and the Cyclone out, because it just means that units that are not there to defend now, and you will be going across the map. You will be trying to do some real upfront damage. This is not a couple of mines dropping in where a couple of Stalkers warping in will be fine. No, that's like a full-on Stalker and Adept that will not help you to play the defense here. So this is going to be that little bit tougher for Hero than it maybe should have been. Try to get something done, but like you say, punished for it.
It is the 3 gateways, by the way. So, I mean, probably with the Warp Prism, there's really nothing wrong with the opener of that game. What Hero might need to adapt to is the way he transitions out of the Stalkers and in preparation for the SCV pool. But it might not be the same SCV pool every single time, and certainly not the same timing every single time, especially considering he snipes Stim. For instance, in this game, we are going into the tank Banshee, which can actually attack all by its lonesome without Stim, without, a drastic SCV pool, shall we say. And that can actually offset the Protoss quite a bit. In fact, Hero has a couple of games where it did exactly that. So he needs to be wary of the possibility, because right now he is not getting a scout on it. He is getting observer across the map, so he eventually will. Let's see if the Banshee is able to circumvent the observer, basically, and then maybe get that timing where the observer is not back at home. The Banshee actually is... Okay, it is going to go across the map. Thought it was chilling defensively, but going to go across the map with the medevac? No, it is chilling defensively. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, just going to wait for 2 together. If Hero hasn't spotted it out just yet, then maybe you feel like you can get a bit more done if you just go with 2. You're not going to try and catch that Observer. Would be a big deal. That's a huge deal because of exactly what we're talking about, those Banshees coming in. So 1 less Observer is going to slow down the Robo production. Loses the Cyclone, Medevac in some trouble, but has the boost to try and play Getaway. Stalkers will not be able to catch that.
Yeah, I also... Couldn't he have saved that observer? I feel like if it had just kept moving...
Yeah, if it kept moving away. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Anecdote.
Yeah, the stock... I think he box queued or they're on the same hotkey. Stalkers and the observer. Anyway, this is really, really, really important. Hero is notably going for a 2-base build. Definitely worth mentioning here. Maru's changed up his build. It's only just now getting scouted as the push comes across the map as well. But Hero changed up his too. The problem is, Hero did this versus Cure. Actually, this is just Fast Storm, not even Charge. But basically, he doesn't have it in time for a push like this. So the investment has not paid off, and it is a very big investment. And now the High Templar is dead, and Maru... He's just slapping Hero right now, man.
Yes, he is. That Archon goes down. Guess what? The 2 Banshees are going to show up, and there's no prep for them in the main base either, so that's going to be mega damage done as the natural fight is going well enough for Maru. He actually did lose quite a few of his Marines in the end, but 3 siege tanks are still alive, and with those Banshees doing damage in the main, 37 workers, 38 workers have already fallen. Hero is going to, clean up the siege tanks. That's great. So the main army may go down, but you're playing from 11 workers. That is not a position you play from.
No, it isn't. 25 actually might have been playable. 9 is not. I'm a bit bewildered. Even more so than when Shin came out punching versus Clem. This is absolutely not how I predicted this series to go.
No. No, it's really not. Especially after the first game was setting up for Hero to kind of establish control of the series, and I was like, okay, I think we're going to see a few games like this where Maru is going to struggle through the early stages, and we'll see how well he can kind of figure out adapting to survive. But I don't know about Maru being on the verge of a 2-0 lead in this super important best of 5. Stalker's going to be moving forward into Siege Tank Fire. They're going to get blasted twice, 3 times, and with Marines here as well. I mean, this is just not going anywhere. A couple more Stalkers warp in to their death. GG gets called, and Maru is going to be taking a 2-0 lead in his 1 map from the semis.
I feel like this is kind of what happened with Hero in the GSL finals. Now, that was a best of 7 that eventually Hero could bring back, and he didn't start off 0-2 either. But it's that same kind of pacing where Hero struggles against something that maybe he shouldn't have struggled against the first game, and then like a rubber band reaction. He just like suddenly makes this huge twist, huge change, seemingly in response to the frustration that was, not winning the first game that he maybe should have. And that's when the Terran is like, well, I'm not going to do the same build, obviously. Like, I'm going to do something different. and then Hero is so attached to this idea of like, well, I'm going to be really prepared for this thing that's going to come later on. I'm not even going to be the most concerned about getting an appropriate scout. Because I mean, I don't want to be too harsh because maybe he couldn't have gotten a scout with the Observer dying, but it's almost blind play from Hero that kind of forgets the possibility of all these other Terran shenanigans. And I feel like that happened in the GSL finals too. It just, again, eventually he was able to pull out the victory, but there was some of that harsh response after a bad loss, and then some very normal games that went swimmingly for Hero, and it was a whole mixed bag. But this is him already down on his last life here, and I'm not sure he's going to have the time to figure out whatever he needs to figure out to just, be calm, cool, and collected, and play the standard-ish PVT that we know he can do.
Yeah. Man. I didn't think it was going to be Hero who just needs to get into like a good mid game right now. I thought it was going to be Maru that was going to be under pressure, and I mean, yeah, maybe Hero has to play against a couple of aggressive attacks, but man, he needs to stabilize this series and get into that mid game a bit more comfortably. In the top right, our Red Protoss player needing some energy and some love right now. It is Hero.
And in the bottom left, and now up 2-0, 1 win away from winning the EWC. He is Vitality's Maru.
I love a little bit of the crowd we can hear in the background. They are cheering loud for Maru, ZG. Real loud.
They are actually. Apparently, it's a pretty decent crowd. We got Fear Dragon as a
sideline reporter.
Very brief, very small sideline reporter. But yeah, people enjoying watching all the games at DreamHack. Maru once again going to factory expand. Don't expect a big change up on this one. Some Terran players have tried the 1-Rex expand, that is fine, and they might still SCV pull with that one. But I mean, as far as a macro game, let's call it, as far as the amount of 3CCs I've seen, okay, not that many. And the factory expand into the 2 base, and any variation of builds that come along with it are gonna, I guess, be the meta for a while. Hero does not bother scouting, which is okay. That's fine. But there is also the possibility of Maru doing some Supreme Cheese, honestly. So I wouldn't have suggested this if I was Hero's coach, but Hero not going to get punished for no probe scout.
No punishment. It's going to be just a little bit of greed that goes in his favor. And obviously just feels nice. You get away with no probe scout, and your build's just a little bit further along. It just fits together a little bit more nicely. So there's always a reason you do it. That danger of going kind of no scout there's definitely reward at the end of it a lot of the time. So there's the Reaper coming across the map. That will be our first action to see a bit of what's going on the other side. And Maru will look to see what Hero's up to as the tech lab comes down early, the factory building. So we'll see ourselves maybe an early Cyclone once again here in this game, just not prioritizing that fast reactor.
Nope. This is, I think, the first game's build where that Cyclone is out instantly. Hero doesn't look to be trying his adept stalker pressure anyway. Again, recalled first game as he realized it wasn't going to work. Second game, a little bit of an overstay. This time around, Hero goes for a sentry. So that's going to be fast hallucination. That's going to be consistent hallucination. This sounds like an improvement. If I'm talking about how he's not necessarily thinking about what his opponent could change up in that last game, and that's part of the reason he died, well, a sentry would fix that, right? Except, as the Reaper gets out, that's very frustrating. There have been multiple Hero games where he has scouted pretty thoroughly, maybe with hallucination, maybe with other tools, and still has had trouble against what he has scouted. So yeah, it definitely will give him the exact details needed, and this time around he would not be surprised by the Banshees, for instance. But I would still be worried about the SCV pool that I foresee coming.
Yep, definitely something to keep on top of. There is the hallucination to look for that scouting cyclone. We'll try and deny it, but let's be realistic. It's going to see pretty much everything you need to see there. You see the 1-1-1, you see the add-on setup as well, so you get a good idea of what's building up early already. As the Reaper goes in from Maru, going to look for a probe, and is going to get it. I'm going to look for another one, which is low, but the Stalker and the Sentry will join up together. And that is the end of the Reaper, but still not bad to go in one more time. Get a little bit of damage done as Hero continues into his blink, into the 3-gate, and into the upcoming pressure with those Stalkers.
I do wonder if he'll get a Warp Prism this time. Just to continue changing up his build a slight bit. But I think he will. I do think it is worth it. The hallucination is going to scout that it is going to be at least one Banshee, or at least it absolutely could, whenever it does occur. Looks like Hero gonna hold off on that because he is deflecting the Widowmine drop. That is, pretty quick, right, off the factory expand. There's the hallucination. And so it's solid tech lab, right? But there was no cloak. That could be a Raven. Very, very much could be a Raven. And that could still be concerning, actually, because if he knew it was a Banshee, maybe he'd be more afraid of a frontal push. If he thinks it's a Raven, maybe he's more thinking about the drop and anti-turret defense. Widowmine drops, they're as effective as they should be, I suppose. 2 probe kills, or just 1, and Widowmine will survive for now. Yeah, Hero needs to worry about some type of frontal push, and he's getting his Stalkers at least in a good position.
Here you go. The Marines, the Banshee, just a couple of SCVs, very similar to what Maru was doing against Hero in those GSL qualifiers. As the Cyclone going to turn the Stalkers around. That's actually nice though, right? Because the Stalkers already are going to get pushed back. It gives Maru a little bit more space on the map before he actually has to start dealing with the Stalkers blinking away and trading well, which is what's going to start happening here as he pulls back, trying to get to the high ground so you can kind of use that advantage. Actually has a tank there, gets a couple shots with that to help hammer the point home that those Stalkers need to be backing away and giving him the chance to get to the other side.
Already a solid defense on the side of Hero, aside from the little overeager push up the ramp, because he does catch it less than halfway across the map. That is a really important aspect to this. Maru isn't going to get surprised. He isn't going to siege up in production, and the Stalkers will poke and prod and even, run by, actually. Deciding to go for the natural is a bit of a bold move, though, because this will allow Maru to go for the attack now. It's kind of his only choice, I suppose. Tank is down. Banshee will fall back at home as there is no cloak, and the recall will have to happen, but the army is going to be sieged up here, and that's a bit of a difference. The tanks will get a lot of good shots off as the Marines rip through a lot of these Stalkers, with the Guardian Shield really helping out right now. The Shield Battery doing work too. Widowmine drop deflected in the main base. Hero, he'll have to give up quite a few of his army units for this, but he will hold onto his 3rd and officially deal with the Widowmine.
That was getting a little bit closer and scary as the Stalkers do get the one last shot to get that medevac as well. Definitely kind of summarizing a little bit of everything that's just happened, which it's been good for Hero, right? He got rid of that Widowmine, he dealt with the attack, he did some damage himself, the recall was spot on, and that Guardian Shield, I think you said, really was kind of a huge deal, right? It really limited what the Marines were able to do, so the blink-in was not as punishing as you might have thought it would be. It was still a bit expensive on the side of Hero. He still had to give up a good few Stalkers for this, but getting the cleanup is huge. Now Maru is not going to be aggressive again until Stim Combat and +1 are done, and that's going to be accompanied by 2 more barracks in the near future. 3 more barracks.
Yeah, he's actually going up to 6 barracks, which I would usually call a mistake, but we did have that one game where Kira, I think, went up to 7 or 8 or something like that.
Right?
Yeah.
This was the crazy thing about the GSL finals. I felt like Kira was rolling dice and he was just picking whichever number kind of, was face up at the end to decide how many barracks he'd build. It was so off kind of cue. Banji gets in for a few probes, and of course Maru wants to do anything he can to give himself a chance to win with this big bio shove that's coming up next.
Yeah, 100% going to be an all-in from Maru, and Hero is just rechecking that. This should be the prediction. This time around, he's not being greedy, and at a later time, too, which I really feel like is the combination that killed him in the first game. He's not getting double forge. He is not getting a 4th Nexus and then grabbing a robotics bay. Like, the Colossus are going to be out, and he is going to be able to win as long as the army has a solid defensive setup with the economy that he has. This is going to be good enough for him to make the hold happen. It's about investing into the army and the defenses while you have the time to do so. Zealot run by in the main base is not going to find a lot of success, but a constant reminder to Maru that he's got to worry about this. So, maybe it kills more SCVs, ensures the real all-in is going to be coming along, but it also could start killing his reinforcements, so he does need to take care of it.
Yeah, he's going to have the Vikings, and that does mean that he can push the Prism home. Now Maru can fully focus on an attack across the map, right? Which is what we've been building up for. That's the moment we're waiting on, and it's going to be happening very soon. Maru does not really have much benefit from waiting that much longer. I'm expecting the boys at any point.
There's no reason not to.
Yeah, I mean, you're committed enough.
I think he knew the Stalkers would try and get back on his front, so a little cheeky siege up, and then pull the SEDs.
Just a handful.
Main base,
few
a
more
little.
from
You're right.
Okay.
Maybe less than we're used to. It's like 10 instead of 30 or something. This might just be enough. Maru does have about 15 army supply lead. Scans ahead, and kind of a weird scan, honestly. I guess he thought the army might actually be there trying to take advantage of the high ground. It will not. It will have to just work with this choke. You can give up the 4th base, and I dare say that Hero will have to. But the longer this takes to actually be destroyed, the more that Hero is going to be able to add on Zell. He's going to try and save it. All right, coming in from behind as well. There's the master plan. And the SCVs are just distracted. I mean, they are not supposed to be behind this army. They're supposed to be on the front, tanking the Colossus shots. This is more of the defense we were expecting in game 1.
Absolutely spot on from Hero. Maru was flustered by the fight happening to an extent as well, but he is starting to break through. Surely reinforcing Zealots make this a lot more difficult, but we're going to get both Colossus? No, saved by a battery, and that's going to be the GG. Oh, it got a little bit scary for a moment or two, didn't it? After, again, a game where it felt like Hero did so much stuff right, and Maru still gave himself that chance. Yeah, I was going to say he lost the Raven without doing any spell casting because I think he wasn't quite expecting Hero to jump in that moment. So full energy Raven. So how close it got at the end maybe could have made a bit of the difference as well. So bit of a flustering attack, but Hero is able to shut down Maru and he is able to take a game in this best of 5.
Yeah, and this is what you would expect from a solid start into the knowledge that the SCV pool is on the way. A little bit of a risky decision that could have gone more haywire on the kind of pseudo base trade, if you will, the armies bypassing each other, but it still worked favorably enough for the Protoss, and then just really focusing on the preparation for the all-in that was on the way. The 4th base was defended appropriately, actually, like that it would have actually gotten up if we played on the game, but this was one of those 4th bases that is I do have some of the excess minerals. I would like to get this up if it's not going to be the SCV pool, but if it is, I can give it up. And this will be my first defense point, and that's okay too. But I think what made it look a little scary at the very end there was that Stalker blink once again into the Marauders. But this time around, Hero was totally right. He was prepared.
Yeah, it turns out that Stalker blink just it's not always as good as you think it's going to be, right? Hero keeps doing it and keeps trying to bring it out. But yeah, it gets a little bit spicy as we are going to ready ourselves into Persephone for game 4 here, ZG. So Hero gets one back, a bit of momentum on his side. Maru so far has still been very much so sticking to what we know he keeps doing, right? So kind of feels as though we're once again in this position where, we start asking, is that okay for Maru? Or does Hero start to figure this out? And does Maru need to switch it up and go for some different based attacks? Or even just a completely different style of game?
Well, there's 2 avenues it's going to go, as you're pointing out, but to me, it's like this could either go like the Hero versus Gumiho games, where Hero is all over it, no problem, despite Gumiho trying like a billion different strategies, or it could be a little more of the Hero cure, which was very, very close to losing out, actually, just to the variety of attacks that the Terran can bring him. In the bottom left, still down a game, still in his last life, he is Hero.
And of course, in the top left-hand side from Vitality, we have the Blue Terran, a map away from qualifying to the Esports World Cup. It is Maru.
Sometimes with the way that this match is playing out now, you get these games that are big surprises, like the ones so far. And you also get series where it's very clear the Protoss is all over everything the Terran has to do. And they do not get a chance to surprise. They do not get a chance to surprise both, I suppose, in build order as well as in placement or micro-ability. I guess are the kind of 2 surprises we're talking about. And then it can feel very, very hopeless for the Terran perspective. But as long as you got some momentum and as long as you got maybe this game to, quote-unquote, give away, I know some people hate that, but you can actually start throwing in some real craziness if you wanted to. And for instance, yes, a proxy barracks could have absolutely been one of those. Hero kind of checks for it. Doesn't want to send the probe across the map. Wants to save that. A little greedy. Nexus before Side core as well. But that's not the extent of which Maru could change things up. We could even have a 1 base build. When Gumiho did it in GSL, complete failure. When Kira did it, I think later in another tournament, I forget which one, actually worked out a lot. It worked out pretty well because maybe it was against Hero too. Anyways, there was no scout and a lack of command center, funnily enough. Like there's, and it sounds so simple and it sounds so silly, like you can't replicate that a Protoss would not scout the lack of second command center. But apparently you can. When you're just throwing wild punches at the Protoss, occasionally the Protoss aren't going to be able to deflect every single one.
No, that's true. It's the kind of thing that you take for granted, but then at this higher level, sometimes it's kind of skipped over because that taking for granted is just so baked into your play. So it's kind of a funny way that it works as the Reaper hops up, by the way. So we're going to go straight into the main and look for just a little bit of a poke and a prod while the first unit is coming out. There's some good micro here. Hero should not lose too much, if anything, as you do have the Stalker showing up, and the Reaper is pretty deep. Can we get out with that? Ooh, the 1 HP.
No.
And a shot to kill.
Yeah. That's a second Stalker, by the way, so not going to grab a sentry this time around. He might grab it after. Technically, you can, but it actually points to maybe a little more on the eagerness of aggressiveness rather than the kind of tame game, I suppose it was last. Yes, there was that Hero dive into the main base that didn't have to happen, so that's kind of a risky maneuver, but yeah, it is going to be the sentry after the second Stalker. So, still prioritizing that. We're going to have the defense against any really early Cyclone pushes too. He did also grab a shield battery last game, so there really was a lot of defensive posturing. Maybe this time around he skips it.
Hallucination once more is going to go across the map then, so just get into that upper left-hand side. Try and figure out what Maru's plan is going to be here on Persephone. As the Cyclone is out, the Widow Mines are popping, they will join the Medevac. And then, of course, that starport's already on the tech lab, so a future production of the Raven is possible. Obviously, the chance to go in toward Cloak and Banshees again. Going to start the Matrix upgrade, which is just a fake out, trying to say to that Hallucination, hey, look, I could be building Cloak Banshees. You don't know that. You know, you can't confirm or deny.
But he knows that he cannot confirm or deny. He knows that Maru knows. Seriously, he has to double check. And good news is, it is pretty easy to double check. There you have it. Hallucination's going to get sent across the map and see, oh my god, that wasn't a tech lab actually researching. Unless Maru fakes it again.
Or what if he actually goes for it? What if he actually builds Cloak?
Well, that'd be weirdly late, but I guess that is possible.
Yeah, we are going to see it come in and it's starts it again. I feel like he's not...
It is Banshee, though.
Yeah, like it actually is Banshee, just not Cloak Banshee. So I mean, if he forced an extra observer out because he was a bit afraid, then fair enough. Widowmine Drop going to get right in, by the way, and is going to unload. So we are going to see Hero not being in position. First, Widowmine's going to get to unburrow and reburrow, which obviously buys a lot more time where mine's not happening. Does not get to fire with the first one, though, unfortunately. Maru just going to pull the Medevac away. Would rather keep that alive and keep the threat on than trying to just make something happen with that one Widowmine right now.
Seriously, the cloak or non-cloak actually can be a big change in Hero's plan. If he keeps more stalkers at home, he's not on this push out, for instance, that's already a change up. Whereas if he knew it was only going to be like a single cloakless Banshee, he would leave, 2 stalkers there, or maybe even just a shield battery, actually. But he will not see the attack coming in, not until it's already over halfway across the map. His stalkers will not be in position, and this has already made it a little scary. I don't think we had a second observer, so there's some good news on the robo production side of things. And the Banshee goes down as Maru decides not to continue pushing in, let that Banshee go, and didn't realize the stalkers were so close.
Yep, that is going to be a shame, just Banshee falling for no real gain at all, as we have the +1 and the stim both starting, but Maru not going to get going with those 2 siege tanks. He is in fact just going to fall back, and Starport moves off of a tech lab, giving some space for something else to take that, and maybe again a reactor of its own if he wants to build more medevacs here over the coming moments. Looks like a barracks will go to the tech lab, and there's the 2 more barracks because the 3rd CC is apparently illegal in these TVPs lately.
It's a risk not worth taking, apparently. Hero is very well set up in this game, though. I mean, we haven't even had any of those, well, maybe you shouldn't have made so many stalkers, maybe you shouldn't have taken some of these trades. That is in question with that first game. This is about as plain as you can play it, but probably also as good as you can play it. Because what plain can lead into is maybe that earlier tank push catching you off guard. And that would have gotten the ball rolling on the side of Maru. But if nothing is going to happen until the SCV pool, Hero can play, maybe a little bit middle of the road more on the side of the defense and just prepare for that timing, and that is it, which I think he's doing. He is preparing to grab a 4th base, but as we saw in the last game, that is possible. In this case, it will not distract. So, you know, there is that, but if you're going to have the excess minerals, I guess you can go for it. But that is the question, is Hero, again, evaluating this correctly? He did it in the last game, did not do it in the first game. I have a lot of confidence this time. More confidence than I did in the first game, which was apparently weirdly confident. Sand Thermalance, +1, charge, 2 Colossus, shield batteries, plenty of supply with pylons coming down. It seems like he's checked all the boxes.
It seems like it, so all he needs to do now is blink in erratically and take the wrong fight. So, yeah. Just to really make us look silly. That's a big SCV pull from Maru this time around, so no messing about. Full SCV pull comes in. The Raven, you really want to keep that alive, and anti-armor missile, a couple of auto turrets could be a big deal breaker, so the kind of thing you don't want to let go down early. It's exactly what Hero would like to snipe. Please stop flying the Raven so far forward. Maru just not being cautious of that. He had so many chances to pull it a bit further back. Once again, Hero's going to jump on this as soon as possible to force the tank siege. He will back away a little bit this time, though.
Yeah, I guess that actually still worked out. The Zealots being slow is very scary, but you're right. The tank's still sieged up. There's that extra time that Hero needs to get that charge finished and to get another round of charge lots as well. SCV is not really protecting the bio once again, but the tanks are obliterating the Colossus. Both of them, no, not quite. Only one goes down, but the other one's severely weak. A lot of shots on top of the main army too of Hero, but this is still a fight that's not hitting his production, and that's really the most important thing. He will have 1, maybe even 2 more rounds of Zealot production, and that should seal the deal. Even though he loses that 1 Colossus finally, a 3rd one had popped out. The Stalkers target fire the tanks, and this is just not going to be enough for Maru to continue with this push. He tries to escape, but he knows to GG. Yep.
All right, we are going to go all the way to Game 5 for our opening series today as Hero handles the 2 base push from Maru. Got a little scary, you know, the Colossus nearly both going down, and again felt like there was almost a slither of a chance. And that's what's so scary about these pushes. It can come down to small margins. Again, what if that Raven was there? What if the anti-armor missile just makes you clean things up a little bit sooner? Especially because Hero was clumped a couple of times over, but yeah, in the end, that's not how it played, and Hero is going to get us leveled up from 0-2 down, bringing it back to 2-2. I do gotta say, I think Hero's got this ability to kind of be 0-2 down and still have so much confidence in his play. Like, he knows he can reverse sweep a lot of the time, and that's kind of a necessary confidence when you're kind of down 0-2 playing against someone like Maru. Having that confidence goes a long way for you.
Well, I like the confidence that is just sticking with that, you know, sort of middle of the road play, right? It's not greedy 2 gateway nexus. It's not a little more aggressive with actually warping in, you know, upwards of 20 stalkers with the warp prism on the attack. It's 3 gate, check if he's going to do something early on, prepare for it if so, if not, okay. Then get to the standard solid Colossus, the old dependable, and then take the fight a little bit farther out from your base. I mean, this is kind of stock standard stuff that looks easy when it goes well, and then occasionally looks really bad when he starts to, you know, the Widow Mine gets you, and then suddenly the Cyclone finds a stalker, and then, you know, the 3rd base under attack towards you. Like, that's when it can look really messy. But this is Hero showing the confidence of being able to play a normal game, where it felt like his instant reaction to the first game to go into this really big change up into Fast Storm was the wrong type of confidence, perhaps. But now he's found the right type of confidence. And now I am very scared for Maru. We're going to be landing on top of this guy in the top right, bringing it back to 2. It is Hero.
In the bottom left-hand side, our blue Terran player from Vitality is Maru.
Ooh. Oh, gets to ultimate probe scouting. I love it. I love it. I mean, you could have done it in the 3rd game, but this is going to maybe work out anyway.
Yep, I'm just going to let it go to Game 5. You know what? I wish I'd said it, because I was like, what if Maru just fully kind of sends it as well? He's like, if he's really only confident in the 2 base pushes, but those have, you know, stopped working, what if he just gets even more aggressive? And he's going to go for the proxy racks here. Hero is going to have no scout, and this is going to be so difficult to hold if you've got no idea what's coming up. There's the probe, though, so we are going to scout now. Just a little bit late. Oh, not if he actually just goes top as well. Ugh.
Oh no, right? Like, he did a little bit of a scout in the last game. It was less than this, though, but the problem now, it's the wrong direction.
That's the, yeah.
50-50 chance, guys. Is he
will
going to scout across the map?
Yeah.
Yes, yes. And it seems like, I don't know, is something like, just like, is there some like type of like weird heebie-jeebies he's getting right now? He goes Cyber X-Core. He grabs a Zealot.
Yeah, he's doing all the right things, just kind of accidentally. Maybe he's just in Maru's head. As yeah, he's doing all the right things to help himself out. That Zealot will come through much earlier as he scout in. And he is still going to drop down the Nexus, but obviously defense is potential now because he's just got some of those things a little bit earlier. It's not as greedy as it could have been, and the idea of aggression is a little bit more in his head as well.
Dude, this is really, really important. Maru perhaps picking up on the pattern too late, and Hero deciding, you know what? The pattern was set, and this would make sense, and I'm not going to be a fool and let myself get knocked out here. But even the Zealot coming out just kind of is like, he must have felt something in the air. Just like, I should really get this. Or alternatively, he decided to flip his own plan and to go something aggressive early on that then just coincidentally coincided with the proxy racks. You know, maybe he was planning on getting his Zealot to send across the map and some stalker pressure early on. But whatever it was, it's a good thing he did what he did, because now it seems hopeless for Maru to win from this position.
Yep, this is all falling apart very quickly. The Marauders are going to keep building up in good numbers, and if maybe Imperial messes up some micro, maybe there's a chance, but it's looking unlikely. Double battery on the natural. Zealot there to help tank. Oh, and Hero's even going to see the SCVs are pulling, so he knows to be super safe. Third battery on the way, and yeah, Maru is just going to full send it as Hero just needs to hold this off to advance to the semifinals.
Pylon's pretty safe. Gotta make a note of that, because it is the only one. Second one now being put down. Not a lot of units, as you can see. That is the main problem with the SCVs coming in. They're going to try and get us around in the army, stop them from being able to micro. Then the Marauders, obviously the slow, will further concrete that. And then there's a chance. There is a chance. Hero's going to pull the probes as well, though. He is totally prepared for this. As prepared as a Protoss on 2 base can really be. The micro wars begin. The probe's going to be kited initially. The Zealot is gone. The Stalkers, I mean, they're very close to getting like one shot, so they're going to get 2 shot despite the shield battery. Energy recharge there for the Sentry to provide a force field, which kind of helps, buys more time anyway.
Yeah, I guess so. I didn't feel like immediately impactful. Has a little bit of an effect right now. That's a slow warping on that Zealot, by the way, so that's not going to come around for a little bit. There's a better force field, actually trapping a Marauder in the front a little extra. That's going to go much further than it was previously. There's a couple more probes still pulling through. Maru happy just to get rid of batteries, of course, as well, because they are things that will regenerate and be able to do some healing over time. The Pylon's in trouble here as well. That's a possibility too. That Zealot will go down. Marauders get rid of 1 more battery. Hero's getting up to a very good Stalker count, but the Marauder count is still very good as well. Trying to dive on the Stalkers right now, and we are in one-shot range for some of these Stalkers as the Marauders hit them hard.
Oh my gosh. There's no way that Maru wins at this, right? Hero saw this coming. The last Stalker is about to fall. Just a Sentry left over. Shield batteries out of juice. Where is Hero's army? He doesn't have the resources. 1 Stalker, 11 probes.
It's done. He's actually done it with the Marauders. He's got depowered, and now Hero has 1 Stalker and probes in the main, but I think Maru might be able to step against this well enough to close it out as Maru sits, kills the final Stalker, will kill the probes. Hero will fight until 0 supply apparently, but types GG as Maru will book his ticket to the Esports World Cup and the semi-finals here at DreamHack Dallas.
Never getting a partial surround on the Marauders with the probes did him in, I guess. I mean, so many shield batteries, as much army as he could muster off the 2 base, and it still wasn't enough. It's just the probes needed to be more effective against the Marauders, but Maru, I guess, showing at least a little bit of patience. He didn't just say, okay, this has been completely scouted. Everyone knows what I'm doing. I'm just going to full send it and pray. Let Jesus take the wheel. No, he actually is like, okay, you're pulling probes too. Let me pull back for a second. And then, you know, rededicate, make sure to focus fire the Stalkers whenever in their range. So there was a little bit of skill there too, but I think it was just really missing was the actual probe surround. Probes can be weirdly effective against Marauders, guys, if they get some type of surround.
I think this moment, right, where it's like a couple of Stalkers are really far back, shooting the SCVs, Marauders not taking any damage during this, and again, Stalkers getting stuck on themselves for a moment or two, and so all the probes are just kind of there taking damage rather than, like you say, being the usefulness that they can be, surrounding and all the rest of it, right? So really, really love that. And yeah, these Marauders they just kept on going, man. They are just going to be, super awesome. They were so good.
Well, they are in good spirits after the match. Still good friends. But yes, Maru, because of the very gutsy Proxy 2 racks, scouted, even initially really countered, he still wins out with it. Some MVP vibes coming in here.
Yeah.
We are now inviting another player over to EWC. So Maru, I think he signed his cards on stage, says, yeah, I'm going to go. Doesn't throw any glasses on the floor, but he didn't have any, so that's fair. And good on Maru. This is not an easy game or an easy series to cast. The fourth game was an easy game to cast. Everything according to plan. Totally expected result. And then we had at least 2 games or 3, maybe the rest of the games, all 4 of the other games, just like, well, this is how it's supposed to play out. Okay, it didn't. Okay, sorry. That's our bad, I guess.
It was definitely a weird series, and it's a very Hero series, right? Where it feels like Hero does all the right things, and then sometimes he makes his own life more difficult, and in this case, in a very severe way. And especially that last game, just could not find what he needed to with those probes. Again, I think his own units blundering over themselves cost him more than anything else in that final game as well. And that is what it takes for Maru to book his ticket to the Esports World Cup. Obviously, that means there's no tiebreaker later on as well, because neither of the players already qualified. Clem and Hero have made it to the semi-finals, so we're not going to be able to see any of that. And that is what the bracket looks like right now. Shin and Solar in the top side semi-final. Maru will play Classic or Serral as those two fight for their Esports World Cup spot and the spot in the semis here in the road to EWC.
Couple of odd results for sure, but we're getting some of the anticipated round of 4, I guess, with at least Maru coming in here. Obviously, Solar and Shin have both been familiar with the round of 4, actually, but it's just as far as who you would have called, who you would have predicted if you were going in Friday. It might not have been them in the top 4. But the remaining match is going to be Classic versus Serral. Again, 2 people you could absolutely predict to get there. And I am very curious for this one. We kind of had some expectation for Maru Hero. Apparently, even though I think our expectations were kind of correct, they were also kind of wrong. But we knew it was going to be all-ins. We knew that they had played against each other a lot recently. And we kind of know where that Korean meta stands. But Classic Serral, particularly Serral, just not as many data points, especially recently, as Serral does not play in many online tournaments at all. Classic does, but it is the Serral factor that we're looking for.
Funnily enough, I think a couple of the CVPs Serral has played recently have actually been against Classic. Like, the fact that these two have played twice this year surprises me, right? Because, Serral doesn't play anything. He's not been playing anything at all. Like, a very low number of events, a show match here and there. Happens that, it has been Classic a couple of times in those tournaments, so what we have seen in Serral has been success against Classic. Classic trying to play those long games, but isn't that just what Serral loves? Classic also likes to try and do the crazier things, but that's not really been hitting either, so it feels like it may be a tough matchup where Classic against a lot of other Zergs has been doing very well, just kind of opening up, playing very solid, getting to the mothership and so. But when he play against Serral, I don't love that, right? Because Serral's just so freaking good going deeper and later into the game, which makes me wonder, what the heck does Classic have planned for this? Because he came out with some crazy builds against Clem yesterday, so if he has anything close to similar crazy plan for Serral, it's going to be a very exciting best of 5.
Yeah, those were some crazy builds. But right, this is up to Classic, I think, really, although recently Serral has had more victories over Classic. The last time Classic won, it was a pretty big event. It was Gamers 8. 2 years ago, and that's kind of what I've been alluding to whenever I've kind of talked up Classic and said, well, yeah, maybe he's not the favorite to win this right now, but we know that Classic can be that guy sometimes. He can be the one showing, what Protoss need to do if the matchup doesn't look favorable to them, which 2 years ago it was kind of in a weird state. The meta right now is a bit of the opposite, but Serral did defeat him twice in the last month, so seems like Serral's got a handle on it. We're now into the game. Fresh best of 5. In the bottom right of Maganatha, it is Classic.
In the top left-hand side, our blue Zerg player, it is from Basilisk, Serral.
Big favorite to win the entire tournament. Big favorite, actually. Because even if we look at the bracket run right now, oh my god, he's counter rushing. Never mind.
Shut up
one
with your
cares.
pillars, EG. We don't need any of that. The Forge is down, and Classic's going to open this series with absolute utter chaos. Funnily enough, it's not the first cannon rush we've seen this weekend. Mana cannon rushed against Raynor on day one, so it's not actually the first time we're going to see a cannon rush. Let's see what Classic's plan will be. As he went to put down the pylon, and then he didn't, and now he is going to put it down.
Cyril sees it. Cyril actually keeps his Overlord over the natural. That is a move that says, I think you might cannon rush me, honestly. So he is not totally underprepared for the possibility. And honestly, if you know it's on the way, most pro gamers are going to have the better end of the defense. I mean, I know Cyril almost lost a Haas like 7 years ago with cannon rushes, but that was a while back, guys. I don't know if Classic can find anything at this point.
He's not even trying. Throws the gateway down. Is happy that he's maybe got a couple of drones patrolling. He is actually going to get the cannon on the low ground. The drones are just going to pull against it, which, to be fair, if you just cancel that as Classic, I don't even hate it that much. He's got to wait for his cyber core to be finished anyway. He's already got the Nexus building, so why not just place the cannon and force a bunch of drones to lose a bit of mining time?
That's the least he can do.
Yeah.
Also the most he can do. So
You got to play with what you get. You're playing against Cyril, and right now it's not a lot, but you take the little.
yeah, unfortunately, we are not in 2011 where the Forge Fast Expand was a totally legitimate macro move. This is possibly going to be okay. I'm not going to say he's totally dead because of this right now, but it's not the ideal position. We could also possibly have something tricky as a follow-up plan with the Forge. I mean, they still exist, although rarely used in pro game. Faster +1, like charge lots, for instance. The problem is that Classic is going to be very legible at this point. Like Cyril is going to get a lot of good scouting, and by the time something crazy can happen, I feel like Cyril is going to get all this benefit of being like, oh yeah, I defended this. He's not going to be able to attack until X time. At most, it's going to be a couple of oracles, and presumably Cyril's defense against the oracles will be near perfect. Although Classic is certainly one of the oracle masters in StarCraft II.
Yes, he is. He's very good with them, but man, everything's just going to be so off in this game that Stargate already feels horrendously late. And Cyril is just going to take that as an opportunity to drone. He will be able to delay any of his kind of answers to Classic's aggression by just that little bit longer and get set up that little bit better against it all as well. So it's just got to feel very comfortable for Cyril in this opening few minutes of Magnatha. And that's pretty big and pretty sizable. I looked at the videos and thought, we might be starting off with a big, kind of decently long game here, but maybe not so much if Cyril can go in with this kind of a lead. I mean, unless Classic just has to kind of sit back and wait as well and kind of not do much of anything, but I don't know if he's really going to be allowed to do that. Cyril doesn't mind playing macro, but Cyril is also happy to kill you if he knows you're not in a good position.
Yeah, and I think he's basically doing that now. He's not going for an all-in. He's not looking to actually kill Classic, but he's looking to hamper him severely. The Overlord saw the Void Ray. You see it when it produces, and that Void Ray will not handle Lings very well. And there's not going to be 2 gateways after the awkward opener that it was. So, of course, you just make 18 Lings, apparently, and you might just get a cancel on the Nexus. Or even threaten... don't threaten the National. Definitely go for the Nexus. Okay, the Void Ray is not even here to even try to help. Oh, it is. It's about halfway done. Maybe salvageable? No. Nope. Yep, this is why Cyril made those Lings, and he is going to get what he wanted, that cancel.
Just a great understanding that there's just not really a state of this game right now where Classic can hold on to that. So you're going to be able to delay the third base that little bit longer, and Cyril just continues to take a good solid grasp on the opening game of this best of 5 in these early stages. The Overlord going to see the Twilight Council starting up an upgrade as well with no oracles on the way, right? So it's a pretty good indicator that something more aggressive is likely to be happening at the moment.
It puts you in a bit of fear usually, but the third Nexus, you got to cancel. Maybe that was going to be a kind of fake one anyway, like not all the probes are going to go on it. You're still going to have some time to try and figure out if that is the case. We did have Classic change his mind. I guess maybe he's going to try and fit in Archons, is my guess for the gases, and then realized he wouldn't be able to because he canceled them. And now he's going to go pure charge lot. And Classic, maybe he catches the roaches a little off guard, and does something there, but as long as there are roaches, I feel like Cyril has a very strong opportunity to deflect this.
Yeah, you sometimes see like the Zealots overwhelm and the roach number just doesn't get to be good enough, but as Cyril keeps building roaches, it seems very good for him. If he just keeps in that kind of direction, it seems pretty solid. The Void Ray going to lead. We are going to go across with the Prism. Obviously, a ton of gateways have been built. The Warpins are going to be hefty, as you do have a Zergling right there, kind of keeping an eye, and the rest of the Lings on the other side still trying to harass the probes as they swap between bases as well. So just trying to be as annoying as possible as Serral. Of course, Classic is fully ready to go with his charge finishing. Warpins will happen. Hopefully across the map, has to warp in a couple of Zealots defensively though, so that's already Serral slowing down and buying himself more time for more roaches, and looking to make this a dismal effort from Classic as he attacks in with barely anything, quite frankly.
It's not too impressive. Getting more impressive with the second round of Zealots, but this is where Serral can do a little micro as well. He can pull back the roaches. He can split them now, just because the Zealots will not be able to surround instantly and kill them instantly, and that means the Zealots are also going to get disjointed and then be easily manageable. Void Ray tries to come in to help out, but we still have 2 queens, more roaches. Even the Spore is coming down here. This is still Serral with 59 drones and a +1 missile. That would finish if this game were to continue on, but I'm not sure it will. Classic did not find the damage he needed to.
Nope.
And is probably realizing at this particular moment this is not salvageable. He's going to try, but it's not.
He's going to stop an Immortal. He may as well give it a go. If nothing else, get a bit more comfortable up on stage or so, because you're obviously going to have a continued series to play here. You're going to need to win 3 to kind of move on through. So yeah, may as well get comfortable and just kind of settle down a little bit still, because yeah, this game is clearly unwinnable at this point. It's very, very rough for him at this stage. Let's be realistic.
And Classic might be hoping that Serral plays in the macro, you know, like, he's a macro guy, he knows he's going to win a macro. He's not. Serral's going to go for the kill move, building nothing but roaches the entire time we've been talking, not because he's afraid of more Zealots, but because he's going to go for a Roach Queen attack across the map. I expected that Overlord speed, if he even really needs it. There is still a Void Ray, so I think that's maybe a little concern, but he is, at this point, doubling the army supply, which, to be fair, isn't terribly uncommon at this stage in PvZ, but it's going to get worse. And the Warp Prism can only buy so much time. Where I thought he was going to provide a Transport Overlord. So far, he is not.
Yeah, not going to be bothering. Just currently purely roaches in production, and yeah, obviously Classic can still poke around the Prism. Obviously, just going to do what he can, build Immortals, and just prepare to try and defend. That's all he can really do at this stage. As the Zealots do get in, force some drones to leave, and actually Serral going to turn around and deal with that Prism. So that's really nice here for Classic, whose Prism goes low but keeps it alive. And that's really nice, just buying himself a few more seconds. No, that's really nice until then.
Yeah, I don't think he realized the queens were pulled.
Yep.
I get, or the army was going that direction. But yeah, the queen's going to be pulled the old-fashioned way. Overlord highway? No. All right, decides that it took too long. The War Prism did its job, bought enough time that Serral doubts the ability to end the life of the 3-base Protoss. So we got Serral going back into the drones, and Classic will have some time to breathe. Now, he also had to prepare for that all-in, so it's not like he was getting a 4th base and you know, +3 or something behind this, only getting up to +1. But it is a game that he is allowed to play. Banelings are coming through, though, and Serral is not going to try and ram his head up against potential, you know, Zealot Immortal army that would... It has a chance, I guess, to get a good fight against the roaches, right? No, the Banelings will come in and they will force these Zealots to either split like gods or crumble. I'm thinking the crumble effect as Serral preps for his defense. Classic going to go for a 3-base all-in at this point. I mean, his last one was kind of all-in, but this one's really, really all-in.
Yep, I mean, at this point, there's no benefit for him waiting, right? It's only going to get rougher. He knows that he's probably fortunate to be alive at this point anyway, so he may as well go while his army has the best chance of being decent. You know, that amount of Zealots does not trade well in the later game. There's a reason Serral put a Baneling Nest down. He's getting a better answer to Zealot as we speak, so Classic is not set up well. He knows he may as well just try and give it a go, and let's see what he can do, as he will have some force fields. He'll have a lot of Zealots and then a few Immortals to back it all up as well. Let's see how well we do. First couple force fields are absolutely spot on. Obviously, Banelings do not have the ability to roll about just yet, so they're pretty slow going. We run out of force fields, but we do split the Zealots away fairly nicely, and we did pretty well, kind of surrounding some of those roaches.
Yeah, that many Zealots is always going to be at least something you have to respect. And without the Banelings, hey, maybe this could have gone a lot worse. But the Banelings did make at least a few good connections. And that is a very small army that is left over. Serral, he's just reading this so perfectly. There is that expectation, again, of just us saying, okay, it's Serral. He's not going to mess up the defense here. But you can see how it could happen if a Zerg player was taking it less seriously or was far more cocky. You know, like, I defeated the Cannon Rush, and then I took care of this War Prism thing. Cyril is doing the appropriate move at every single step. Now going for the counterattack, making sure the fourth Nexus will not come down. And I think we are finally seeing the actual Death Parade move across the map. This Classic has almost nothing.
Yep, he has very little. He's going to recall the Prism to try and make a defense happen. I mean, again, this is a situation where, because you're on stage at DreamHack Dallas, you're playing it out, but in a lot of situations, Classic would have been long gone from this one. He knows that this is a doomed scenario. The Banes are rolling into his mineral line. Workers are going down. He's down at less than 40 probes at this point of the game, still on 3 bases against a Cyril, who is still only 4 bases himself, but is in a very comfortable spot because he's choosing to be aggressive. He's choosing to attack, and he knows that his attack is likely going to do serious damage.
I think you're spot on. Classic just trying to give it the best that he can. He's up on stage. Cyril is going to take game number 1. The responses were just near perfect. You know, like I guess the flaw here is that Cyril could have drone instead of done his, his counter attack that he certainly was planning on. He had started to send the queens across the map and then realized either that wasn't going to work or just that was the riskier way to play. You could argue, okay, you could have drawn at that point. Okay, sure, you could, but why? Like the point is, he was prepared to cut the head off the snake, and then Classic was like, I'm actually still wiggling, I still got fangs, and Sarah was like, okay, fair enough. I'm just gonna do the pain links,
yep.
And then it ends up being the perfect response, and nothing phases Cyril.
Yep, he was just so Zealot happy. The Banelings were the absolute spot on decision. It was absolutely the correct way to go about it. And yeah, we are going to be heading ourselves into a game 2 with Cyril taking that lead 1-0 in this so important quarterfinal matchup. Again, winner is into the top 4, which means qualification for Esports World Cup and of course the chance to keep on playing today because there's prize money up the line here at DreamHack Dallas as well.
Absolutely. Going to game 2, we got Ultra Love. Classic really wanted to change things up. He wanted to start off with a cannon rush that was handled just too well, because sometimes those cannon rushes, they get up maybe like 1 or 2 cannons and it just gets a little sloppy. That didn't happen. And the read on the Voider to get the canceled Nexus just felt like that was the true indicator that Cyril was really on point. And I'll see if that continues on for the rest of the series. In the top right, now down a game, he is Classic.
Up 1 and looking monstrous as always. That blue Zerg in the bottom left-hand corner is Cyril.
Not going to try the Forge. I expect any other time in this best of series. Not with Cyril keeping the Overlord and the Natural too, which there's not necessarily that big of a downside, it feels like, for it. I mean, I'm sure there is, and this is why we don't see it every single Overlord maybe not getting into the anti-adept spotting position, for instance, as fast as it normally would. But in the case of a tournament that has had a couple of upsets because of cannon rushes, having the tiny change, just being like, oh right, like this is a possibility, I could do this and just safeguard against that, it seems like a very easy choice. The cannon rush is almost entirely based off a total surprise factor, and this just makes it at the very least not a total surprise.
Definitely a thing to think on, as at least they're going to get a more normal game as well for Classic, right? Obviously last game, they went wrong from minute 1. The cannon rush went nowhere, completely wasted investment. And so, yeah, now we actually get to see Classic maybe play from like a real position, a real opportunity getting into this one. That was Classic's map pick, by the way, as well, Magnathus. So that was his map pick. He decided to try and cannon rush on, so another little thing to think on.
Maybe trying to subvert the expectation that, hey, I'm the Protoss player, I'm the one who's a little bit scarier going into that late game. That is the talk of the town. So I pick a big map. I'm hoping that gives me the defender's advantage even more so as you try to kill me before then. Just kidding. I'm going to go for a cannon rush. And in that sense, that's, it sounds kind of clever, but it just, I think the fact is that the cannon rush was already a bit revealed as a strategy in this tournament, which is kind of funny to say. There's a lot more opportunities for just, oh, I didn't face that particular player, I didn't know that's what he was going to do. But I feel like with Mana getting an upset, maybe it was a little bit of like talk of the player pit, and the Zergs are like, oh yeah, okay, maybe I should, not be prepared against that. So Just not getting the surprise factor that it needed to. Third hatch coming down for Serral. It was classic. Obviously did not get the hatch block in the natural at all. We should be seeing oracles this time around. Last game, that Void Ray was a tricky position, wanted to deny scouting, do something tricky on his own, but then wasn't there to provide defense of the third. No. There's not really a reason to do that. I mean, unless you wanted to play something like Hero or SOS, actually. But that is not necessarily what Classic does every single time. And yeah, it is the standard Oracle. 2 Adepts too. And a third one on the way out, so a little bit of that front pressure that Serral has to deal with.
Blings will actually get in there. That's actually really nice. Just chase a probe away. Just already disruption. Look at that. 5-6 probes just off the mineral line. We're actually going to get a probe kill as well. It's just those little things you don't want to have happening. A couple of Adepts on the map, and just already just tiny little things. You know, those are the things that, you know, Serral takes just little by little, and eventually they just kind of blow up in your face as Classic if you let too many of those go off.
We've seen a couple of PVZs in this tournament where it's very clear that those little things add up. Oracle, though, does find the slightly under... the Queens are confused. Okay. Slightly under-defended. Natural base, the Spore wasn't done, and the Queens, they're actually stuck at each other, but just either by purpose or an accident, the drones are all on the right side anyway. So Classy didn't get as much benefit from that. The third base is appropriately defended. No openings there, and there should not be an opening in the natural. There isn't. The Adept is nicely positioned. How many Oracles are going up to? 3 immediately.
Yeah, I like it. Just lots of attempted pressure. Serral is usually so good at obviously defending against the Oracles, right? But it just feels so good if you can actually get in and do something with the Oracles. Again, up to 3. You can stay aggressive with 2. You can get 1 at home defensively as well. But Serral is going to get in and get himself a Stalker kill. So another nice grab, and now there's no anti-air to stop this. Overlord just waltzing into the main. Another Stalker has to be warped in, which maybe was not quite the plan straight away. And again, just information gathering for Serral gets to continue.
Yeah, he is going to miss the actual Twilight Council Forge. There we go. But it's still very nice to actually get in there and kind of confirm the third Oracle, which is eventually going to be confirmed. Just going to show itself, sure, but knowing that the most likely follow-up is going to be Twilight Council and Forge. Anything off, like maybe a faster Robo, for instance, just to really throw something weird in there, you know, might have been around those extra pylons. It wasn't. But Serral's going to get another chance to get scouting, I'm sure, eventually. As his lair finishes up, could get an Overseer in 2. Very safe play here from our Zerg as he grabs a Roachborn. The Queen so far being the defender, though, and he's a little light on Lings, perhaps. I think Classic sees that. Wants to go in for it with the Adepts all shading, as well as the Oracles helping, but more Lings were on the way. Serral also making sure that his Queens were in position, so the Oracles did not get to help out as much as possible. How that looked okay in the beginning, but it did not end up that okay for Classic in the end. He is going to lose 5 Adepts. Overall resource trade, I guess, kind of even. Just Classic losing more of that gas is the issue.
It's just really nice zoning on those Oracles. They did not get to be a part of that as much as they wanted to be. They're meant to support those Adepts, but they got pushed back so well. And Serral makes it look like a pretty darn smooth defense for the early stages of this game too. You know, resources lost even, but as long as you're not losing out on drones, right, your economy is going to be nice and comfortable, so you just do not mind. As Classic already on the way to that Temple Archives beyond this +1 and Blink that he's investing into, so already looking toward the future. Starting to get a lot of that tech up and running here. We'll see where Serral takes this right now. A lot of roaches on the way out with his upgrades. Obviously, with what Classic is doing, he could maybe start to kind of drone up a little bit further and so on. But he might want to get aggressive himself here if Classic's being overly greedy. So we'll see what Serral's choice is. He was about to put the Infestation bit down. We'll put it elsewhere, it seems, because the Oracle came in to exactly where he was placing it.
If that is still his plan, he's not going for it again. Maybe he has a changed mind. Second stasis trap actually bamboozles. There is the Infestation Pit as the Oracle finally truly flees. The Overseer did get into the main base to get a pretty nice scout. Sees that it is the Templar Archives, chronoing out the storm. 10 gateways, about to hit him with Stalkers on the front line. Looks like he is going to have the army that can posture a little bit, that can certainly deflect any amount of Stalkers that might show themselves across the map, but isn't really going to gear up for any type of attack. As we do have the technology on the way, those extra drones coming through too, as we decide, okay, it's going to be the full-on macro game. And Serral, I guess, not really too keen on doing everything he can to try and stop the late game from happening, where a lot of those Zergs would feel very uncomfortable here. Serral has always been the one that seems the most comfortable. The army that I don't think was really supposed to find a lot of damage on the offensive does find the Stalkers in an awkward position. A little bit of a trade there, but does get another stasis trap in his natural.
Yeah, that was just a case of Blink was moments away from being done, so the Lings and the Roaches able to get a couple of shots off that were maybe not quite expected. And, well, meanwhile, we have, Cyril just heading in towards the Hive. The Hydrogen coming through as well. Those Hydras now pumping out, but Classic's actually going to push forward onto Creep, so he's feeling comfortable. Lings are going to try and threaten the High Templar straight away, but you're going to have to storm in response. We do get the Prism to save those, and now we get ourselves a bunch of these Stalkers starting to push onto this base of Cyril, so Classic with his own opportunity to be aggressive. Stays Sword catching a few units as well, making it tricksy for Cyril to come in through the top side.
Yeah, this ends up being very tricky. Storms blanketing the third or fourth base. The Queens, unfortunately, will survive that. It's just a severe lack of other units, but the Storms are all gone. The Stalkers are left somewhat alone. Archon will maybe get a shot off. It will not. Good target fire there from Cyril before he is forced to flee as the Blink Stalkers blink aggressively. They see the opportunity, and Cyril did not acquire enough of an army in time. Thought he had this perhaps a little longer. Maybe the Stalkers wouldn't be so aggressive. Maybe he wouldn't push in through that choke like he did. The Classic saw the opportunity and took it. Yeah, Cyril very much underprepared.
That was
get up to something like 85 drones, and maybe regretting that.
Yeah, I think that was a situation where we just sort of, all of a sudden, we just decided like this was our moment, right? As Classic, he was like, let's go for this. Let's just send it. And Cyril kind of saw that as his moment to tech up. He just threw the infestation pit down. He was beginning to drone. And Classic really just kind of slid in there without much kind of happening early game to put him into an advantageous position. Just kind of slid in at the right point to get into a great spot.
Yeah, I really want to take another look at the setup before the attack, kind of already in the attack. But the fourth base did not have like total saturation for Classic, but it wasn't like this was a trick necessarily. It wasn't a particularly on-point timing, I guess. Like Storm was done, Stalkers were prepared, and that's as good a timing as ever, but it's not like his +2 was finishing. But Cyril had just busted out, I think, another round of, let's say, 12 drones just before this. And that might have really been what killed him, as an extra 30 seconds probably would have given him the appropriate army to stop Classic from running in like that. And then he would have had the appropriate economy to max out and get the back and forth going. The Classic started off a little awkward too, but he ended up making a very good decision by moving in. And now we got a 1-1 series.
I'm just surprised by how confident Classic just moved on to Creep. He was just like, you know what? I've got to do something drastic right now. And he just went for it. Like, he walked on to Creep. He did not care. And is able to, level this series out. It goes to 1-1. Is in the bottom right-hand corner. Bringing it back a game. We are going to have the Red Protoss player, Classic.
And in the top left for Team Basilisk, he is Cyril.
Incorporeal, a fun map where this gets really awkward kind of later into the game, where those middle bases can be kind of tough for Zerg to deal with. So, you kind of try and take into, maybe move into the center, but obviously Protoss likes to push into the middle as well. So that's definitely going to be something to think on as we kind of develop through. If we get to those later stages, which we do know, when Classic and Cyril have played a couple of times in the past, they've definitely been able to get to that kind of a point. So something for us to, like I say, think on there, keep in mind, because that might be impactful as the game develops through. As that Probe Scout comes in early here from Classic. Hatchery does get to go on the natural, though, for the first few moments.
Yeah, Classic not particularly keen on getting the hatch block. Cyril, I guess is the best way to put it, is keen on not letting it happen. That does provide that easy wall off in the natural then, if there is going to be any type of a depth pressure. I don't know if Classic is going to bring out here in his best of 5, but it's got to bring out something a little bit different. Tried in the first game, complete failure, and that happens, but we still have the options of Adepts. We still have the options, possibly, of the 4 gas, 2 base. I'm not sure if I would really love it against Cyril in particular, but it does provide even extra effective, a little bit of tilt, to be honest, just to lose a game against someone who 2-based, Tempest, and the way that it micros, and it is very annoying, but it seems like a very risky maneuver. The Classic is that guy who just, he will seem like a totally normal player, and then he'll bust out some very unique builds. He'll do the cannon rush. He'll do the DT blink into the main. He'll do the he's bringing out like a triple Robo Immortal actually at Gamers 8. Again, back then we're kind of talking a lot about him. So it's not the easiest guy to read. But Cyril did get a lot of scouting last game. Just kind of missed out on the size and, I suppose, the acceleration of the attack. You know, I think he saw it, but didn't realize that Classic was going to be so aggressive with it.
Yeah, I think it was that confidence of just like, I will walk on creep and I will try and kill you, that just, like you say, was just not quite in the kind of brain of Cyril to kind of respond to. So yeah, a few more seconds, a little bit more kind of caution from Classic, and it maybe wouldn't have worked out, but sometimes those are the risks you got to take as well. Sometimes you just got to let loose and just say, you know what, this is it, this is my chance. No holding back. If it goes wrong, hey, I was playing against Cyril anyway, right? So yeah, believe in what you've got sometimes. That link speed will finish soon, and we'll see what Cyril can do with that link speed online and ready to participate in the next few moments.
For Classic, it's as simple as the double Adept opener into the Oracle, perhaps triple Oracle once again. And that's maybe what we're really watching out for, is just the timing of the Twilight Council and the Forge. No change-ups on the 2 gateway into Nexus either. Not going to be as greedy as some other Protoss in the tournament. And Cyril should be preparing a defense against the Oracles as we speak. First Oracle appears. Queens are already on its tail. Cyril gonna take a couple of drone kills. Just the one. Doesn't want to try and reach in for a second one. Good thing, too, because I think that Oracle would have died if he tried. Just one drone kill, we're totally happy with that. There's the second Oracle is out, and what else is the Stargate doing? It is the Twilight Council. So this is the important timing that I was talking about. If we're seeing a otherwise really normal, let's say standard setup, then do they grab that third Oracle immediately like last game? Or do they add a Twilight Council much faster? If they're going to add a Twilight Council much faster, then obviously that can lead itself into some aggression, faster Blink, or even faster Resonant Glaives. Can bring up that, SOS has a couple of cheeky builds himself. And it's to be determined, but Forge is also going to come down. It's not going to be totally dedicated, but a little earlier on that technology can provide that aggression. Cyril, he's going to have to respect, and including this little 5 Adept double Oracle attack, which it is going to be Resonant Glaives. So Cyril is going to need to be wary of that possibility. Now, no way to scout it really right now, but he's getting a Roachborn, he's getting the safety features here, and just reading into Classic, actually building in the Adepts and looking for the attack. That's Cyril's job right now.
Classic not being as aggressive with this Oracle Adept combo this time, because obviously if you're going Glaives, you do really want those Adepts to stay alive, but obviously, that's a respectable decision even if he wasn't going Glaives, because last game, he kind of dove in with those Adepts, and it was kind of whatever. Like, he didn't really do much with it, so Cell may not be able to read too much into that versus just, hey, he's been a bit more safe this time around. Obviously, that Glaives is well on the way, halfway done. Cell making a ton of Overlords right here and freeing up supply, and he's going to be able to make a bunch of units soon if he would like to, but he needs to know to build the units, right? Like, right now, it's still drone, drone, drone. He's got a little bit of time, but time is fast approaching to press the unit button and tend to never let up.
Yes, it is a little fast that time. Cyril might be a little late to this. He's going to probably have to wall off his natural, but I don't see any drone pulls happening. He thinks he can get the mustard defense in time, but I don't know if that is actually true. That is so many Adepts already heading into the natural. There is a block, very last second, but it is so last second. The Evolution Chamber, of course, was not going to stand up to that many Adepts. Gets one shot. Lings are going to be able to help out here. We're going to have to pull the drones away. Very late scout. Very late unit production here for Cyril. Might still be able to mitigate the losses, but there we go. A lot more drones going down to the main base. Suddenly we're up to 12 losses.
What a nice stasis ward as well. Just catching a few of those roaches coming up the ramp. Caught a couple that were already there too. 17 workers down. Obviously a lot of drones not mining at the moment as we go to the natural. Now these drones are obviously going to run away again, so it's even more time with just not mining. A few lings and roaches at least catching the Adepts over to the far right side, stopping the third base from being in trouble. We get rid of an Oracle as well. These remaining Adepts, what are they going to do? They decide to stick around on the natural. They're going to recall, so trying to maintain some of the units. As Cyril is droning, so he's not just spamming units to go for one all-in counterattack. He is going to try and replace his drone count here because he's down by a lot. Classic's army supply is looking okay. He's going to start to move into Stalker production, even going to replace an Oracle to get rid of, to replace one of the ones which he's already lost in this game.
Yeah, so once that help on the defense, or even somewhat with the offense, right, helping those Stalkers take some map control back. But yeah, Cyril was just too late to the notification, really. The Adepts, they're playing a little more cautiously, but considering what happened in the first game, that kind of made sense. The third Oracle was also missing, which can point to that faster Twilight Council, but not necessarily Resonant Glaives, right, and not necessarily to anything super aggressive. depths. It was just a bit too late for what we'd call an appropriate response. Was it a good enough response? Technically, one of those, yeah, if you're going to be in that situation, this is probably as good as you can get. But 22 drones lost overall, still 4 more being added on, is very tough. Very, very tough. And yeah, a counterattack would not have worked out very well, especially Classic knowing that was a real possibility, making sure to recall the Adepts. It's just, it seems like a straight up good position for Classic. Now, the game's not over yet. Serral, obviously, as you said, going back into drones, already making up for the drone losses, already up to 70, but it is Classic also being able to go up to almost 70 probes, getting his 4th Nexus as well. Storm +2 and Blink all on the way. Warp Prism 2. So he is going to go for a move out, and Serral, he's gotten to a good drone count. He's getting a couple of more too, but what I'm afraid of right now is that he's going to be adding all that technology again and maybe be hit just as he is trying to build the army, like a situation in the last game. So Serral sharping around with his lings, getting an eye on the 4th base, getting an eye on the army movement. Pretty important here, but he has a lot of investments that still need time to pay off.
Yeah, we are... You're right, there's just so much he needs, and there's definitely that opportunity of Classic just say, hey, look, I'm in a good position, let's go and attack. Very kind of, last game-esque, where he just said, this is my opportunity, let's make it happen. He may just do the same thing here, because he set himself up in a good position. We're going to start morphing in some Banelings here as Serral to try and get some defense going. That'll be interesting to see if they work out to sort of make these Stalkers split up and back away a little bit. We got ourselves more Lings coming through as well. The High Templar is going to be ready to drop Storms. Stasis Ward gets popped early on the left-hand side, allowing for the flank a bit more easily, perhaps, as Classic is waltzing straight up this ramp and attacking very early on here. First Storm's already coming down. A lot of the Banes getting caught up on the ramp, and the Storm's actually getting mega damage done. Now, some of the Banes will get close to the army. The High Templars have to morph into an Archon in something of a scramble, but I think that scramble is going to favor Serral a little bit as he continues to chase, and the Stalkers are in full-on retreat mode.
Yeah, that was a really nice setup for Serral. A huge difference. His armor supply actually wasn't that great when you consider the dynamics of ZVP. Maybe 30 army supply. Definitely not going to work out that well if you're going to attack into a Protoss, but even on a fight like that, 20-30 supply extra for the Zerg player isn't the most comfortable place to be. But when you include maybe a slightly different technology in the Banelings, which we haven't been seeing too much from the other Zerg players in this matchup, and then a really, really good surround. Like, he saw it coming, and he wasn't caught in this awkward kind of choke, where he kind of got the surround in the last game, but then didn't have the units, and then, it just kind of encouraged Classic to continue being aggressive. No, that was about as good as you could handle it with the army size that he had. And the Warp Prism even deflected here off to the left side. Classic, I think, was hoping for a lot more. Either more damage or the ability to stay on the map perhaps a little bit more, be a little bit scarier for longer. No, had to totally retreat. He does still have a good economy himself. Classic is making his move over into those Tempests, which have been a real bother for a lot of Zerg players. But Serral, it feels like he's got that permission to just explode on the production tab after handling that push. He was already investing into a couple of crucial technologies, but now it's just everything all at once, plus him gaining some map control, going for some run-bys, and the Banelings are still a threat to the probes. Not as good as they once were, but you do have to consider them. And it looks like Serral is not going to find a lot of damage. This is all disruption. This is all scouting. And this is all kind of, I suppose, a relief that Serral, is going to be able to add on all of these upgrades. He's got so many on the production tab. And these lurkers, they're going to come out, and they're maybe even going to be accompanied by a Nidus Swarm eventually. And then Classic is going to have to handle multi-pronged attacks. And that's where things can get a little tricky for the Protoss.
100%. It is... That fight really just gave Serral, like you say, permission to kind of go into the rest of the game now. And he's going to go into so much of a better composition with the lurkers available. Obviously, we'll need to think on the Spire because there's Tempest on the way up. But if there's anyone who's comfortable in a later game scenario, we know it is Serral. I do not think this is where Classic wanted to end up. He knows he has to go here now. That's kind of just how you play these games. But yeah, it's not fun because Serral is just so good at this later stage of the game. These Rogues are going to try and destroy themselves out a little bit, running themselves in, see if they can find some value. That actually is going to all go down. It's not the biggest loss for Serral because he is going to replace with Hydra Lurker instead, and he is going to open the chance to knock down a base on the right side. So the Roaches are at least getting something for their time over here.
I'd say pretty big. Considering that he did want to give away those Roaches, the critical things there were to either find damage or buy a lot of time. And they bought a lot of time, so much so that there was an entire free Nexus off to the right side. So those Roaches are actually kind of MVP as far as Suicidal Roaches go. But he's also, yes, adding in the much better units with the Roaches now gone. Classic isn't dead because he lost that 5th base, but it is a sign of things to come. And you can still get a better handle on these multi-pronged attacks. He absolutely could. And the ultimate army battle could still be very tough for Serral. But Serral is not going to give Classic room to breathe. So many lurkers. Good lord, that's 16 lurkers coming right across the map, right on top of Classic's 4th base.
Yep, lurkers are going to fire through. The couple of Archons are going to be in some trouble. We see Tempest on the right side, the Mothership nearby. Tempest continue to come about. The Stalker Immortal heading towards the upper right side. So Classic just going to counterattack. He is not ready to deal with that amount of lurkers just yet. He wants to try and force something over on the top right, maybe get a base, and then try and maybe just recall home. He's actually going to jump on some of these lurkers as they come across here, though, so he gives himself an opportunity to take a better trade. Nicely done.
And the lurkers, some of them do go down. The rest of them recollect and are going to take a better fight the next time around, be a little more prepared here, very intentionally jumping on top of the army, then burrowing, even a couple of transfuses, keeping those lurkers alive. Tempests are here, and we do not have a lot of solid anti-air. A couple of Hydras, a handful of Queens, and no Spire done. So the Tempests, they will take a long time to pick through that many lurkers, but they are a barrier that Serral really can't push past, and so Serral is forced to give up a base of his own. Now, he's on 4 bases, still going up to 5. He can still recover from this. His own army can occasionally be very good as far as the exchanges go, resource-wise, but as the Tempest count continues to grow, that might no longer be the case. You know, we did use the opportunity when we had it to try and attack into the Protoss. Now it feels like the Protoss is the one that's in control, and this is where the Protoss really looks like a bully, when they can take these Tempests to the Lurkers and there's no Corruptors to help out.
Yep, these Tempests are just going to be absolutely destroying for the moment, but 12 Corruptors are indeed on the way. What sort of position can Classic put himself into before those Corruptors show up and have the chance to start fighting back a little bit more? More and more Corruptors from Serral just boring on in, but I mean, he doesn't have the money to max out fully, so Classic is going to be in control for the moment. The Lurkers are burrowed up. The Zealots on the right side with the cannon going to be there to push the Lings back up to the top. And the Mothership just going to be pushing forward aggressively here, maybe giving itself up if it's not careful. Drop a couple of Stormers down there. All the Corruptors Mothership will be falling, but we keep on storming the Corruptors at least, as we do have this fight still pending on the left side. And just using those Tempests nice and patiently for the moment is Classic, just happy to chip away at anything he can before the larger fight, which is going to break out now as Serral tries to dive in, and Classic says, no, I actually kind of like just poking around, so he's going to step back and keep firing with the Tempests.
Hey, there's no reason to take that fight, is there? Serral, every time he tries to bombard the army, try and go for a blitz move on it, there's that chance that it won't kill everything, right? And then as soon as he burrows, that's when the Tempests move out of position, and they're like, okay, now we're going to attack into you. The Corruptor count has grown to something nice, and we even got a couple of Vipers being added on, but there's still a lot of army on the ground for Classic to protect these Tempests. Corruptors with a decent concave, and actually concaves have been saving Serral to a certain degree for the last minutes. If those Lurkers are bunched up as they originally were, that might have been an opportunity for Classic. Instead, he made sure to concave them, spread them out. And so he is alive, but he's not getting access to a 5th base, which Serral does need. He might still be close to max out, but he needs that bank. And he needs some, I guess, second chances as well in case, yeah, fight does go poorly for him. Classic actually pulling back, gives Serral some opportunity for a run by, gets a High Templar, some Banelings help clear out these Zealots. But Serral, the army's going to come over here and it will kill this very small army that is here, so he will try to get away, but I'm not sure that he's going to be able to. Yeah, blink forward even. More Lurkers trying to come over. He's going to be able to position himself defensively. Classic has so much of the map control, and he's just going to continue poking and prodding with these Tempests, although he doesn't have detection on those Lurkers this time. That's going to save him.
Lurker's going to be able to stand strong, but this is a difficult moment because Serral is really just kind of kept to the top side of the map. Classic is already establishing some control on bases in the center, right, or more toward the middle. I think that's a big deal here on Incorporeal. I think these forward bases are going to be so tough for Serral to ever really reach out to as this Protoss army has progressed to the point we're at. We are going to see a massive fungal that helps, but can we actually kind of justify kind of jumping on this army with everything else? Corruptors are going to get around the back, and we are just going to force the recalls. So Classic realizes that this is going wrong. What an opportunity Serral made for himself in that one, and Classic will have to spend a lot of his bank to even things out after that.
I feel like we should be calling this DreamHack Dallas, Revenge of the Infestor. First it was Clem, then it was Classic. Just not expecting the fungals to arrive, and then also a parasitic bomb, which they're actually pretty impactful. When everything is going to swarm like that, then yeah, absolutely, a parasitic bomb's going to help. It's those parasitic bombs that are get like they thrown out and then nothing else happens. You're just like, okay, whatever, I don't care. But yeah, if you're going to swarm like that, that is the opportunity. And the recall even letting a couple more units die without any trades. But Classic had the bank. Classic was the one that was far more comfortable in the economic position, as he had gained bases, sent probes to saturate, and then also had accumulated bank as he was kind of tiptoeing around. So Cyril, he really needed that, and he did get it. But now Cyril also needs a little more time to accrue his own bank, perfect his army. Now he's got the spellcasters in, and that really helped. He's also grabbing some burrow and some neural parasite. Also the air upgrades. This Classic is going to finish his +1 finally. It feels a little bit late. So the air upgrades maybe even favoring Cyril at some point. This is not as easy as perhaps some other Zergs would have made it for Classic to just keep on pressuring the lurkers with the Tempest. Cyril actually biting back basically and showing his teeth. You need to still respect his late game, even if right now the meta says the Protoss has the advantage. Maybe not against Cyril.
PvZ and PV Cyril metas are a little bit different oftentimes, right? He is just so good in that later stage of the game, and he's had multiple super important and clutch fights that have allowed him to extend into a state of the game where we expect him to be a bit better. We had one earlier on that was necessary for him to be able to get all of his tech online. He had this one just now to really step back in the game and, like you say, perfect some of his upgrades, perfect the army composition. So he's had a lot of clutch fights to help him get to the stage at which he's going to be feeling the absolute best. He is going to go diving onto this base. Can Classic get over here to defend it all? Probably not, and that's going to be a big loss on the right side, as he's not going to go for it at the same time. Now, Nidus is popping up here, there, and everywhere, so they are putting some work in too, as our Nexus on the right side does already fall.
Those probes maybe didn't want to stack up on the gas. It's a lot of probe damage. All right, well, 3 survive. 19 probes easily recoverable though for Classic at this point in time. It's the continued run by his catching Nexus that he has to worry about, but he can afford a loss on another one there. Nidus Worm this time around at the Triangle 3rd base. This Classic looks to attack into Cyril's 6th, which Cyril does need. He's almost out of money, I think, at his first 4 bases. Big fungal, not really. Just the one Tempest. Actually, bigger feedbacks. All of the Infestors, almost all of them, out of juice now. Nidus Worm provided a couple of lings on that base, but nothing that Classic could not handle. Classic maybe making sure to always have some supply so he can warp in against these Nidus Worms. Handles this pretty well. And the Zealots on the offensive, not finding a lot. Cyril does have the defenses up on his bases. I know I saw at least one DT, and I am looking at the bases. And as far as anti-DT defense, say that 5 times fast, Cyril doesn't have a lot. So that could be a little concerning. But Classic's not really looking for a lot of run-bys.
Yep, Classic is just kind of sitting there and kind of taking the damage at the moment. Obviously, Broodlord's taking the chance to come onto the field. So Cyril going to kind of, again, invest into something a little bit later game. So as this Lurker scrolled around the right side, a ton of spores coming up as well. As again, preparations for this game just going deeper and later coming through. Definitely getting this kind of somewhat expected longer game between Cyril and Classic. And the two way that these two play kind of naturally lead into this a lot of the time. And that's going to happen on Incorporeal with these Lurkers burrowed and Zealots unable to obviously fight those off on their own on that right side, which means this base is in trouble again, but maybe that's an opportunity you grab to push up the left side yourself and once again deny a similar base from Cyril on the other side. I mean, Classic is keeping this at an equal base count, which usually is pretty good for a Protoss who usually trades well in these scenarios. I mean, fungal growths are nice once again, but is it good enough, as Classic is otherwise having a pretty darn good time there?
Yeah, not able to pull back the Lurkers when he's got basically so many units that he has to control appropriately, and the loss there was the Lurkers not pulling back. But he's got to get the Fungals down. The Broodlords obviously need to be careful not to get sniped by the Tempest first and foremost. The Corruptors need to make sure not to get stormed, so they kind of have to bulk up for the one shot, but then they have to spread out for the storm. Then you also have the Vipers that also need to be included. I mean, it's a lot to do. And Cyril does take some losses because of that, and also loses the base, obviously, but at least he got his opponent's base. Classic also running out of minerals on his first 4 bases. Like that is what's happening here in a 22-minute game. A Classic still comes out a little ahead on the bank, maybe not as ahead on the resources lost as you would really be comfortable with in a PvZ. Only 2. This is favoring Cyril. So yeah, definitely not what you want to be in the Protoss versus Zerg matchup. But that doesn't mean that Classic can't win one big fight, and that's still a big concern for Cyril. He has to be very, very careful with how he takes fights.
Yep, these armies are the exact kind of armies where if one fight just sways one way, 2,000 resources lost goes to like 8,000 maybe, right? Like, it is devastating if you take the wrong fight right here. And honestly, a big fight is going to decide a lot. This is not a game where the players are stacking up up to tens of thousands of minerals and gas. We are on a bit of mineral, a bit of gas bank. There's not a huge rebuild available here. here for either player, which is absolutely critical to keep in mind. So that is something to think on as Classic works on that +2 hair weapons. Finally going to carriers is going to be a little bit more impactful on those. And something you could have had a long time ago, but did not prioritize. So like I say, now he's getting the carriers out. We'll get that upgrade going as he pushes some creep back away on that right side. May make that base he's re-expanding to on the 3 o'clock a little bit safer to hang on into. And that would be nice because he really could do with just one extra base to mine from. We're 23 minutes in game. The 5 bases which he's got are going to start running dry on mineral lines pretty quickly. So you need some more patches to mine from ASAP.
As soon as Classic shows an intent on the right side, either offensively or defensively, Serral, going to push to the left and vice versa. And Classic is going to take a little while to respond. This isn't the widest map in the map pool, actually. So it's not the largest gap, but it still is one that Serral is going to continue to pinpoint. And at some point, you know, I mean, both players are not in a comfortable position as you're pointing out here, but at some point it might be up to Classic to kind of say like, no, I need to settle on a side of the map to expand to. Trying to go left, right against this is going to get too annoying. That actually might be him making that call rather than Serral making that call. But both of them, you know, they have some mobility in their army in some ways. In other ways, you know, big blob, a death ball, not very mobile. Classic does seem to be focusing a lot on the right side. Serral has built defenses already there. Some static defense going to help just a little bit and is preparing to move his army accordingly. This is a bit of a stalemate. I think both players, you know, not eager to take that potentially game-ending fight, because you're right. I think as soon as we get a fight, you know, a real one, just let's clash. It's gonna be game-deciding.
Absolutely. We got the Tempest here. Gonna fly through, gonna go after the Nidus network, and we'll just clear that up. So that will go down. We got a Ling in the center, going to be fallen as well. So the Watchtower taken back as we are just waiting for the players to be both happy to commit to the fight, right? Or for one player to have no choice but to commit to the fight. Is what this likely comes down to. Serral's army value on the map, more impressive, right? 1,000 more gas, 2,000 more minerals, so what he has available is a little bit more expensive, worth noting. Obviously has some impact. I guess we'll see how well Classic can trade against him, as he did get that right side base up, but it came at the cost of letting Serral get the left side base up, so they both basically accept, like, hey, you know what? We can both take a base and both stay in this game that little bit longer.
This is the map that is going to force them to hit in the middle. There's the remaining bases, just the 2 right in the middle. The Zelnaga actually blocks the choke, so there's nothing on the ground that can just easily go between. It's all about the air. And speaking of, an Abduct does come down. Storm tries to get some revenge, and it does injure a lot of Corruptors, but does not kill them. Immortal run by, got to get rid of these units, and might as well try and kill a bunch of hatcheries with it. Actually, he's not going to let many of them go down. I mean, I think saving some is probably a good idea to help out against the lurkers. But if they had gone down, would he have replaced them? And maybe 2, actually, yes. They're literally a run by. But then sometimes you do see those immortals given away in exchange for a literal, almost only air army. You know, air and Archons and Storm anyway.
Yeah, and the problem is eventually you have to win in the skies, right? And so the Immortals don't help you with that, really. They help your units on the ground maybe help win in the sky to some extent, because like you said, they're good against the Lurkers. We are going to see a bit of a fight here. Good Fungal, and immediately the Broodlords catch a bunch of those High Templars. With that Fungal coming through, we storm to try and play cleanup, and Classic tries to recover, as again, just Serral able to be the one making the catch. He keeps on getting the catches, the jumps on Classic, who just is a little underprepared every now and again for these little exchanges, these little trades. Wasn't free though. I mean, to be fair, multiple Infestors went down, Broodlords went down as well, so Classic actually had a pretty okay time.
Yeah, it was okay. The Neuroparasite, I believe, did also successfully feed back a couple of High Templars. So, you know, I guess that could have been worse for Serral, actually, but a little closer to a wash, I suppose. Serral is going to set up for an attack on the left side. There's still money here. There's still gas. There's still minerals. You don't want to just give this up. It won't be given up anyway without some consequence, because enough static defense to at least shoot through these Lings. Maybe not so much the Lurkers. Classic redirects his attention over there, and I think he actually does have to. So he wasn't sure the army was on the way, but it absolutely is. Serral looking for the army in a bit of an awkward position. That's exactly what he finds. Try to go back up the ramp. Good Fungal is going to collect at least 1 Archon. And that's maybe what we're going to expect for the next 5 minutes, you know, just both of them trying to collect 1 or 2 units at a time before they really feel forced to take a final battle. There's that weakness I was pointing out earlier. There was no Spine Crawler, I think, ever at this map. There was a Lurker there, and then it moved. So 1 DT potentially going to collect a hatchery.
Yeah, this unit's going over though. He could have got the Spore Crawler first and maybe gone from there, but Classic I don't think is paying that much attention. And obviously just one DT at a time is not going to be quick to kind of get the job done as we do threaten here. However, those Broodlords are going to lag behind a little bit. That's why the rest of the army shows up from Serral representing a true threat to Classic. So you can't just kind of waltz across and try and pick up some Broods freely. You're going to see a few Lings going to try and get down to that bottom left-hand base as well, where obviously there's still a couple of cannons. Not as many units as there used to be. A couple of Storms, maybe overkill even. We do keep those couple of cannons alive as we're at the stage where there's money in the bank, but you kind of want to keep as much of that money as possible to really invest into a rebuild on the army, right? Like, you don't want to just spam out cannon after cannon after cannon, especially not on a base that doesn't have too much life left in it. This is where this map gets really interesting. I really thought Classic would have a much better time kind of fighting in this middle base and like fighting over the watchtower toward that hatchery of Serral, but he's so concerned and being kept so kind of to the bottom left because of this base over here that he's never really been able to do much around that. And every time he has been kind of a bit more forward, he's been punished, and Serral's able to catch him a bit out of position.
Yeah, you know, the next time this happens, if Classic's going to move an entire army, either Lurkers or I was going to say Broodlords could try and capitalize on it. Broodlords could just traverse the Xel'Naga position and try and get a quick snipe. Recall is available, but, you know, not always. And Lings, as soon as the arm moves over there, they move over there. It's magic. And Archon is left behind to try and help, and that will be good enough. Eventually, this base will not be as important. You still lose some of the, I suppose, vision on the map when you lose the base, so there's something to consider even after the minerals and gas is gone. But it is something that you might be able to give up if it just is out of minerals anyway, and then focus entirely on the middle of the map, which is really going to become the most important point. Seems like, yes, no one's eager to take the big fight. We have accumulated a much bigger bank. I don't think we can get up to the 10,000 resources just with the amount of minerals left on the map, but we are into that PVZ stage, so someone's going to have to break it eventually. Someone's going to have to make the move. Who's it going to be?
I mean, there's definitely going to be a bit of a standoff. Obviously, you got the, well, there's a snipe on the Oracle's going to say the Corruptors are looking forward, looking for the abducts, looking for the chance to just grab a unit or two and play that efficiency game that Serral is so confident in. And obviously, see Classic wants to kind of step forward, like I've been saying, like fighting across here feels like it should be okay for you. But again, if the Corruptors and the Vipers threaten, it can be very difficult as well, as we have got now a group of units on the right side from Serral threatening over in that direction. Resources lost still so close, 3,000 difference. They're both mining out the same bases, which means that a similar resource loss right now, again, just clarifying, it's going to come down to pretty much the next big fight likely will be different enough to give us a victor in this game. Well, a very good idea who the victor's going to be. That's a mistake from Serral. Finally, a good catch from Classic as he gets multiple infestors on the feedback.
Yeah, they were full of energy. They popped, man. Can't have that happen again. Although he does have 4,000 gas, so I guess he can have it happen maybe 2 or 3 more times. But then no more than that. Ditto on Classic, by the way. If you were to lose High Templos in similar fashion, you could probably do it 3 or 4 more times, and then it'd be very, very concerning with how much gas is left on this map. And that is to say, not much. The middle bases, they don't have a gas. So that's actually a really, really big concern if we're thinking far into the future, as no one's going to take a battle, and we're thinking of what is the gas bank going to be like, who has those better tech units, and that's important to keep an eye out. But maybe next time it's going to be Classic who loses the High Templar. Serral is looking to use his Lurkers in the fights more often too. For that particular moment, the Infestors were too far forward. The Lurkers were also trying to kill the Nexus. They did not do so and had to retreat.
Yeah, Serral not having any success still bottom left side, so Classic staying safe over there, keeping that base online for its final bit of mining time. We do have those few legs on that right side again, just threatening, trying to catch some probes, transferring as well. Just trying to step up toward a couple High Templar, which are not paying attention. They likely go down. At the same time, we grab a lurker over the watchtower. One of those High Templar died. The other actually gets away and gets to storm a couple of times. And we continue the back and forth again. It is just this kind of stalemating moment. As actually Serral's out of position, so his forward base is going to go down. I don't think there's anything he can do to really just kind of capitalize on that. I mean, a few lurkers step onto the forward base of Classic, so maybe he actually will just get this base for a base. Looks as though that's exactly what takes place.
Yep. Good old-fashioned base trade. Serral, by the way, was able to get over the 10,000 mineral hump. I didn't expect it. I thought we literally wouldn't have the minerals, but the fact is, I guess we have not been trading very much for the last 10 minutes, so that will happen. More damage looked at. It's not going to be available. Still too much stack defense with the Storm. Always available there, too. The Classic. I mean, I want to say it's up to him to make the move, but obviously that's just not exactly true. Is certainly in the 15 years of StarCraft II, we've had a lot of stalemate endgame ZVPs, and there's always been a general consensus amongst the community and amongst the pros to a certain degree about which one is supposed to be more favored at that time. Right now, we kind of had it be the Sky Toss as the favorite, but then that seemed to have been more so troublesome when it came to making this transition. And Cyril did struggle to make the transition. Like, he almost died. Those Tempest were being annoying, taking out his lurkers, right? But now that we're into the more solidified, I have the super late game army, you have the super late game army, I'm not actually sure we have that much of an answer. The beginning Tempests are the most annoying, it feels like, for the Zergs right now. And now it is, as you said, is more about Cyril anyway than it is Zerg. And the patience that is being displayed here by both players is amazing, but I gotta imagine Classic is like so many other Zerg players would have fallen at some point, or taken an atrocious fight, or it's been too over-eager, and Cyril is just never any of those things.
Credit to Classic, because he's also not had that moment where he's stepped too far forward and let the Zerg jump on him as well, right? So also able to stand up and keep himself in this game. The Lurkers are going to get rid of this Nexus, but there has so few minerals left on it. I don't think Classic is all too worried. Forgetting about that bottom left may not be a bad thing overall, as the Oracles will get neural and just grabbed and killed off. So a nice little catch from the Infestors. We cancel this hatchery once again. We're going to get a couple of the Lurkers too, so a little freebie or so as we maybe think about attacking up the left side base, but that surely would initiate a larger engagement.
Yes, it absolutely would. Bottom left has get taken down completely. And we're going to have some long distance mining if it gets that far in this game. It does provide maybe another point of attack into Classic's fourth, I believe that was, the bottom left, which is also not important as far as the resources. It is not. But what can happen sometimes is that, you're like, well, I don't need these places anyways. I'm going to kind of consolidate on one side of the map. Eventually, sometimes the production can get to be a problem then. There's just so many avenues available for the Zerg to be unscouted, running into your natural, running into your main. And then that can actually be impactful. Because right now we're talking about nothing but the armies moving slightly not toward each other. It's just like, we're waiting, guys. So anything that happens around that might seem not impactful, but it actually can be. I mean, if Classic is forced to take a fight and it's actually like really close, and then he goes back to build 4 Tempests at a time and realizes the Stargates are dead, I mean, that actually could be kind of big. Ditto on Cyril if he ever loses any of his technology buildings, but that's just been less of a threat. Cyril, I think he knows that there's something to be gained by killing these bases that are useless economically, but something to at least give a warning to Classic for future more important losses.
Still just fighting over the center, rebuilding those bases. A lot of Lings with a couple of Lurkers in that bottom left-hand side. We'll look to see if they can maybe jump on another base that I don't think Classic is overly attached to. He's going to actually come up to this ramp again, deny this forward location. Again, a denial on potential mineral mining for Cyril. We're going to get a couple of feedbacks. Multiple Infestors going down. Great feedbacks from Classic. He eats a fungal in return, so he will lose some of these units. Some of these High Templars and the Archon will be going down. So nice grabs in return from Cyril. A trade out on some of the gas units, and we have been talking about kind of who's going to bleed out in terms of gas, because that middle base does not have gas on it, right? And it is less gas available for Classic right now in the bank, but he's still mining a little bit where Cyril is not mining any. So that might be a little bit closer kind of in terms of what we're rebuilding gas-wise. It's worth keeping in mind because it's going to be an important factor the deeper we go.
Absolutely. I think we're going to get to my favorite part of a game, Morty. I think we're going to get to the triple-digit timer, and I'm going to explain why that exists.
Oh, yes.
I'm looking forward to it, man. It's going to happen.
Oh yes, the good old zero showing up in front of the 40s.
Yeah,
It's a few minutes away, ZG.
I'm very excited because you know what? I don't know if they're really going to push into each other. Classic. Okay, any opportunity he gets to clear out spores and spines is still also nice, actually. So that's a nice push in that Cyril isn't going to be able to respond to instantly, but he does at least continue denying this Nexus. Classic also supply blocked. It's one of those things you just don't think of in a 37-minute game. It's almost hiding pylons.
I know, he's like, I'm going to just build him over here. Surely he's not going to go over there with anything at this point. Did that probe just trap itself in as well?
I think it did. No, it didn't. I'm a master of trapping my probe, though.
I was going to say, that's the kind of move I can pull off for sure.
Yeah, so good at it. The lurker attack on the right side. Ditto on the side of defense, by the way. Classic clearing out spores is good for a potential final fight. Serral wants to clear out cannons and shield batteries. I'm not really sure it's likely that either player will be attacking into static defense, because that's obviously the least desired thing if they are going to attack into it, but it is possible. Nonetheless, on the field, I guess more opportunities. You don't have to deal with that. It's just continue the stalemate. Serral is able to get this base up and mine from it, and there's still a decent amount of mineral mining on this middle section of the map. But is it really going to be a mineral game? And it's going to be so funny when they both tag each other, lose 150 supply, and then zealot massling each other.
Yeah, mass zealot, mass limb, because they can't build anything else at that stage. Like, we are heading in that direction where the reinforcements you can build are going to be pretty limited. There's a reason why, Serral has kept a lot of lings, or a good amount of lings at any point, because a lot of the time it's nice to just keep 20 supply of lings around, because at least you can run those around, trade those out, and replace them quickly, because those minerals are not going to matter later in the game like the gases. So any value you find with lings is going to go a long way. As we do have a couple of temper shots as we threaten the idea of attacking over on the right-hand side here. Again, 0 gas mining for both players at this point of the game. It has gotten to 0s for Classic as well. He had a little bit left before, now nothing at all. And again, we still just try and retake this base in the center to have access to more minerals, which means more zealots if we get there.
I think this is the time we're supposed to talk about Power Rangers or something.
Yeah.
This is, we're sounding like broken records at this point. But Classic, yeah, no longer gas mining. I think he's going to start morphing in DTs for Archons too. I think that was just defensive DTs, but they are a little less gas intensive than High Templars. Just the little change-ups you have to make the longer the game goes. But, no one wants to attack into each other. Can't say it enough.
Cannot say it enough. It's been shown. I mean, they're attacking into the base, and then they're going to just reposition and not actually take, obviously, the army fight, which is just what we keep on expecting to have happen. So, yeah, the expectations are very much still being met. They understand how this matchup works. We've seen it a lot of times when it gets to this later stage. It's not a setup that encourages the engagement to happen. So it's a lot of just poking, prodding, and it does take a lot for the fight to really kind of finally break out, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yeah. When Serral gets to the final form of Zerd, which when he still wasn't there was the scariest part, then absolutely. It's when they're missing maybe the Vipers, or obviously like positioning, their hotkeys aren't set up yet, they haven't gotten enough corruptors, they still have some roaches. Like, that's when the Protoss really feels oppressive, like they can force the issue. But in a game like this, we're back to, Scarlet Neeb situations, long turtle games, where it's not in the best interest to attack into the other person. Whoever attacks first is going to be naturally more clumped up, just the way that StarCraft units move. They're going to be, they're going to be able to, the opponent is going to be able to see it. They're going to be like, oh, you're going to attack into me. And even just like a slight concave, a slight split, that slight notification that, get their units in position. It really is big, not to mention any amount of static defense that might still be available as well, which we're very, very low on. Technically, Serral could be building 1 billion spores. He could make drones, build spores, make drones, build spores, because he's got 10,000 minerals. Doesn't see the value in that, at least not yet. I think we might get to that point, though, right? Because eventually, what might happen is that the hatcheries are all going to be useless. They're all going to mine out, and then we're going to just, camp on 40 spore crawlers. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That would be an amazing, but very possible endgame.
Yep, no, that's definitely kind of a possibility of where we end up at, like you say, maybe a few minutes down the line from here. Tell you what, Serral is doing a great job of hitting with those lings on the other side, by the way, so he's continuing to put a lot of pressure on with these lings, just finding pylons, things that actually Classic may need to rebuild, and it's taking away pylons kind of control, so Classic is really just sitting in the middle of the map. And there's a point where Classic may not be able to spend the rest of his money because that main base on that natural with his production in may eventually get broken through, and then you start losing your production and you don't really have the money to rebuild production and then get a few more units out. So Classic is kind of getting put into a weird checkmatey position.
Has that always had 2 openings in the wall?
Yeah, great question, Zizi. No, totally unnoticed in the beginning 42 minutes of this game. No worries. But yes, this is the point that I was trying to make, 5 minutes ago. It's like, yeah, these bases don't matter, but in a sense they do. They are the domino. The first domino falls, second one falls, 10 minutes later, but still it falls.
and then suddenly your production is actually going to be a problem. And what do? Do you just stay on your middle base and replace your production? That is expensive. Gateway, Cybernetics Core, then the Stargate, then the Fleet Beacon, and then Twilight Council and Templar Archive, because you still want to be able to make all of these units here. That's a lot. That's not something that Classic can do, so he still has to worry about his main base.
Yeah, he really has to, really does have to worry about that in Class. Several 3,000 gas left still. Long distance mining some extra minerals, because why not? May as well put those drones to work. Just get as many minerals as possible, because right now Lings are having an impact in this game. Classic has finished the wall off here. He's going to come over. He will be able to defend, but that maybe opens the middle of the map for attack. Cyril is going to start stepping forward as the Lings pull back, and we're just going to have a new little kind of ping-pong effect going on.
Oh yeah, look at that hour digit, guys. I'm pushing my imaginary glasses up because I didn't wear them today. But guys, Brood War was played on fastest when actually it was supposed to be played on faster. So thus, the time was always wrong in Brood War. And StarCraft II kept that, except for Legacy of the Void, where they said, we don't want that anymore. We want real time. And people said, I guess we don't really care anymore, so go ahead, make it real time. And Blizzard said, A-okay. And then forgot to change the appearance of the hour, because this is when an hour would exist in Wings of Liberty, Heart of the Swarm, and Brood War. And you know what? I've told this story a billion times for the last 8 years, and no one at Blizzard has cared to change it. Thank you, Blizzard.
My favorite part was when the, you know, the side pop-up upgrades, like upgrade countdowns, they were in Blizzard seconds as well for such a long time too.
Oh yeah, it's true. Yeah, good times, good times. It's still not actually totally true. Yeah, it's still not totally true time, I believe, but it's much closer than the comparing, you know, fast and fastest.
Crazy.
I think so. I think someone, yeah, it's like a millisecond, 5 milliseconds off.
Time is just a lie.
Really anal about it. Yeah, time's a concept anyway, which is truly being proven right here, as we are seeing for the nth time. No army fight. I am stuck in a black hole of misery PvZ. I love it. I wouldn't want to be here with anyone else.
Oh yeah, I love it when we get to these kind of games where we just get stuck. You know, usually it's a TVT that gets us CG, but today the PvZ has trapped us in the ever going on of nothingness.
Well, when all of our Terran players are playing Protoss against each other, you know, it's less likely.
It does indeed. Crazy to think that Classic had so many opportunities in this game, and Cyril had to really clutch a few fights to even kind of get to this sort of a point, and now here we are, 45 minutes deep with both of these guys a fight away from being up 2-1. And yeah, it's not the fun. Honestly, I feel like when you lose it, if you lose a game like this, I feel like you've got to be so broken going into game 4, because you spent so much time just to not get that point. It's such a mental loss, and then obviously you're so afraid of another game that goes long because, well, you know, you just lost the one that went long. I always feel like it's such a factor, as these Lings honestly are one of the biggest issues right now.
The problem is that I 100% agree with you. The players are really important here, because going back to Scarlet Neeb, 100%. When Neeb finally won an hour-and-a-half long game, Scarlet was like, I hate you. I hate this. And would just all in the next game. And it was brilliant. It was beautiful. And sometimes it worked. But Classic and Cyril are just both so patient that I could see them doing it again. Particularly because I feel like what's also clashing is Cyril late game is frustratingly good. So maybe Classic, if he loses here, but if Cyril were to lose, you think even more like, oh, he has to do the all-in, because Protoss is the scariest when they get to late game, supposedly. But, you know, Cyril apparently doesn't care about that. So really, all the math here that I'm saying is that Cyril is the one that's scariest. If Cyril wins, I feel like Classic should be very scared, should not go into another macro game, but the meta says that he should. So does he then feel the pressure to just all in all the time versus the guy because he's so scared of the late game? I don't know. This is the whole PvZ versus PV Cyril dilemma that Classic might be up against at this point. If he loses this game, I don't know how lost he'll feel. I'm lost. He's lost. We're all lost.
It's a shame we didn't have the tiebreaker situation, so we could just start playing those and like jumped in on them or something.
Every 5 minutes, check it on this one.
Yeah, it is one of those situations where pretty much we're just going to sit here for a while because, yep, they don't want to fight into each other. And we'll just continue to chip away little by little. I mean, Classic has gone down to less than 1,000 gas left. If there's a player bleeding out, it is him. I mean, Serral's at 2.4k. I do think that number's decreasing faster for Classic than it is for Serral, so something to keep in mind ever so slightly.
I'm waiting for the mass spores, man.
They can't be far away, right? Like, what else are we going to do with these minerals? Like, lings have been good, but the spores are just going to be even better. And you could put them right on the edge of this base right now as well.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's 20 drones, 20 spores. Still have some bank after that, actually. Lings might be trying to... You know, the other alternative is I actually would not mind 40 cracklings, which you can't afford supply-wise, but a lot of cracklings trying to kill the bases here for the no reinforcing aspect, yes, but also for the potential true base race aspect, that last building death. If the Lings take out the natural in the main and Classic is literally down to this base, he never can move. And you know, he would know that, but that means that he could also try and snipe the Nexus. Are we getting a real fight?
Again, a fight? We're actually going to have an engagement right here. Fungals went down. Serral kind of liked the situation. Storms begin to drop onto the Corruptors all over the place. Mothership going down. A lot of the air units from Classic disappearing. Serral's supply dropping as well. Storms keep on landing. Those Corruptors are very low. We do not have the money to replace all of those. And there are a lot of air units remaining right now for Classic. His Archon's still hanging out. Is it going to be enough? Does Classic have anything left over? Apparently not. 42 Lings and 18 new Corruptors on the way for Serral. Even if he doesn't quite win it here, the reinforcement wave looks as though we'll get it done as Serral just finds the fight he's looking for. The last 25-minute CG was for that 10 seconds.
Nice.
Nice.
There's a joke somewhere in there about something, but I'm not going to say it. It's a 50-minute game. And I think we might have it done, as you're right. Serral got the really good remax. The Fungal's even helping out as the Stalkers try to get a remax. Try and go for that. I mean, it's desperate. It's the only thing he can afford. But also, there is sometimes the ability to max out on ground and have a good game. This is not one of those situations. Broodlord still exists. The Lings are still pretty good. Fungal's still pretty good. And the Corruptors will overwhelm this, guys.
Honestly, there was a moment where I really did believe that actually, like, there was going to be a chance for the Classic army to really just kind of still be there in the sky, but the 18 Corruptors on reproduction are gonna really kind of run a number. We actually going forward, we're actually gonna go after those broods. The ground army is fairly respectable at the moment. Yo, is there a chance for this ground army? There's only 3 Broodlords left, CG. 2 Archons, a few Stalkers, gonna try and get in underneath there, try and target fire down whatever we can. We want to get rid of those Broodlords. There's a half a chance for Classic, I'm believing.
There is, actually. The Broodlords are not so untouched. The Fungals have not saved them. The last shot.
Oh my god.
Killed all but
Has
one
it?
Broodlord. No, the Corruptors can't win the game. Classic might actually still win this. The Transfuse, the Broodlord is saved.
Oh my god, the one Archon cannot reach the Broodlord anymore. It's out of reach. We're going to keep on trying to chase. Classic has to step back. There's one Broodlord at the moment. The money is pretty much all gone. The ground army is good here for Classic. I mean, I guess Serral can just go across the map and caustic spray and start to win a base trade. There's the one Broodlord. He is the one with the dream right now. There's a couple of cannons nearby, and the Nexus for the moment is going to live as well. What is going on?
Oh no. Oh no. Serral doesn't have enough ground army.
That one Archon, he's going to abduct there. He's going to abduct on the High Templar. The High Templar gets the storm off. The Archon is going to make the dive. There are Queens showing up though, and transfusions will begin. The Archon chases the Broodlord. It actually is coming down to the one Broodlord, one Archon. The Zealots and the Immortals need to get rid of those Queens and fight again once this Archon is regen. He's going to recall the Archon. He knows how important it is. It's coming down to 1 unit each, pretty much.
Oh my god. This is so silly. Oh, Classic can't get any more gas. He can't build more than one Archon. Boy.
It's literally one Archon versus a Broodlord versus caustic spray.
That is what it is.
I mean, we need to keep some units near the kind of Archon to protect it from the Broodlings, right? But at the same time, maybe we should send some units around the map to start clearing up bases. Like extra Zealots warp in. That's good. We like that.
Yeah, actually. The Zealots can start killing the hatcheries and then force Serral into potential. Oh, the Viper. Blinding Cloud trying to save its life. Not gonna save its life.
This Archon is on the verge of winning a 52-minute game on its own. Never has an Archon lifted so heavily. There's the Broodlord right there. Classic wants it. He may be able to go for it. The cannons are getting jumped on at the same time. That one Broodlord, there's a couple Lings. That's not going to be a factor.
Changeling Wolf. Use him to block out this. Okay, he's not even using them. The Broodlord survives. It's okay. Broodlord gets the high ground. Archon T-Rex arms. Too weak. Corruptor's gonna pee on all the buildings. Classic has to worry about that. He's got enough for 2 assimilators or a pylon. Oh, but he can't build assimilators. They're all mined out.
Yep. No, the assimilators aren't possible. So that one Broodlord is also simultaneously stopping Classic from just clearing up everything. Zelda's starting to clear out some of the bases. This is the benefit of Serral having cleaned out so many of the bases before now, as the Corruptors start to pick and choose where they want to be. And I mean, I guess we're just going to keep on mass warping in Zealots and just sending... we just got to send these Zealots around, because these Corruptors are slowly going to start winning this game.
Yeah, they can't attack ground units, but they can attack buildings. That is the most important thing. We are getting down to the very basics of StarCraft. Whoever has the last building is the winner. The Zealots and Immortals starting to pick through a lot of these buildings, but there are a lot on the map, and the Broodlord is valiantly trying to save them from minor Zealot pushes. The Corruptor's spray is going to be on cooldown. You gotta wait for that, and there's still a lot of buildings to kill there too. But yep, Zealots don't help. They just need to warp in somewhere.
Zealots do not help at all right now, as we are going to keep on working our way through the hatchery here. A hatchery there. I mean, Serral doesn't really have buildings anywhere else, right? Does he? I mean, this is...
No.
All the Corruptors just going to pick a different building? I mean, is that good enough? This is getting extremely close as we continue to move forward. That one Broodlord is still trying to be the defense right now. The Archon is going to maybe try and get his chance to take that Broodlord down, but Serral micros it away, as this is just full on time to get rid of as many structures as we can as soon as possible. Classic, does he have anything? He has a few minerals remaining. He warped in Zealots instead of going for maybe like a pylon somewhere else that we would then have to chase down with the Corruptors. I mean, this is extremely close. We just got to go. That one Broodlord is still trying to buy time as the Zealots move up into the main base. Classic has not rebuilt his base. He has been revealed. His last structures are going to get peed on very shortly, but he's on the last bases, the last structures of Serral.
Yeah, he is. I think Classic wins this. The Corruptors, their cooldown is too long.
Oh my god, the Ray Spy is going to go down. The Extractor on the low ground goes down. What? I mean, these Corruptors can only pick one building each at the moment. The Zealots are going after the main base. Do we have any surprise buildings anywhere else on the map? The Broodlord trying to get rid of some of these Zealots. The Archon is maybe finally going to get rid of his Broodlord Nemesis. It goes down finally. And the last couple of structures, can we get rid of them? No. There's a Spore Crawl over here. I mean, Serral has no base, so he'll be revealed very soon. The Spore's going to get jumped on. I don't think we've got anything else, right? One Spore left in the game. To the left-hand side, Classic doesn't see it. He doesn't know.
Classic is revealed.
Serral's revealed.
He has the information. He sees it.
He knows.
He sees the last score.
He's got buildings left over. Classic going for the win in 56 minutes. His last structures are alive, and GG gets called. Classic will kill the Spore and win game 3.
Oh, how? How in the world does this happen? That is insane. That is insanity. Serral could not get enough buildings killed. What the heck?
This has Game of the Year written all over it. I mean, one Archon versus one Broodlord into straight up, we are just chasing units around. What, there was a 6-minute mark of this game? I forgot about that, ZG.
Dude, this is... I can't believe it, man. Like, he actually ended up remaxing too much on Corruptors. That is what killed him. He didn't need that many extra Corruptors. If he had had 5 less Corruptors, he would have had X amount of Broodlords. Even just 2 more Broodlords would have done the trick. He would have killed the Archon, and then 3 Broodlords worth of Broodlings would have actually, I think, successfully killed, Zealots, which 1 Broodlord couldn't do. It just couldn't do enough damage. That is a big difference maker. I cannot believe he lost that. And of course they're going to need a break. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. I mean, absolutely. Just absolute mayhem in this game. Their heartbeats are going to be racing, because that was obviously an insane end. And they've been tense the entire time, right? Like, they've been on the verge of winning or losing for a hot second. And yeah, I mean, again, we throw back to like moments like this, right? Moments like, these highlights here, and it goes back to the stage of this game where actually Classic was in very good control, but Serral took some really good fights to stay alive and force the late game where usually he is victorious, but not on this one.
No. I mean, I hate to see that last fight again. We need it.
Yeah.
It was a 17-minute fight, so we got another 30 minutes of highlights to get through.
Yeah, well, it gives the players a good chance as... this is it. Yeah, I mean, this is the fight we want to see again. I mean, it was not a bad call for Cyril to kind of come jumping in on this, right, in the end, because he won the fight. At the end of the day, it did feel as though, like, the Storms were hitting big. I felt a lot of the Corruptors were going to die, and obviously the Broodlords were going untouched, so if you have those left over, it really does stop the kind of the ground unit rebuild. But yeah, I mean, we never expected it to come down to one Archon chasing down a Broodlord, because we thought the few Broodlords left were always going to be good enough, and they weren't.
No, they weren't. They get focused down here. The Stalkers giving their lives for the greater good, truly. They got a couple of Broodlords were finally getting fungled and forced back. And then the Carriers with like some of their last Interceptors maybe also got a Broodlord? I mean, how did we get down to one Broodlord is my question. One Broodlord, nothing but Corruptors.
Just 4 Broodlords were there and we went in. That Archon getting the Broodlord kill. Such poetic justice. He really did just carry this game on his hands. I think we're going to a quick little break here. We'll be back when the players are ready for Game 4 of this best of 5. We are back after a ridiculous ending to Game 3 of Cyril vs Classic in the quarterfinals of the road to EWC at DreamHack Dallas for StarCraft II. And Wardy, joined by Zombie Grub, we're back. We lost our minds partway through that game because, you know, you're stuck in a game, nothing's happening for so long. But then, it gave us one of the greatest endings we've seen in a StarCraft II game in a very long time. One Archon carrying the Protoss race on his back and giving Classic the lead of this best of 5.
Yes, pretty important lead there. Both players not guaranteed into EWC as of yet. One player going to get it with this best of 5. But, you know, for that type of game, would Classic, you know, if he had lost that, would he have felt then that the late game was not an option for him? It was one of the questions we were asking in the game itself. You know, you might get that advantage when your Tempest first appear, and he was bullying Serral a little bit, but then Serral literally brought it to the very final moments, so you still have to be mostly concerned about being Serral and not necessarily about the PvZ meta. But he won that game, and now that gives him a little bit of flexibility. He can say, okay, I can't go into the late game again. I could be comfortable with that. Or I could actually, of course, try and end it beforehand, which might be a little more preferable. And in the top right now, up 1, he is Classic.
In the bottom left-hand side, our blue Zerg play from Basilisk looking to bring us back to a 2-2 scoreline. It is Serral. You know, you say he can go into the late game again. Do you think he wants to go late game again when it came down to like one Archon versus a Broodlord?
I think that's still, you know, if you can't sit back and remember, I feel like still the moment of which the Tempest first appeared and he was pushing back Serral was still probably a very heart-pounding moment for him. Like, oh, I'm in a great position. I think I can actually try and push this to a win. It was Serral's really great fight with the fungal surprise that I think made Classic have to step back and say, oh, okay, this is not my time to truly shine. Like, I still have to worry about all of the late game Zerg that exists, which frankly just a lot of other ZVPs that get a little bit later into the game aren't getting to that fully maxed out, perfected Zerg army. The Zergs are either not willing to add on those spellcasters because, you know, the resource strain, the amount of action that's going on, they don't see that the timing of it. Some do not believe in their abilities, really, like with feedback having the range that it does. So the amount of games that we get that even have a chance to get to the fully completed Zerg army is rather limited nowadays. And that is obviously still deserving of respect, but there was absolutely a big opportunity for Classic before all of those were added on. Even during, I would say, towards the beginning, if it wasn't for Serral having such perfect positioning and the jump on Classic a little more often.
That's very true. It really was a couple of very clutch fights with Serral. If they went slightly not as good for him, he was already in trouble. And none of the rest would have ensued from there. Stargate the choice from Classic, so it is going to open back into that Oracle most likely, unless he wants to try and mix in a Void Ray or so. That is an option, but the less popular one. As the probe gets chased away by a couple of Zerglings, and again, always so hit to reset down to the very basics of the opening build order after an elongated game like the last one. We'll have the Adepto coming onto the map, and that will try and get across to Poke and Prod for some worker kills.
As usual, it seems like the players were actually quite comfortable getting into the next game. We didn't see, you know, shaking out the hands, I suppose, the arms, and needing a couple of breaths. They actually seemed even a bit eager to get in. But a well-deserved 5-minute break for sure. So they might have already reset a little bit their expectations. Just a momentary, wow, that was crazy for Classic. You know, so glad I won. Let's focus in on what we need to do here, which is, of course, perfect the build order. Get a little bit of that damage done if you can. A little bit of the scouting, too. The body block there with the Adept was cute, trying to get that drone kill.
Yeah, I feel like you almost believed it was going to morph still, though, because then he targeted the other drone instead, unless that was just a little misclick. So, a little missed opportunity to get a grab. There's a couple of Adepts will attempt to shade through, but there's Queens, there's Lings. That one Zergling there with Serral. Seeing the Oracle coming across the map as well, so just confirming that first unit is in fact going to be the Oracle from the Stargate. And now we get those Queens in good positions to try and limit what Classic can do in these early stages.
Didn't really expect anything drastically different from these two after a game like that. Again, there's some other names out there in the world in the past of StarCraft II, which would have been incredibly eager not to go into any type of game like that. But even though Classic ended up victorious and he kind of has this game to be a little more flexible, to try something different, certainly nothing as far as the first 3 base technology. The slight difference is once again 2 Oracle Twilight Council rather than the triple Oracle of the very first game of the day. Are we going to get in the Resident Glaives build? It was effective.
It was effective. It did a lot. It put him into a good position. It put Serral into a really weird place where he wasn't prepped for it. He took a lot of damage. He lost a lot of workers, and he was left in a position where he wasn't even strong enough to really go for the counterattack kind of play from it, right? So that's when you know it's really effective, because the Zerg didn't even have the, well, at least you gave up all your adepts. I'm going to hit you in the face with everything now. When that's not a viable option, they have to drone up. It really does feel like the Protoss benefits from that. So we'll see. It is obviously a risk doing the same things 2 times in a row, just to kind of, Serral may just be a bit more prepared, is a bit more on his mind. He might be able to get the couple of tells going a bit early and get the preparations a little bit better set up. And he's actually going to be Blink here from Classic, so we will see him just playing a bit more standard. Do not lose the Oracle. My goodness. Right now he goes down.
Yeah, the Adepts are going to actually catch Serral off guard here. And yeah, Classic might be playing that Blink in the +1. But a little worried about what these Adepts can still do, even without the Resident Glaives. Yes, getting into the natural, no block there. And the Lings, not enough anyway, but they also didn't get us around. This is going to be a lot of lost mining time. It looks like Serral will, well, yeah, spoke too soon. I was going to keep the drones alive, but obviously the Adepts did not have to shade, and Serral predicted it.
Yeah, this is real bad, man. 7 drones going down is pretty darn serious damage. A Stasis Ward very well dealt with by Serral, so keeping on top of it while defending. Second Stasis Ward going to be a little bit better, though. Gets a few more drones caught, so Oracle's been effective. Oh my goodness, this Oracle is playing with death. It has been so close to dying a couple of times now. Still alive for the moment. Maybe time to retire that one onto the defense.
This is a lot of Lings. But, not necessarily a good thing here, as they are not going to find any avenue to attack in the third. Not with the Oracle there and the Stalkers having a wall up against their back, which means that there just was, the surplus of Lings kind of reaction to the Adepts that did get in and did cause all this direct damage, also causing a bit of indirect. These Lings, if they had known, perfect play, maybe they're extra drones instead, but... yeah, no, the drones are only just coming through. We are keeping a relatively equal level of workers, so it's really not devastating. Just unfortunate because Serral, he almost had that block prepared, and that would have caused him less grief. Big scout coming into the main base, and that is to say that it's just going to be a very thorough scout, and you know exactly what's on the way. Serral was able to deflect the last push out with the Stalker Storm in the last game, and then everything else happened, but did struggle against it and its speed, I suppose, in the second game of the day. Another good stasis trap. Serral was distracted, looking elsewhere. Yeah,
this is really nice to see here from Classic. All the early damage is really adding up, right? These are the little things which typically send Protoss into very good, confident positions. Playing into charge right now, Storm coming online. Serral going to opt for the melee upgrade, but there's definitely a moment here, right, where there's potential for, Classic to go pushing with that Storm finishing. Some opportunity for him to maybe get on the map and poke away and try and poke a hole in what has been an advantage that he's already gained in this game and try and kind of rip it a little bit further in his favor.
Oracle's not going to get a third one.
Yeah. I mean, that Oracle sees a fitting end because it really has nearly died so many times. I think it's doing great. It goes down trying to fire up another Stasis Ward as the Overseer into the main as the contamination available if he wants to try and slow something down. Charge could be a good slowdown on the Twilight because it's close to finishing. Although this attack right now is not going to be based on charge. There are a lot of Lings. That's what the Storm is going to have to be good against right now. A lot of Stalkers warping in. Serral's going to have an attack in from the top side. A couple of Storms from the bottom. Now a couple of Storms on the top. The High Templars morph into Archons. I feel like there's a lot of Lings left over, surely, to kind of storm onto these Stalkers, though.
This is actually very dangerous for Classic, who once again moved into a well-prepared Serral. This is what happened last time. Serral might not have had the overwhelming army when this fight started. He does actually have a very scary army now, but he had great positioning. Those Storms did not find the effectiveness they wanted. The Stalkers did not have the room to breathe, to blink back and then, decide to re-engage later on. Serral made sure that if he was going to take a fight, he was going to nip it in the bud. He was going to take care of it, truly send it back, and while the counterattack cannot happen, Classic is going to be able to defend the Fairness advantage. This is still a Serral victory, right? He took on the fight, he reduced the army count of Classic, all while Classic was not getting a fourth base. And that is what's really scary about this game right now. Classic woefully behind as far as the pacing. Serral now comfortable, 4 bases, 81 drones, Hive, 2-1, Hydra upgrades, Lurker Den, all the things. Whereas Classic has some of the things.
Well, Bane's getting to connect. We do have the Immortal, the +2 on the way up. Obviously, Lurker Den on the way down. Serral just able to get set up now after that win of that fight. A kind of a theme in this series is becoming that Serral is able to kind of take a big fighting win when he needs it most to kind of get to the next stage, and that unlocks that next stage, which obviously then he loves to be in, with the lurkers and the later game being established. So yeah, a couple of probes going down, but we also lost our nexus here, and that's not great for a Classic who does want to get up to the 4 base and start to feel a little bit more secure here on Tokamak with that base count in the near future.
Classic's not down and out, but he should know that he's in a very uncomfortable position. We didn't see the highlight lurkers in the last game. You know, they had a little bit of an opportunity to get across the map and try and throw a wrench into Classic's movement. But really, by the time they showed up, Tempests were already being built, so there wasn't that huge period of time where there was really no more solid counter, let's say, to the lurkers. Now, there will be. Lurkers will arrive, they'll defend, they'll be well positioned. When all their upgrades are done and the number increases, we're going to see that attack on the Classic side of the map, and that's going to be very difficult for him to defend when he's not already making his way up to a fleet beacon. The best thing that Classic can do is try and poke and prod and then keep track of the lurkers so that they never just pop up, surprise him on a, well, not a fourth, not the fourth that's done. Another cancel on that one.
Yeah, 4th base going to go down once more there as Cyril is able to dive in. Those Lings doing a great job delaying Classic from getting set up. Without that 4th base, it's really difficult to kind of pretend you're going to be able to get to the later stage of the game easily, right? So, you know, Stargate number 2 and a fleet beacon starting now, but would have really liked to have had that 4th established in the economy in a much better place. Classic's going to attack into these few lurkers here. Good Storm's going down, to be fair, and I actually think that's a good identification that he actually had a chance to fight. He's going to take a very good fight. The Lings coming in after might be the issue. There's only a couple of Archons remaining, and just no reinforcements of Classic, who honestly started off very well there, because the ending, which was not as great, is now some Zealots do get on the other side as well, though, and that's where the Warpins are coming from to keep some pressure going.
Yes, Cyril doesn't quite have the mobile army for the amount of Zealots here, but he is building one. Even Hydra's popping out as I speak, so that's going to really help out. And the Zealots are just trying to buy some time at this point. Classic going to try to afford his progress up to Stargates, but he needs to replace a ground army and he needs to build an air army. And that is difficult to do when your 4th base is only just now completing at 12 minutes.
Yep. Yeah, the 4th base is the problem. Honestly, if he had a 4th behind this, I'd feel so good for Classic right now. Those denials from Cyril have been absolutely huge. Cyril a little bit rattled. Mistake on the drone stacking on the extractors there, right? So it's just the kind of thing which can come into play. There is the Overseer double checking where we're at in terms of production right now. He's going to see the double Stargate working. He's going to contaminate one to slow some of the Tempest production and to stop Classic for as long as possible, getting to that more comfortable state of Tempests in this game against the Lurkers.
And Classic is hanging in there, taking a surprisingly good fight against those lurkers. Did set Cyril back a little bit on the whole lurker counterattack that I was talking about, just because he had to rebuild his army, rebuild his lurkers. But he is still going to get that time, just because the Tempests are so late and the overall supply here from Classic is not where you'd want it to be. Even a stasis trap helping out, providing force fields so the rest of the units couldn't go through even if they wanted to. Hydra Frenzy's on the way. Corruptors too, yeah, so he's going to have that answer to Corruptor, the Tempests. A little bit more well-timed. And it's a question of whether Cyril can continue controlling Classic on 4 bases now that he finally has it. The Zealots going into Cyril's 3rd, going to try and find some damage, even a little bit of distraction. Cyril not pulling his army back as fast. The Classic also handling Baselings at the 3rd base. Some connections, not all of them. And 9 probes do go down there, and an Immortal also looks like it's going to fall. Nope, Shield Battery should save it.
Yeah, Battery's going to save it right there. It's actually not too bad for Classic overall. 9 probes could have been a whole lot worse, as he is indeed going to be able to kind of stabilize. Honestly, I'm impressed. Classic is kind of stepping up after a couple of rough moments in this game, and he is actually giving himself the chance to get into the later stages, which is, like I say, a nice little change of pace from expectations, perhaps. Prism is still nearby, and we'll set up to do even further. As our mothership comes in, obviously the main thing here from Cyril is the preparation against this air army, right? We are in a position now where, well, you know, there's Corruptors on the way up, so Cyril is really just getting to that Corruptor Lurker combo that has been so deadly for Protoss players, and he's gotten there very comfortably, and that's definitely the concern for Classic, but hey, he will give himself at least the chance to play against it, so that was more than he may have been asking for with how the earlier game started out.
Yep. There's going to be some fear here now that the Tempest count is up. The army has been rebuilt. Cyril is not going to get as much of a timing with the lurkers having the control over the map as he would have liked, with them dying earlier in that just really, eagle-eyed push, honestly. Classic realizing he could. Now, this one's a little different. All right, there was like maybe 7 lurkers last time Classic pushed into them in a wide concave. That's a lot more. So not going to be too eager to do that. But now we do have maybe that little bit of a stalemate. Serral didn't have the time to spread around his lurkers, hit by with Ling run-bys and all that. But Classic also realizing this will not be easy. Absolutely not. Last game, I thought that I might be able to do some poking and prodding with the Tempests. This time around, looking a little similar. Thinks maybe he can do it. Not really, because the Corruptors are out. Spellcasters are being added on, and Serral is getting a little bit of damage every now and again at the third base, but Classic trying to return the favor with some War Prism drops. I believe the War Prism finally did go down, and the Zealots did not find a whole lot of success. It's more about the distraction, potentially, as Serral is going to have to deal with the main army on his 5th base. All the Lurkers are sieged, and the Corruptors are almost ready to go, but I think waiting for a couple of the important Spellcasters might be necessary here.
Yeah, we got a couple of Infestors in production. Some Zealots going to swing around that left side and again apply pressure while the rest of this is going on. Nice feedback. 1, 2 on the Infestors initially. We did eat 1 Fungal. That is going to allow the Corruptors to dive in. So many Archons in the back are not going to reach those Corruptors, but the Storms are very good. Ling's counter-attacking, going to force a warp in over there. We drop a Revelation down. Can we attack into these Lurkers? Right now, Classic is saying no, not quite. So he's not going to commit. He had so many of those Corruptors low. Like I say, if those Archons could have maybe got to the front, could have maybe done so very much. Still poking though, and that Lurker count's being chipped away at. Serral has to keep on replacing and get a bit more spell casting available to really help him out here, it seems.
Another War Prism in the main base, too. There are 2 Lurkers, though, so they won't find devastating damage, but maybe something up there in the main. Serral, most importantly, needing to keep his eyes on the true prize, which is the main attack, or defense in his case, which it does seem like it's solid enough. Replacing the Lurkers, replacing the Corruptors. Okay, Lurkerden was targeted, so yeah, Serral did have to send some more reinforcements, reposition some of his buildings and units to make sure that did not go down. But Serral, he's got the good Corruptor count. It's 23 Corruptors. He also has the upgrades already. Actually, Classic very late to any additional upgrades. He's got +3 attack, but no shields on the way. We got no air weapons on the way either. And that wasn't necessarily the case last game. Serral managed to squeak out a little bit of an edge as far as the upgrades went, but it was mostly, close together. And this time around, not the case. That could affect these upcoming battles. 5th base denied here, but it's a little Ling run by. And Serral was going to try and send some Lurkers up to the right side too, but that doesn't look like it's going to work.
It's going to be obviously Classic looking to, put 5th base down. He's going to choose down here, which would be kind of wild, no? Because now we're going to have 2 bases very close to each other, and these consistent fights will continue. But maybe Classic is okay with that because those Tempests are keeping on reaching across and doing a lot so far. Getting a few of those Lurker shots now as he tries to get the Archons up in front in case the Corruptors come diving on through. Light Temple of Effort.
Certainly.
Sorry.
Yeah, they're warding away the Storms for now, as well as scaring the Archons when they push in. But then they're also going to have Broodlords starting to add in little bits of damage as well. Broodlings on the ground, gaining advantage from the +3 melee that is done for the Lings as well. So they a little more than tickles. Some good feedbacks of Fungal, but is there going to be a capitalization on it? Yes, there is. Both High Templars, actually, that were Fungal were also killed. Both of them very, very careful with how they're moving into each other, letting little bits go down, but mostly neither player, again, really wanting to push into each other. And Classic is dealing with multi-pronged harass. Just that one Lurker that managed to avoid the main army did cause some problems at the 4th. And the Lurkers at the natural, I think they specifically targeted this Cyberman X-Core, which wasn't upgrading anyway. So further delayed upgrades for Classic.
Yeah, nothing in the skies for him upgrade-wise, as this base is going to be in some trouble. Obviously, those Tempests upgraded will absolutely smash through a hatchery. That seems to be the case. The Corruptors are going to start moving forward. The Preemptive Storm is good, and I don't know if Serral really wants to keep moving into that, considering the hatch is already dead. Like, it's one thing to dive in and try and save the base, but once the base is gone, do we care so much about diving into that position? I don't think so. These Lurkers are going to unburrow, though, and they're going to get chased away as well. A few of them will go down, as Classic is not afraid to jump when the iron is hot.
17 Lurkers have gone down. That is quite a good number. Only 2 Broodlords, but then the Broodlords have not been a terribly high in number anyway as of yet. Only 9, adding a few more here and there. More Lurkers trying to get a run by or effective usage of them. But Classic is really doing a great job getting some revenge every time. There seems to be something happening on his side of the map. He's doing something to Serral too, including getting a kill, not cancel on a hatchery. Serral was starting to get a bigger bank, but he had to replace all those units and then just lost the hatchery too, so that is no longer the case. But he is continuing to upgrade, and I mean, sometimes these battles happen so hard, so fast, the upgrades don't seem to matter. But I am quite surprised that Classic has entirely forgotten about upgrades. Even the shield upgrades can be really big for, obviously it affects every single Protoss unit, but then also Archons, which are all shield. Usually you make a point of getting it if you're going to go this many Archons, and Classic just doesn't find the value in it, I suppose. Wants to save the resources for something else.
Yeah, maybe just the fact that he's been so slow in the economy this game, right? He's not been super rich, because he definitely went for the shield upgrades last game when there was all the time and money in the world. This game just feels as though it's maybe a bit more about keeping on and being able to produce those units. But I'm with you. I think at this point, you could absolutely get some shield upgrades because there's a lot of Archons, and like you say, it affects everything. Classic pushing in again, still being the aggressor over on this side. We are going to see the Oracles getting very close there. Storm coming down a little bit misplaced. I think Classic panicking a little bit there as he was a little unsure about what was going on. There is going to be the Lurker Burrow on the other side. As once more, that's something that Classic has to go deal with. He's got his Prism in the main base, but those Lurkers there defensively too, and a Corrupted and knock the Prism down. So it looks like Serral's defense will be good. Those Lurkers will just reposition to be a little bit faster on clearing up, and these Lurkers are still going huge on the other side as Classic has to deal with that while also figuring out a way to maybe take the fight over here as Serral is posturing.
Serral was forced to just defend, and Classic did manage to find 2 hatcheries and some lagging units that are trying to escape. But while that could have been just a victory for Classic straight up, right? He got 2 hatcheries, a couple of units. Serral made sure to have some units on the other side of the map, and that is what's causing this, I think, to be not exactly a non-issue for Serral, but a bit less of an issue. He does still need these bases up. He does need another base worth of mining, but he keeps his army alive. He doesn't make any stupid mistakes in the hubbub that was going down, and refocuses on getting a base mining and well protected. And for Classic, you know, trying to go for the old left-right, probably going to set up for that again. Army on the right side, whereas also his bases are, although finally trying to take the one on the left. But then Zealots on the left side, hoping to catch Serral's 5th. Although that is properly protected. Spines, Lurkers, Spores even coming down. I guess Classic's going to have to send a lot over there if he wants to kill it.
And Missiles that hatchery in the forward position, just going to get that cancel straight away. Another hatchery on the bottom side likely going to go down. We can place the Nexus now as the Zealots play cleanup on the single burrowed Ling. And yeah, I mean, Classic doing a great job of denying Serral bases, so Serral will not be able to build up as much of the bank as he might want. There's a lot of infestors on the left side there. They're exposed. They're going to go down before they do too much. Now, finally, Fungal's coming in to try and help, but we are chasing the Tempest. They're going to want to chase those Broodlords, no doubt, and they will see how many kills they can get as Serral is in full retreat mode. Classic is going to respect the Broodling starting to come in, and Lurk is returning. But that was scary, as once again, just a single Lurker being so annoying.
Could get the Nexus, actually. I mean, he's been so insistent on that base, it does seem inevitable. But another base goes down for Serral. Lots of non-cancels happening, too. So Serral's never gotten very much of a bank. And then losing those infestors, because he simply wasn't paying attention, also takes away his gas bank. Classic, I think, kind of noticed it. Knew the infestors would have a chance to be killed right there, and I think he's ultimately glad that he took it. But he does take damage on his 3rd. He does not get his 6th base up, and the 3rd, like I said, it seems inevitable that will fall. The Lurker moved away and then came back. It's going to get the kill there. It's Classic. Actually, might be able to save it. Yeah, it didn't target the Nexus. It's still so low, though.
That Lurker going down. Nexus is going to hang about. We get the Nidus Network coming through, the few more Zerglings, the +3 Flyer attack upgrade coming in, all of those setups continuing. At this point, I really feel like we maybe should have gotten a shield upgrade, CG. It's been so long in this game.
Right?
Like, it's been so long. Like, this is not like we're hanging on in there, trying to just stay in. 100% I think it should have come in by now. That was a lot of Lurkers defensively to hold this top left base. That's important because Classic has taken real control of the bottom right, even expanding, I think, very soon, where Serral once used to have a base himself.
Because Serral's going to take this fight. A lot of feedbacks went down. I didn't think that was a particularly good start, but he did get the fungal, and that's why he was going for it. One of the Archons, one of the Mothership. Still trade there for Serral on the technology units, but a good enough one because Classic is the one that fell down in supply. Some of that, I believe, is Zealots as well. And some Zealots remaining are not going to be taking on this army to the top left. Serral actually really dominating in supply right now is Classic. He has a bank, but he has decided that he doesn't need to panic warp in worse units. He is going to stay nice and calm, evaluate the situation, say this isn't the end of the world. I'm down in supply, but I'm just going to fill it with something better. I'm going to fill it with mass capital ships.
What's really wild is just the fact that, I know it's 24 minutes, but like, it's still not the stage of the game you'd expect this lower set of economy, right, from both players. They've been playing kind of a very low eco game all the way throughout, so while yes, there's been banks there, and it makes sense because they've both had kind of big armies, there's a lot of resources still to be mined on this map, so we've got a lot of mining left to go. And it's going to make for an interesting game as we continue through, because it's going to be a real dance of who can take which base down, who can really hold on to their bases. Right now, Classic struggling to get that next base online here, and is maybe posturing to maybe work through the base top left of Serral, but Serral's army's there as well, so I'm not sure we could really progress on that very easily.
Yeah, not sure about it, but it's there's a bit of a reach for Serral's army to get to that base. It's the one in the 11 o'clock position that's going to be very accessible for him. Nidus Worm is coming down in the bottom right, avoiding the cannons, but Classic had warped in Zealots after losing a bunch, actually, to the bottom left, so they were there to help. Well, come on, guys. Use your noggin.
Nice.
Oh, the second Nidus Worm even kind of body blocks further. Nicely done. Lurker is certainly in a tough position to beat without, some type of bigger, more air-based army, but...
Oh, top left.
Oh, that's why. Okay, Classic distracted. Didn't actually kill the Nidus Worm. Serral picked up on that faster and just popped another Lurker out, so more damage being done on Classic's bottom right base, and he is forced to evacuate the top left. He might not be saving that base either.
Those Corruptors are low, though, which is kind of scary right now, because you need them to come in and fight and protect those Broodlords. So we kind of need to be doing something there. We do see the Lings succeed in the counter. Man, Classic is so low on workers, and like I say, there's so many bases to mine from. I feel like 22 workers is such a low amount to be on. At this point in time, that bottom right base being attacked really has cost you. I mean, Zealots are going to come through here. They're going to be an annoyance right now. As Classic, can he get set back up? I think he does need to rebuild probes, which he is doing. And again, still need to look for bases in this game.
It is a little surprising with how many bases that are left over, and after our last game where there was just a big stalemate, to see them both already almost approaching the... There aren't any minerals. Let's go ahead and reduce our worker count. Let's try and max out as much as possible. But it's just the way that this game has gone. So many trades actually happening on a bigger map that's a little more spread out, a little harder to defend multiple bases. Perhaps we're getting these constant trades, and we're getting an uncomfortable economic position because of it. It might still eventually reduce down to a stalemate. That is possible. But yeah, both players have exhausted their banks back to just who can actually use their current army most effectively. Lurk is trying to jump on top of this bottom right base. Looks like that will be good enough. Classic needs a little more if he wants to help defend that, but he's actually using his entire army to go up to the top left, but a Nidus Worm, I think, just spooked him. I'm not sure where it went down, actually just reinforcing the bottom right, so... Oh, and now the main base, yep, which hopefully he does see.
Yep, that's the sort of thing that can become very frustrating, especially if these few Lurkers just get to spin up to the main base suddenly. That's just so annoying. It's going to pull Classic back, maybe force a recall if he has that off cooldown again. Yeah, he's going to notice it just a little bit too late. Zealots warping in, and they're not going to do good enough against the Lurkers. So now you need something extra there, and that's just so annoying to have to spend extra kind of high-tech units back home to defend when you really want them on the map, pushing your position and continuing to pressure Serral's bases as heavily as possible.
Yeah, Classic is in a problematic spot. Probably the best thing to do, though, is again to keep a cool head. His army is still very impressive, so if he doesn't lose the army, maybe he can replace the economy. But if he loses both by being rushed, then of course he could actually lose the game. Recall is going to be used. That army took out the hatcheries that it could. It did not want to play with fire anymore. So again, just keeping it nice and calm. And then Classic can hope to rebuild his main base. And the Nidus Worm, however, looking at a increasingly more important mining base. Classic still has some minerals to the bottom right, but the first 4 bases are gone, or the third is just gone entirely in the case. And then this one is one of the last remaining ones. Nidus Worm also allowing for that successful escape, something that Serral's been adding on for a year plus at this point, making sure there's an escape path. And just continuing to hammer this point. Run-bys, Nidus Worms, making Classic move every which way. And at this point, Classic is not getting as much in turn. I think for the first half of this game, it was a lot of tit for tat. A base went down, but then probes went down. Lurkers went down, but then high town force. And now Serral is gaining a lot more control, and that is visible in the bank. Classic not breaching 1,000 minerals. Serral almost at 3,000.
Yep, it's just been Serral's being able to consistently say, okay, I see where we're at right now. Is this Nexus? It's going to die to the Lings anyway, so never mind the excitement of the Lurkers going down. Yeah, it really kind of has gone to this point, right, where Serral has just been so consistent with the counters. The Niduses have been used amazingly, and Classic's just not met Serral in that kind of part of the game right here. He's had a lot of good movement with his army, but the Niduses are getting away from him right now, and on a map that's ending up so spread out from top to bottom, you need to be on top of those. You can't just go left to right as easily as we were on Incorporeal, right? So this is a very different situation now, and you're getting kind of punished for not being able to be as good with those Niduses.
Well, yeah, you don't have Niduses. So.
Against
Classic. For Classic, he's also just... Well, it's an incredibly tough position for Classic, who really can be just trying to keep a cool head and thinking, my army's good, my army's good, my army's good. But the fact is that, he is missing all these, usually the equivalent opportunities. Like I said, in the first half of the game was happening, the War Prism in the main, very consistent. And, one of that is the action, probably. But the second thing is that he was starting to get denied. So there is a fairly legitimate reason as to why he's not trying it, but it does mean Serral gets more and more comfortable. The more comfortable you are, the more time that you have to think in StarCraft, the more time you have to, spread creep, have advanced vision, the more that you're going to be able to set up these things, whereas Classic constantly responding is maybe even going to get demoralized at some point, right? And the only hope that he has is that I have this really strong army. And I think Serral can't, remax 100% on the bank that he has. I hope that's the case. But the more this game goes on, the more that Classic can't get a bank and Serral is allowed to use his army very efficiently, the more that he might even have a second army of bank worth. And then Classic, his ultimate army might not be good enough at that point. It might not be good enough still for a direct fight, depending on how some of these spells go. Classic... I'd hate for him to lose because he gets a little rushed, but he's also really being forced to. He's got to do something drastic.
Yep, he's kind of under pressure, like you say. The bank is building up, and the longer we let that bank build up for Serral, the more difficult it's going to be long run. So I do think it's time to kind of start forcing the fight a little bit, knocking down some bases. It's time to make moves yourself again, and that's been so difficult because Serral's been so good at making things happen on the other side of the map. Here we go, the fungal coming down. We have had a few feedbacks already. Now some storms coming in as well. We're hitting a lot of those units. Feedback still coming in here from Classic, who is trying to fight from the distance. Only a single neural parasite coming up, and Classic taking a pretty good fight here. Serral is going to have a lot of his queens in trouble, and if Classic just chases that army, Serral might be in some serious trouble, and this one mega army might just get the job done.
It might. That was not a good fight for Serral. He's forced to retreat, and that bank is really not impressive as of yet. Classic maybe choosing the right time to finally push in. Serral a little underprepared, didn't have the order of operations set up ahead of that fight. So the infestors were a little awkward. They kind of fungled, neuraled, then stormed, then ran back into it. It was just a mess. He does get the opportunity to retreat, and he had a bit of a bank to replace some of those critical units. But Classic absolutely taking a good fight, now getting a recall to take care of more of the harassing units. So he is, I suppose, re-encouraged. My army can do the trick. This is not game over because I'm getting torn every which way. And he did just kill pretty important bases of Serral off to the left side. Serral did finally get the ones off to the right, though, so the mining maybe isn't terribly different, but only 37 drones. You're not going to build a bank that quickly, even if you manage to avoid fights for the next 10 minutes.
Future Classic just to reset the bank right there, and actually for a few moments Serral had zero gas income as well, so genuinely being put into a difficult spot. Classic gets a base top left that's a lot more free from kind of harass right now as well, because the base of Serral is no longer quite as close. So that's going to be a little bit freer for him. You can see the resources lost 8,000 in favor of Classic. That's great, but remember that Serral has clearly had more bases and mining in this game, right? So because of that, Classic needs to be trading like this. He needs to keep those trades going. What's interesting now is that Classic is going to not play the right side as much. We're going to play more the left, but that, of course, lets Serral have the right side bases. So how do you go about that? Do you make another big kind of daring move with the main army, or do you just kind of try and mine up and build up a little bit more again?
Tough decisions, very tough. Serral is going to be building miscellaneous swarm host. It's going to be suicided in eventually. But the bottom right is still fairly healthy, definitely a base worth taking. It's just, again, Serral doesn't have that many drones. So, we didn't just transfer 50 drones from one half of the map to the other, and we're still mining, plus 2,000, plus 3,000 a minute. No, it's still pretty low, and Classic even beating them now as the drones are pulled away from the gold. Serral is maybe going to get another base race opportunity. One thing that never happened was that the Cracklings really never decimated the main, and that led actually to Classic's win. Serral couldn't kill the main buildings fast enough. Here, he's actually starting to get a lot of them torn down, while also trying to open up an opportunity on the left side with the Nidus Worm, and that is a secondary win option, technically. If Serral cannot win the fight, although I think the next fight should be a lot better than the previous one, he could maybe also think about that base race.
He's
Not the ideal situation, but it is there.
He's set up very well for the base race because of exactly what you've said, right? He's already made so much progress, and in Classic, if it gets to that point, I genuinely need to probably just think about how you would approach that. Like, bring a couple of probes with the army and hope they live through, and just be ready to build structures elsewhere, because something like that might end up saving him in the game, because a base race is a real threat for that Serral has on his side at the moment.
Yep. Not too much damage done at that mining base, but the probes were stopped mining, I suppose. I did not realize how much of a supply block is going on, Wardy. Holy Lord, 196 at 118, about to get worse. The cracklings dip into the main base once again. Serral doesn't have the second attack, so no capitalization on that elsewhere, but still just slowly picking away, going to burrow them up, so they're going to come back later.
He's bought so much time for himself to just replace a lot of this supply with corruptors. When he first rebuilt, his army was not really all that great, but now it's just so much more tech heavy than it was before, because he's had time where he's been able to mine gas over a few minutes, and those few additional tech units go a long way to making his army that much more comparable to what it was before. Classic's moving out down the bottom. We'll see what Serral wants to do. An attack up the top would be likely, although there's a lot of stack defense there, so maybe that's what Classic is banking on. Let him counterattack there. You have the stack defense in place, and then just try and force a fight, because he can't play this game of running around forever.
Classic is going to force the fight in the bottom right, but Serral has also retaken the top left, so there will be mining still. And you're right, he has perfected the army, and like I said, I think it's going to be a little bit better than the last fight. Serral is absolutely prepared for this. The infestors aren't kind of caught awkwardly. Even a good fungal catching these tempests, so the corrupt is going to try and capitalize on that. Grab one at the very least. Storms are blanketing the army, though, and Serral has to be very careful not to overstay, right? Because maybe the units are alive, but they are injured. Another storm, another Archon shot suddenly ruins your entire day. So Serral's going to let that base go. Classic's going to have to accept that that's going to be it. Pushing it any further is going to be very, very dangerous. Of course, the other option of continuing the stalemate is also dangerous, but yeah, if it's not a golden opportunity, do not take it. I love that we have a pylon wall.
Yeah.
6 minutes in the game for the high
It's
ground.
beautiful, right? It's the exact thing he needs, though, to defend against those few Zerglings. As we do have the Tempest firing away, that hatchery taking some big hits right now. A few High Templars need to be careful. They were a little bit away from the rest of the army. You're right, Serral got a great fungal at the start of that last fight, and it just edged things to be a little bit better for him than it might have been otherwise. Got to be careful. Thinking of trying to fight here. The Mothership exposed, as we are going to get an abduct as well. Mothership and a Tempest going down, so that's a great grab for Serral as he gets a bit of Classic's army for free.
Yeah, realizing he could grab 2 rather than just the 1, really, because he could have abducted the Mothership. That would have been easy, right? But he realized he can get 2 units, and this is very important because we're on really the last army. No one got a bigger than 3,000 mineral bank, I believe, in this game. Just the trades were too often. You know, Classic losing a lot more of his economy earlier on, but then making sure to keep Serral suppressed so that Serral might have had at times more bases, but he actually never had enough drones to really, you know, just skyrocket ahead on that bank. The one time that it looked like it might happen was when Classic did move in and get that really good fight. So no one's comfortable at this point. Still a lot of mining technically to be done on this map, but mining that feels impossible when you are scrounging around for pennies here. You can hardly afford a hatchery. Are you going to try and place it to the bottom right where a single zealot might go ahead and take care of it? Big recall. Don't want to let this base go, but this is what Serral needed to do. He needed to open up the opportunity for more attacks on that base by getting rid of some of the static defense. And the Lings wouldn't want to trade out with that, but the Broodlords obviously can. Still some cannons left over, and the army might just stay here, which does bring us to another problem perhaps for Classic, which is that does he just have to stay at home at this point? Can he continue roaming around the map? And if he can't, if Serral picks up on that, can Serral accumulate a bigger bank? Will he choose to go down that path?
Yeah, it's a very good question. As the Broodlords there actually get a first good couple of shots off the High Templar in a weird position. The stack defense is choking Classic up from being able to kind of come forward and take the kind of more open space fight, so the units aren't able to get to where they need to be. Those High Templar are super low. The fungal nearly hits them. That would have just been a kill, but it doesn't quite happen as we continue the back and forth. Obviously, each and every one of these fights super important. Each trade really valuable right now. Mothership is not far from popping, so can join this fight soon, as we do see a storm coming now. The Broodlord's getting hurt, some Tempest shots going in as well, and so far Serral not being able to capitalize with any spellcasting just yet. Maybe those few units leading to the front opens the door for fungal.
Some queens go down, which, might, whatever, queens, right? But actually, transfuses almost helped the last game and could certainly help this one, and you're not replacing them. Serral is, by the way, adding on bits of drones, so I think he has recognized to some degree that he will be able to mine up the bottom right. you know, again, just a couple of zealots might deny that, but only if Classic's thinking about it, only if Classic maybe has the supply for it, right? Having the big Deathball army as well to need to be maxed out on. Yeah, 2 more Tempests severely limit the supply for harassment. So, I mean, Cyril might have to give up this base, but maybe he's looking for that opportune fight. Big Fungal could come through.
Yeah, just looking to see if he can get the Fungal, keep the High Templar at bay. Feedbacks go down as we did have the vision on those. We do get one Neo Parasite off on the Tempest. Are we actually going to try and fight here? There's the Fungal. As Classic was like, I actually want to back away. He gets the feedbacks on the rest of the Infestors, though. They're not replaceable, remember? And that really takes away from a lot of the spell casting you're really relying on here. One more Infestor taking some shots. Viper as well. Again, Cell does not have a lot of gas bank. He will spend some of it on Infestors rebuilding, but that is a costly few moments for him. As Classic definitely getting a good edge in that trade.
Yeah, Cyril not able to hold up against that army, is forced to give up the top left base. We'll have to give up the other base too, which had, I think, a bit of gas mining left, but not too much more. Some Tempests arrived to help out with the defense here, so the Cracklings aren't going to be able to set Classic back down to literally 1 base, not quite. And Classic actually finding a little corner of the map that allows him to defend 3 bases at once, which is quite nice. The gold, half gold, is being taken by Classic too. Cyril's, I think, is mining out at this point. His bottom right is also mining out. The very corner, bottom right, never taken, actually. At times he seemed to be maybe, you know, getting an economy back up. Some extra drones were added on, but he actually never had a comfortable 300 minerals to just throw down a hatchery, especially after losing those Infestors, which the gas is the main problem, but money is also a problem. Quick cancel there, and that's something, but Classic has started to actually get his own comfortable bank, kind of. I mean, 2,000, 1,000 isn't great, but it's much better than Cyril.
Yeah, he's been having a bit more of a bank the entire kind of last few minutes. It's still just such a point where it's going to come down to really some of these final fights. I mean, any fight can just go one way or the other so easily, and those units have to be super careful as the Vipers may be looking for, you know, some abducts, but you got to be careful because you don't want to let the Tempest get free pickings either. I feel like a lot of Cyril's army, like the Vipers and so, a little bruised up as well, just more easily picked off, right? Something to keep in mind. Instant cancel here from Classic. He's not allowed that base, but he is going to come in here. I really think Classic could have knocked down those rocks, by the way, because they destroy the blue minerals. That would remove some mineral access for Cyril in this game, so something to think on as those lings run by, and Classic is poised in the bottom right. He's going to start attacking bases that I think Cyril is going to feel the need to defend.
Yeah, I think so. Even to get the top left up again, it's such a hard base to defend, and it is also mining out. This hatchery could be gone, but actually the fight's going to commence. Cyril going for the big fungal to begin with. Corruptor's getting the concave on top of it. Time Warp slapped down. Mothership trying to help out here. This army has been successfully swarmed, and Classic is starting to go down in supply. The Corruptor's killing all the carriers. The Parasitic Bomb adding that little bit of extra damage, and Cyril comes out on top twice. The army supply of his opponents. Classic has some reinforcements on the way, but now very limited on gas, changes his mind, no longer on the carriers, changes over to Tempest and some Stalker Warpins as well. Will that be enough though when you still have 15 Broodlords on the field?
Probably not. That was a good fight for Cyril. He gets the jump on that Protoss army and he is able to just take it down. Classic positioned himself so well throughout this game. The remaining units fall as well. But yeah, he positioned himself so well throughout the game, but that fight was just not it, and it looks like Cyril is going to be pushing us over to a game 5 because that is one hell of a lead he's set up for himself now.
Just a casual 120 supply lead. Oh boy, that was a fight, man. That was a very good fight. Classic not able to, I guess, back away a little bit longer. Some of those storms are really soak in. Didn't take care of the Infestors like he did in some of the similar battles earlier on, and just got completely wrecked. No last-second desperate Stalker Warpin to kill 15 Broodlords, and he thinks, 5, Stalkers can do it. No Fungals, Stalkers can do it, maybe. But 15 Broodlords? No.
Not happening here. Classic's army is no more, as the Broodlords are going to get on top of any of these reinforcements that have been built. These bases will not live, and Cyril is going to secure himself this game 4. Classic looked so good at so many points. He won so many of the fights, I feel like. He just didn't win the final big one that he needed to, perhaps. Because if he wins, you know, even if he goes okay in that fight, he's on top of the bases, right? So he puts so much pressure on Cyril. Yeah, not good enough, and that means that we are likely going to see that game 5 CG.
Classic believes was rewarded for not tapping out last game, that's for sure, but it was much closer towards the tail end of the fight. And now Classic down to 30, 40 supply. He's also going to run out of buildings if he continues having to be aggressive. Cyril could just stay at home and remax, I suppose, if he really wanted to. Another hatchery goes down. The Stalkers believe 2 hatcheries will go down. Maybe even the 3rd one.
I mean, you got to try, right? I mean, you're up a game against Cyril. You got to try everything you can to just not let it go to Game 5, because a Game 5 is never going to be fun to play. You saw all the stress he had to go through to try and have a chance in this one. We try and blink through for the Infestors. We have some Burrow Micro, and we have some Fungals. We have the Broodlords, and these Stalkers will go down. They will get the hatchery. A small final victory for them, but I don't think Cyril really minds. He can build it again.
I guess Classic really doesn't want to go to a Game 5. I think you're right.
Yeah. Or maybe just taking a moment to chill, because he knows they're not going to be given much time between games after this one. So maybe you just take a moment and just reset a little bit, have a think about, process some of those fights, and think, if you end up in a similar situation, hey, what am I going to do next time? What difference am I going to make? Because I think those are very fair questions to ask. Classic keeps getting into very good positions, but Cyril is just good enough to keep on surviving. Like I said, we are really just waiting for the GG in this game. This is a foregone conclusion, as the final few units of Classic will go down. This one is going to be a GG, and Cyril brings us to a 5th game.
It is not easy for either of these players to win. This is a grueling match. Yes, that fight was very one-sided, actually. That was the end result, but there was no way to guarantee that. Everyone should have been clenching hard when the fights start to appear, right? Anyone could have taken a drastic loss, and there was also a possibility for a wash. But for that particular one, Cyril absolutely read it correctly and got one of those just game-ending fights. That was truly game-ending, just most of the way. A Classic, really respectful, I guess, of his ability to stay in a game like that. Because I don't think we can forget how there was an 8-minute period where the Lings and the Lurkers were everywhere. Yeah. The map looked totally Cyril-sided. And Classic looked like, a poor dog, like trying to choose between 2 masters. Like, defend the left, no, defend the right, no, defend the left, defend the right. I don't. And Classic did keep a cool head. And eventually even got himself into a slightly favorable position when he had that bank. It was just the fight was too bad, and that does happen sometimes in those late games EDPs. And you got to face Cyril in a Game 5. I don't even know what position you're going to be in. We're talking so much more about Classic position, because I think he was coming in as a bit of the underdog, but also just, I don't know, like the expectations are not being set correctly. It's like you see this Tempest move out, you see a lot of other Zergs having trouble in that scenario, and then Cyril just seems like he's still the same Cyril that was in previous metas and previous map pools. And so, what is Classic's thoughts on that? I don't know.
It's a lot of very good questions, and a lot on the line right here, because obviously if you do not win this game, you're going to have to go through the qualifiers to try and make it to EWC instead, or try and win a GSL. It's not easy. It comes down to more brackets further down the line, matches that are very easily lost. You're so close right now. It'd be so nice just to get yourself there in this moment, but yeah, I mean, one of these guys will make it to EWC today, the other will have to go to next week's qualifiers. Let's find out as we're here in the quarterfinals of the road to EWC at DreamHack Dallas. In the bottom left, our red Protoss player is Classic.
And in the top left, we have Team Basilisk's Cyril.
Don't even know what you really think to do right now as Classic. I mean, the later games have not looked unwinnable for you. They've been extremely close, and it's obviously so frustrating to play there, but...
Oh, Forge!
Really? We're going back to game 1, if you remember that? Oh, God.
Oh my God, maybe Classic has cracked. Maybe he's like, no, never again. The late game's stupid. I hate it. I'm just gonna kill it with a cannon rush. But will he, though? Did Cyril stop putting his Overlord in a helpful defensive scouting position? Does he forget how to block the cannon rush once he scouts it? I don't know about that.
Yeah, it doesn't really seem like it, right, as this probe comes up toward the high ground, and we'll decide one pylon. He's just gonna, leave the one pylon for now. Overlord coming across, we'll see it in a moment to double check, and Classic will get a full wall off here. So full wall off goes down, a couple drones pulling over, but now the probe has a chance to set up on the low ground, and the rest of the drones pull, realizing the situation. Pylon low ground as well is going to guarantee you a cannon in the corner. as the drone started work on that pylon here. But yeah, this is going to be a little tough. Classic is going to get a better setup than he had in the first game, at least.
Yes, absolutely. Cyril was able to stop the extra pylons from coming down by putting a drone on patrol in both like the high ground and low ground positions in the first game. This time around, this is more what you kind of expect from the cannon rush, which is not to end the game, especially if you're not going to follow up with, like, you know, proxy rope or proxy Stargate, but rather to get a cancel on the hatchery, maybe hope that the Zerg player thinks they can defend and then they're wrong, and then, you know, they've overcommitted and don't find the success there. That can give you a big lead. This is really that middle of the road, I feel, which Cyril didn't handle it as good as game one, but he didn't die to it. But he did have to cancel his hatchery, but he didn't overcommit to a defense that wasn't going to work either, you know? So he had to read the situation. He has to be flexible here, and he is. But this is far more, I think, what Classic had in mind for the first game, and now can work with it as we have really... Oh, no, two. Okay. I was like, really fast 2 gateways. Of course, those are his first gateways because he did Cannon Rush.
Yeah, those 2 gateways are going to be the opening cast this time for Classic, gateway units. Cyril did get a drone out to that right side very quickly to get the third hatch in a different location, a better location. As this high ground pylon is going to get cancelled. The probe going to come back up here, build the pylon again, just wants to keep high ground vision as long as possible to try and stop anything from coming down this ramp freely or easily. But with that pylon a bit further back, might actually be able to stop the queen from picking it off as easily, as the probe is going to sneak in actually for the moment and sees a couple lings, which are not going to run into the cannon.
Classic does want to know if there's some type of all-in on the way. Yeah, we do have a lot of gas being taken for Cyril, which is a little surprising. I wonder what his plan is. But Classic does know that the drone managed to escape off to the right side. A really important note, too, because if that doesn't, then sometimes, you know, that natural is so delayed. But Classic knows about it. Cyril's speed does finish. He's grabbing an evolution chamber at this point. He has so much gas. Yeah, he does finally pull off of it, by the way.
Yeah, I'm going to finally be able to transfer the drones as well. So that's one thing we've not been able to do before now because of that cannon being there. So this cleanup is effective for Classic, and that's effective for Cell, and that's why Classic wanted to try and delay this as long as possible. Now Zella just going to wander into this mineral line and Ling's out on the map, so Zella will have a chance to just disrupt the drones a little further and just try and be as annoying as possible here so far. And that's a lot of lost mining time. Great micro to keep the drones alive. And yeah, nice job by Cyril. But it's still a good idea from Classic, as the third hatchery will come down from Cyril, and he does invest into the melee upgrade off that early Evo chamber.
This wants you to know, apparently, this entire series has met my activity goal. So apparently my heart rate up this entire time.
I mean, it's been intense apart from a 30-minute dip in the middle of game 3, but
yeah.
It's definitely delivered.
And it got crazy. Oh, man. Yeah, even this cannon rush, you know, is a little tense on it just because it could have been a real failure like the first game. As I said, kind of middle of the road this time around. But then Cyril, you know, with all that gas taken, I was wondering if he was going to all in the counter, and that would have been a very risky move. Either decided not to or made a mistake with how much gas he mined, honestly. I know he makes very few mistakes, and I want to call out Zerg usually, but it's possible. Either changed his mind or just forgot to take the guys out of gas. But eventually we'll use it, of course. +1 melee was the choice for that faster evolution chamber. And then Classic going for a Stargate follow-up makes a lot of sense. Getting some amount of scouting, as well as some amount of harassment to try and help you out. And some defense sometimes. If Cyril had committed more lings across the map, that third Nexus could have been surrounded and killed. Yes, there are 3 Adepts, but a surround still could have gotten it earlier on. Yeah, obviously not what Cyril was hoping for, thinking of a Baneling class. He's playing into Ling, Baneling as the choice here. Classic has not discovered that as of yet. He studies Lings, but, you know, that's fine. He does not know about the Evolution Chamber. He does not know about the Baneling Nest.
Yep, not quite seeing what's up. +1 Blink going to be the choice as the Nexus will into fire. A few Lings there, just going to try and hit the pylon, and a couple Stalkers warping in as they get extra gates going up. And the Oracles and the Adepts are just across the map, ready to poke forward and try and find some of that successful damage that he did in the last game, which helps set him up into a really solid position early on. Going to get here. The Oracles will try and help as the Lings do get us around. The Oracles going to have to leave those. The Queen show up, and we're going to recall the Adepts, which is going to get one very low Adept back home alive.
Yeah, again, one of those opportunities that looked a little better than it actually was. Cyril doing a great job of pulling back, just waiting that extra second for the rest of the Lings that were going to pop to help him surround on the ramp rather than taking the fight in the natural meant that, Classic couldn't make the decision ahead of time to recall, I guess, take an okay fight initially. Now he in fact lost basically the entirety of the Adept push. Kept the Oracles alive, which is maybe more important, as they're still going to be very helpful. That Serral's up to 66 drones, getting up to Ling, Baneling, Hydra. We could even have a push going in mine, I suppose, but it is actually 75 drones, never mind. Very lot of economy here for Serral. Classic, going for the normal stuff, 3 base, +1, Blink, Storm, finally starts up. And I don't see an attack coming in the next 60 seconds. And it will be, I think, Classic, the first push out. And you know what? The second game, he had a great move out. I think that really caught Serral just at the right moment in a good position. The next 2 times that Classic has tried to move out with the Stalker Storm, it has not worked. It has put him in an awkward position at the very least. So I wonder if that is going to make him hesitate in Game 5.
It's definitely given you a lot of, given Serral a couple of edges, right? A couple of times as the Oracles both go down, which is such a frustration. And Revelations are huge, and obviously use those throughout the game. As the Lings will check in there, sees the Stalkers, or High Templar as well, I believe. So Serral just confirming what we are at. And where things stand right now, Hydra's on the way up as well. So obviously Storm good against Lings, Banes, and Hydras. It's just the fact that the Ling, Bane, Hydra micro, well, can still deal with Storm to some extent. Otherwise, this wouldn't be a viable composition at all. So, yeah, something a little different. But like I said, I'm terrified for Classic stepping out on the map. Because you're right, Serral has adjusted to be so prepared every time, Classic has been aggressive lately. It just feels like at this point, I actually almost do prefer Classic going into like the longer game, which seems kind of crazy when you're talking about playing against Serral.
But if he gets there in a more secure fashion, maybe it is actually better for him. The way that he's gotten to Tempest has been a little more haphazard. That the last game in particular really was a dangerous transition, having to afford a remake of his army as well as the Tempest transition, all without that 4th base. But this is going to be one of the calmest games that we have for Classic, getting to that point. He did just take it nice and slow. Yes, he got the same technology, but didn't dedicate to units, didn't dedicate to an attack. Got a 4th base up, got double Forge upgrades, which, I think that last fight in the last game was one of those fights where just like, I'm not sure the upgrades mattered, but they were considerably better for Serral across the board, and that might have impacted some of the, little pokes and prods that happened, certainly. Yeah, Classic's going to be better on that, and he is going up to Tempests. Serral should know that this is the plan. He's got his eyes seeing how, kind of passive this game is, and should know that that is the plan. Will he have the time to use the Lurkers? Something he hasn't really had a lot of time to explore with offensively. Is this the game that he gets a little bit of offense, as Classic is playing very defense?
A few Stalkers step through into the center. Obviously Stargate and the Fleet Beacon coming up. The Lurker Den already on the way in. We are accelerating toward that next stage of the game, which we've seen frequently between these two so far, as the units continue to gather up on that left-hand side. So Classic will step forward, but I don't think he's realistically in the business of poking across the map this time around. It's much more about the future of this game, +3 attack, +1 air weapon super early this time as well. So not going to be lingering behind on those air upgrades as he has done in the previous games. Really much more quickly getting to those.
Yeah, much better off here for that. I mean, this is where I would say I'm scared for the Zerg, just because a lot of others would be very uncomfortable in the situation. But Serral has proven to be, I guess, better at making a successful transition, not just kind of saying, well, here's an all-in first, which many other Zergs are doing. Okay, that didn't work. Here's the Lurkers, right? I get to do a little punch here and there with Lurkers, right? Okay, damn, that didn't work. Oh, God, what do I do? It feels like they have panic from these other Zergs, and Serral, he gets the Lurkers. He might be able to move out on the map and get a little bit of control in Classic's 5 bases now, as we see some, attacks happening. But he is totally prepared for this not to end the game. He is going double Spire, already grabbing the Nidus Worm.
Preparations across the board. Nice storms as the Hydras on the right side do eat a few of those as we actually try and chase up, but then there's some Lurkers there, so it's not going to end as well as maybe Classic was hoping for, as Serral's now going to arrive with some Banelings, so he's just going for punch after punch after punch. The Storm team will try and defend, and they will do a very good job of it on the bottom side of your screen. On the top side of your screen, same story, so the Banelings don't get anywhere. Honestly, a great sequence of defenses made by Classic.
Honestly, that was near perfect. The Storms far ahead of the Banelings hitting anything important. Obviously, map vision was fantastic. Saw it coming, was able to pull the probes away. I mean, really, really good. That was not a tiny investment from Serral. that was a lot of banelings. That was a lot of cash. But he is also accumulating a lot of cash because there's been very few major fights. So Cyril has a bank. Classic also building his. We got the Tempest finally on the way, and the upgrades are continuing on here. So +2 air should happen soon. Apparently Lings will win this one, as there is a lot of them. And Cyril is moving on to a Greater Spire too. But there's the scout on the Tempest, I think timing kind of, just seeing the first ones arrive. Cyril needs to prepare for the inevitable push across the map, particularly on this map off to the left side, right? Persephone, you're going to expand to the left like Classic did. You're also going to be able to attack from your bases. So it gives you a little defense and offense. And if you're going to be the one who has that aggressive opportunity, absolutely take it. Cyril's going to be the one maybe floundering even a little bit while he's waiting for his Corruptors and his Spellcasters again.
Well, it's Classic 7 of that left-hand side, and we are going to be having the Lurker wall there. It looks pretty terrifying, especially when you've got those spores in front to stop any of the Zealots just jumping on the Lurker straight away. Big counter-attack. Cannons will buy a little bit of time, but we're going to need more than just those cannons. There's nothing else here at all from Classic. The warping took a little while to show up, and that's just negligence, I think, because Cyril has been consistent with those counter-attacks all series long. And he just wasn't ready to deal with one there. He's been pretty good at having a High Templar here and there to play the Storm defense, but yeah, nothing there this time around.
Really nice timing here from Cyril, by the way. The Classic, I think, was ready to just stand on the top left on Cyril's 4th base. He was like, you can't come after me. I'm just going to poke this spore down. I'm going to poke that Lurker down. And Cyril needed some time to get those Corruptors, needed time to get into position. No floundering was found. He was just aggressive. He just sent everything across the map, enough to really make Classic have to rethink being the aggressor. And even though these Lings are going to find a lot of damage, most likely, it's still, again, keeping tabs on Classic, keeping track of his army movements, and maybe it will find a lot of damage when Classic feels the push to push. When he's like, okay, I'm getting tired of this. I think maybe I have a moment here. I'm going to push. Bam! Ling suddenly in your 4th and your main in every which way, as the Lurkers, at the very least, will buy time with the little Spore Crawler wall.
And Nidus is starting to come around as well to give, again, a bit more mobility around the map for Cyril. He's been so good at using those throughout the series, and there's going to be another example of that just starting up as the spores, again, just being a great, like you say, wall off to stop things engaging through easily. Dark Shrine finishing from Classic. We have seen some DTs through the series as well, but we've not seen a lot of DTs, and this feels like a bit of an earlier Dark Shrine than before. Maybe we've just not noticed it amongst everything else going on. So we'll see how well he uses the Dark Shrine. We'll see how he wants to use those Dark Templar in the near futures. We actually have a nice kind of loop around here from Classic, going from that right side to the left side pretty nicely. Good couple storms, forced the Lurks out of position. Now Zealot's in the upper right too, and Cyril is going to have to flounder together a defense.
Yep, yeah, okay, a little cut off right there. Big Fungal on top of the Tempest. The Storms, yeah, will have to come down. I think he was also looking for potential feedbacks for follow-up Fungals. Classic, his Zealots are taken care of. A minor amount of defense going to help out Cyril there. Is that 84 drones. Last game got kind of awkward faster than expected. They just both lost so much economy with having to defend those bases.
Gonna mothership into the main base?
Oh my god!
Whoa.
Yes, he will! Very bold maneuver. The mothership's actually going to die to the spores by the looks of things. That's a little helpful. But the high ground has been captured by Classic, and Cyril trying to send those Lurkers up onto the high ground through his own choke is not looking pretty.
Nope, he's going to lose everything in this main base. It seems like the Corruptors got absolutely battered by storms as well. They put a lot of damage on the mothership, but they took a lot of damage for doing so. So that's extremely costly. All of the tech here in the main base going down. Again, obviously, Hive is gone as well, so you're going to have to rebuild that up from scratch. I mean, this is absolutely huge. +3 melee going to go down, so those Lings that have been an issue throughout previous games are going to be a little bit less powerful as well. I mean, what a move by Classic, just the mothership deciding to give its life for this opportunity. And now the Natural Hatchery in trouble as well, because the Corruptors are not really in high enough numbers to actually go deal with the Tempest at the moment.
Yeah, and that's the backup Spire, by the way, just kind of slapped down in a hurry. That's always going to have to be canceled, so no more Corruptors going to be made. 9 Broodlords about to finish, and the Corruptors are about to pop out, the ones he could afford to make at that time. And this will not lead to further damage, it looks like. Actually, Classic might need to recall.
Yeah, I think it's a good time to recall now.
Oh, you feel like it. Feel like it.
Yeah.
Feel like it. Is he? Those Tempests are really low, so if he recalls, they are absolutely going to go down. More Corruptors did appear. He's trying to ward them off with the limited number of anti-air that he has. There's the 2 Tempests going down, as well as a small remnant of the ground not recalled correctly. Sorry, boys. And then Zealots are going to try to find some success over the right side, which, you know, if they just stop going to choke the
The Zealots have had so many moments where they've just doped themselves out of so much potential damage, which is unfortunate. Still obviously huge damage done. Like you mentioned, the backup Spire went down. The lair is still rebuilding, so we're a long way from being able to truly rebuild. And look at the bank. Serral's already had to spend so much money reproducing units, whereas Classic's bank is very cozy at the moment. And of course, this has taken a lot of kind of Serral's pressure off the map too, because he's been focused on figuring out how to defend this very awkward position in his main. He's not been throwing the units across the map as much as he has done previously, so it really has given Classic a pretty major edge for the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Serral just was not anticipating that move, and that was a big kick to him, and he had to focus entirely on how he was going to handle it, and then actually handling it, which was quite difficult. And then he has to decide, do I recommit to something aggressive to try and buy time for rebuilding this army, or do I just try and really turtle, which will give him more opportunity to expand on the map, as well as more opportunity to kind of think through how he wants to play, right? So Classic's really taking control of this game. He's going to go back into the main base, which now maybe isn't as important, but it's the same domino effect that I was bringing up in earlier games, which is like, the more that you don't have these bases, the more you also don't have vision there. The more that suddenly the zealots that were in the main are now in your natural, or in your third, or wherever you're putting all your backup side defense. So in this case, it didn't work. Not much there, but it's a point that could be important in the future. The Classic wants to redouble his efforts to get the harassment to the top left. And he is currently trying to get an attack in the middle, which Serral has done a great job turtling up on, so that's not going to be super easy. And these Lings are found out, not going to find a lot of success.
Yeah, cannons coming up around the bases right now, so there's not really anywhere for the Lings to go in the kind of numbers that they're in. Again, they're only going to be +2 melee Lings currently as well. I think that Evo Chamber cancel was actually a pretty sizable factor, as we're actually going to see 3 more just going to try and work their way through this hatchery. So the top right base looks like it'll just go down. No answer to that. The single lurker is not good enough, and 3 immortals. Successful little run by.
Yeah. They might even be able to escape without a recall, you know? The lurkers down in the bottom right are going to try and pick through this base of Classic, and eventually they might get on top of the Nexus, but Classic is looking for a trade, as the hatchery to the top left is going to go down, yes. Yep. And Serral is going to have to accept that and just make sure that his army stays alive, and maybe, grab this space, which I think is very possible. The Zealot warping does not seem large enough. Once again, this Warp Prism's like, this main base is open, right? Just not really getting the right timing on it as it's destroyed.
DT's going to go after the Nidus. We'll get it, but that was a few DTs that went down, unfortunately. So a little bit of an expensive loss there from Classic. Obviously, he's got money to spend right now, but, you know, grand scheme of things, we've got to keep track of all those little trades. These Stalkers have just showed up over there, too. I mean, it's becoming a hectic situation once more, as the Nidus will allow the escape away. So that bottom right side, safe for the moment at least. Classic will get to reestablish some static defense on that location, as we do have the greatest Spire on the way up. So we're getting back on track tech-wise for Serral after that big attack into the main from Classic. And Classic, he's definitely made the most of kind of this time, but has not really been able to kind of puncture through everywhere. Like, he's been trying to get everywhere, but the defense from Serral has kind of stood pretty solid.
It's certainly solid enough, you know, besides the mistake of, well, pseudo mistake, if you will, like letting the mothership get to the main, I guess, which is not that difficult, but this has been Serral calming things down again, reevaluating his army composition, and getting prepared for another fight like the last games, which was very one-sided. And then it doesn't matter if Classic has been able to get a bigger bank or a better economy. Decent fungal wants to get to these High Templar while they're trying to run away unprotected, and that's exactly what happens. 1 High Templar and a Tempest even go down.
Yeah, I think you got a second High Templar actually, so got another one at the end, so actually just nice. Better than expected from the initial things. These Lings show up at a good time to try and help out, but just not soon enough. Enough cannons will come online. Finally, this main base is going to be under attack as a few Zealots actually get to warp in, and this time we'll be successful in dealing some damage here. So that Prism finally succeeded in what it's been looking to do for quite some time.
Yeah, right? It took a long time. And it is a bother. You just don't want to lose that, and then, you know, also have even more vulnerability off to the left side where there is a base, which it's like funny, like, he certainly didn't forget about it, but didn't think he could take it. Now he's taking this fresh base off to the very, very top left underneath his main. And maybe the Warp Prism going to be tired trying to top left. Maybe misses the opportunity to cancel before all the spines and lurkers are positioned. Classic is again moving into this middle base, which has less static defense than before. A couple of great feedbacks too, but a fungal did go down, so the opportunity to capture 1, maybe 2 of the Tempest and a High Templar. Yeah, actually has a bit of a turnaround there. Another High Templar going to go down too. Classic still has a big bank though, so he will be able to afford losses like that. It's more, I think, important that he doesn't get upset by that, frustrated by that, and then try and take a fight that actually isn't ideal.
Yeah, you can't jump on the fight because it's going wrong, right? Is the situation he's in now. He can replace a couple of units here and there. Whenever he takes the bigger fight, he needs to be super confident that it's going to be a good one for him. So definitely has to look for that. Obviously, some of these smaller trades going in Serral's favor. And General Classic traded better in this game early on with that big Mothership Wolf recall again. So something I think on as the Prism will get chased up to this top left side one more time. And it'll once again go down. I feel like we've seen this kind of picture on repeat a few times. Oh, it lives.
Yes, okay, all right, well, it's gonna live now. Serral did have an under-defended new base that Classic wanted to get the kill on, just didn't have enough zealots, and now maybe Serral can add that static defense over to the left too. A lot of the focus is obviously going to be on the right. There's this gold base. This is one of the few, this is the only actually shared base, if you will, where it's just not a divide across the middle that says this is yours, this is mine. And that's important when we've had now 2 going into 3 games where the last few resources have mattered. Last map wasn't completely mined out, but just the sequence of events made it so there was very still low econ. And if you're going to take a posturing,
the high tempo,
threaten your the Archons are actually getting a lot of shots off right now. This is actually quite good. The Archons helping out a lot with the splash. Fungal going down as well. Broodlords a little time taken to finally get on top of those High Templars too, but there's even some Abducts going down. The High Templars had a skedaddle where they had the opportunity. A lot of carriers going down. Messy fights.
Yeah.
I was trying to say, if you can attack and scare your opponent while also taking one of the maps, basically one of the bases off the map, then this is going to be ideal. But well, not if you're going to lose some of these engagements. Classic's got to be careful.
Yeah, that was a perfect example of like, let's not take the fight just because it starts off wrong or you feel forced into it, right? Because yeah, those 2 Archons, they were just slapping around High Templar. Like the splash was really good on them, so they got so much value straight away. As you will see, the army showing up top left side, trying to get rid of this base we've mentioned a couple of times. Has been set up, but it's not really mining too much, and it's going to go down, including the spores that were here as well. So it's going to be a nice pickoff for Classic. Just clean and easy is always good, right? Just super simple, walk in, kill it off. No questions asked, no kind of insane micro needed for that one.
Nope, that was a nice little recall there from Classic. Hey, arguably a bit dangerous, but I guess if Serral had decided, hey, I took a pretty good fight, let me try and move into that gold off to the right, then it would have been at least a base trade, and maybe then Classic could have even gone towards the main. Another fight's coming down. However, Fungals once again on top of the High Templar and some of the carriers. Parasitic Bomb on top of the Mothership. Broodlords trying to kill all of the High Templars, which I believe they did. That the carriers are also starting to fall. Serral's supply is the one that dips actually much faster, despite a remax of 20 Corruptors on the way. But where's the rest of Classic? A couple carriers that were not a part of the fight. Some units off to the side that are trying to go for run-bys. That's where Classic's army was. So Serral, doesn't exactly win the fight, does he? It just takes one, and then it still loses some economy off to the right side.
And right now, Corruptors are not out just yet. Main base hatchery is going to go down. We see a lot of those Corruptors actually coming out as well with that main. So if you notice that's Classic, maybe it's time to back away with the air army. Oh, the hatchery is just going to live. That's so frustrating, especially in a moment of rebuilding, right? Where it's not just about mining, it's also maybe about lava sometimes. Oh, those zealots. No, they get stuck on the brood lanes. Go, they get it.
Yep, Serral. 2,300 minerals in the bank, can do even a triple expand, but this is all adding up here as Classic continues growing his own economy. 76 probes for him still, guys. And that gold base was never punished. Classic was technically out of position, but Serral did not have the same Ling run-bys that were so effective that were keeping Classic from being able to secure a base, and his main army had to respond to Classic's main army. So Classic kind of doing swimmingly in these last few minutes. Serral's the one that needs to hope at this point, maybe just try and make the best opportunity possible for that game-winning fight, because the longer this game goes on, the worse it looks for Serral.
Yeah, no, it's definitely, look at his bank, right? There's nothing in there right now. The hatchery's obviously gone down, so the mining is not there to kind of get that bank back on track at the moment either. Obviously, one fight can still change a lot. And Serral's actually in an interesting situation where he has a lot more army supply than the Protoss. Oftentimes, it's the other way around, or they're much closer together. So, that Zerg army being quite sizable right now could be huge as the Infestors get a good couple of starting Fungals. The Archons trying to chase forward. They get stuck by the Broodlings. And we are going to see this fight breaking out. The Storms start to come through as we try and hit the Corruptors down. Who is going to come out on top of this? Well, all of those Corruptors are taking a lot of damage, CG. There's not a lot of Interceptors left, though, so the carriers are not doing too much damage at the end here.
No, Parasite! Those are the carriers, but the Interceptors, they're impacting the fight as well. More now Parasites will go down to help complete the kill on Classics, and then, of course, he'll kill the carriers after, if he can. And it is a big if. This is actually a really weird situation. Only 4 Corruptors are left over. There's not dependable anti-air. It is literally trying to use Classic's anti-air. But you know what? Classic at the bank, and Cyril realizes it as he tries to get some counter damage done. That was not good enough, and Classic will complete the series 3-2, punch his ticket to EWC, and continue on in DreamHack Dallas.
Wow, what an incredible series. Classic showing us that he can absolutely take the best of the best to their strength of the late game and win out. I mean, he played such a good series. I mean, so much to recap on if you talk about the whole series. The first 2 games forgotten about, but they were huge moments there as well. Classic with some great decisions to attack when maybe he shouldn't have been so brazen, but it caught Cyril off guard. I mean, just absolute chaos as he books himself a ticket to EWC this year.
Both of them familiar with EWC or Gamers 8 2 years ago, but one already getting that ticket just feels so much nicer. I mean, I guess that's maybe in the optimistic view here for Cyril. The half, glass half full is that, hey, I don't have to face him in maybe like a global qualifier, but what a relief to finally get it done here and now. Guarantee your participation, and Cyril's the one that has to try out in the European qualifier and the global one, as well as I guess the Bulgaria tournament, so he does have a few more chances. But a bit of an upset too. I mean, it's always so difficult to say that when we have such little, I guess, games played between them. The ones that were played in April actually went Cyril too, right? So I would say this is a bit of an upset, but maybe not the most tremendous one, because it's not like Cyril has been on like the 80-0 ZVP record that he had at one point, and it's not like we don't know that Classic hasn't been improving and just becoming more and more solid, which he's really proven here. He had to kind of adapt, I feel like, say, okay, I got the Tempest, I feel like I have to be the bully now. Wait, I can't be the bully? Wait, you're actually going to like really take this to the limit? And that tripped him up maybe a little, but eventually was able to cement the late game and get a very, very one-sided win by the end of Game 5.
Yeah, it was one-sided. Obviously, Cyril was trying to rebuild, but Classic just had so much money in the bank. He was in such a comfortable place, and he was able to put himself into that final victory, which is obviously huge. Again, winning this out, qualifying to EWC, because let's face it, next week's qualifiers are going to be absolutely brutal. Yes, there's a last chance qualifier after that. There's a couple other chances, but it's so tough to qualify for this event. So getting it done here in Dallas, it just got to feel so good. It kicks so much pressure off these future events for you, knowing that you're booked into the biggest event of the year.
Yeah, exactly. What a fantastic result from Classic. Really pushed to the limits. He does have to face Maru coming into the second semifinal, which I think is going to be tough. Maru showed far more craftiness than we gave him credit for. Even when it seemed like he was down and out, he did well against Hero. And I guess Classic now can say that he has the benefit of watching that series. Most likely practicing and warming up for Cyril, of course, but he was able to catch that series at least a little bit, and we'll see how he can improve on the PVT against Maru. But we have another series first to do, right? So we had 2 round of 8 matches yesterday, and that led to Shin versus Solar for our first semifinal cast today, and then, the Maru Classic series.
Yep, a little bit of ZVZ and then a little bit of TVP, setting us up for a non-mirror matchup grand final at the end of the day, as well as obviously everyone's booked into EWC now. There is still prize money to be won, so there's obviously a lot to play for here still on the rest of these games. A couple of best of 5s and a best of 7 coming up. It is going to be Shin versus Solar when we return from this quick little break.
fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of like the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know, will you
Welcome back, everybody, to the Road to EWC at DreamHack Dallas. I'm Woody, joined by Pig for this next series, as we are going to get some ZVZ on the way. Pig, mate, how you doing? I know you've been watching and waiting for a while with that ZVP going on behind us.
Oh, it's great, dude. You know, I've woken up here nice and early, as I have for all these days, and I thought, oh no, I'm just in time. This series is about to end. I better quickly get ready, brush my teeth, get ready to cast. Thankfully, I had an extra 2 hours to catch up on everything I'd missed earlier today. You know, watching games from the first series and the first part of that series on the first monitor. So exciting. I'm jealous of you guys. I think it's so cool to see that storyline of the inevitability of Cyril grinding down Classic and late game for once going the other way. And, you know, that recall in the main, I think that's a massive moment. Very cool series, but I guess we should already start talking about the next one, even though I want to gush about that one. It's the ZVZ, a matchup which, let's be honest, Wardy, I don't expect this one to go for longer than 30 minutes. This is going to be a knife fight in a phone booth. These guys are such aggressive Zerg, Solar and Shin.
Neither of these guys have macro ZVZ in their blood. Like, every now and again you get a longer ZVZ because the all-in into the all-in kind of, you know, peters out and they actually have to kind of, you know, just go late game accidentally. But generally these two are going to be looking to kill each other. They're probably going to be taking it in turns to kind of set up into those aggressive positions. So yes, it is probably going to be a very different vibe to what we just saw previously in the PVZ. ZVZ is, you know, aggressive anyway. Then you talk about Korean ZVZ, that's definitely aggressive. And yeah, then these two players on top of all that, just, yeah, this series has fast, aggressive, and over quickly written all over it.
Oh, yeah. For me, I always wonder when you've got two players like this, because there is that small chance that both guys are kind of like, well, I'll be the defender. And you kind of get a game or two where it stalemates for a little bit through the early stage. I still imagine once you're on 60 drones or so, once those +1, +2 roach speed timings are coming in, you're going to have someone commit really hard to an attack, no doubt. But I am wondering if one player does adopt a slightly more defensive stance. Generally, I think of Solar as having a few more, I would say, well-rounded mid-game roach timings, you know, with the 50 to 60 drones. Shin is a master of the early cheeses, the weird little openings as well. Sometimes you do like a 14 pool, sneak 8 lings around the edge of the map and just get a bunch of damage at the start. So I think we've got options available and open. We will be going to the series with little delay. Cyril and Classic may have tried to ruin the schedule for today, but these two are going to look to get us back on track. I mean, it's a surprising two players we're seeing in the semifinals. They're both qualified for EWC. Now they're fighting just here for this trophy at DreamHack Dallas. They've already got that spot secured, but there is still, of course, a lot of prize money, a lot of prestige on the line, and I am so excited to get into it. We're going to go into Tokamak for game one.
And in the bottom left-hand side, our red Zerg player is going to be Shin.
And his opponent in the top right side, a Zerg player that looks fantastic getting here. Let's see if he can keep it up. It's Team Falcon Solar. You know, if Solar does win this match, 40, and potentially there could be a match with Maru in the finals. Former teammates for many years, and historically a match that Maru dominated, but also unfortunately always dominated in the round of 8. Like the number of times it was quarterfinals, Maru, Solar. So that would be really cool to see those two face off in a grand finals for once. Shin, of course, got a chance to face Maru a few years ago in GSL in the grand finals. Played him a bunch of times. Hasn't had too much success either. But Classic is also a big scary play. There's so many options available, of course, jumping ahead a little bit there. But I'm just so excited about the possibilities, because if at the start of this tournament you told me this was the top 4, this is what the semifinals would look like, I would have said you're crazy. But I am so happy because it now leads us to be in a situation where it's very hard to predict exactly where these matchups are going to go. I feel like there's so much more up in the air, and for me, I'm just excited to find out who's going to bring their A game in this semis.
And I'm so with you. You know, all off season we've been talking about, oh, can we get some different results? Can some of these other guys like show? Because they've all been playing these online tournaments, right, and stuff, and you haven't seen Shin and Solar in many of those finals or anything. And then we come to Dallas, the biggest event of the year so far, and it's like, boom, here they are, both of them in the semis, both looking great. I mean, Shin was the king of the off-season as well, coming out of last year's EWC. Like, he came out of that so fast, looking so good, and kind of petered out. So he's just had such a run here as well. It's been a great storyline for both, and it definitely sets us up for a great storyline for the rest of the day, because, yeah, it feels like anything that happens from here on out is kind of unexpected. Like, there's no expectations left for us to have.
I think there's a lot of players as well who are very thankful to Shin right now in this bracket, because Clem has looked really unstoppable. You know, you said it, like Shin was the guy who owned the start of this patch, basically, right? The start of the season, kept beating Clem a few times, a bunch of other players for like the first 3 weeks to a month, and then he couldn't really take down the guys like Clem nearly as often, and yet he's done it here again at such an important moment, you know, to get this EWC spot, to get through to this semis. And I think that's just really cool to see, because you know, a lot of players were saying ZVT, no one's stopping Clem there, maybe a Protoss like Hero could catch him. But Shin did the impossible yesterday, and now we are seeing a Baneling Nest. Safe timing for Solar. Baneling Nest being skipped by Shin for a bit longer, basically saying, I don't think you're going to Ling Flood to try and cancel my third. I'm going to cut a bit of a corner, be a little bit greedier. And both players just skirmishing for a bit of map vision.
Yeah, a little bit of greed. Any corner you can cut is usually a good corner gained in ZVZ if you don't get punished for it, because mirror matchups are really going to be balanced on a knife's edge, and especially ZVZ, which is such an aggressive matchup, the little things can really end up making the big differences. Right now, both are making links, so neither player is going to kind of initially be the, hey, I'm going to make a lot more links than you. They're both just adding a drone here and a drone there. So this is very even so far, and there's the first big difference, an Evolution Chamber coming down on the side of Solar. So it's Solar to get the Evo Chamber down, and then Shin, we'll see what he does, see how aggressive he wants to be. Right now, he is continuing to drone, so it looks as though just a little bit of Ling Bane back and forth, with drones on the way.
And that is, of course, the Basilisk Evo Chamber, the one that you hide behind the natural. Zerglings don't have high sight range, so it did not see that Evo Chamber. And even though Shin feels like he gets vision of everything, he is still missing that variation. Roach Horn goes down here, 4 minutes for Shin. Pretty standard Roach Horn timing, maybe you could say even slightly greedy, but it is Solar who's gearing up for the longer game with 4 more drones, +1 range on the way. Shin with 16 Zerglings coming out. He's going to morph some Banes on the front. Shin wants to set up some aggressive momentum, throw his opponent off. He's only playing single gas behind this. Okay, second gas does now start for Shin. I was going to say, you can't afford much Roach Bane off just one gas, and it does look like it's a Ling Bane pressure into a Roach Bane attack, but Solar so technical, comes in with the Ling counterattack. He's going to get himself a queen.
That is going to go down immediately. We'll continue through toward the natural here, as we do have a couple of defensive Banelings ready. They're going to come in, try and protect this hatchery. Gets a good few Zerglings with that Baneling. The next queen going down as well, so you're going to be losing so much in-check potential, so much lava, and Solar, who's going to follow this up with roaches, is going to be feeling real good about this. No, I mean, he's shutting his opponent down in a big way. Currently still playing the Ling Bane phase. He might actually continue with that a little bit, because he shut down the queens and shut down the injects for now. Again, lava is going to be a big issue for Shin, as you do have the queens defensively against those Banes, and Solar should be able to go toward the other side of the map.
Shout out to our observer Indy for catching all that. There was a lot of things happening in very quick succession. The Banes getting blocked by the queens, the other Ling run by getting both queens, and the Ling Bane skirmish. I mean, that was really a lot of things going on, and Solar handled them, yeah, flawlessly. That was so well done. He's got the advantage, and remember, he was playing with a 5-worker advantage for quite a while there. Now, right now, yes, Shin is ahead on workers by 6, but he's just got ahead. It's going to take time for that to pay off. Solar's the one who's mined more money. Solar does go back to droning. He did cancel his +1 range, so that is one thing. Shin committing so much to the aggression scared him away from the upgrade. Felt like he needed the gas for defensive Banes, defensive Roaches, and now Solar's going to go back into that direction, while Shin, with a much more delayed Evo Chamber, won't actually be too far behind on the upgrades.
No, he will not, as we just have the +1 now starting from Solar, obviously delayed quite heavily from the initial expectation, has that little bit of an army supply edge, but work counts evening out. We'll see if Solar wants to really commit through with that +1 as it finishes. I mean, he can still take a fight with that in his favor. It's just Shin won't have to buy too much time for that upgrade to finish up on his own side, and he can kind of just make units himself from this point on too, especially with where Solar is at. So it's still a bit of that guessing game of figuring out what you want to build and when, especially in the mirror matchup, as we do see Shin continue to be aggressive with some of that Ling Bane, looking for opportunity and just looking for the chance to maybe dive in and get, if nothing else, just further information.
Shin is going to be slightly more defensive. Oh, my lord. Okay, that's not good at all. Baneling takes out about 20 Zerglings, and he loses a Baneling over here. Solar's been so good in these trades, and Solar's committed 100% to this +1 Roach Bane timing. Still building Roaches, Lings, Banes. He is massing up. He's about to move out. His +1 is about 40 seconds out. He's going to try and move his Banelings forward to shield, trying to disguise his numbers. But I think it's got to be go time. Spinecrawler will finish for Shin. Shin's building a few more drones. Shin's, I would say, overall playing pretty safe in terms of his commitment to economy. But it's just Solar's been so much more efficient in the army against army trades. He's taken out so much Ling Bane. And now that it gets spotted, of course, Solar has pulled the trigger. He's on his way across this map. Shin, it is going to be so hard to defend this avalanche of Zerg. But Tokamak is a big map. Maybe with Defender's advantage, he can make something happen.
Let's find out, as we are going to be having a couple spines already made, and they are going to start moving into position here. Solar, though, is ready to come diving in, but the Banelings, oh, he pulls back just in time, so he gets rid of a couple of Banelings. Now he can more freely just continue to attack through, so that's looking good. The corrosive vials come down nicely as well. Banes blow up the entire mineral line on the other side as well. Solar is going to get so much done with that. However, he's not broken through the main roach force at the front yet, but he still has that +1 missile advantage. New spines are about to finish Pig. Is that enough for Shin to somehow scramble together a defense? No, he has to cancel them, and Solar's reinforcements look as though they might just be enough.
He's up 5 workers in Solar after those worker kills. He's building 7 more drones in a lair behind it. He's not going to sacrifice his Ravagers. Once his Roaches are gone, he will pull back here, and he does save the Ravagers. Pulls back, a wise decision, as the +1 is now finished for Shin as well. So this Ling rally comes in, taps the Queen. She does go down, and he's going to pull back. Solar with a 14 worker lead. Off the back of it, Shin trying to recover his worker count, but he was just too far behind the Ling Bane trades. And this really came down to, you know, Shin tried to take the aggression of Solar, force some mistakes. Solar came out of that early skill test with flying colors, and he continued to catch Banelings, catch Zerglings, the counterattack of his own Zerglings sniping 2 Queens, and then the Baneling of his detonating on those Zerglings on that ramp earlier. This all just set him up to have more material on the board. So I'd say so far, better execution out of Solar than Shin. And Shin now finds himself once again just sitting at home trying to recover his work account, thinking about how he can drag himself back into this game. Fascinatingly, Solar is not going +2 range. He's actually just going roach speed and gearing up for another push of 55 drones. I mean, we saw this in the match against Reina, right? This is exactly how Solar played. There's a lot of moments where you could pivot into economy. Solar will pivot into like 1 more round of drones after an attack, maybe 2, and then it's just back into a super committed roach attack. Solar is a man where he knows that the most decisive ZVZ is where you have an attack lined up in your head mentally beforehand, and then you gear up for it over several minutes, trying to disguise it, and then you move across the map with round 2, looking for that knockout punch. Doesn't even wait for roach speed here because he's already taken out the overlords. Shin does not see it coming. He's going to get another overlord there as well. The roach count has been mostly hidden. Spires on the way. Shin is massing roaches, but he's down 40 army supply.
He's down so much. He's supply blocked right now as well, so any future roaches are going to be a little bit further delayed. And Solar is waltzing across with roach speed about to finish, so he'll have that speed advantage as well. And that means if he is overwhelming, Shin can never run away from a fight anymore, right? So Solar can just really press the issue. Another overlord going down. Shin at least got a few roaches out as he comes towards being supply blocked again. And here we go. Solar just going to attack straight on through with the better numbers and that roach speed to help him out as well. And the fact he's got Ravagers. I mean, so many things point towards Solar here in this game 1. Ling's on the base over on the right side, and Solar is going to grab the opening map.
Very calm, cool, and collected in the first match. Solar just shutting down all of the early attempts of Shin to kind of raise his blood pressure, force some mistakes. None of that actually working out. And definitely a really good ZVZ start. Shin, of course, is kind of going to go, okay, just can't be this sloppy. I can't be letting a handful of Lings run in and snipe multiple Queens and drones. Crazy amount of damage for 6 or 8 Zerglings to get, and his own attacks getting stopped at the same time. It was a smorgasbord of victories for Solar in this early stage. And I think one where as Shin, you don't look at this and go, oh no, you know, that strategy won't ever work again. It's just about the execution, right? It's just about, okay, I've got to be a little more aware that Solar's being cheeky. He's hiding little counters on the map, waiting for me to move out and then diving them in as I move forward. And he's also really on point with his Baneling defense, his Queen defense. So, you know, it's often a good idea to put tempo on your opponent, get the tempo, put pressure on your opponent, look for mistakes. Usually harder to defend than attack, but with how tight Solar is in this tournament, especially off the back of the series with Reina, where he looks so good, Shin is no doubt going to change the pace. I don't think we're going to see him committing so hard to Ling Bane aggression in map 2.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out for him, as we'll have ourselves on ley lines for the second map coming up in just a second here. Shin trailing by that game and looking to bring it back. Maybe, like you said, an adjustment. We'll see what he can do. He needs to get through that early stage because, again, it's so difficult when Solar is so good at being so aggressive a lot of the time. In the top right-hand side, we are going to be starting off with the red Zerg player. Down a map, bringing it back, it's Shin.
And in the bottom left side, representing Team Falcons, the Blue Zerg, it's Solar. Shin doing his 14 Overlord that he's loved for a long time. And then he goes 3 more drones. Interesting. So Solar's going for a bit more of a standard 16 hatchery. Shin is going to be opening up gas pool. Old school, baby. We're looking at a quick Ling speed, potentially quick Ling Bane even. It's a very old school opening. Don't see this as much anymore. And I'm personally curious to see, is it just quick Ling speed with like no Zerglings or only 2 at the very start and just wait for Ling speed? Or does he, with this, mix in a 6 Zergling run around? Because it feels like the spawning pool's not that early. I would expect this to just be gearing up for Ling speed. But we'll find out. Of course, the pool's significantly earlier than Solar. You still get a hatchery up at a good time with this build. And I would say, overall, if you both just macro, normally going pool before hatchery, because your queen gets out so much earlier, starts injecting, you're not far down on lava and overall drone count, maybe 1 drone down from a hatchery first. But if you also mine gas this early, I mean, you've sacrificed a drone to build the extractor, good 20-30 seconds earlier, you know, you've got 3 workers on gas that's not minerals, and that does add up. It is just going to be 4 Zerglings to start out for Shin. And looks like he's pulled off gas and then puts 1 worker back in. So it is a very quick Ling speed. Gonna look for some potential Ling flood aggression. And Solar, when his Overlord comes in, he's gonna see that the hatchery is not finished at the same time as his. And that's a big tell.
Yep, you're gonna be able to start picking up on that info as... Ooh.
Oh, he's doing the cat's build. It's the cat's
wow.
build, Wardy. It's the macro hatch wall off, dude. This build is nasty. Oh, this build's really cool. Ender Filipino Zerg, also a big fan of this, but Cass has been doing this one for a long time. But a few players have. It's really odd because you don't get mining on your 3rd, but you have such a safe wall off, something you normally have to invest in a bit later in ZVZ, and you have so much production on 2 base. Gives you a lot of flexibility, forces your opponent to guess a little bit on what you're going to be doing behind it. These 4 Lings are already coming in and getting themselves a drone.
Yep, I'm just going to be getting through, getting some damage done, and then the extra Lings on the way up. That Ling speed finishing shortly. And Solar is responding. Rebuilds a drone, couple of Lings. He needs to figure out just how defensive he needs to be very soon here, though. As obviously he is, he's going to start his 3rd hatch out on location. So that's going to be an absolute target for Shin in this game.
Oh, wow. And the thing is, with the macro hatch, you're not expecting the early Ling flood, even though he saw that the natural wasn't finished yet. So Solar's droning really hard. He's thinking, oh, macro hatch, that isn't going to pay off for a while. Out comes the Ling flood. And he's just droning. He's droning all the way to 28. Yeah. Solar is going to have to cancel his 3rd base. He's going to have to pull back and try to make his own things. He's trying to make a Baneling nest, but to be safe against a pool first, you're meant to build your Baneling nest immediately. But Solar pulled off gas, didn't make the Baneling nest. And as a result, he is now in trouble. Shin's big commitment starting to pay off. He's got to target those drones down as best he can. Link's trying to break Solar, trying to pull drones down to help defend his queens on the ramp. Good drill with those drones to help guard them. Queens do now have transfuse energy, which means they're no longer vulnerable. You can use those as tanks on the front lines. Spine Crawler's building as well. Shin did not drone behind this for a long time. He's only just built 3 drones, and even with 3 hatchery production, yes, he can drone up pretty quickly behind it, but Solar's got a 7 worker lead. Shin wants more damage.
Ooh, gonna get a little bit more of a surround right here. Shin obviously really feels like time is ticking. If that Baneling nest comes online and Banes come out, he's gonna be in some trouble. The drones are gonna pull over pretty late here to try and aid in the defense and to keep this going. Is there enough right now for Solar? The Spine Crawler coming to the low ground. The Queen is going to be in trouble. The drones are going to try and surround those Lings. The Queen is actually going to get away, being kept alive on the ramp. And now a Spine Crawler up and Baneling's building. Solar might have just held, although Shin has equalized the work count and is getting more drones in production.
Wow, that hold, that last Queen surviving, impressive for Solar, but he did take a fair bit of damage. Units lost tab a little in favor of Shin, and with the 3 hatcheries, you can see how quick the production is afterwards. It's definitely like just explosive production, even though you're only on 2 bases. So it's really interesting to see what Shin does with this. So far, a 7 worker advantage, still only 1 queen. Solar is massing Ling Bane right now. He's just going to go all in counterattack.
Right, well, he's just going to send it, right? He's just going to go across the map. I mean, Shin went all the way to 35 drones right now, still building a drone as well, so he doesn't quite know what's up. Obviously, beginning the wall off, he mentioned this wall off is very safe, big, because he got the hatchery so early. So that's going to be Solar's big challenge, getting through this to be able to really deal damage. Feelings counterattacking from Shin are going to take a Baneling. There's a Spine Crawler, not really in good enough position. The Queen is low, and that's going to go down as well. No, he protected the Queen again. You're kidding me.
She has 12 kills, Wardy. That's the 12 kill queen. She has seen some action. Evo Chamber Warlock does get cancelled because he's got roaches out now, +1 range as well. Shin is safe here, up 6 workers. This drone has been sitting at this third for the last 4 minutes doing nothing. And Solar says, you know what? Okay, might as well rebuild it, but it's going to be far behind on that roach tech. And I wonder if Solar tries to pivot mutas from here. No, he is just going to catch up on the roaches, realizing otherwise he'd be way too far behind on that. But it's hard to know. You know, is this just a hatchery tech roach laying Bane? Is there a lair? He does see the Evo chamber wobbling, so he knows there's an upgrade coming. There is like animations on most buildings in StarCraft to give you visual tells. And it is for Shin's point of view. It looks like he's going to go to roach speed and commit to a pretty big roach speed +1 move out, probably while securing the third behind it.
Just going to be having the roach is obviously able to kind of step forward a little bit. Solo trying to get that third hatchery up, so yes, would love to just get towards an advantage here because he's got a bit of the map control. The roaches will not be able to contend with for a bit. But yeah, he's going to be behind when it comes to the roach upgrades. The +1 is trailing by about half the production. The roach speed is obviously an eternity away for Solar right now, so it does seem like Shin is taking the edge in this game, that drone advantage. I mean, basically just because Solar decided to counterattack all in into a wall that was never breakable.
+1 on the way for Solar now. 5 drones ahead for Shin. It's going to be hard to recover that, but defender's advantage, nothing to sniff at. I think the Zerglings, though, ideally would be hidden somewhere on the map. I don't think in a frontal fight against +1 roaches, the Ling Bane's going to be very useful. So if Solar could get these Zerglings hidden somewhere, and then when the roaches move out, maybe surround the rally, you know, come in from behind, maybe hit some drones, that sort of stuff, that could maybe buy you time against this. But roach speed getting close to finish, +1 range, almost finished. Shin's gonna move out, he's gonna go for it right now. The roach count is in his favor, 23-8 with 7 more building. Shin has a massive advantage right now. These banelings gonna try and distract, as will those Zerglings. As we said, not gonna be very useful fighting head-to-head against the roaches, but they can use their mobility, force the rally to pull back a little bit, finding themselves a roach in the middle of the map, not bad. Does morph into a Ravager, which has 5 armor, so pretty hard to deal with that. And the Spine Crawler just drops so quickly. Shin here with a fantastic opening. The Ling Flood with the Macro Hatch to transition off the back of it. But the Lings do come in and tank a little bit. More roaches, though, reinforcing for Shin. He's still got the numbers advantage.
He absolutely has the numbers advantage. There's no way Solar's holding on to this one as Shin pushes on through and is going to get rid of all those roaches. The Ravager forcing the pullback. And again, he's just reinforcing so quickly. The upgrade is in his favor, and the numbers are in his favor as well. So Solar just can't get roaches out quick enough. That's going to be GG. That's going to tie us up, and we are 1-1 here in the semi-final. Shin with a great bounce back with an unusual build that you don't see all the time, and it really did work.
Willing to commit to just attacking off of 17 drones. It's a risk. If Solar does play very safe there and goes for that fast baneling nest, it's such a lead for him, right? It's such a bad position to find yourself in as Shin. But Shin was willing to take the risk, and he found the money because Solar saw the macro hatch. He was thinking a few minutes ahead about, okay, what are you going to do? You've gone 3 hatcheries. 3 hatcheries equals greed. But of course, I did not. Seeing that it was the first opening, needed to realize this is an option. I don't honestly know if I've seen someone do it like this, where it's a gas pool 3 hatch flood. So I feel like the trick there for Shin is just perfect. And he has so many of these builds that are like single-use mind games, where he's like, normally 3rd hatch means, you know, at earliest 4-minute Ling Flood, but this is instead like a 3-minute Ling Flood. So, haha, you know, here's the surprise, here's the trick. Can't use that again in this series, but he gets himself a win, ties it up.
Ties it up. The ZVZ going to be heating up then with a 1-1 scoreline, best of 5 for a spot in the DreamHack Dallas finals here on the road to EWC. So going to reset a little bit. His trickery worked in the first game. Shin's trickery in the second. ZVZ, we said it was going to be aggressive. Both games have lived up to that exact expectation here so far, with this third map coming through in just a hot second.
Yeah, Shin has got so many build orders up his sleeve. I wouldn't be surprised if Solar's a little more defensive in this first stage, because I think once he gets to 35, 45 drones, those many different roach timings that he does become really powerful. But Solar's so good at just the macro early game, the Ling Bane multitask, like this very standard early game. Solar has always been one of the best at, you know, an expert. talked earlier in the tournament about how he does look up to Su when he was first learning as a player and coming up the ranks. A guy who is famous for having super clean early game and crushing people in the mid game. That's what Solar likes to do, whereas Shin, you know, it's all mind games, it's all trickery. And we'll see if he can pull out another surprise here. Going into Incorporeal in the top left side of the map. In the red, it's Shin.
In the bottom right-hand side, we've got, representing Falcons, Solar.
Weibo Gaming against Team Falcons. Both sides are going to go for that 15 Overlord this time around. So mirrored build orders, and that usually indicates just going for the very standard 16 hatchery. And indeed. So hatchery gas pool, you know, gets you your hatch up, gets you 2 queens, you go for link speed pretty quickly. Usually with these, you kind of just look for, does someone pull off gas a bit more than the other? What sort of attacks are potentially being built towards? Incorporeal is a relatively short rush distance map. This is pretty short, right? It doesn't take too long to get across, so Roach Bane, that sort of stuff could be, you know, more effective even than on things like Tokamak at the start of the series, and I think both sides are going to be on high alert. Sometimes that doesn't mean the game ends early or someone commits early. Sometimes it just means both players end up building a 3-minute 30 Roach Warren, making a bunch of roaches, but they see the other guys made roaches, so people move out but then pull back without committing and swap back into drones. So, you know, it's a very fast-paced mind game. And for anyone who's not a Zerg player, or maybe not even a StarCraft player, but just a watcher, well, you have to understand it's all about the Zerg production track and seeing, is your opponent going army or units? Because everything is produced out of hatcheries, which produce lava. It can be economy units, just drones and overlords, or it can be army units. And it's such a drastic difference, right? Which way is the Zerg committing? So this is why the players are constantly scouting, running lings in, poking in overlords, and then you'll kind of go economy, then you'll go, okay, bam, build 10 roaches, rally the really fast lings and banes to reinforce. That's a really powerful push. But your opponent sees the first few roaches coming out. And then you go, oh, he knows he's going to be ready. And then after the first 5 roaches, you pivot back into drones. But then they know you know, and suddenly you've got layered mind games and players scouting to confirm, is the attack really coming? Are you pivoting out of it? And as a result, especially with the speed of StarCraft II, it can be very hard to keep up with. But we'll do our best to keep track of that, what the players are seeing, what they know their opponent's seeing. And sometimes they'll even purposefully reveal things to their opponent's scouting just to sell them a fake story.
Some trickery, especially in these mirror matchups, especially when, again, in a game where, like a CVZ, you've got those overlords to spot things and stuff as well. The idea of being able to sell a story that's not true can do so much for you and see so much success. So, things to think on. There's a couple of lings we'll nibble at another couple of lings. We obviously already poke across, looking for some damage, looking for some info, and just putting some pressure out as Shin comes in with the lings of his own, though, and we'll deflect a couple of lings of Solar. He will loop one around. Again, information is critical. I'm going to try and do as much as we can in that regard, getting in there with those couple of lings to try and see what's up. Both building link speed and Bane Nest pigs, so we really do just have things settling for the moment with the third hatcheries matching each other in time. And it really is just a question right now of who's going to pull the trigger on doing something different first. Who is going to kind of, you know, go into the army? It's so rare that neither player would commit to some form of aggression, so we're just waiting and seeing, especially with the Bane Nest finishing. It's a few more lings on the way up from Shin right now. Might take the edge in this Ling Bane phase.
Exactly, 10 Zerglings for each. They both make 1 safety Baneling. This is ridiculous. Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's the fairest Zerg of them all? We're going to find out in this match because the Roach Horn timing is identical as well. Solar is up 2 workers. He's been a tiny bit greedier. Does get in with a Ling here as well. Sees the Roach Warren. Nice scout. Shin gets in the main of Solar at exactly the same time. But he didn't get to see around the back of the main hatchery. He got in the main and then the queen took him out. So he didn't see as much, but I guess the Roach Horn was in the wall. So, I mean, they both saw the Roach Horn timing. Shin is going to go Evo Chamber afterwards. And it is also going to be interesting to see, can any of this disguise? Lots more Ling Bane for Shin coming out right now. Okay, this forward pressure from Solar is getting a big reaction.
Yep, it is going to be a lot of units coming out, but there's the lair and there's a couple drones. He is going to be happy with what he's built now. So Solar's going to be ahead of a few workers, and he's going to start building roaches, but still droning as well. And again, that Evo Chamber means that Shin will just start to take the edge on the tech. So he's going to have the +1 ahead, he's going to have the lair ahead, which means roach speed will be sooner if that's what we're going into. Whereas Solar is building roaches, but not in an aggressive manner because he's, pairing them up with drones. Finally, there's the Evo Chamber from Solar. So he's just going to end up behind in that regard. He's been a few workers ahead on tech. A few workers ahead in general, but the tech is just there for Shin. who's then going to cancel the upgrade. Okay, what's going on, Pig? More roaches.
It got scouted, so yeah. Shin trying to sell the story apparently, but the Banes are going to get in. Oh, I mean, this is the problem. Shin's trying to be a bit too tricky, and he's leaving openings. Solar finding some damage, not as much as I thought there. 3 drones go down, could have been worse, but Shin is all in right now. He goes for a lair, which he does let finish. He goes for a +1, which he cancels, and now he says, YOLO, let's get across this map. Solar, 58 workers. It's worked. He sold him a story. He said, well, you're upgrading on the Evo and you're making a lair. That only makes sense if you're droning. Shin has a giant attack coming. Now he's droning behind it. Can he actually do damage with this, though? 11 roaches, 15 zerglings. It feels like Shin is so focused on tricking his opponent, and he's succeeded. But because he's investing in all these tricks, his attack is not really very scary. It's a bizarre attack that we're looking at right now. It's not that big.
It's not going to have that much power to the reinforcements, which Solar is just going to deflect this, and then that high work count of Solar is going to look good. +1 missiles and roach speed start from Solar in a good position, but he is going to be up against the Spire incoming from Shin. If Solar could spot that, that would be amazing, but he doesn't have much map control left any longer. So yeah, you're right. He really tricked Solar and then didn't double down on the trickery, right? Like if he just went for this and really kind of powered through, maybe it would have been more powerful. But he started building drones behind it so soon as well. And maybe that was the better call, because what did arrive on the first wave just clearly wasn't enough at all.
Yeah, this felt so inefficient for Shin. I mean, the mind games were working and that they tricked Solar, but it's just, it really was, I mean, it's not just not optimized, doesn't do justice how weird it was, because he invested a lot of time in the upgrade as well to cancel it. It felt like Shin was thinking of going for the attack and then changed his mind, and now Solar, with a much more streamlined build order, +1 roach speed, he's got a big roach army, thinking about moving forwards, and even though he's droning really hard as Solar and going Hydra Den, he still actually has an army that's quite frightening, you know, in that it's similar roach count, but he's got the upgrades. Now, a pivot into what appears to be a Muta Zergling style with the melee upgrade coming for Shin, which is a really good style. The problem for him is that his worker count's down over 10. He's had to build extra safety roaches here, which he did not want to be building because he doesn't have any upgrades for them. But I think the way Solar is just being kind of threatening by moving out a bit, pulling back, moving out a bit, pulling back, has Shin on his toes, and he's going to get in here and scout the mutas immediately as well. Doesn't feel like Shin's looking too confident in this game. It really feels to me like Solar knows what he wants to do. It's a big 3-base roach Hydra timing. He's not even starting +2 attack. I imagine he's just saying, no, I'm going to decide this game before that finishes. Right, no, there we go. +2 range, burrow, tunneling claws does now come in. Okay, Solar's happy to chill for a little bit. I guess sensing that he's got some time to work.
Yeah, I think I think one of those situations where he was like, I feel like I can get an attack going, but then the mutas start coming out. So he's like, you know what? Let's just invest in the future. He's got an army that's okay against the mutas, and I don't think this is necessarily going to get out of hand because he's so on top of it so quickly. So I don't mind the idea of just investing into other ways for him to take map control back with the roach burrow harassment, for example, and then General just kind of building up at the moment. He does have a good army. He's going to get the 4th base down, and if he can get towards that 4th base freely while his opponent has mutas, like these mutas are not paying for themselves at all right now. They're not doing what you would typically want to have happen. Is now they maybe jump on a couple of hydras, and not quite enough there for Solar to fight this off just yet. Yeah, where's anything?
Wow, okay, really thought his Hydra production was enough, but all the Hydras were up in the main base, and that's a really good start. Picking off 5 Hydralisks is massive, but still a huge army on the ground. The upgrade advantage is there. The Ling Bane count isn't ready. The Bane speed isn't ready. Going Mutalisks on such a small map is a wild choice, but Shin goes in for the counterattack. He says, okay, you want to trade with me? That's all right. I'm playing Mutalisk. Mutalisk is pretty damn good in a base trade scenario. Roach is going to try to jump on the rally. There's a lot of Roach Hydra there, Stowe. Spines, only one of them at home. Is it going to be enough? The Roach Hydra drone getting together. Shin, half of his Roach is stuck outside that wall off. I think this is a perfect pullback for Solar. Really good pullback, trying to scramble together a defense. If he can hold on here, he is crushing all the economy on Shin's side of the map. And you can see those roaches burrowing around. It's such a crazy situation we found ourselves in. Shin has been trying to play such a tricky strategy in game 3, but it doesn't feel like it's gone his way. Solar in the worker lines hasn't killed a massive worker count, but he's going to take out the 4th hatchery on the right. The 3rd hatchery is taking a lot of damage, and his army on the front goes down.
Yeah, this is looking pretty good as this hatchery here is going to be taking a lot of damage. I think we save it, though. The mutas will help to get those roaches and get rid of them. So that's going to be big. A few roaches popping back up, so that burrow coming into play as Solar continues to put the pressure on. And like we say, he's done a lot. Has it been enough, though? Obviously, he still settles down on his own bases. More Hydras coming up. I still think he has the better army for fighting in the long term, so it depends if Shin can really start kind of making some harassment happen once more.
Shin still has got that 60 worker count on 3 bases. Yeah, it's 4 bases, of course, for Solar. Shin cleaning up these roaches one by one in his main base. Looks like he's going to find all of them. Good cleanup. A lot of players would have left 1 or 2 in here that would have popped up later. Shin's Ling's running forward. If they could snipe the 4th hatchery, that'd be really big. Solar's 4th looking exposed right now. And we are going to see some changeling scouts come in as well. There's a lot of Lings that will go down, but I think it's probably worth to snipe the 4th hatchery there. Shin massing mutas, and Solar is stuck on lair tech. We don't have Vipers, no Lurkers coming in. Lurkers hard counter Link Bane, Vipers hard counter mutas. That's where the muta falls off pretty hard, right? But right now it's just going to be Infesta Roach Hydra. Now Infesta's obviously with Fungal, you catch those mutas, slows them down massively. But if the mutas, Lings, and Banes spread really well, you do need a lot of Fungal. And if you get like surrounded, for instance, your army can just get mauled by circling Baneling.
Yeah, it's going to be an intense few moments to kind of see if those Infestors can get those Fungals off. You're right, it's all about that engagement. Can Shin get the spread necessary to negate the Fungals and to really allow the Mutas, the Banes to kind of get through and connect and just not get punished, basically? As we are going to have ourselves those Infestors gathering, the Mutas are lingering, and also would like to get and do some damage, but we actually got a first Fungal already in the main base. Do we have a follow-up? We get a second one. It's just the Hydras are so far away. Oh, we do get a third Fungal, though. We get a few of those Mutas at the very least.
Last one does miss. 19 drones went down to Banelings at the same time. There's a lot of Banes, though. And the problem is the counterattack. You're like, haha, I ruined your economy, but also you lost 11 Mutalisks. How do you stop this attack? Because the idea normally is to come in with a spread of Banes, hit the Hydras, Mutas clean up everything else, right? But you've still got some Infestors coming out here. I don't know if there's much Fungal. There's like 1 Fungal left right now. And the Mutas are heavily damaged. There are more building. Only 59 workers. I think counterattacking, base trading. This is the right thing for Shin to do. But look at that. He's prepared. Solar ready for it. Lings do have +2 melee, though. Oh, my lord. +2. Rip and tear.
Absolutely disgusting stuff right there, as the Lings will succeed and they will actually continue through, but Solar is not stopping on the other side, which is completely the correct decision. He just wants to go, and again, base trade this, although you're base trading Mutas, which is never a super fun idea. Hydras and Infestors have a lot of work to do. They need to try and keep themselves alive. The Mutas going to eat a Fungal over on the attack, but not enough to really slow him down. So Solar is still in trouble against those Mutalisks as he's working through the base of Shin at the same time. Shin trying to build spines, Solar just trying to get Hydras. As he needs to be careful of the Infestors. Do not let those go down. You need the Infestors. You need the anti-air to stay alive.
I think if the Mutas joined up with the Zerglings on the counter initially, maybe Shin could have busted through, and I think a base trade would have gone really well for him, right? But right now, he just can't bust that main base, and that's a huge problem. He also doesn't have any drones hidden on the map. The Roach Hydra army with the Infestors is so scary. Spine's trying to build there is actually really cute. I do like that little detail, but that main base in Solar, for his main, it's such a wedge of units, and I feel like, you know, as long as Solar can defend in the main base, with the Hydras, the Spores, the Infestors there, this army on this side of the map is unengageable. Spire goes down, Laz gonna go down as well. And I think Shin here, what a crazy scrappy game, playing such a dodgy style as EVZ. All mind games, all trickery. He could overwhelm this, but he'll lose most of his Mutalisks doing it. The thing is, if he doesn't overwhelm right now, what else can he possibly do? These Mutalisks, he's picking off some Hydras. The Mutas do have rapid regen. He's going to come back and try to defend with the Spine Crawlers. Drones are getting denied on the mining. The Roach Hydra Infestors just going to bust. Nope. It's a lot of spines. 8 Spine Crawlers. I think he could bust it maybe, but he doesn't want to risk it. He's got a base up behind. He knows Shin's trapped in a corner where he can't even mine right now, but if Shin cleans up the roaches, gets his mining going again, I guess it kind of says, hey, I've got mining on a fresh base. That's an advantage technically on 8 drones. You have to do something about it. Solar will just gather his army, I think, in a move at some point, though. He's just got so much more.
Yeah, he has just... I mean, 112 to 42 army supply really speaks for itself, right? I don't think those spines are going to make the difference. As long as the roaches are taking the brunt of the damage and the Hydras get saved for the Mutas with a few fungal growths, this should be a foregone conclusion, as we do see Solar committing to the attack, and he knows he was just waiting. He's going to make Microbial Shroud, now fungal, and those Mutas are not going to get anything done as Solar runs into the upper right base to take a 2-1 lead in this semi-final match.
Good, solid defensive play there for Solar. I feel like he's got to be a little confused by what happened in that game because Shin was going this way, then that way, playing super wacky, wavy, inflatable Zerg, going in every single different direction, but maybe tying his own efficiency into a bit of a pretzel at 1 or 2 points there with, upgrades getting cancelled and Laz finishing really early, but also committing to a roach attack. And Solar had a few economy advantages. I think Shin had some really good tactics to still make this incredibly competitive game, but he did it from, I would say, a weaker base. And I would like to, I don't think Shin is, so much worse than Solar. He can't play like a normal, even first 6 minutes of the game. I think he just has a lot of respect for Solar in a standard game, and he's trying everything he can to avoid it going there. But maybe just a little too desperate, right, to be tricky in that game, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like, he really had him Solar tricked and then just no power to kind of take advantage of it. What good is that tricking your opponent if there's no result at the end of it all? So, yeah, I think definitely a situation where it was just a little bit too tricksy maybe from Shin, and now Solar can take that advantage and take that lead and be up 2-1 in this best of 5, a map away from a grand finals here for Solar in 2025.
And a very winnable one at that, whether it's Classic or Maru he's facing. But Shin will not be giving up this easily. This man took down Clem. He took down Clem in a fantastic series, doing some really cool builds. Of course, this is a different matchup. I feel like Shin is, he's going on to Ultra Love next. There's a little bit more room between the players. Very defensible choke points as well. Curious to see what he brings out. I love that game 2 build order, that crazy macro. Ling Flood was so cool. But we'll see what else he's got up his sleeves. If there was ever a map in this map pool where you would go for like a 2-base wall off, this would be it.
Yeah, Ultra Love is very, very, very choked up onto the natural, so definitely a possibility as we load into this game 4. We're going to be down in the bottom left corner, the red Zerg, who's fighting to stay alive in the tournament in this very game. He must win this one to keep himself going. It is Shin.
And his opponent in the top right, looking rock solid in these early games. Team Falcons Solar. Solar is such a perfectionist when it comes to the early game. And oh my lord, Shin goes for a quick hatchery there. Thought he was going to let the gas finish as well. 15-15. I mean, that usually leads into a 2-base wall-off build. So, yeah, Shin thinking about taking advantage of the narrow ramp. He's going to delay ling speed quite significantly. Essentially, the 15-15 is a build where you build your hatchery before you build an Overlord. So 15 hatchery into an Overlord, then 15 spawning pool. You'll notice, look at that, about 12 seconds difference between the spawning pool timings, which means your queens get out much earlier as Shin, but Solar has an extra 2 workers mining early on. Now, Shin will catch up because he gets his first hatchery up, it produces a lava and starts mining earlier than Solar's, and then his 2 queen injects come out 12 seconds earlier, which means he's going to saturate his natural expansion way quicker. But you sacrifice your ability to, get the early minerals like Solar is. So Solar can do the standard, get ling speed and take a 3rd base and get your queens injecting. Shin's going to have to cut a corner on something. Now, is it delaying the 3rd? Does he try to move out with his first 2 queens and snipe the Overlord and build 2 more queens behind it? Is it a 4-queen 15-15? We're not sure what Shin's plan is. Solar playing completely standard. It's Shin who's going to be showing us some sort of very specific intent.
It'll be interesting to see where it ends up. There's a lot of options available right now. We'll see what this whole build is going to be about very shortly here. A couple links get out as Soul would like to try and find info as to what exactly is going on as well, so he would love to figure that out, go into the bottom side and catch up on that info ASAP.
3rd queen already on the way for Shin. That allows 2 queens to move to the front, which will deny scouting relatively effectively. Should be able to shoot down the Zerglings pretty hard, especially if you block them on the edge. You can kind of shuffle forward like that, which means the Lings would have to go around. Solar will back off. Seeing those 2 queens already a bit of a funky tell. And oh my lord, look at the response from Solar. Instant Evo Chamber La. I don't know if he was planning this or if it's a reaction to seeing the 2 queens, but it feels like he's saying, you know what? There's a lot of weird openings that can come off this, a lot of crazy timing attacks. I am just going to cancel my Ling speed. I don't want to play Ling speed and then have you hit me with a 2-base roach push and catch me off guard. I also know that if you Ling flood off this, I can't defend a third. So Sol is saying, look, the simplest way to do this is just give up going for the standard third, give up the Ling speed. I'll play 2-base as well. And that way I can simplify my exposure to risk, use my own wall off. And I think this is a very clever response. Like, look how fast the Lair and the +1 range is. I love the way Sol is playing this.
Yeah, it just keeps you so very safe, right? I mean, now Shin is investing into a Ling speed that's not really necessary. He can maybe take a faster third hatchery from all of this, but that's only if he really knows what's going on. So he can't really take advantage of what Solar is doing. The Solar does get a spot in the lair, so he knows exactly what's up. He starts his roach speed, +1 missiles. There's going to be the faster hatch from Shin, and the upgrade and tech advantage that Solar is going to have really sets him up very nicely for the mid stages of this game now.
And Ling speed, you know, you have Ling speed, you build 4 Zerglings, you think, oh cool, that's fine, 10 Zerglings, okay. Can he cancel the third is the question. 16 Zerglings. The thing is, I don't know if Solar cares that much about his third being cancelled. I think right now the real risk for Shin is the Roach attack. If you cancel the third and Solar just barrels 3-gas Roach across this map, Roach speed +1 is already such a clean timing. People normally don't have that option off of this build. He's even dropping creep in the middle of the map, which is a little bit weird for Solar. That almost is like, it's signaling, you know.
Yeah, it's telling you.
He's like, dude, I want to walk Queens and Roaches across this map. You better get ready.
Yep, giving him all the information there as the Lings will get there. That is a cancel, so Solar's just going to let that hatchery go down as the Roach is going to show themselves here again. A little surrounded. Is this a good enough fight for Shin? Not really. He loses a bunch of Lings, doesn't gain anything. Nidus coming down as well from Solar, so he's going to have all of the ways to get across, deal damage, and he is going to be committed off these 2 bases. Is it going to be strong enough with that upgrade advantage?
Only 3 gas, and now Queen's building. He thinks it's Mutalisks. Oh, Solar thinks it's Mutas. Oh, he's trying to do Roach Queen. I was like, dude, you need a 4th gas if you're doing this, but he thinks it's Mutas. It is not. It is a standard Roach follow-up. Oh, Solar's misread this. Shin with his tricky 15-15, his little Ling Flood to cancel the third. Got a Queen before. Now he gets a 2nd hatch cancel. Great start for Shin. And Shin, he's very similar on Roach numbers. Solar's investing in Queens and Nidus. These are not useful in a Roach war. Solar has misread the game. Shin, such a tricky build order. Bringing out the special tactics. Sees the Nidus worm as well, so he's aware of what's going on. Shin on the perfect work account, committing to mass Roach, and he's also going to catch this army here as well. Oh, Shin is so well set up. Solar now realizing he's misread this game. This is tragic.
Absolutely tragic. His Roaches just get smashed backward, and Solar is now down a base with nothing to really show for any of this. A Nidus network that's going to be mildly annoying at best. The fact that Shin obviously knows about it means that he can prep a lot against it. He's already got Roaches in the main base here, for example, so it is looking very, very cozy at the moment for Shin, whose defense has been looking great. Solar's going to pop out a bunch of units, but I love that Shin targets the Nidus first, because that's not enough units from Solar. He's going to lose this fight in the main base. He types GG. He got tricked once again, and we will go to a game 5 in this CVZ with Shin bringing it back again. This time the tricksiness worked.
I mean, Solar there just tried to make a hard read. A hard read in StarCraft is when you don't see everything, but you see 1 or 2 things and you draw far-reaching conclusions from them. This is the sort of move that makes you look like an absolute genius when it goes right, and it makes you look a little silly when it doesn't. In this game, he saw the Ling Flood, he knew it was a delayed third, he said, oh, it's a Mutalisk follow-up, right? I haven't seen any Roaches in this game. That's what it is. There was no information confirming that. He had an incredibly fast lair. Solar could have had an Overseer going, but all of his gas was going into Roaches, +1 Roach speed. He did not confirm what was happening. If he just made an Overseer, gave up the third, would have been okay to just rebuild his own third base. Shin was on 41 drones, exact same work account. Canceling your third, building it a bit later, not that big of a loss by any means, especially when your opponent's committed to all those Zerglings that won't scale well the longer the map goes. But I think that was just a really smart way to throw some curveballs out of shit. And you see the power of the 15-15, down 2 workers for the first few minutes of the game, but then he was up at 38-40 drones for a good minute while Solar was on like 32-33. And even though Solar's initial pivot was very intelligent, he needed to Overseer Scout as well to confirm what the follow-up was. Trying to skip on that, trying to be a little bit more just focus on the army, focus on getting all your resources into that, paid the price.
Paid the price, and now we get to go to a game 5 here between these two as we get into, it's going to be Persephone for the final map, in fact. So Persephone is our final game, as we have Yeah, I mean, a fun map for it as well. I mean, this map's a little bit weird and wonky. You kind of spawn the top left, bottom left, and you have that kind of just avenue to kind of run up and down on. It's going to be fun to see what the
little
players
racetrack
do.
on the right side of the map.
Yeah.
Watching Zerglings run down that is always hilarious. You're like, my lord, this is ridiculous. Hellions and Zerglings love that corridor of acceleration zones on the right side of the map. Unlikely to really matter in a ZVZ, right? It's a good map for Mutalisks because it's quite long, actually, and kind of hard to get to your opponent's third base. So we'll see if Mutas do make a reappearance here. Mutas are so hard to get, though, when you're playing against Solar. All right, going to be introducing the player in the top left side of the map. He's brought us to Game 5. We told you this would be a quick action-packed series. Neither of these guys wants to give up the aggression, and this man, a master of tricky attacks. It is Shin. Playing for Weibo Gaming.
We have in the bottom left-hand side, representing Falcons and looking to try and make this grand finals, it is Solar.
This is going to be a 16 pool for Shin. He's going 13 Overlord. No, he's just going 16 actually. That's so weird though that he went 13 Overlord for it. Because he's done 15 Overlord in, well, 14 Overlord into, I guess, no, normally does 14 Overlord into 17 hatch. So that's so interesting that Solar's doing the kind of modern, Serral, European optimized, or I guess Lambo optimized, I should say, build order. But Shin has gone back to the 13 Overlord for the more standard Hatch Gas pool. I think Hatch Gas pool, a good opening on a long map like this. Ling Speed, Baneling Nest, and then maybe you could get greedy enough to go towards Mutalisks if you got enough scouting, but of course you're gonna have to do that off the back of a safety Roach Horn because Solar changed the meta a few years ago, showed people how good all the Roach Bane attacks are, and as a result, the sneaky mutas we saw come out in Corpora Real, you saw kind of how paranoid you are about the Roach game on the way to mutas, where Shin invested in his own Roach attack and 22 defensive Roaches after that before being confident building a single Mutalisk. So there's no beelining 2-base mutas or 3-base straightling Bane into muta like we used to have in the old days. It's just too risky.
And risks are definitely not something you can get away with in a Game 5 of all times. It is just going to be those hatches finishing pools coming up. We'll see how mirrored they want to be once again, as we've had a couple games where they've obviously really matched each other toe for quite some time. And so far, this game is matching up nicely. One extra drone for a moment or two from Shin, just the mild differences. He'll start Ling Speed, so will Solar. Everything looking the same so far. So it's really a question of Ling Bane and who wants to be the aggressor in that Ling Bane to begin with.
Ling's venturing out for the scout, 2 workers on gas for each side, so neither one pulling 2 workers off the gas, right? If you're just pulling one off, it's just okay. It's the least efficient worker, that third one anyway. Just, you know, get a little bit more minerals for that quick third base. And Solar's third is slightly earlier. Solar does have the favored spawn, by the way. Bottom of the map, his workers spawn slightly closer to the minerals. It's gonna have a minuscule advantage. Could add up a tiny bit over the course of this game.
Even ZVZ imbalance for Zerg. It's incredible.
Truly broken game.
There's that avenue up the right-hand side as the Lings not quite speedy yet, but getting sped up as they chase each other around the far right, so Shin taking Solar's Lings for a little bit of a walk. There's that healing shrine there as well. We'll see if that comes into play at all. I think that's going to be that little bit faster here for Solar, so when that finishes, again, we'll see if he wants to do anything, but he's still just droning. A couple Lings only, probably just some defensive Banes just to make sure in case your opponent makes a round of Lings, and we're just going to continue through Pig. No one seems to be kind of pulling the trigger on those Lings right now.
It's a longer map. Being somewhat defensive is good. Shin scouting for Banelings on his side of the map as well. His Lings are like running around checking corners right now, and they go back to the natural. 345 Rotron for both sides. Yeah, the safety is real. Both sides doing a really good job of not getting supply blocked at all, always having extra overlords free. This is something you can do to be safer in this matchup. If you're playing a greedy game, to not be as greedy, you want to leave a bigger supply gap. So that is, you know, the gap between how many units you can build. There is nothing worse than, bam, you see Roaches leaving your opponent's base and then going, oh no, I've only got enough supply to build 3 Roaches and I've got to start building overlords. You know, you want to have maximum flexibility, and that is why you're seeing the players build these overlords a little bit ahead of time. You know, 20 supply gap right now for Shin, just giving himself that opening. Is there a double opening in this wall for Solar? Yeah, that is not a wall off, mate.
not great, as we're going to leave one Zergling there for the moment, but yeah, not an ideal wall. Obviously could get tricksy if the right set of units come across, but nothing on the way just yet. Plus one missile starting on both sides, the lair building up, drones on the way through, roaches building as well. And we just have ourselves the setup just continuing. Obviously both players with that lair, roaches in production from Solar. Yeah, it's just normal.
Classic. Heart of the Swarm is calling, you know, the call of the Roach War. It's so dynamic in the early game with all the different attacks that, you know, it's not common we see the players droning up. Shin's being way more confident on the greed.
Yep.
And that's good. If you do it early, it's good, right? Because the drones have time to pay off. As long as he just pivots into nothing but Roach Overlord from here, should be fine. Does let a Zergling in, but it doesn't see too much. Solar stopped at 53. Solar's looking pretty all in right now. Solar does not have a 6th gas. It's a 5 gas, 54 drone, +1 Roach timing. This is what Solar's did pretty much every game against Raynor. He rarely went past this point without committing to an attack. Shin is going 6 gas. Shin is building a Hydra Den. Oh, these are not the things Shin wants to be doing right now. He's even adding more drones. He's building Overlords, but if he doesn't like build a spine, he's going to struggle even on a big map to defend this attack. You got to realize just how aggressive Solar is. Solar loves to hit these Roach attacks. They're so optimized, and right now Shin, he's kind of just adding a few too many little bonus things. Another drone, these extra little drones he's building, not great. He does see a Roach pop out, another Roach pop out. Is this enough to tell him? I mean, at this point he might have already been too greedy. Up 13 workers. Solar is about to push out.
Yep, this is going to be a pretty hefty attack. Obviously upgrades finishing. The investment into the Hydras from Shin is going to be what really sucks for him. I mean, it's just so unnecessary. A Hydra Den, a Hydra upgrade, and they're just not going to be in good enough numbers to ever be a part of this Roach fight.
He doesn't see the army either, Wardy. His map vision's actually not great. I didn't even realize he didn't have an Overlord far forward. This is a big problem. Uh-oh. I mean, he cancels his 4th base. Now he sees the Roaches coming. He is building a lot of Roaches of his own. It's absolutely possible to defend here on this big map, but he's way out of position in the top right. He's got to get back in position. Both sides have Roach speed +1. Identical upgrades. Queens come to the front. One Spinecrawler tries to go down, but I think Shin should be pulling back. He should be stutter stepping as much as he can. Anything to delay here. He's got defender's advantage. Drones are pulled. Excellent idea. Pulls the drones at the perfect time, does Shin. He needs to just buy a few seconds, and anything that allows his Roaches to do a bit more damage is good. I think he could have sacked those drones there, but it looks like it was the perfect amount. He stays up 8 workers, only sacrifices 5. A lot of them took extra hits, but survived there, and that is the perfect defense for Shin. We saw literally, I mean, the way he pulled those drones at that moment was so crucial, because remember, workers are quite decent at tanking. They do almost no damage. You have to pull them early or it's no point, right? A lot of times, how many times ZBZ do we see people, they lose 15, 20 Roaches, and then the drones get pulled and there's like 4 Roaches left attacking behind them? It's worthless. It does nothing. You've got to pull the drones instantly. Shin insta-cancel the 4th, insta-pull the drones. He's got a few Hydras. I'm not too keen on the Hydras. I think, yes, they've got good damage on the backline, but more important, he needs to just go mass Roach. And he's been losing a few of these Overlords to these Biles, which is actually doing really well for Solar, who's gone up to 63 drones. And Solar's going to do the Roach Bane all in. He tried this against Raynor as well. It didn't work out there because he got caught off by an attack before he could get it going. It's an old school strategy. It is so committed. It is so all in, and it shows Solar's mindset in ZBZ in this tournament. It has led him to great success. It is not, I will play safe, I will go to late game. He does not have a late game bone in his body. As you said at the start of the series, Wardy, he just wants to surprise you with a massive speed banes, roll him into the Hydras, and if he makes that connection work, if he can surprise Shin, it will be a brutal, brutal attack.
So much potential right here, and a lot hangs on this, of course. A spot in the grand finals for the winner of this very game. We're trying to get rid of that Overseer, which is hanging out overhead. It takes one more shot, but it's still just alive as the upgrade is about to finish. To +2 missiles ready, but Bane speed not quite ready just yet. Shin rallying drones to the top right to take a 4th base, which he already had a drone there, so a little awkward. And he's got a lot of units, but obviously Solar wants to just full send it with this army. The Banelings give you a lot of kind of value in the army all at once, so you can get that big surge in attack. If these Banes hit well, there is going to be potential to just surge through with one big advantageous army. So we'll see if Solar can make it happen. The resource loss so far pretty even. Shin's moving forward. He's going to walk into Solar, who's actually going to have the chance to attack in with the Roach Ravager Bane. So we're going to take a fight right now. Maybe, maybe not.
It's maybe better to fight like this. It might be better on Solar's side of the map, because then it gives him time to remax as well.
Rebuild.
The Banelings are a knockout punch, right? But the Banelings are going to flank from the left. The Hydra's a little bit exposed. The army's clumped off. A bunch of good Bane hits on the Roach roaches. The Hydras are going to start to go down as well. Oh, this is a big punch for Solar. Shin needs to evacuate right now. He's got to get home. He's got to remax, and he needs to stop building Hydras and build nothing but roaches. It is all about roaches. They're way tankier for cost. You know, those banelings aren't cheap, but just the fact that they're so supply efficient, and look at that, use the healing shrine a little bit as well, but no, he wants to keep going. Solar does not want to just wait. He says, screw healing a few roaches. We need to push forward and keep the aggression going. Solar has a 4th base up. He's mining more minerals because of that, because the main has been transferred halfway, and the Roach Ravager on the front does see, okay, it's a big Roach remax, but he's got an army on the right side as well. And it looks like he might be able to snipe the 4th base, or if your army moves over to defend, Solar's going to hit the natural. Oh, great positioning for Solar. Solar committing to the Roach Bane, paying off big. The constant aggression, even when his first attack fails, he finds ways to win with the 2nd or 3rd attack. It is exactly what he kept doing against Raynor. Solar realizing the power of aggression and using it so well in this tournament. He is way ahead right now, but Shin getting together a defense, trying to hold the line. The Hydras have good damage output, very good damage output, as long as they're protected by roaches on the front.
So it was not moving into the right side for a few moments. Now he's obviously in a bit of a choke. He steps through, he gets position onto that hatchery. Needs to bring the units from the left side back over, otherwise he's going to get overwhelmed on this right side. Couple corrosive files going to force the units to split. We're so close to getting through onto the Hydras here as well, which would be huge, but it is going to be Shin pushing Solar back on the right side. Solar shows up with a few units on the left, but obviously everything is just picked apart right now. As reinforcements come through, the numbers do potentially start to come back a little bit for Shen. He's still down on army supply, but he's hanging on in there for the moment. Soul just has so many roaches in production, and if he gets those across the map quickly enough, this might still be difficult for Shen.
Shin has defender's advantage. He has hopes. He has dreams. Solar has a healing shrine. He has an extra base that's been mining for a while. Even though his work account's very similar, that extra base really helps out, especially as we are getting to the point where the natural is half mining out. So it's going to be essentially a full extra mining base for Solar until Shin can get this base up. Hydra's exposed on the front. The Roaches pulled to the left, but he leaves the Hydras in the open. It's a problem right now. Remember, these Hydras are struggling because they're so fragile. And at the same time, this Roach counter on the right side doing so much damage. Indy is really just killing it with the observing there. This has been so bloody nice to see just Solar all over this series. He is just smashing, man. I feel like Solar has said, I will not defend. I will attack, and when I have to defend, it's for 3 seconds, then I'll attack again. Just perfect play by Solar.
Yep, he is just all over, right? He's just consistently forcing. Whenever it looks like he's losing a fight, it's because he's got something else going on elsewhere that's going very well for him. He has been chased back all the way down this side. Those few Hydras putting some damage in. They're going to dive forward. Corrosive Files do end up missing. Solar's reinforcement should allow him to jump on this, and then the Hydras are going to struggle to get away. So Solar is going to start to jump on this, but Shin's actually done very well. But if he doesn't win with this push, right? Like, he's done for
so well. I mean, but he's going to get surrounded. That's the problem, right? It was crazy that he made it as close as he did, but the Roaches, if they get on top, reinforce coming forwards. Oh my gosh, Shin making this so close. The Roaches looking for the wraparound. Queens are being pulled to the front as well. Nail-bitingly close. Game 5 ZVZ. It's a Roach fest, though, and the Concave on the right is good. The Hydra's getting collapsed on the left. Hydras are so good when the fight goes right, but the moment the fight starts going bad, my lord, they crumble, and they're so expensive. You can't afford those losses. Shin showed some amazing builds in this series, but Solar was non-stop aggression, full throttle from start to finish, and that was such an expert masterclass. And oh, my first attack didn't quite work out. Let's drone up, and then let's look for the next knockout punch. And he actually let Shin come to him, surprised him with the Baneling flank, absolutely smashed over the top with just amazing scouting denial. And I gotta say, just doggedly getting rid of every single Overlord and Overseer with those corrosive biles paid off massively. It was so big. Maybe if Shin kind of said, hey, why are you so obsessed with getting rid of this Overseer? Sent another one forward, saw what was happening, could have set up the defensive stance. But Solar was full of surprises, and he does get the win. He is going to get to the grand finals of DreamHack Dallas.
So exciting for Solar to be back in the finals after what feels like such a long time. And what a way to do it as well, when the first attack, like you say, did not work. He had a backup plan, and even then it got a little dicey at the end, but all of that counterattacking paid off. He put Shin completely all in, and he just had to keep pumping out enough units, and eventually he had the numbers to hold on through, taking this game 5 putting himself in a grand finals where he'll play against the winner of Maru and Classic, our next series up. And yeah, just such an excellent game, right? The Bane's coming through, and just an excellent series, right? Trickery, it really encapsulated all the great points of ZVZ, which is this matchup can be very tricky to keep on top of. There's a lot of counterattack potential, there's mind games, and there's just so many different ways to kind of play the sets of units. Like in this game, Solo playing that Roach Bane to try and make it all happen, and in the end, getting himself that ever so important win to get to the grand finals here at Dallas, and again, have a chance to win this event.
What bloody action for the 5th game, right? Just constant fighting on all sides and really stressful situation for both players. Shin threw some curveballs out, had some really clever build orders, but yeah, the Banelings. I mean, when he pulled it out against Rainer, I was like, oh, that's like a one-off, like kind of Hail Mary play. It didn't quite work out, but it seems like he's got a bit of faith in it against the guys who are committing to the Hydras. He's realizing, you know what, this is a very good surprise move. Even your Roaches, if they're clumped up against it, they take big damage, so your Roaches have to spread backwards, and Solar's whole Roach army is already on top. They're all attacking. Meanwhile, Shin's army's trying to pull away, trying to spread backwards. They're breaking formation. They're losing the concave. It's a really scary attack, and I think it matches Solar's playstyle very well. He's asserted dominance, hasn't he? I mean, he's looked so good. Barely lost to Serral. 3-2, right, in the bracket stage. Beats Rainer, takes him down despite the almost comeback. Had an amazing reaction yesterday when he did that. And now here with another 3-2, Solar has had the absolutely nail-biting ZVZ bracket. And yeah, he's made it all the way to the finals off of ZVZ. Well played.
He looked so good in the ZVZ and before the playoffs as well. He had some really good games there and able to get himself going through. As of course, up next will be Maru versus Classic. Some more awesome StarCraft 2 still on the way here at the road to EWC DreamHack Dallas. We'll be back with you in just a few moments.
Welcome back, everyone. We just had a really fun best of 5 ZVZ. Solar never having an easy road, but he steamrolls on ahead to the finals. And now we are getting into another best of 5 to determine who matches him up there. Is it going to be Classic or is it going to be Maru? PVT best of 5 on the way, Pig.
I mean, this is so exciting, isn't it? Two upsets in the previous rounds. I think Maru taking down Hero. It's hard to say that isn't an upset, just looking at recent form. Hero crushing through the GSL, and of course Classic taking down Serral after so many late games. Over the years, so many times they've played series like that. And I gotta say, as someone who's watched it be inevitable before, I'm like, well, it's just a matter of time till Serral grinds him down, like he always does eventually in these series. And to see Classic, go for the big recall in the main, to be in his face constantly, the Warp Prisms, the Zealots running around, to have single Archon snipe, single Broodlords, and line-based trades and all sorts of stuff. What a fun series that was.
Very exhausting, though, I'm sure, where Maru, it was tense, but perhaps not as exhausting. Also happened a little earlier on. Hopefully Classic has been able to reset thanks to that, a bit of a longer ZDZ than I think you guys were calling. I mean, total fair analysis on it being quick and snappy, and there was a lot of aggression in it. It just went to all 5 games, of course. So both players hopefully properly warmed up and ready to go. Totally changing gears for Classic to versus Terran for Maru. A little warmed up, I suppose, in the TVP, but it was a not easy TVP for him to win. Let's see if Classic can improve on Hero's performance and actually beat one of the goats of StarCraft II. In the bottom left of Persephone, he is the Red Protoss, Classic.
And facing off against him in the top left side, one of the greatest Terran players of all time, arguably the greatest Terran, it is Vitality's Maru.
Certainly when you talk about the start of StarCraft to where we are now, he's one of the most consistent. He was seen as a potential great even back when he was 12, I think, literally, going back to 2010. And obviously he needed to grow up a little bit and to continue improving. And then he has been a contender for championships in almost every single tournament since, I would say, like maybe 2012, maybe a little later than that. But still, one of those guys that you had your eyes on. You knew he could be great. He eventually morphed into his final form, and he has won plenty of tournaments. But the one tournament that is missing, as you guys pointed out earlier on, is that really big international tournament he did win in China. and of course, lots of times in South Korea, but he has yet to win that World Championship. Of course, going to get another chance at EWC later this year, just in a couple of months, actually. But first, he also has to worry about winning DreamHack Dallas. It would be, I feel like, I'm pretty sure this is correct, his first DreamHack win ever, if he were to do so. Obviously, still a solo to go through, too, but that's kind of the eyes are on him to match up to the expectations that have been set upon his shoulders for being one of the best Terrans in the whole world.
Made it to the finals last year, but unceremoniously 4-0'd by Serral there. Maru has been plagued by injury as well, so definitely something there's always a question mark about his condition, and it's been up and down, but this tournament it has been on the up. Really looks like he's back in practice, and hopefully his shoulder, leading to a lot of pain in his arm and whatnot, is doing okay today, as we haven't heard any word about any issues with it this tournament so far.
Yeah, you know, it's actually really surprising. I knew he had issues, as you know, all the great Terrans do, I suppose, but I did not realize it was so bad and so consistently bad that he has actually been excused from military, guys. So not going to have that particular gap year there for Maru like many of the other Koreans. But enough about the players, as we also have to focus a little more on Classic. But right now we're focusing on his attack. He did grab that early Zealot, sending it across the map, wanting to disrupt Maru a little bit. Maru, big on the factory, expands. Maybe, you know, the hesitation is there not to send something out in the early game, but this is so early. And obviously, it does get that denial on the command center, at least temporarily. And then the follow-up is also different. This is really not even starting out like Maru versus Hero. Classic is actually going to go into a Stargate.
Classic's staying a long time here. Is he going to recall, or is he actually going to try and fight the Cyclone? Wow, okay, he's got the Stalker as well. Going to try and fight the Cyclone and the Marines, trying to bully Maru. Not something many players would risk doing in the early game, but he's already denied the command center for a long time, so he's getting really good value. As long as he doesn't lose too many other units, I think the Zealot trade for that is excellent. But as you said, Stargate comes down, and it's an Oracle opening. Oh my lord. And into Cyclone as well. Now, obviously, stasis traps are amazing. You can wait for the Cyclones to move out and do a counterattack. He's going to go straight Twilight behind it. My lord, this is once again, we're seeing a lot of what appear to be like almost NA ladder builds getting popular. Looks like he's going to go 4-gate charge, or 3-gate blink is the more standard follow-up. But can he get to 3-gate blink against the double Cyclone?
This is a little worrying. Yeah, you know, we don't see a lot of this Stargate opener, really any Stargate opener, that as much in the recent months. But then the single Oracle into Twilight Council, also not seen in quite some time. But either there may be something different beyond this. Maybe the charge. You know, we saw a couple of those odd charge timings in the GSL. If it is into Blink, that is actually, once upon a time, was quite a standard opener. It was kind of the alternative to just the Twilight Council directly and those extra gateways. And it is going to be that Blink. Did the Oracle actually reveal itself, by the way?
No, he's just hidden over there. It's waiting for the moment. What's so interesting, Zombie Grub, is Maru cancelled his second Cyclone, about halfway done, swapped to a tank, and now gets a Raven, and he just goes for super greedy into 3 barracks. Maru has not scouted. He doesn't know what Classic's doing, and yet he knows that Classic is not committing to Blink aggression. He has pegged Classic from studying him as a player who will not do 3-gate or 4-gate Blink aggression. He's wide open to that, right? He is not building a second tank, no bunker, doesn't even bother with a proper wall off in his main base for that Blink angle. This shows Maru has an understanding of what Classic's capable of, and as a result, he's going to have a relatively quick stim, shields, bio, medevac moving out on the map, maybe faster than Classic was expecting. That being said, Classic had a good opening. He's got his third on the way. He will have Blink, you know, on the front. So I think overall, we're going to kind of have Maru get a bit greedier than normal, but also Classic be untouched. And I'm also surprised he's not putting like more stasis traps down. I mean, the Oracle hasn't been seen. He puts down 2. I feel like he could just spam them everywhere.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. That's what I was going to say. The Oracle underused at this moment, perhaps waiting, hoping for that surprise element. That sounds very awkward. You know, it's like, well, we're so long into this game. This Oracle has been it's been out in the map for so long, it's just that Maru hasn't known about it. So the first stasis trap probably really going to catch Maru off guard. Then he's going to realize, like, oh, okay, that's what it was. The Stalkers obviously are going to have Blink by the time they arrive on the front lines. It is probably by now figured to be a litter Blink, I guess, just because the Stalkers haven't shown themselves around what would be more like 5 minutes with Blink. Now it's 6 minutes with Blink.
Well, if he can get the Raven.
The first stasis trap could be big.
Yeah, he's got to get rid of that Raven. If he can get rid of the Raven, it changes everything. Oracle. The best Oracle is a surprising Oracle. This is what we call the NA Oracle timing. Oh, Raven! Raven goes down! Maru lost his Raven!
There's deja vu. He lost his Raven exactly like this on the same map against Hero earlier today. Maru's got to do a better job of protecting those Ravens. Now his push is massively slowed down, and that might just buy time for Classic to get charge. Classic's on 8 gates. If he gets charge up, he's going to be having a good time defending this push.
Yeah, this could have, maybe not worked out any more perfect. He's getting the Oracle in for the surprise timing. 6 SCVs go down. The Raven goes down. Has to scan ahead for these stasis traps. He does not! And another large chunk of the Terran force is taken out, meaning that Maru really doesn't want to dedicate to the actual push. And in fact, Classic is very close to be ready to push himself. Not quite yet, however. Charge is only over halfway done, so you definitely have to wait for that. But so much time has been bought. Classic is all over this. Just needs to get that final bow on the entire build, you know, actually take that good fight, which I believe he absolutely can. Going to go for the 4th base at the gold, which actually has become kind of popular. And one of the reasons I'm going to guess that Maru somewhat checked, he also was trying to get us around on the Stalkers. That didn't really work out. Saw a Pylon, not going to check it again for the Nexus. He's going to SCV pull, so it wouldn't matter anyway, unless this becomes a real weird base race scenario. A Classic has bought himself time, bought himself charge. This is going to be it. Can he hold?
Big SCV boy pool coming, and Classic, he's made a lot of zealots. He's got a big army right now. Maru has delayed this push so long because of those Stalkers and Stasis Traps. Oracle's in his main again, but it was already an all-in. So losing SCVs doesn't really matter all that much. Decent spready against the first Widow Mines. The whole position, SCVs absolutely slaying. Classic so far ahead in supply, but it is mostly worker supply. He does not have splash damage. Zealots can deal with this army, but he needs the Guardian Shields to do well. And Maru with the Widow Mines, the Micro, the SCVs blocking up front and being so annoying. And he's getting so much damage. Maru using the SCVs and Widow Mines to great effect. The Mass Zealot not cutting it.
No, oh, that Atosis Pylon takes away that +2, not that it was close to completion. Widow Mines pop off behind this. The Zealots ran right into him. And Classic cannot muster the defenses. He cannot get to enough charge lots. Maru breaking through despite some stops earlier on in this game. Commits to the build and wins because of it. Classic, gotta be a bit frustrated with that one. It seemed to go so well up until the SCV pull. And then Classic does what you really should. Try and take the fight a little bit farther away. Be prepared to replenish those Zealots. They have a too. But there were a couple of weird micro mistakes there, I guess. Which is that Zealot, the Zealot wall went back into the fight. And that was just, I'm not actually sure what happened there. Maybe he was trying to micro away from a Widow Mine and then also kind of clicked on the map in some way. But you know, these are the small things that can add up. But Maru is just so good with these SCV pulls, man. It feels like it's a little bit special. Classic, they seem to get such a solid setup, and he still gets obliterated.
Yeah, I mean, Maru just did the ultimate mind game. So basically, Classic there had such a good start, and Maru's push was so wrecked from the beginning with the Stasis Trap and the Raven. In Classic's mind, Maru was building a 3rd command center and SCVs and all of those things. Classic just didn't follow up scout for such a long time. I think if his Oracle went back in that main and double checked earlier, would have been good. But finishing that game with no +1 armor, he should have been chrono boosting that right after +1 attack, I believe, and going more games. He had 1200 gas, 1000 minerals in the bank. And it was only when that Oracle went back in for like the 3rd time in the main or whatever, it was like killing workers, where I think it was dawning on him like, hey, this is completely all in when he saw the workers. But yeah, a mixture of good micro from Maru, but also the patience. So many Terrans, when they get blocked, would have just shoved in and thrown their army away. Not that Terran, though. He's so good at being patient. His opponent in the top left side of the map, though, had an excellent early game. He's got to be a little annoyed that it didn't go the way it did, but he can still get this one back. In the top left side, it is Classic.
And in the bottom right, as the blue Terran now up a game, he is Team Vitality's Maru.
Classic again. Classic is, of course, representing Virtus Pro, Maru Vitality. And Maru, you know, that is one of the secrets Maru has, is when he's in a corner, he's still very dangerous because he will just double down on a push that shouldn't really be working anymore. I think, you know, in that scenario, the real trick is to cut off the reinforcement. And he did a really good job doing that with the Stalkers kind of going around. But Maru just chased him all the way to the corner of the map, which delays your push so long. And if Classic was going splash damage behind it, it's going to look like the most one-sided bop ever. But Maru was just saying, hey, fingers crossed, he's doing a zealot focus defense. I don't really have much info in this game, but we're just going to trust that's what's happening. And he gambled right. And sometimes when you're in a hard spot like Maru was, you have to take a gamble. You got to flip a coin a little bit and optimize for that one situation that you think you're playing against. That's what he did. Non-stop Widow Mines, which a lot of players skip on. They don't have enough Widow Mines. He had so many Widow Mines coming in. Really great job. The SCVs kept creating walls with hold position. There's all these little details Maru does in high-pressure situations where most other Terrans panic.
I think it's a really good point about the Widow Mines, actually. I would focus in on that because that goes back to your early call out about Maru reading Classic's opener, which is that he wasn't scared of a Blink Stalker attack. So he did not grab, was it more than one tank, actually?
One tank, no bunker.
Certainly,
super greedy.
Yeah, exactly. It was greedy, but then also just actually did not continue building tanks, where a lot of Terrans will absolutely continue building tanks, even maybe up to like 3. And then that can be used, for instance, if it is a Colossus build, it can be used to target it. We've seen that earlier on. But the fact that he was able to only build 1, transition over, get the greed, get the add-ons on the more important things, and then actually get a reactor there and build the Widow Mines really did help out as well. And Classic, unfortunately, probably had an idea that this was very possible. The ICV pool was on its way, but yeah, didn't quite have the best preparation, and feels bad to lose a game or lose a battle at the very least. And you have so much in the bank. Zealots are going to be, once again, active in the early game. Seems like Classic witnessed Maru with a bit of an opportunity.
Oh my gosh, is this cancel?
Early on? I think he will. He absolutely does. This is so interesting, though, because basically, you see Maru do the opener that he does, and you're like, this Cyclone's pretty freaking quick.
Yeah.
This should feel very safe. In fact, in his game versus Hero, he had to recall his first attempt to send an Adept Stalker. But this is so much earlier that it really takes advantage of the pause production for the Cyclone. Really nice touch here. Maybe Maru will change up his opener in future games because this is so consistent. But yeah, cancel on a command center already feels really good.
Cloaked Banshee coming in. Maru, I remember back in 2018, I thought Cloaked Banshee was really bad against Protoss, and then Maru just kept making it work, and I kind of changed my mind. I was like, okay, it's bad if you're not really good. It's good if you're Maru. He finds ways to sneak Banshees in, to catch Protoss off guard, an expert and not throwing them away. And my lord, third command center. Oh. Maru's range. Wow. And once again, he's just so unafraid of like Blink aggression. This is kind of crazy. I mean, it is going to be 3-gate Blink. Reaper comes in good micro for Classic, but the Reaper still gets the kill there. The Stalkers probably should have body blocked that, but Maru losing a Reaper for it. Gets the Scout on the Twilight. And 4 gas so early. Oh, is this going to be Blink into Storm maybe? We haven't seen a Robo yet. So 4 gas right now for Classic is very peculiar.
By the way, the Scout technically didn't have the Twilight Council is a fair assumption, but yeah, we'll be paying attention a lot to these, more emphasis on the 2 bases. As without a Robo, we're not going to have any of that Blink Stalker pressure. Banshee's going to come into the main base. That will not be able to scout anything, I guess, really anything. It's going to kill probes, but it's not going to see what else is available or the gases in the natural. It is going to get probes, though, and that's kind of the most important thing. Speaking of that lack of Robo, no detection when you do something like this. That is a much bigger issue. And Classic just had no idea it was a starport. His sentry was eventually built, now sniped, by the way, but did not get the hallucination across the map in time. And this is completely blindsided Classic. Very unfortunate, as this is also when Maru was doing a 3CC. I mean, unless Classic can get a counterattack, but he doesn't have a Warp Prism to do that.
I'm so confused at what Classic's build was heading towards, though, Zombie Grub, because there's no third base and there was no tech other than Blink. So don't get me wrong, obviously surprised by this, I get it, but did he forget his Robo? Because it just, looking at his build order, it feels like his Robo should have been up at least 45 seconds earlier. It's a very odd build for Classic, and Maru is essentially getting a game-winning position in map 2. We might see a speed run of these semis after 1 round of 8 match that took as long as every game we've seen in the semifinals so far.
Well, there have been a couple of Roboless builds certainly brought out in these PVTs. The additional gas might have been leading to what you were talking about, but we might have had to pivot, right? Like this, whatever the plan was, just not going to work out. And unfortunately, if you are going to choose to go Roboless because you think this is going to add some spice, some more ability to flex in other directions, the one thing you'd have to know is that they're not going to go Cloak Banshee. And that is something that Classic did not get a scout on at all, and certainly not in time. Now even trying to aggress and not finding anything there. Now the Stalkers are going to be out of position. There's a shield battery, but now there's 2 Banshees. 2 Stalkers do warp in. Where are the observers? It is trailing the Banshee currently. So these Banshees actually need to be careful. Yeah, I don't think it's worth sacking them quite yet. One will go down, takes away the one-shot potential to the shield battery at the very least. That is one of the first things going well for Classic.
Classic is going to go for Immortal and Storm, but on 2 base against Terran, whose 3rd command has been finished for a long time. Maru's been dropping triple mules. Maru's in a fantastic position. Banshee does spot the Stalker move out, and I think already losing a few Stalkers as well to the tanks on the other side of the map. So Classic's going to be playing from far behind. His hope is that because the stim shields medevacs are delayed with these 3cc builds, maybe he has a bit of time. You know, he can get back up and drag himself back into it, maybe land a storm ambush when Maru does finally move out and just force him to pull back a bit. It's very much the win condition is many minutes down the line. Maru building a bunker right now, I get it because his stims late and 3cc builds are vulnerable, but I think he's misreading just how much he has ruined Classic's position in this game. Classic has only a handful of units.
It might be, or it might just be this guy is ruined, so he must all in me, right? Like, I don't quite know which direction it actually is, but certainly Maru, one thing we can agree on, playing super, super safe. That supply depot, the bunker, I mean, this is not going to let Zealots through. That is for sure. This is the first time, by the way, that Classic has actually confirmed its 3 command center. He might have gotten the idea seeing a limited number of units when he did blink in. That was the first confirmation. And that means that Maru really doesn't have to move out. If Maru was just going with a 2-base all-in plan and just, you know, refused to acknowledge how the game has changed since that plan, does it anyway? Well, 2-base Maru SCV pool versus 2-base Classic Charge Storm, there's some potential there for Classic. You know, the Storms can be very, very good against SCV pools. But now, with Maru's ability to just be like, nah, bro, like, I can just stay at home. You're the one who has to catch up. Get ghosts, right? Get good positioning, get enough scans that you never get surprised by the storms being ferried around in the Warp Prism, and then you can still afford a couple of drops just to make sure that you are keeping tabs on the Protoss, which is exactly what Maru's doing. Double drop to the left, bit of turtle back at home. Observer will scout the move out to the 3rd, and this actually could be a critical timing for Classic.
Double drop is massive, though. Maru hasn't really moved out. His SCVs are exposed. Oh, so Classic finds something. Gets a little bit of damage for himself. 7 SCVs, forces the 3rd to lift, recalls back, but does lose only 3 probes. Impressive that he lost so little. I don't think he lost any important tech either. So actually good defense. And, oh, can he storm him in the corner there?
I think so. Well, with some of the storm will hit him, right?
I feel like you could hit him with the edge of the storm. You know, maybe.
Right, yeah, yes, yeah. Without the second feedback, though, I mean, I guess he'd only kill the 1 medevac. We did have... Oh, the second feedback happened. The medevacs pushed each other. But disregarding that for a second, because we do need to focus on Maru's big ol' push down the middle. Classic, obviously recalled. Maru knows that. Nothing to stop him from moving across the map and getting into position. There's that storm we were talking about. The scan ahead reveals no army ready to go. Classic had just moved over to the left side, and Maru's army is now siege. Widowmines burrowed. EMPs ready to go. The Widowmines! The Warp Prism barely survives. 1 good storm on top of the bio, a second one trying to get the kills, a 3rd one, a 4th one. So many storms. And Classic will push this back, grab the medevac as well. This one might be a goner too.
That's crazy. And that drop is not in a safe position right now. It's going to go down. Damn, Classic crushes that army. Maru pulls back again. I really feel like Maru could have taken his 3rd earlier, but he looked so paranoid taking his 3rd, and now... I can't believe the double drop did so little damage, right? It didn't get the Nexus or anything. It only got 3 probes. It got stormed. Is Classic actually going to come back in this game after losing 14 probes and like minutes of bases not mining in the early game to 2 Banshees? That is crazy. Now Classic's in a good spot. He could drop a 4th Nexus right now and probe up. He doesn't have to go for the win, but there's so little bio. He's thinking about it. That wall off is nice for Maru, though. Maru's earlier insurance, the SCV's blocking. EMPs are available, but of course storms and mineral lines could be nice. Oh,
those those SCVs are dead. Sorry, buddies. That's going to actually put Classic a little bit ahead. Obviously, there are mules to consider. One medevac, by the way. Another big loss amongst the losses Maro has taken, all of that bio going down, the medevacs. So if we're going to have that transition over into Colossus, which is exactly what Classic is going for, the Viking numbers might not be as high as you would like. Because obviously, if you had 6 medevacs still, you might already be, looking for the opportunity to get ahead of the Colossus with your Viking count. But man, that fight was so close. One more Widowmine hit, or the reinforcing Vikings are 10 seconds faster to the front lines, and that War Prism is dead.
Yeah.
There are no storms at that time. Maru probably would have won right then and there. But just a little bit skirting off to the side, misses that second Widowmine. Absolutely crazy. Classic finding his way back into this game, did drop that 4th base, and now is going to try and control the map. Maru has an opportunity, obviously, to stabilize. Those mules are going to get slapped down. The economy's not bad if his 3rd CC can actually stay grounded, and that is the question. As Classic looks to make a move in, it is a lot of bio, and EMPs are ready, so you got to be very careful.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of players hating on those armor upgrades in this matchup and really delaying them. No second forge. You can have +2 attack, but Classic's army is going to be vulnerable. So even if he goes heavy zealot, he's on 19 zealots right now. They're going to get busted by Marines and Marauders pretty quickly. So definitely something he's going to have to look out for. Scouting SCV finds the High Templar. The High Templar throws a snowball at him and does announce his position. Ghost bio on the left. Got to pull out. Maru, Ghost in the open.
That's a bit dangerous. Ghost, a little expensive. That's the target right now alongside any medevacs. But he only grabbed the one. Maru does respect the rest of the army coming forward. I do love when Protoss still, just scatter around the storms just in case. But yes, Maru has been, he's been on notice, right? That SCV saw it. He even reaches out to grab it and finds the Warp Prism too.
He's got to protect those High Templar. Oh, okay. The High Templar way too clumped for Classic. Classic's work account also, he didn't fully probe his 4th. He's kind of paranoid because it's been such a weird, hectic situation. Trying to do zealot counters. Maru's doing such a good job mopping all that up though, keeping the map clean. I feel like Maru pushes forward and then he pulls back to the flanks, looking to clean up these zealot attacks that he expects. Perfect play for Maru, finding efficiency. And I mean, he was so far behind, like 3,000-4,000 resources behind. He's slowly closing the gap on the efficiency with Classic. Classic's going to hit that 3rd. Oh, very dangerous move, but as long as the High Templar stays spread out, it's going to be hard to chase this army down. Big counter for Maru in the north, though, is going to dive into Classic's 3rd.
Yeah, I thought I was going to go after the 4th, but I guess he's on to greener pastures. 3rd, then maybe the domino effect to the natural and main. We've got ourselves a little bit of a base trade. Classic does push away the 3rd CC, can be saved with a repair. Hope that does happen. And it looks like Maru is not going to risk trying to go into the natural, knowing the recall could come in. It actually does protect the 4th base. Goes back to the 3rd. You get a quick cancel or even kill. Classic, is he paying attention? Yes, he is. Big cancels going down to make sure he saves those money. That money, supply blocks for both players. A Colossus found in the middle. The War Prism can't go save it because it's running away for its own life. Colossus goes down. One storm in the heart of the army at the very least, trying to get that damage, trying to drain the energy on the medevacs. Classic in a difficult position, but technically still on 3 bases. A little farther ahead in the workers. Maru back to his 3rd CC. Did get the mass repair there. The 2-2 really going to make a big impact in these upcoming fights, whether the Ghost can get the EMPs to take out the storms, and whether the army of Maru can just kind of stand and with a good concave and take advantage of this 2-2 upgrade advantage over Classic's mere +2 attack. Now, +1 armor is about to finish, perhaps looking for an engagement once that does. But Maru's got the high ground, so again, Classic, he's on the hunt, but Maru seems sort of prepared to handle this. Classic's gonna go for it. He likes the way this looks. He's gonna go for the attack.
High Templar are a little clumped. There's 2 High Templar there with full energy right next to each other. Goes forward, gets himself a few ghosts, though. Classic has such a good army. Rebuilding 2 next eye, only 59 probes. Disruptors are coming in. Observer getting sniped. That is huge. That is such a big Observer snipe. The fact that Classic got to see everything Maru was doing for that whole time is huge. And now he splits half his army to the right side. Watchtower will see it coming. Recall's off cooldown. It's not ready for another 40 seconds or so. He's got to... Classic's going to dive. He realizes he can't get to the top right to defend in time, so he goes for the attack. Storm drops on the army. Doesn't land it too well. Maru with a decent spready. Trying to pull back, trying to gather his forces. There's not many Vikings in there for the Colossus. Zealots are not going to be able to warp in. More storms landing on the SCVs. More storms landing on the Vikings and the Bio. But there's a lot of Marines and Marauders in here, as well as the rally coming from the bottom side. My lord, Classic, though, getting an excellent fight. And these big engagements, very scary for Maru. He does clean the army up, but at what cost? He's lost 27 workers. He needs to counterattack right now. And if he doesn't find big damage, Classic is just going to bounce right back up. And with a 30 worker advantage is going to be huge. Classic may have to give up the top right base, but he's got a new base on that left side. And if he can get together a force, it's going to be such a problem for Maru.
Absolutely. Maru knows that he's in trouble. He does need to go for a counterattack and find some equivalent damage. Disruptors, you can micro against them. Oh, but they are going to be helpful if they hit, and they do hit. Some storms are also available. There is an EMP, but oh, never mind. That was feedbacked. One of the problems in the last fight and now in this fight, 100% of medevac energy. There is so little. These units are going to melt eventually. The question is, can their damage output win him first? Absolutely not. Maru going to lose game number 2 in such a crazy game, really. I mean, towards the end, Classic was looking a little more confident. He had the army to do that positioning. He was constantly sharking around for the opportunity that finally came. It was 100% a good opportunity for Classic, not that weird base trade from earlier. But remember how that game started. Classic took so much damage for not getting a robo against someone who was capable of going to Banshees. And then we had Maru on triple command center against someone who might, be in a desperate position, might need to do the counterattack. And even though Classic couldn't find the immediate counterattack, he still did such an excellent job just kind of controlling the map with what he could. It wasn't perfect on his side, but all of the tools that he did have, he used them so well.
What a crazy game. I'm reeling. I mean, Classic, you could see in his reaction how surprised he was that he was able to win that game. He looked like he cheated death, He fell down the steps, broke his back, and then kept falling down the steps, and somehow it popped his back into position. It was crazy, There was such a bad start, but Maru did look very paranoid. I think he thought because he didn't see the third for so long, there was like a 2-base charge Stalker counter, like a desperate all-in coming from Classic. And he sat on 2-base for so long. And then when he finally snuck that drop out, there was a big opportunity. But he didn't find the damage in that main base. And at the same time, lost a lot of workers on his third. And then when the push came, the Storm was way too effective on him. And I think Maru had spent, he had ghosts with his push as well. So it's even worse to have ghosts and not really land any effective EMPs, get eaten by Storm. Classic to fight back from that. And the bigger the fights were, the more Classic looked better, I would say, in the micro than Maru. So I think Maru, I don't think we're going to see any more 3CCs in this series because this man fights back, ties up the series in the bottom left side of the map. It is Classic playing for Virtus Pro.
In the top right, bringing it to a 1-1, he is Team Vitality's Maru.
Every Terrans felt going for a third command center being way ahead on economy. And then they floated their third out and got jumped on by a pack of like Zealots just before Stim and Shields are finished and lost 30 seconds later from that point, it becomes an unlosable game. So I absolutely relate to Maru's paranoia on securing the third base and wanting to secure the victory. But I mean, those Banshees were really fast and they were so effective. I wonder, does Maru stick with this Cyclone opening? Do you think that he kind of feels he has to do this, or the hallucinated Phoenixes are just too oppressive?
Well, right. That's a question I asked in the beginning of the last game, right? Because Classic keeps doing this Zealot poke and delaying or even, basically denying it in the last game. He had to cancel a CC and go for a high ground. Does Maru keep doing that particular Cyclone opener? I mean, there's different ways to get to Cyclones, but, Cyclone first and foremost, no reactor, but also no bunker, I suppose. And I don't know. Classic is going to go for Simex Core here. Not going to go, Nexus before that. He's not grabbing the Zealot this time. Maru, yet to be determined, will he go for that Cyclone or not? Command Center does get put down, as much as Classic wanted to be a bother. Yeah, I think I'm with you on the whole 3CC call. Surprised to see it in general anyway. It might have been pre-planned. It might have been a response to the situation.
Having to cancel the command center was awkward, right?
Yeah,
and it put him in a good position, right? It just... Terran lacks information when they in the matchup outside of pushing. They don't really want to drop scans. Scans don't always see what you need to see. So dropping them, it's a lot of minerals you give up. I think it's one of those things where by going third command center, the Terran ends up being a little more blind than normal. and then sometimes making the wrong decisions. And that's why, you know, the consistency of getting in your opponent's face early just tends to feel a little better. It is once again the early Cyclone opening, by the way. Would have been kind of cool to see a Zealot again, because Maru's stubbornly doing the same build repeatedly that we have seen. It's weak to the Zealot Adept pressure. So Classic changed it up, because I think he's just kind of expecting Maru to be flexible here and to adjust. And Maru's kind of playing the double mind game. He's like, I'm just going to keep doing the same thing, mate.
Right. Yeah, that's my read on it as well. It's just like, yeah, it's okay. You know, I'm still going to do it. And it might even eventually actually turn into some form of aggression. You didn't really get to see it in the first game. The second game was all about the Banshees, of course. And of course, Classic should be much more aware of the Banshee. Not that he wasn't. It's just, you know, one of those weird scenarios is we see an Adept actually gets, yeah, exactly, a lot of damage. It's not supposed to be in that high ground, and it's not supposed to be able to grab 2 SCVs. Does not yet grab the third one, so there's something. But, yeah, the Banshees were huge. The non-robo opener was a big reason why they were huge, though. And that's why I'm like, is Classic do that again? If he does he get a faster sentry to ensure that he scouts any possible Banshee? I think that's exactly what he's doing. No robo as of yet. Sentry is coming along. It will send Hallucination over and see. Right now, no tech lab. That might be the case still, but right now we're actually going into just a very simple Wood of Mind drop.
Maru's first scout is that Cyclone. This is such a fascinating build. he's being annoying with it as well, but we've already seen the Hallucination going across that right side. He's going to get a scout. Robo comes down, but this is a very greedy third base. Good way to play on a big map, and we saw a lot of double mind drop against Hero. I have not been enamored with mind drop on this patch. One reason is if they know it's coming with the Hallucination, they can track it and not get surprised. But it's also just, you know, Widow Minds did have their splash radius slightly nerfed, right, a few seasons ago. And then you've also got, just more importantly, when was the last time you saw a Protoss player not watching when that Widow Mind drop came in? It feels like just 3 years ago, there was like 1 in 4, 1 in 5 games. The top Protoss pro would just get distracted and not be looking and lose 15 probes every other game. It doesn't happen almost ever. They're always watching. They're so good at these reactions with the probe pulls and the micro. But you do need to pull your units away, because if he has multiple targets, Maru will keep retargeting and not let it fire just to deny mining. And very tricky there. Even shuffles the mines. There's a lot of mining time.
I agree with your assessment. I've also not really... Well, okay, here's the thing. Widow Mind drops, as you've said, have not found big damage in these very top-tier games. Commonly, I know there's a couple, but they're not supposed to happen. But that's been a while that has been the case. They still provide a little bit of the harassment, yeah, all that lost mining time. It still provides a little bit of scouting as well. And it does provide, you know, they have to keep some stalkers at home, right? So it's always been this like, yeah, it's a good thing to do just as an opener, literally as an opener, like, you know, I got something from it. But as we also have this new patch with the Hallucinations constantly scouting the follow-up, that's what kind of I feel like makes it... You have this time where they don't know quite what you're doing behind a factory or 1x expand, that maybe you could do something that is scarier than Widow Mind drop. I think is why it's like, well, this patch in particular feels meh, but Maru has liked it. So he still likes, I suppose, kind of the standardness it gives. And then he has the follow-up here that is into a little bit of appropriate SimCity against Blink Stalkers. But again, only that, two tanks. So that's the respectful amount. But it's not going to be a big attack from Classic. No Warp Prism here, just into the charge, Forge, and Robotics Bay.
And he sees the third command center as well, which gives Classic a bit of relaxation, right? After the pressure at the start of the series, the crazy all-ins and 2-base pushes he saw in the series. Maru played against Hero earlier today as well. And this is a pretty quick +1, you know, Colossus, especially like off of the quick third. It does feel like Classic has a lead here, even with the lost mining time from the Widow Mine drop, which it did a very good micro from Maru, but it didn't really take any direct units down, no actual kills. And I think Classic can even rush a 4th. And the +2 Colossus timing with 3 Colossus is going to be very nasty. If Maru, he has all the information, so he should know the situation he's in. If he can go for a quick second Starport, I think he can be okay. But if he doesn't, that 3 Colossus timing is going to be so brutal.
That's really the thing about the matchup right now, which funnily enough, we haven't seen a lot of, because a lot of the intent from the Terrans is to not get to that point, not to get to their own 3CC, and thus also have the ability of the Protoss to get to those 3 Colossus +2 and start to pressure them. There's been a lot of avoidance of that. A couple of great macro games have happened in the tournament, but mostly an avoidance of that. When it does happen, there definitely can be a point where the Terran just feels like they can't move out in the map. We're not quite there yet. This is the time for Maru to move out in the map and try and find significant damage. The Classic's goal here is to defend, get to those 3 Colossus, and then probably even initiate a counterattack once he has successfully defended, if he has successfully defended. Maru finds the 4th base. Nice concave. Tank siege. Wouldn't mind burrow. Raven once again sniped before it can impact the main fight. The tanks, however, are not going down and starting to target these very vulnerable units. The Colossus get targeted as well. Barely saved. Mostly thanks to the Guardian Shield, I think. And the 4th Nexus is canceled. Classic thought he could defend it by the looks of things. Unfortunately, lost a decent amount for it and still had to cancel it. That's kind of the double whammy you don't want, but it could have been worse. He could have lost that Colossus.
Really good timing for Maru there. That was really nice. And the fact that he instantly just gets his units out, extricates them from danger, saves both tanks. Beautiful play. Great trade. And it slows down Classic, and now Classic is even more defensive going second Robo. His +2 got delayed from starting. He's going to have 3 Colossus out, but they're not going to line up with the +2. And another Widowmine drop just probing around. Maru going double eBay, going Armory this time. He delayed his upgrades a lot in the previous game to get Ghosts out. I think I prefer this way of doing it because, you know, we see even when you have the Ghosts out, the feedback micro is really good from these top Protoss pros these days. They're really good at feedbacking the Ghosts. They're good at using the Warp Prism. So, you know, Ghosts, I think, are almost more essential for dealing with Arc on Zealot than they are with High Templar early on. And in this case, there are no High Templar. So getting out just the double upgrades is going to gear Maru up for the later game. Maru traditionally is a late game god. And I'm thinking right now of... was it last year? I think he played a late game against Alcyone with Classic, where he nuked a maxed out Skytoss army and killed about 100 supply of Classic's army. So Maru has some good memories in late game against Classic. Yeah. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if he's favored there.
Maybe. It is hard to say now, you know, a year later, a different patch, different maps. But Classic, I will say, like, you know, he has also had, you know, if there's good memories for Maru, maybe there's some bad memories for Classic. Obviously, that nuke would be a bad memory, but also thinking of some of the games that Classic has been pushed to macro-wise in PvT. They've been actually really real struggles for him. You know, against Kira, that was very much not easy. And see if Maru can match the energy and start to rip the army apart is really what Classic was starting to struggle with as the game continued. Right now, we're on these main engagements, just mano a mano. One thing happening here, and let's see who controls a bit better, as Classic is forced to move away from the Nexus. With the Nexus, I mean, I don't know if it really can go down, but that would absolutely be a target for Maru's push.
Those disruptors, they're exposed. Oh, Widowmine does land a hit. That Prism's got to be careful. He's going to go for a big Zealot counter. I do like this choice. Would be kind of, yeah, he's going to get on top with that. That's going to put pressure on Maru and maybe makes Classic feel confident even giving this base up right now, right? He's got a new base on the left. Going back to 4 base, not the end of the world for Protoss. It's going to start overwhelming there, but it is 1-1 to just +1. +2 finally about to kick in for Classic, but he's already lost a Colossus. His army count getting very low. It feels like it's still so scary. He finally gives up the base, but he's losing infrastructure, pylons, Naxos, cannons, and that is, of course, leaving him supply block. Meanwhile, though, Maru's rally point has been ransacked. His whole army is going to have to come home for this.
Yep. Maybe not expecting Classic to double down on the Warp Prism when he was under so much pressure at home, but Classic at some point maybe realized, I will have to give up this space. I cannot stay any longer. My resources are going to go into the offense, and that was just enough to really push Maru's reinforcements to their limit. He got a couple of trades there. He now also has some map control. Maru got a Nexus. That is good, but Classic had the other 4th, so there is still some solid mining for the Protoss. Now, it might be more about finding that map control. If Maru doesn't have the ability to size up the engagement, get his Vikings in position, ready the EMPs, although he doesn't have those, get the concave ready to go, prepare for where the disruptors are going to fight, that's when Classic can jump on Maru. This is going to be a real test of the multitasking. Maru actually dividing his army already, wanted to still be the aggressive player. Now going to see the entire army of the Protoss bearing down on his 3rd base. Maru scans Classic's 4th, and he's going to die for it. Absolutely. Going to force either a base trade or a recall. How is Classic going to play this one?
Oh, I mean, recall's available. Yeah, I think this is the wise decision. He will recall. No EMPs to stop that. But oh my lord, he's going to just stand and fight. Maru does for a second. Gets the Nexus, gets 10 probes, and gets most of the units out of it. But Stalkers on the right side. There's only 3 though. 3 Stalkers. Oh, and the Stalkers can't quite blink on it. These 3 Stalkers aren't going to be able to trap any of this. I think he's out of here scot-free. Meanwhile, Prism on the other side of the map does get in. It looks like it got shot down though. Don't see any SCV kills. Looks like Maru's handled this really well. Oh, Classic, so eager to get a counterattack, but his disruptors are in the open. This is a high-risk, high-reward maneuver.
Oh no, he doesn't
He's
get it.
flanking his own army. Maru's dropped on the left side as well. He's coming in from both sides. Disruptors getting caught. Classic may have just overextended and presented Maru with the fight that he absolutely wanted to get. Maru coming forward. His bio may be wounded, but the Protoss is gone, and that is a decisive victory in map 3.
Yeah, he was really hoping that there would be a possibility of sniping the command center, you know, killing it very quickly. He didn't kill it at all. And the fact that it was slow going really gave the opportunity for Maru to get that surround really settled. The Classic felt the urgency to do something. He had his map control, well, kind of. He had pushed the Terran army back. He had lost a Nexus. He needed to find some counter damage while he built up a triple expand. There were 3 Nexus on the production tab, guys. And instead of finding some room, maybe making Maru play it more defensive, he just opened the gates. Maru's like, yes, of course I will counterattack you at this point in time. I just killed so much army. There is no way you are going to stand up to me, even dividing his army to some extent, which Classic absolutely cannot handle. And Classic's triple expand is going to end with 2 Nexus dead. 3rd one also possibly dead now that it is found out. Classic doesn't want to tap out of this game, but he doesn't have a lot to work with. Disruptor Hail Mary is going to try. Shots. No longer one-shot the Marauders. A couple of Zealots getting the last swipes, but we needed that 50 supply ago, as Maru is going to have to maybe run away for now. He's got so much army behind this.
But in the end, it doesn't even matter. Linkin Park was singing about Classic's disruptor shots, apparently. It really is just a situation. We see that so often when the Terran's like, okay, I'll go back home, look to macro, make sure I ensure I win. They look back at the front, they go, oh my lord, it doesn't matter. I'm remaxed instantly. I could take disruptors like this at this late stage in the game. Great play by Maru. I'm so shocked by how good Maru is at reading the play, because it feels like there's games where Classic's counterattacking him, slowing his pushes down with Blink Stalkers game 1, picking him apart, and Maru just spends the whole time not pushing the front and just cleaning up the map, and his push is so delayed. When it does hit, he wins the game. This game, Classic's just purely defensive, being greedy, and Maru just gathers all of his forces on the front for multiple pushes in a row, and everyone is just there in time for Classic not to be ready, just positioned perfectly enough that Classic can't quite deal with it, that he's able to pick off the 4th base, he's able to run in, get the 3rd, get the Nexus, get most of the units out of there. Classic counterattacks and falls into his trap. It just feels like Maru has such good game sense. There's moments in these games he's just not raising his depot, letting an adept in, right? You know, it feels like he doesn't necessarily have the speed of his youth, whether it's shoulder injury or elsewhere. There's little mistakes that do slip in, but strategically, prioritization-wise, in a game like StarCraft, it's not about perfect play. It is about prioritizing what is most important in the moment, and Maru is showing he still has that down to just such a fine detail. Beautiful play.
Yeah, beautifully put too, because I think that is the key here, is that yes, it does require some top-tier multitasking ability in general to be able to do what Maru does, but yeah, he's not maybe as young as he once was or as uninjured as he once was, so it's really about the ability to predict to a certain degree, and not only see where their army is going to move and have your own army in appropriate position, but then even down to the very micro elements to it. Having your army in position with, of course, still good Viking usage, good bio stutter step usage, which Maru can obviously still do. But it's really important that some Terran players, you know, don't get into the mode of, well, I can't go out on the map. My prediction is I will try, the army will find me, and I will have to run home and be contained anyway. It's really important, and what we saw in this game, as well as one of the macro games, or 2 of the macro games of Cure versus Classic, in GSL and Dallas, is that if you can stop them from getting that comfortable position, all right, they're not allowed to double expand. They're not allowed to get their 4th base up easy peasy. They're not allowed to just find you defending your planetary in your own choke with the army in one position. You are going to find those openings. You're going to find those surround opportunities. So Maru, excellent prediction, assessment, and then the execution is still there. And Classic, I think he keeps, in some of these games, on these macro games, he kind of thinks, it is my turn to attack. And these Terrans, the way they're tripping up is by saying, well, it's not really over for me yet. I'm not going to be passive here. See if this continues. This Classic is now on his last life in the semifinal. In the top right for Ultra Love, he is Classic.
And his opponent in the bottom left side of the map for Vitality, showing such good understanding of when and where to fight. Let's see if he can finish off the series and get that spot in the finals 2 years in a row in Dallas. It's Vitality's Maru.
And to my additional point to your point, to that point, we have the differences of the second and third game, right? Where Classic, he had a really rough start, but he was able to take some of that map control and to kind of have the movements on the map that Maru really couldn't anticipate. So he was too defensive, too late in the third. Then he moved out when it was actually too awkward and he should have been back. You know, it just made it more of a hesitant game where Maru felt like he just took the reins in the last game and was able to not mess up in any important moment, like letting a Disruptor kill 50 supply. And then that's when he looks really, really good. And Classic's the one who struggles.
And that's off of a 2-gate into third Nexus. Blink, it's such a greedy, not beautifully done build for Classic in the last game. I thought he breezed through defending anything Maru threw his way. Now, to be fair, Classic's not scouted this game until after Nexus. Very greedy. 20 Nexus, 20 Cybercore, second gas. Beautiful. Why? Maru's not really getting in your face with early proxies and early Reapers. There is a double gas for Maru, so very, very kind of quick tech coming up, and the probe seeing that is going to quickly run away, hide, wait for the Reaper to come out, and then look to poke back in and try to confirm if there is indeed a command center on the way. We'll see if the Reaper hunts for it. Normally he does look around for proxies, but will he check right to the corner?
Not quite. Not quite. Good call there. A little, scary for Classic, considering that Maru did double proxy racks in his previous PvP.
Game 5, right? Yeah.
To not go up the ramp and at least check for the barracks. But yeah, the prediction is correct. He's not going to ultimate cheese me. And there's the command center for that confirmation, because there's also the possibility of a one base, which not common, but has happened in the past couple of months. Twilight Council for Classic, and I think the Reaper is still alive, so did it see it? It did not. Could go back in.
I would have loved to see this probe recall, not because it's the best move, just it's the most annoying for Maru. Like, if you time it just as the Reaper gets back and the probe's like, see ya, like, there's just something psychologically about feeling like you win in that moment. Classic, of course, like, I have better things for my Chrono Boost energy right now. I'm going to do that instead. But it is going to be 2-gate Blink off of this nice greedy start for him, and a Widow Mine starts up for Maru. So, I think this was a good little bit of harassment for Classic, good scouting confirmation. I think even if it was double proxy Marauder, he literally just cancels the Nexus and Pylon on the low ground, builds 2 Pylons battery and chronos out a sentry, fills it with energy and just defends on one base. So I think unlike the insanity of Hero, who loves to just commit to his expansion in the face of scouting a double proxy Marauder, I think Classic's a guy who does not ever put himself in that situation, even though the scout was so very late. It's going to be 3-gate and a robo. This is like, we're not going to die to Banshees this game. We're not going to get surprised. This is every little bit of safety you could possibly get for Classic. Going to have the detection, the vision. Here comes the double mine drop forward. Hallucination does fly right past it. We'll see. Can this find any more damage? The Reaper's going to make it a bit hard to secure the third, but Classic seems very well set up, and he's going to go 4 gas yet again.
Medevac over to the left. We have a bit of a division of the army. Classic is not going to be able to stop this from unloading. And of course, he did know it was on the way. And Maru is going to go into a Banshee. Now, the Tech Lab intention was scouted, but there's the 2 choices. There's the Raven and the Banshee, and Maru has shown both. Actually, a bit of a bold move back in with the second one of mine, but apparently it is going to work out. No, it isn't. No. There's a third. There's a Stalker at the third. No.
Great micro, though, by Maru. So much mining time being lost. He just removed a minute of mining there. Does lose the medevac, right? So it costs him a bit more this time, but it's a big disruption. And as greedy as Classic's build was in the previous game, we got to remember, he also had a big disruption there. Now, this time, Banshees, tanks. This is gearing up to a giant push. 2 barracks, but no stem, right? It is just 3 Marines, tanks, Raven, There is a very big chance of Maru pushing out with this. And indeed, here we go. Bunch of Marines are Cyclone. Get spotted by the Observer. Stalkers are on the front with Blink. But already good Cyclone micro to start things off.
Again, very important to try and get ahead of this. Like, really, the best thing for the Terran to see in a push out like this is, well, nothing, right? Like, nothing meeting them halfway. Because it's not about whether or not Classic may be able to muster a defense. Oh, he finds a tank. Nicely done. It's about whether it's going to be messy or not. And if you're going to let the tank siege up, you know, right into your choke and the natural and make it really, really messy, well, then that's what Maru would maybe have conceded pushing with. But as soon as he's found out, he does retreat. Unfortunately, doesn't protect the tank. Classic getting a bit of a freebie there. Also handling the Banshee really well. Classic does seem to be all over this. He does have an Observer, but very keen on that Raven. No, he wasn't. No, not as keen as he should have been. Oh, didn't have it far enough away.
Sitting in view of each other for a while, Maru noticed first, was like, nope. It's going to be Charged Storm, kind of ambush style again. That's pretty good against the Raven, because you can just feedback it, remove its energy, and kind of take it out of there. On the other hand, lower economy for Classic, right? You've had a lot of lost mining time. Lose the high ground vision, can't get rid of the Cyclone. Don't lose any Stalkers, so it's okay. It really, for me, always feels like if Terran can realize what they're up against, sneak a drop in the main, avoid getting ambushed by the first High Templar Storm drop, it's always like actually quite a good position, but it's always the surprise that can be problematic. But in this case, of course, no surprises. You've already revealed the High Templar. The Banshee, I think, doing its job there. You pinned him at home, got a few probes, scouted what he's up to. Maru's got a pretty well-timed third command center. And against the Storm style, of course, it's about the pre-spreads. It's about having some anti-air to shoot the Prism down eventually. 2 Vikings plus an EMP take a Storm drop out very quickly. And Maru, no doubt, will be a bit more careful with his army move outs, because we've seen so many games when they don't know it's Storm. Move out, you get Storms ambushed on you, and suddenly it's just lights out.
Yeah, that is the bad alternative. Sometimes still see a push out, but if they have the knowledge, they're doing it very carefully. Prepared to, I think, evacuate at a moment's notice, but it is safer to do what Maru is doing. He's leaving these important tanks behind, right? Still on 2 bases as he's waiting for the third to finish, but you send 2 drops out, and the Raven, actually. And then hopefully that will be able to escape at the very least, but keeping tabs on your opponent, making sure they don't get away with a lot of greed behind the potential attack on the front, the most likely attack on the front. The Storms are going to look for an opportunity while there are no EMPs on the field, but the Ghost Academy is on the way. Maru did get the drop.
Go into a turret.
Oh, and yeah, that's the other thing I wanted to note. The turret, but the turret's not going to stop it 100%, and the STVs are pulled a little bit late. 12 SCVs go down alongside some mules. But yeah, I wanted to note that. I was a little bit late on it. The missile turret was also a really nice prediction. Just didn't quite stop the STVs from actually getting killed.
At least 1 High Templar went down to the tank. It did get a second shot off, but still 12 SCVs, well worth it for Classic. He's up 20 workers right now, which is a really big advantage. His own 4th Nexus comes down, and the Ghosts are entering the field. Cyclone, the Observer Hunter, that Cyclone has just been preying on the map vision of Classic this game. And 6 High Templar, 11 Zealots, 11 Stalkers. It's not a bad force, but Maru, he's adding a few Vikings now. The Ghost count is growing. And I don't mind Classic taking map control, but I think committing to an attack would be a terrible decision for Classic at this stage. He's got the economy advantage. Staying in the Terran's face is nice, but you don't want to actually take a committed trade. You just want to make it hard for him to move out. Oh my lord.
Agreed. Ooh, the EMP takes over most of the Storms. 1 is available. Mostly it's a tank. That's not what you want, but like you said, maybe, as long as you don't commit here, especially after the Storm is taken out of the equation, some posturing can be nice. Now it's going to take some time for Maru to move out, and that'll give you the time to get those Colossus, something not as counterable by the army that Maru currently has. Maru is up to 3 medevacs, so he's going to go up to 5. Then we'll probably see more of those Vikings being produced. Going to take away a run-by avenue, which I like. We are seeing, I think, more and more of the map uniqueness being used, map to map to map. The Healing Shrine still may be a little underused, but lots of people picking up on some of these destructible debris. And then Classic, he sees it. Does he, try and pick at it? Probably not. It just means that he can't go through that particular engagement. And the right side is covered by tanks. The left side theoretically open, but he actually sees Maru's army that was sharking around. Classic's still going to provide the pressure. Maybe a little more comfy now that the Colossus are out. The Zealots are set up for run-bys, but Maru is in a very good defensive position.
The Colossus count's so good, though, for Classic. The second Forge is here. I mean, Maru's totaling up well, and like I said, I have such faith in him in the late game a lot of the time. But it definitely feels like a game where Classic has many choices he can make, many options he could use. You know, this is a game you could go up to 18 gateways very quickly now. Like, if you want to, and if you get a Prism in the main, you warp in 18 Zealots. Like, it is hard for Terran to deal with while you're attacking the front. So there's a lot of things you can do. Turrets are going down on the edge now. Maru trying to build a little bit of insurance. It's not ready just yet. High Templar is going to come in towards the third base. It's a little exposed right now.
Good pull away. Good pull away. Oh, no. Geez, second storm was pretty good, though. 8 SCVs do go down. Or Prism not going to be successfully chased. And the Vikings... Viking is not in place. Uh-oh. That might have opened up an opportunity. Classic thinking about it.
Exposed. The tanks could have gone down there, but Classic doesn't have the vision. Those observers that the Cyclone got earlier, like, those snipes are really paying off. Because remember back on... the Incorporeal, I think it was, right, where the observer was just seeing everything Maru did for like quite a while and took him ages to scan it. This time, Classic's got a massive advantage, but he doesn't have as much information. So he's maxing. He's adding a lot of gates, upgrades, disruptors, and extra nexus. But if Maru can, you know, get the command center down, get up a bunch of Vikings, get into range libs, absolutely, as time goes on, it's going to be hard for Classic to find a way in. But the fourth command center is probably the weak point. It's not a planetary just yet. It's still getting up. Zealot's going to come in the left to try and distract. Army's on the right side. Maru split a lot of his army to the bottom right. Maybe a little greedy there, moving his army out right now. He doesn't want to just sit back and turtle, but that leaves the tank exposed. One of those goes down. Classic not sure where Maru's army is, though. Doesn't want to get sandwiched. Does not want to just offer his army up on a platter.
Exactly. This is a situation where Maru has played defensive. He's respected all forms of Classic's army, and he still needs to respect it if the fight isn't pretty perfect. That is, if Maru doesn't have maybe some preemptive EMPs, Vikings ready to target down the Colossus, and either a concave or a surround. But
only 4
if he finds it... Yeah, the Viking count never got very high, and that could be a problem. But if he finds a good surround, he could absolutely obliterate Classic's army. That's kind of what Classic is primarily avoiding, while also expanding super aggressively. Excuse you, that's a bit rude.
Yeah, I mean, he's taking 3-4 bases at once. It's good to mine the corners out, right? Put probes on them, start mining them early, but I think we're thinking almost too far ahead. I really think Classic might have been able to just A-move the fourth. A-move probably a bit of an exaggeration, but the fourth base should not have been able to get up so easily. You've got 4 Colossus, the Viking count's low, you've got Disruptor's Storm. I feel like Classic should be trading now because he's had such a big advantage. He's going to sneak in the back. This could be the way he opens up. He's got no supply free, though. So if he doesn't commit to the front, he's like, ha-ha, single Zealot warp in. Huzzah, boys, into the mineral line.
He definitely is type to say huzzah. That is a kill, not a cancel, but just the semblance of units actually means that Classic doesn't want to go into it. Of course, that is going to be the most surroundable area if he misreads where the army of Maru is, so he is being careful for a reason there. Going to go into a choke, but obviously that choke can also benefit Maru, and Maru is making sure to have some type of back attack prepared. Liberators are on the way out. This is going to help make sure that he can control different defensive points a little bit easier. Let's be real, just sieging up a Liberator with range can be a lot easier than making sure you always have 10 Marines and a Ghost or something, right? So that's going to make it easier. It's also going to make it scarier, of course. If Classic does overcommit even a little bit, but he has the bank, he has the economy to replace it, it still means he has to pull back, and that's when Maru is going to unsiege and go, okay, now time to go. Like, I got to get back the map control, because Classic, of course, is expanded everywhere. Maru, he might not see it physically, but he knows for sure that Classic is expanded everywhere on this map.
Classic's not lost this game by any means. He's still got the advantage, but I feel like the advantage is slipping away. The longer this goes to max, the closer we get to lib range, he's going to try and start forcing it. I think it's a good idea to start trading more aggressively, but Classic just looks so cautious in this game. I think right now he's still got a very scary army. 3-3's not done for Terran. Disruptor shots gonna tickle the planetary, not really doing the big damage. These High Templar are terribly clumped up. Zealot's getting big damage in the natural, though. Maru's struggling to split against it, but the EMPs land 2 High Templar out of juice. There are 2 still High Templar, 2 High Templar filled up, ready to go. Classic builds 7 probes. Oh, I hate that. I don't know about you, Zombie Grub. 7 probes. That's good for 23 minutes from now. Right now, you're at 77. You've got full map control. You've got thousands of minerals and gas in the bank. But it feels like Classic is just not sure how to crack this defensive setup. And I get it. Maru is the best defensive Terran player of all time. I mean, he has made crazy comebacks in every matchup in the late game. But right now, Classic has had a bigger army. Now it's almost pure Stalker Colossus. If the Viking Lib can deal with the Colossus, it could be okay. Great command center snipe, though. Classic still marauding around finding damage. Maru, though, does have a command center up on the left side as a planetary. And if he can keep just ringing his defenses, a few Lib siege up, it's going to become pretty much unbreakable. Classic still looking for the disruptor shots. Picking off sensor towers and turrets. Not a bad move. Vikings getting focused down as well by the Blink Stalkers. Good micro for Classic. He is doing well in the skirmishes.
Yeah, now it's unbreakable though. As the Liberators siege up, you're going to need something a little bit with a little bit more range to actually take out a choke like that. Although breaking the rocks makes it less of a choke. We do have another Stargate, or the first Stargate I should say, for Classic, but it's not going to lead anywhere anytime soon, as Classic needs to be careful about how he uses his army. He might need to use his Banked Remax on the ground, not look towards some type of air superiority. The Liberators are caught out of position. They were great on that choke. Now they're out of position. Maru forced to take this engagement at a very awkward angle. Disruptors, though, is that on purpose? Like, are they gonna come from behind? This might actually work out for Classic. Yep. They're gonna come from behind. Maru, no, that was not Classic's plan. What? He just gave away so many disruptors.
They came from behind. That was not exactly what he wanted. I mean, I like the push in. He got a command center, he got some damage, but he loses his whole top left. Classic has money to spare. He can afford it. Don't get me wrong. So I think any trade like that's going to favor him a bit over Maru, but he's got to rotate to this left, deny the space. He's got double Prism about to run the gauntlet. But look at how many turrets Maru has in the main. Can they get past? 2 speed Prisms are about to run past 3 missile turrets. One of them is going to get through. Oh, my lord. Willing to take losses up front so we can get inside the back door. Storms are going down. They're landing big, but they're only damaging the army, and Classic's army is getting overwhelmed. He's got 18 gateways he can remax pretty quickly. He's got 3 robos building disruptors. Massive zealot warping in the production is going to cause Maru big problems. There's still no Dark Shrine in this game. +3 armor will be done soon for Protoss, but right now 3-3 against 2-3 for Maru in the advantage on the upgrades. Armory should get clicked on. Might actually survive if Maru can drop a mule and repair that. Prism does get shot down by the Vikings. The Libs clean it up. Maru's +3 ship weapons will burn down as he grabs his army, thinking about counter-pushing as long as High Templar are made and filled up with energy. Wait, he's not... Classic's panicking. The pressure of the moment's got to him. He's not making High Templar, Zombie Grub. He's not using energy recharge. It's the best ability to stop these libs. Storm is the only anti-air splash damage that you have available. And he's such a big part of your army, but he's going to counterattack with Stalker, Zealot Disruptor, which will kill a Planetary. Going for a bit of a base trade. Classic, arguably, it's good for him because he has more money. But if he's not making High Templar, then Maru's going to have crazy mobility.
Yeah, this is still problematic. Even though Classic might be favorable in a base trade, he's going to recall. He doesn't like how this is going. The recall was mostly disruptors actually, which he has rebuilt, but that is going to scare Maru away. Both players maxed out. Maru with a bit of an upgrade lead. Also love that he instantly queued up Caduceus Reactor behind the Lib range. The Medivacs, they are a good number. They're also going to have a lot of healing, and that's going to be a big test when you're in these very frantic scenarios. A lot of stims are going to happen. A lot of pseudo fights are going to happen, and you're going to need that healing. Classic now forced to defend this very scary Terran force on his own side of the map. This is the scariest part, I think, for Protoss. When it's happening on their side of the map and you make a mistake, you got that remax. This time around, if Classic makes a mistake, he's going to take the engagement. The Liberators are all sieged up, though. Oh my god, Injustice just rained from above. Oh, Classic is not going to be able to defend his natural or his main. The storms finally do come into effect. He comes back trying to capitalize on another storm hitting the heart of the Marauders. They are so injured. They are so low. The Medivacs need time to heal, but he sees the Colossus. He goes for the Colossus. He's gunning after them. The Marauders in red finally getting their heals, and the Liberator is going to siege up into the natural. Classic denied from his production, trying to get Zealot to the main base, letting the Colossus maybe go on the high ground too. But what else does Classic have? Why does it look like his army is 20 supplied at 102? Maru has outpositioned him and is 50 army supply above, and it's gonna increase.
Yeah, there's Mass Stalker on the left he's forgotten about. He's warping in Mass Stalker in the south as well. Classic's realizing his main's going to go down. He needs to rebuild his Templar Archives, his Cybercore, these tech buildings right now before he loses it. He's got to rebuild his tech. He's not going to be able to defend that main base. He's going to go across the map for a counterattack, but Classic's, he's kind of losing track. There's so much craziness going on. He's going to dive on a Planetary. I still think with the bank he had, like, there's a chance, but he's not rebuilding his Templar Archives, and I think the moment the pressure got high, Classic just hasn't been using his High Templar correctly, and that is what has opened things up. We saw those 2 storms land massively, but Maru already had complete position up on the natural of Classic. The entire production is gone. The Templar Archives and Twilight are gone, which means there's no rebuilding the tech. No Cybercore got rebuilt either. So there's just nothing you can make except Zealots from here. It feels like Classic has definitely panicked a little bit under pressure, whereas Maru, what has made him one of the greatest players of all time is his ability
to say, my all-in is in a terrible position. It's not working. Finds a way to make it work. Oh, it's a late game. I've been getting mauled for 20 minutes. Doesn't matter. I am going to find that one perfect fight and then push across the map and destroy all your production before you can even spend half of your bank. He's done it so very well. And Classic he's trying to get Mothership out, trying to rebuild gateways, but with no actual tech, very little gas mining. It's essentially mass Zealot, Stalker, Mothership, a fun army. Will it break mass range-lit Bio Ghost, though? I don't think so.
And almost half the army supply as well. Something miraculous has to happen here for Classic as he is on his last life. Maru might be heading to the finals. We're not quite done yet. Time Warp's going to try and help out, but a very meager Gateway army. Zealot's not even really getting on the front lines. Is going to try and tackle a very powerful 3-3 Marauder. The Liberators that had gone home earlier to ensure no weird base race would happen now join forces once again, making this truly unbeatable. Classic lost the positioning. It's such a tough game to watch for him because he did have some moments. He had Maru playing ultra defensive and he did all the right things as far as the expansions go, but perhaps missed the opportunity to best be aggressive a little bit later. Maru already adapting to this final form of Terran with the range libs, and Classic got pinned back at home. Such a difficult position for the Protoss. Such difficult choices having to be made, and Classic is going to be much worse for it. He still has 3 bases mining with another Nexus being rebuilt, but you pointed it out, just no technology.
Yeah, you know, it was Classic was never willing to let Maru in the main. Maru forced his way in there inch by inch, and Classic never really made that decision in his head to fully abandon it until far too late. And even at that point, it was I'm forced to do this. I don't want to do this. And as a result, just didn't get any of that tech up. Finally can remake Stalkers here along with the Zealots, but as you can see, just devastating engagements. The units lost up. I dare not look at it. Oh my lord, it is better than 2-1.
Oh gosh.
That is heinous. Just absolutely ridiculous efficiency once Maru got the libs on the field.
Yeah, that is ridiculous. Absolutely. Oh, Classic. Going to be replaying some of those mid-game moments in his head, perhaps, as he knows that there was an opportunity for him. You know, there was the possible transition over into Stargate, although there's a reason that doesn't happen that often. I mean, these games don't happen that often nowadays, but there's also not a lot of Stargate games because the transition is exceptionally difficult. You could be rich, but the time is also a big drawback to that. But then, you know, there's some things that could have been different. He could have maybe kept an army alive and then tracked the Liberators as they go across the map. And then, as you were right to point out, the Storms would have helped with that. Injure them, Stalkers blink on them, pull back, rinse and repeat all the way across the map, and Maru doesn't have nearly as strong of a force in the main. Maru is now on cleanup duty, just catching all of these Nexus that Classic had built when he was ahead in the mid-game. And Classic trying to get a Mothership again. Just does not want to let this one go, his last chance in Dallas, but finally forced to. Maru will take the 3-1 victory and advance to the finals, where he'll play a TVZ versus Solar.
Good luck staying cool, calm, and collected when you're facing the god of late game. Maru is just such a good player in these high-pressure environments, and you know, I thought there might be a bit of a turnaround in that series after the Game 2 reversal where Classic was way behind and brought it back. But at the end of the day, Maru showed great range as a player from very aggressive 2-base openings, lots of Cyclone, early openings as well, just to get a bit of map control, into that late game Turtle survival mode. And he just pulled into his Turtle shell, defended. He kind of helms deep this game. There is an argument, I guess, that Classic, I mean, great storm drops as well. Yeah, that's part of why he was so ahead, wasn't it? The 2 storm drops are so good. Forgot there were so many good moments Classic had, but definitely stalled out in the early late game. And I think if Maru pushed out, Classic dominates that game, right? But Maru realized what he had to do. Sit at home, let your opponent make mistakes, let them impale themselves upon your defenses. And Classic just couldn't break through. So he could have stayed ground army and pushed more aggressively, just more actively traded with Disruptors, Stalkers, rotating the army around, breaking the rocks as well, finding new angles. Or he could have transitioned there, like you said, maybe Blink Dark Templar might have been something as well. There's a lot of different options that were available. Maybe YOLO those prisms in the back a bit earlier. But we saw the first real prism penetrating the main with a big warp in was as Classic's entire main army died, right? It was never really paired up at the same time. And yeah, the lack of storms, I mean, storms don't stop an army in its tracks, but they slow it down. They give you time to remax to position. You can often use their supply efficiency. A 2-supply unit can zone out an entire army, sometimes for 15 seconds or so, and that can buy you the time, maybe, to get back into that situation. But Maru, I mean, like, how many times have we seen this in every matchup? Way behind, turtling, and he just dives across the map, gets into production, and makes no mistakes from that point. He has well earned his spot now after taking out the 2 best Protoss players in this tournament, Classic and Hero back-to-back, and he's going to be facing off Solar, an old teammate in a TVZ Grand Finals, one which historically he has dominated that matchup.
Yes, he has. But Solar, I mean, he's been to a finals of a tournament. Like, that is always possible. Sometimes, he's getting nuked, unfortunately, at particular times by this guy Maru, actually, or maybe having a bit of unluckiness in the ZVZ, which he very nearly did have a run of that. Instead, it was the opposite, and he had a run of good ZVZs that got taken to Game 5. Point is, he can get to the finals. We know that. He can be a super solid player, and I think if he is feeling the confidence here, then perhaps this is the time that he does take down Maru in this really big finals. Maru, not exactly cursed, but I guess you could use that word, not able to get this DreamHack win as of yet, but this should be one of his best opportunities.
Absolutely. It's not really the finals many people predicted at the start of the event, but it's one that, with the play, the level we've seen from both sides, it's one we're looking forward to, and it's one which is also very up in the air, because you're like, well, let's look at their matches so far, and you're like, well, Maru hasn't played against that many top-tier Zergs. He's mostly played against top-tier Protoss players. Solar has been dominating the ZVZ. We haven't seen as much of his Zerg versus Terran either. It's going to be really fun to see what goes on in a finals where both players are revealing a lot of things that they've been able to keep hidden up to this point about what their forte is. Will Maru mix in more all-ins? Will he play to the late game? Likewise, do we see the 8 racks that's so popular recently come big? Is Solar going to play his classic style of look like a punching bag for 10 minutes, just defend, and then explode on Hive Tech into Niduses and Lurker aggression? Who the heck knows? It's been a little while since we saw this matchup in a big tournament, and I'm really excited to see how it goes.
Last time it happened was this year for the qualifier of GSL, but then before that was a whole year ago, actually, at the Esports World Cup, which Maru also took the win there too. So historically, it is Maru favored. But yeah, you're right to point out that there hasn't actually been as many of these EVTs for them to face, to read from and study from in this particular tournament. And we know how different it can be from some of the other tournaments and then going to this like a weekend event on top of the stage, right? Both these players very experienced, but it can change. It can change. So we'll see. Maru, another good opportunity to win a tournament. He has seen such good opportunities fall still in the past. Will this be the one that gets him that DreamHack win, or will Solar get another one after a decently long time? You guys are going to have to wait to find out, because we're going to go to a 10-minute break. When we come back, it is going to be the best of 7 finals between Maru and Solar. It's grand finals time. It's a TVZ between two of the best Koreans in the StarCraft II player base. We got Maru looking for his first DreamHack win, and Solar looking for his first DreamHack win in 10 years?
11 years, I think, right? I think he only won the one, right? It was a DreamHack Stockholm 2014, if memory serves.
Yes, yeah. Way back in the day, man, when he was just a budding Zerg along with all the other Samsung Con guys, then Galaxy. It's good moments, but both very established in the scene and both making their way through a couple of grueling matches as well. Solar arguably a bit longer, maybe, but then Maru is also going to some long macro games and very dicey situation versus Hero. Hasn't had his TVZ so much tested in Dallas.
Yeah, and it's a fast-paced matchup, but it's so fascinating because like historically when these two play, especially in bigger series, best of fives, best of sevens, there's such an interesting dynamic where I feel like when Maru, he's normally not really a mid-game player. He's very good in the early game with his aggression. He's very good at his late game, right? He has these two extreme strengths. And when he leans too much into the early aggression, I actually think Solar does so well against him. Like, Solar is fantastic at shutting down the early aggression. He's so good at that. And can get really ahead and sometimes, look really dominant against Maru. But often, I think Solar's weakness in this matchup is even in a best of 7 finals, there's maybe one Bane Bust or Big Ling Flood or something. And every other game is incredibly defensive with minimal counterattacks, limited Ling Run buys. And historically, if Maru's able to, maybe be very greedy and then just go into like fast fourth and just parade push with Biomine multi-prong, if he can do greed into that situation or greed into late game, Maru sometimes can just get enough of a lead to get in a really good position. But I would be worried about the early defense from Solar because he's just so tight at shutting down all of the standard pressures, all the Hellbat timings, any sort of 2-1-1 follow up to 3cc. Solar is a defensive wall in this matchup, and he really just looks to survive until late game Hive Tech when he gets going.
That's very accurate. Some of the matches that they have played against each other, including I think the most recent one. And again, that was a Maru victory 2-0 in the GSL Season 1 qualifiers for this year. Last year it was a 2-0 in the EWC. The year before that, Solar was able to get a win in GSL, but we are talking about a surprisingly low number of games between the two for how prominent they are in the Korean scene, always participating in the GSL. I guess Solar does participate more in online tournaments than Maru does, sure, but I'm still a little surprised by how infrequently it happens. And that's why, even though Maru is favored here, it is a question, how much does the atmosphere change things? It feels like certainly Dallas has changed a lot of things, really. There is a certain expectation for a lot of players and a lot of the community, let's say, going into the tournament about which races would come out on top, which players would actually be in the top 4. Maru was certainly one of them, but the rest might have been, the Rainer, Serral, and Clem, and it is not that situation. And I think that's also somewhat affected just the player expectations as well. The underdogs getting the surprise victories, and we certainly saw that with Shin versus Clem. I think the match itself will be very different than that, but just one of those examples of, hey, this is not so clean cut. Things can change. Solar can come out swinging, and Maru could be launched back on his heels, and have to kind of reevaluate how this best of 7 is going to go. But I think that is going to have to be what Solar does. Come out swinging, get a little bit of that confidence going, a little bit of that momentum going, and then maybe he can carry it through for a victory in an entire best of 7. Maganatha will be our first map.
I think Terran's going to want to keep it clean, keep it focused. I think Zerg, not really his style, but I think his best attribute maybe cause a bit of chaos because I do think he's got a multitasking advantage. But up here in the top left side, one of the most storied players of all time, a fantastic player, crushed through his semi-final. It is Team Vitality's Maru.
And in the bottom right, as the blue Zerg for Team Falcons, he is Solar.
No longer teammates. They were teammates for many years. And there was a lot of times where they did team kill each other. A lot of sad moments where Solar got stopped in the quarterfinals and so on, and round of 16s of a few big tournaments, especially 2022 was a year that happened many times, 2021 a little bit. But 2-Rax Reaper going to be a nice way to start off with some momentum for Maru. See if he can catch Solar maybe being a little greedy. Will we see a third barrack? Something we'll find out in about 15-20 seconds. 3 barracks Reaper's been coming back a little bit. It's kind of interesting that people do it a fair bit on this map as well, because there's not really many ledges like to jump up and down. With the Reapers, obviously you do have the ledge, the amazing ledge you can hide on in the middle. But other than that ledge, which we saw, Clem against Shin came in big, there's no really places to hide with those Reapers. Normally you want to be able to jump up and down a ledge, use that Reaper jetpack to great effect. But it is just a 2-Rax Reaper, so this is kind of just a, it's a light pressure, slow down the creep, mess up the Zerg opening sort of thing, and then go into your quicker command center. Now, ideally for Solar, he will get like a quick Ling speed up to shut these Reapers down, not let them get out of control. But for now, he's actually paranoid about proxy barracks. Notice his Overlords are in such a defensive position, so he's going to get a pretty late scout on this.
Yep, exactly. The Overlords not directly across the map. Actually, the first one even being used for a little more of that check. And then the second one doesn't go across the map typically, still takes more forward position to go check as well for the other side of things. But it's not the 2-Raxes in proxy. It is still a 2-Rax opener, not nearly as dedicated. It's still more than the 1-Rax, which we sometimes also see on that front. Just a little bit of a change up. Little bit. It was actually very common in the meta a while back. I feel like Beyond was doing it a lot, and then suddenly all of the Terrans are doing this forward position a lot, and then it died down again. But Mara is going to bring it back for game 1 of this series. Solar is going to recognize it with the second Reaper, I believe, under the Overlord at this point in time. The thing about the 2-Rax is that with 5 Reapers, if he does go up to 5 Reapers, and I don't think he is actually, then...
Oh, he's going back for the drone!
Yeah. He's going into 4 Reapers, actually, is that if you want to, you can get a cancel on this hatchery. You just have to focus it, is the thing, right? You can't spend too much time getting those drones or trying to catch the queen off of creep or something like that. But if you do send all your Reapers to that hatchery, very difficult for Solar to actually salvage it. Speed's not going to be done. The queen's going to take a long time to get over here. Plus, they're going to be stopped by some grenades. It is possible, but of course, Solar is going to want to try and save this. 4th Reaper is here. No 5th one. Grenade first on top of the queen. That hatchery is...
200 hit points down to 150. It's dropping really quick. I mean, he's got the Lings ready to trap the Reapers, so they can't escape, but he does have to cancels, rebuilds, but he might have to cancel it again if he's not careful. It's a lot of money. Does have to cancel it a second time. Ling speed not quite ready. There we go. Does finish, and those Reapers will be going down relatively quickly. Reaper's going to try to get to the ledge. Shouldn't be any of them escaping, but one of them might make it there just for a few moments until a queen moves over and pushes it down.
Right, yes, yeah. You can guarantee the kill here if you really wanted to. It looks like Solar's going to try to set up a bit of a run-by first, but he did leave the Lings behind in case of exactly that. So yes, Maru is not going to get away with any Reapers. The good news is for him is that he has a wall. The somewhat bad news is that Stim is on the outside, and the Hellions aren't ready yet. Yes, exactly. This is something that Solar can grab. It's very early on. It's not the biggest delay on Stim, but this would not happen if Maru spawned on the other side of the map. So that's the trade-off there. And the Hellions will pop, so you can't go for the reactor.
Yeah, surprised he didn't get the reactor as well. Could have maybe targeted both there. Solar got a bit of damage, but double Hellions, gonna roast very quickly. So now he's got to back away. Third command center is up nice and early. Solar's third, of course, very delayed. And Solar, he's gonna be able to be fine because he's got map control. I don't think this is a massive lead for Maru, but it's a disruptive opening. It messes with the Zerg build order a little bit, puts him on the back foot, gives you a little bit of tempo. So I don't mind the start. And of course, the upgrade advantage is monumental. I mean, that's so early, the 1-1. And the Evo Chamber's not even started for the Zerg. Overlord will, of course, see those, spot the third command center. Solar's going to have a good idea that, oh yeah, it's just a macro game. Better get my own Evo Chambers or I'm going to be a bit far behind.
Yeah, exactly. The Overlord getting in there is kind of important. There's no way to determine that it is going to be the faster engineering base as opposed to maybe a faster starport until you literally see those things. So, if there was a starport down delaying those engineering bays, then you have to worry about the medevac timing alongside the Hellions. That actually could even be an armory timing too, if you really wanted to throw something dangerous in. But with that scout, he knows that the biggest threat right now are just the Hellions. Now, in about, a minute, maybe a minute and a half, we're going to have the medevacs flying around too. But that's the time that he gets to go ahead and, try and match those upgrades a little bit, although still a good portion behind, and then get some of that economy up and running. Check on the third CC, and nothing much to see there. Has been a long time since I've seen a fake third. That is to say, a third CC built, but then very limited SCV production. Realm was a fan of that back in the day. Kind of worth checking, I suppose, but yeah, so incredibly uncommon. And we are waiting more so for the medevacs as Solar.
Armory off just 3 barracks. Wants to get that 2-2 started so early, does Maru. I do wonder if it's tempting to go for an 8 rack. Such a popular build right now. We've always got to talk about it. 8 barracks essentially is saying delay the 4th command center, get your marine production up really early, and barrel forwards with that. Combat shield starts. Maru has enough gas to start his +2 weapons, but he doesn't have enough for +2 armor straight away. He's going to go for the Hellbat Morph here as well. It's one advantage of getting the armory so early. Ling's on the 3rd, though. Very nice little attack for Solar. Queen's Eye here. Doesn't have any Banelings ready. Oh, he needs those Banes. He's got to pull away with the drones, and he's got to keep these Queens alive. The Banes are coming forward with a bit of delay, but he has taken out 4 SCVs on the other side of the map at the same time. Hatchery will easily survive, and a good defense for Solar, whose 4th base is alive and well.
There's a lot of Banelings being morphed, so eventually they would come to the front and scare Maru off, but really nice handling of that situation from Solar. You know, the panic didn't set in. He didn't, I don't know, try and take a fight unnecessarily. Just let the hatchery take some damage, let the queens take some damage, maybe have some transfuse to buy that time, but know that this is not quite enough for Maru to blitz onto you, and the Banelings do finish up. So that'll make sure that the further attacks have some type of counter. Yeah, the Marines stand their ground a little bit against the Lings, although combat shield wasn't quite done. Maru picks up and leaves. 3 more barracks are on the way. This is probably going to be one of the more defining points, the defining scouts here, whether or not Maru is going to 8 racks or 4th command centers. That's what really Solar needs to be paying attention to. Solar adds on a Hydralisk end. 2-2 starts up. Infestation Pit as well. Going to try and fit in a hive buff before this. It's incredibly difficult right now for Zerg players to defend in 8 racks, even in a game that has not had too much disruption. But if you can get a Viper out and ready to go for some Blinding Cloud or Tank Pull, then that's great, but then does it take too much away from your main army? And the game of the 8 racks is a lot of times about exhaustion, just continuing poking and prodding, and Solar is going to have to make sure he knows about this and get mentally prepared even for the push.
80 drones. It's a big map. This is not a good map for 8 racks. This is part of why Solar's playing so greedy. He has no idea it's coming though, and knowing is half the battle. You've got to be able to counter with Ling Bane. You've got to be able to slow it down. The creep spread is good though, and that's going to buy a lot of time. The map is huge. That's going to be good. I do think the push comes down the right side of the map. The ledge being abused a little bit, but only for a few seconds. One medevac does almost go down. Lurkaden's on the way as well. The 2-2 is well timed. The problem is Solar's going Overlord speed. He's building 2 more drones. He just has no idea this is happening, and he's making no attempt to scout it either. He is thinking, it's Maganatha. It's always a standard macro game on Maganatha. No one 8 racks is here. Maru, though, his attack is poised and ready to move out. 2-2's finished. 12 Marines at a time being built. 3 siege tanks, 3 Hellbats. Doesn't even have another tank building right now. Maru starts +3 straight away as well, realizing there's a good chance this doesn't just straight up win the game, but I want to maintain that upgrade advantage. There is a window right now, about a minute until +2 armor, 40 seconds till +2 armor finishes for Zerg. He's building drones. Solar has no idea. Zombie Crab. He's just being way too greedy, too busy defending the marine drops. Maru kept him busy. Solar has not been scouting, and he is expecting Maru to play a certain way. Maru says, nah, I am going to play a way you do not expect on such a big map.
Attacking into this 5th base, doesn't actually hit any critical arteries. Meanwhile, Solar goes for a big run by. This is still a very dangerous position, but Solar is going to get some time. Find some reinforcements, but there was the response from Maru, so that's not going to find too much more. Oh, and actually misclicks with it, so it's going to lose even more Lings. They do have the tank sieged up. It is on creep, but Solar realizes that's not quite the opportunity he was looking for, and now the creep will dissipate. This base that was bold is going to be canceled. Solar, as I was trying to point out, hasn't lost the arteries yet, right? The 5th base, well, can be important, and he's not really going to have a lot of saturation, I suppose, with the 84 drones. It was something that he could give up if it gave him time, and now he has lurkers, and now he has a better knowledge of how he's going to handle this, and it looks like Maru is actually like, yeah, this isn't going to win the game. Not just 1 extra command center, 2 extra command centers come down behind this 8 racks. Very uncommon, but that just kind of shows Maru's intention. Solar, he's going to have to still take care of this army, still respect it, but then he will also have to realize that this is not super all-in. So he needs to hold very well.
Maru doesn't have a second factory. He's YOLOing right now, and Solar's like so caught off guard by this. He cannot afford to lose another hatchery. He has to go. He's got Vipers. Blinding Clouds shut this down. Doesn't have any, abducts, I think, on the medevacs might have been even nicer there. The main base. Do not want to lose this Lurker Den. Oh, no! And his Vipers are also following a medevac that's unloading. His Vipers are dying right now. Oh, my gosh, he just lost his Vipers to an unload on the left side of the map at the same time. Solar in chaos. He's so caught off guard by this aggression. And Maru, this is what happens when Maru and Solar play. It feels like Solar's solid as a rock, but Maru is so good at taking advantage of Solar. Specifically, he knows when Solar thinks he's stopped an attack, and that's when he keeps attacking. He knows when Solar's looking elsewhere. This is what Maru does so well. That's crazy. Dropping on top of Lurkers, but he realized he can take it out, cancel yet another hatchery. Solar cannot get a 5th base up, and he's struggling. His Lurker 10 went down. He's only got 4 Lurkers. He's trying to move forward with Lingbane Hydra. It feels like Maru's setup's not that amazing, but his army usage has just been fantastic. He's trading 2-to-1 efficiency. These drops are being so annoying. Goes back in the main. The hive is exposed.
Yeah, exactly. This is just so efficient. Solar has some really good technology that if it was all in place and nothing was going crazy, then he probably could take a really good fight. But everything is going crazy. He has lost most of his creep spread. He cannot get a 5th base back up. He cannot get the time to actually build those Lurkers. And the Lurkers that he does have are trying to defend against all of these drops. The hatchery goes down. Maru goes back into the main base by the looks of things. Decides to go into the natural. Just anything to distract because the big army, the most important army of Maru, is continuing to march forward. Marauders are actually a little too far forward. A rare glimpse into when Lynx can actually be effective here as the Marines are not covering them. That's a lot of the buffer. That's a lot of the soaking utensils, I suppose. The utility of the army. Now a little less here for Maru. The Marauders supposed to be there to tank on the front lines. Instead, they're taken out. Now it's pure Marine. Now it's really scary to be consistently aggressive, but Maru apparently not scared at all. Still continuing on. Big buy a ball. Marauders that are left are going to be on the front lines here. The Banelings need to get really awesome connections. They're trying, but it is off of creep. Forced to just take the Marines, Marauders that they can, which actually, last second Blinding Cloud kind of pushed those Marines forward. Still some of them alive. Scan ahead reveals a lot of Hydras and Lurkers. Maru actually did not want to take that fight, I think, at all, even without the Lurkers burrowed, because his army was so injured. The Hydras would have actually ripped quite a few apart. But it is hard to say because that 3-3 is also done right for Maru. So each, pound for pound, his Marines are actually pretty impressive.
76 workers apiece. Solar is still alive in this game, but he is bleeding. And you can say 'tis but a flesh wound as much as you want. It does not change the reality of this situation being desperate for the Zerg. And Maru has just traded so very well. 7,000 resources ahead in the unit slots. The Bio still looking for new angles, and the inability to secure a 5th base. Solar's going to try and at least put a bit of damage on the other side of these Lurkers. There's a lot of depots in the open, some good value even if he runs the SCVs away. It's going to, of course, distract him, but you've got to keep these Lurkers alive. I think the moment Maru gets over here to respond, you just want to, unburrow, back away. But it was almost too easy for Maru to defend that, and he's ready to once again split his army. Some goes up north, a lot goes south, and your income is so bad as Solar. 1,800 minerals a minute, 900 gas, it's incredibly low. Big advantages for Maru across the board as his mass orbital transition comes up. I keep thinking, where's the second starport? Where's the second factory? Where's the Ghost Academy? Well, the Ghost Academy's come down, but none of that other stuff has, and does it really need to? If you're winning with Marines, Marauders, and Medevacs, then you might as well keep building them and rotating around and denying map control. And Solar still in a Lingbane Hydra army. He's got a few Vipers, hasn't really got back into the Lurkers in a super heavy way. There's 10 of them on the map, a whole bunch in a Nidus worm. Some do come north. Tanks up in the north distracting, and in the south, he's undefended.
Yeah, totally. Nothing there to defend Solar's bottom left base. No creep spread to really give him the alert either, so he just has to give up. The Nidus Worm does go down in the main base, but it looks like Maru's on top of it. Actually, maybe a couple Lurkers will... not really worth it to use it. Nope, not at all. Maru is continuing the onslaught. Feeling the momentum is on his side. He will continue just pushing the Marine Marauder through. This actually ends up being handled, but again, after it got the hatchery. Meanwhile, Maru, very happy on about a gajillion extra command centers. He got 2 extra and then was like, how about even more? And he's going to be able to take so many bases and replace so many SCVs if they do die. So far, they're fine. 80 SCVs, guys. Maru is really rich, and he is adding on some crucial technology because you do want to be careful about overplaying Bio versus Lurkers. That can be quite cost efficient for the Zerg, but now we got some ghosts on the way. Lurkers in the main base managed to actually cause some issues, and then we do have a kill on the base in the middle. Solar starting to get something here, but he also needs to recover back at home, and that is taking so long.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense what Solar's doing on an instinctive level. Go do some counter damage since I just took out some armies, some pushes. Problem is, it's actually putting him in, I believe, a losing position simply because even though he's getting damage, he has no income behind this. So any trade that's like semi-decent. It kind of feels like, you know, it's going to go in Maru's favor. I mean, 21 workers, nothing to sniff at. Planetary, nothing to sniff at. But there's a lot of orbital. 6 up, an extra on morphing. Maru still has a way bigger army, and these... And the 4th base, let alone the 5th base, are only just popping back up. Solar has had no mining. He's so poor. He's down 2 upgrades. What is this army? 1 Lurker, 5 Hydras, 20 Zerglings. He throws a blinding cloud, but you don't even need to see. Maru could walk through blind and still overwhelm. There's just no damage on the map for Solar.
Yeah, that was a weirdly amazing micro battle actually for Solar. Like, he made sure to run out of range, then burrow, then save the Hydras that were going to die otherwise. He just doesn't have the damage. It's 100% correct. Maru was able to just push through no matter what. Now has his tank sieged up back onto this 4th base. Solar is going to have his 5th up and running soon too. But this is just not an economic position that would ever make a Zerg feel comfortable. Even if he did get his 5 bases up and running, he's got so little creep spread. 69 drones actually really isn't a lot as we get into the late stage here. And Solar, you can see the brilliance that could be his army control and his eagerness to counterattack and make sure this isn't just him defending. But it came too late. He had already taken so much damage.
The link counterattack, desperate here for Solar. But I like the way Maru's played this game, Zombie Grub. Goes for the ARAX, takes control of the match on the big map, where it's almost a foregone conclusion you're going to go fast 4th command center, and he puts pressure on Solar. And it's the first game of the finals. You know, you can be shook up by this. You can absolutely feel Maru just say, okay, smooth, confident, cool, just roam around the big map, take care of the Zerg. And that's the big map where the Zerg is going to feel a bit more comfortable. Now, you're going to go on to smaller maps as this series goes on. You've got Pylon, you've got Incorporeal in this map, where you've got ley lines, maps where these sort of 8-Raxes are much scarier. But the fact that you managed to get an advantage and win with this aggressive play on Maganatha and, you know, going for the 2-Rex Reaper, getting control of the matchup from the start, an excellent way to just take control, put Solar on notice, and say, hey man, I'm going to make you play really clean StarCraft today. Any openings, any mistakes, you're going to be in trouble. Because I think Solar was still in a fine position after losing the 5th. You pointed it out, Zombie Grub, you said the main arteries haven't been struck. You know, losing a 5th at 8 minutes, no one cares about that. Doesn't really matter. But it was then the follow-up drops and the army just being allowed to move up and just siege on his 3rd base and rotate around and killing hatcheries for free. It was the damage that stacked up in the following minutes that really put Maru in a winning position.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to reemphasize your point about how that's just, the map wasn't the scariest 8-Rax map. But now you did it and you succeeded with it. That I feel really is scary, because, you know, if Solar wants to be as optimistic as possible, maybe he says, oh, well, you know, I was, you know, I didn't scout it, you know, and I can fix that. I can actually scout it and be a little more prepared for it. But then the maps are going to be more brutal the next time we see an 8-Rax. So even if you do scout it, it is still a very difficult build to hold against, especially on certain maps. We're on Ultra Love now for game number 2, and it is still a lot of games to play out here. In the bottom left, getting the first game, he is Vitality's Maru.
Very focused game for him, but his opponent in the top right side, a player that is a stalwart defender. He has taken more punches to the face in this matchup than anyone else. He often looks like he's getting mauled, and then he will always have the ability to fight back. It is Team Falcon's Solar. What an explosion of emotion we saw when he took down Raynor and qualified for the Esports World Cup, Zombie Grub. I have never seen, as someone who wears very thick, nerdy glasses, I rely on to see the world and not fumble and walk into things. Like, I'm pretty sure Solar's a similar level of vision to mine. Taking your glasses off and headset in one smooth motion and throwing them on the table with a lot of force. That's a level of excitement many people very rarely experience. So it was kind of cool to see him. He just threw everything. He was cheering. It was just absolute ecstasy and such a hard-fought series for him. We saw him, of course, take down Shin as well. But now he's back in the ZVT matchup. It's a completely different flow. And I'd say it's a very different skill set, right? Where ZVZ, he likes to really take the aggressive stance with those very committed timing attacks. In ZVT, it feels like you're the receiver. You're waiting for the Terran to throw things at you, and your attacks present themselves after you crush a Terran pressure, after you crush a Terran attack. So it's much more about dancing with the Terran, anticipating his moves, and that's where you're going to get your opportunities.
There's a way to change that up, but to play into roaches, which would change the dynamic to a certain degree with the threatening 1-1 roach all in. Might not be a style that is comfortable, might not be a good map for it, and frankly, it might still end in a late game situation where Maru was just appropriately turtling against it, and then going into that late game that can be very, very scary, although I think Solar can, of course, take a late game if he does not get just rocked by a bunch of drops and being caught.
That's an interesting point, Zombie Grub, because I feel like I haven't seen Solar play much Roach. I wonder, is he like a Lingbane purist maybe? Because almost every player, even guys like Raynor who were Lingbane purists for a long time, they've all started playing a lot more Roaches in the matchup. But I wonder if Solar is still just Lingbane for life.
I'm trying to think of all the maps, I've seen of them in this matchup, and I feel like that might be true. It's not something that I really thought of, but it might be the case. Some of the other Zergs bringing out like the Carapace attack, or just like, good old-fashioned 1-1, or even actually just, again, maybe threatening that possibility, but truly going into the Station Pit. That's actually what Shin was doing a lot of versus Clem. Solar not as keen. This was a command center first, by the way, guys, so it is the forward wall, but it's just to have that wall. It was command center first, very greedy, and then into the third CC before the starport, so really the greediest thing that you can do. Solar, it's difficult to scout it in this case, actually. Usually you kind of get a freebie scout on the third CC without that front wall because the supply depots aren't there, and that really does tell you enough. But this is a little more ambiguous. And while we know it is nothing scary, Solar is not going to get that knowledge, until just now. So it's a good thing that he does. The Overlord is going to be able to see the third CC. It's not like Maru was really trying to hide it. It's just these kind of tiny things that can cause some hesitation. Well, Solar's not to hesitate at this point. Although he put the seat's also a starport, and he's not going to try and sack it. So that is some information still missing.
I was wondering if we'd see some crazy mech build off this greedy 3cc start, but Maru is once again going double engineering bay and off single barracks. For those who don't know, this is like what we did in the first year of Legacy of the Void. This is like 2016. It was 3cc, double eBay. And this gives up a lot of marine stim pressure. Yeah, exactly. It's like, you got these old maps, you got bombers still around and stuff. And it gives up the stim pressure, though, right? A guy like Clem wants stim out as quickly as possible, wants to be active, clearing creep. This, you're going to be a bit more Hellion Banshee for a bit long for map control, but your 2-2's going to hit harder. It's going to give you that more decisive moment in the mid-game, and especially with Zergs like Solar almost never rushing the double Evo chamber. Guys like Dark would sometimes risk that, right? They'd be greedy, rush the double Evo. He never does that. Ling does confirm its bio, by the way. Sees the barrack swapping, which is good, but it is Roach tech for Solar. We were talking about that before. Looks like a macro Roach as well, as far as I can see, Zombie Grub. So we are having it answered. Even Solar, one of the biggest lovers of Lingbane in this matchup, is gonna mix in the Roach play. I would say, though, with Roaches, I'd be even more worried about 2-2 kicking in this early, because Roaches already fall off around that time. With 2-2 kicking in even earlier, I think this is actually a really good build for Maru.
Let me remind you of that Rogue Maru game. That was the most greed I have ever seen from a Terran player. It was absolutely insane. From the build to the actual game itself, because Maru didn't get a scout, and then he did, but he seemed like he ignored it. He was like, oh, there's roaches. There's a lot of them over there. Oh, well. And then just still didn't die because he had probably gotten away with so much greed so early on that he could just eke out that little extra so that Rogue could not finish him off. Now, that is a 1 in a million games, I think. That just doesn't happen all the time, but it is kind of to your point. If you can fit in all of the greed in the first 6 minutes of the game, your reward comes faster as well. It's a higher risk in case they're going to be cheesy, but Solar not necessarily one of those guys, Zerg not necessarily one of those races actually at this point. It's going to throw in a lot of the timings that could kill someone going into the third CC. Maybe figuring it's been too figured out, and even with the 3cc, Terrans can sniff it out and actually respond to it. So you just get away with it, and now barracks are all finishing, reactors are all finishing. Now you get a supercharged Terran.
This is so scary for Zerg, because Solar went Ling speed. Solar built 4 Lings in the early game. Solar's gone 7 Queens into Roaches. There are so many layers of standard build order safety that you don't normally blink. You don't bat an eyelid over. You just go, yeah, it's normal. But then you compare this to Command Center first, third Command Center, double eBay, only a single Banshee with no cloak for safety, only 4 Hellions. Maru has cut every single corner imaginable. His 8 racks are going down right now. This is one of the most viciously optimized pushes, and Solar's trying to transition into Banelings, which is so weak
against like a sort of maxed out 8 racks. Now, the very fast 8 racks, maybe you get Bane speed in time and it connects, but often the Banelings get stuck behind the Roaches. This map is one of the best siege tank position maps out there with these bridges in the middle. Creep is good. Like, Solar's doing a good job, but he doesn't know about the 8 racks. He's not overseer scouting actively, just like in the last game. I mean, he has to realize that this is a threat. If he stops now and does nothing but army, I do think there's a chance he can hold it, but he's going to need to try and get good biles on the siege tanks. It's all about good biles and somehow having the numbers to handle the Marines, because with no fungal and he's only going to have a handful of Banelings when it first comes, it's so scary.
Well, he said maybe he starts building army right now, but he's actually adding on a couple of drones. I wonder if we have a situation where no, I don't think so. I'm not going to go into the what if territory. The point, Maru is going to do an 8 racks push, okay? When you see roaches, sometimes if you are afraid it's a 1-1 roach push, you might be less eager to do an 8 racks, that is. But I don't think Maru is under that impression. I think he's picking up on all the signs that say, like, this isn't going to be an all-in from the Zerg player, right? He's going into macro, and in that case, the 8 racks is still going to work out. So absolutely, we're more so on the side of concern for Solar. You know, if Maru was so scared, suddenly he, like, drops a 4th, and then we're like, okay, what is he doing? Well, that's when the concern swaps, but Maru is going to commit to this, and Solar is going to have, once again, a lot of investments that aren't going to quite pay off by the time he has to handle the push. And Solar does have a lot of that creep spread.
Still droning.
Yeah, he's still not scouting.
He's just not scouting. There's no scouting for Solar. It's a problem because there's a few. He's got Vipers. He's got so many good things. Good creep spread as well. But this is a Marauder 8 racks as well. He's waited for the tech labs. The Marauder's so good against the Roaches, so good at soaking the limited number of Banelings. Concussive is finished. Oh my lord. Here comes the push. How the heck do you deal with this?
I don't know. It's Solar. It's a bit odd to see him once again not get that scout on the 8 racks with the 87 drones here. He is almost maxed out, and his army is something he can work with, but it is down about 30 army supply. The tanks are going to get into these really brutal positions. The upgrade's also not going to quite be done. 2-2 versus 2-1 right now, or in this couple of seconds, I should say, as Maru continues to march forward. He sees the opportunity, continues siege hopping. Some creep spread actually is not being taken care of, so that's going to help Solar when he is forced to push, but he's going to be pushing through one angle, and that is usually disastrous for Zerg players. Maru has got him in a chokehold.
Solar has to wrap around. You cannot, as you said, fight this in one angle. He's going to try for it. Blinding Clouds, can they change it? Blinding Cloud on the tank is good. Second Blinding Cloud, third Blinding Cloud, massive Blinding Clouds. Will that be enough? The Marines pull back, though, even though they're pretty deep on creep. Banelings try to come forward. Great Marine micro for Maru. 2 tanks get taken down by Biles, but the Bio is going to thrust in. 2-2 against 1-1. +2 Carapace is going to kick in after the entire Zerg army is gone. 2 Roaches and 2 Ravagers get to benefit from that upgrade, and that is why you rush the double engineering base, so you can push in here and take advantage of this double upgrade advantage. And we can see that the early Baneling transition is always such a dangerous moment at max out, and it felt like Maru just completely hard countered Solar's build. He cut every corner. He went for the most optimized push against what Solar was doing from like the very start of the game, and everything was leaning in that direction. Solar played a somewhat standard game, a very solid, well-rounded game, but when you're up against a razor-sharp build that cuts every corner in the start, hits the best possible 8 racks timing, maxed out on Marine Marauder 2-2 siege tank, I mean, this is something standard does not beat this. There is just no way you beat this with standard. Solar is going to need to come out with special builds and really scout a lot better to see what Maru's up to, because Maru's bringing out some tricks.
Yeah, that's just the current issue, I would say, is that we're not getting that scout. We're not getting a prediction either. It's putting him in a very difficult position. Again, that first game, we were able to see what he can do even when he is put into a difficult position. He was able to come out with at least something to throw across the map. This was not it. This was absolutely no chance. Once you realize there are no Banelings left over and it's just Ling, Roach, Ravager, it's actually a very easy call for the Terrans with that much left over to go in for the win. But we can see what can happen if Solar gets the even ground. It's just that he's starting off on the back foot by not really preparing for these 8 raxes. We're going to take a little bit of a break, guys, so just a very quick one, and then we'll get back into Maru versus Solar. Welcome back, everyone. A little bit longer of a break as the players did request 5 minutes. So, Pig was talking about maybe Mauro needs to plan out some more builds, but I don't know, man. I think just 8 racks until it fails. That's what you do.
No, he's got to pick which map to do mech on as well. There will be a mech game in this series, Zombie Grub. Mech believers out there, get excited. Cyclones are good. They're very good. And, it's just not just that. It's just the difference of hiding things. Maru is a big build planner. He loves to go into a series knowing what he's going to do on every map, having it optimized beforehand. And we are seeing the power of Google Translate there, I believe. Love to see it.
If you really need it.
I've when commentating some games, I have sometimes used like the visual recognition on the chat. There's nothing funnier than like StarCraft jargon trying to get translated by a generic translator.
Yes.
Yeah. It is completely unintelligible. But
Is StarCraft II. If you don't know, here's a fun fact for you. They actually translated all the unit names, whereas in Brood War, this was not done. So Brood War, a lot of the Koreans will actually just straight up use the English names. Now they've done it for remastered, obviously, but a lot of them still have the old habits. So it's a neat little difference. And then I usually use the time to show off my very limited Korean skills, like beyond Maru in the qualifiers of GSL. We're talking about Dallas, and I saw Dallas, and I was like, ah. And then I looked really cool for it. So that's my preferred method. I don't even use Google Translate or anything. Apparently, Maru is charging a battery in his mouse.
So, we're not exactly sure what it is, but I believe it's the mouse battery. Needs a few more minutes there. So this is one of those funny things where, I know I'm an oldie. I like all my things to be plugged in most of the time, but here's that rare time when you've probably been playing a tournament all day without charging it, and you're like, oh, hold on a second. I need to actually plug this in for a few minutes. Can we just get a bit more charge, make sure that things at least at 20-30% before we get to the next game? Better than having the mouse disconnect during the match. It is funny, if you go back over the years, there are so many fun stories of tournaments where different things have gone down and players' keyboards breaking and having to borrow someone else's or play with a different mouse or something in the midst of a tournament. But, I'm sure that'll get sorted out momentarily, and going to give him the ability to get that sorted.
Oh, I actually did not know Crank was here. We're not in Dallas, but still, I didn't know he was in Dallas. Him and his wife have been traveling actually a little bit. So I guess he was in Japan for a while, then back to Korea, then all the way to Dallas. So that is unfortunate. I was gonna say though, like I've progressed past Boomer. I did finally, acknowledge that wireless mouses are fine. Mice, English good. Anyway, the problem is mine is battery. So, I don't have to charge it. I just put in another battery. So I would be fixed by now. But I guess that isn't an option for Maru's mouse.
So you just sub those batteries in and out, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I just, pollute the world as well. Just every day I need a new battery. It's actually really quite good. I think each battery lasts 6 months or something.
Oh, so you're using generic batteries, not its own
Exactly.
rechargeable.
Yep.
Oh, I didn't even know they make those like that. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's the Logitech G305, which really I got because it's very close to the Zowie mice that used to exist, which were my favorite. I still have the KT Rollster one.
You like the tiny little mice too.
Oh yeah, for my tiny little womanly hands.
That's a very StarCraft player thing. I've swapped to bigger and bigger mice over the years and tried to use more of the forearm.
Oh, buddy.
Zero carpal tunnel, zero RSI over here.
Oh, okay, sure. Yeah, that's my problem. That the terrible posture or the lack of exercising and the lack of standing up. Anyway, I used to use a bigger mouse because I was a huge Slayers Boxer fan, and Slayers was sponsored by Razer for a long time. So I had all of the things. I had the keyboard, I had the mouse, and the mouse was gigantic. The Razer one that they used back in the day.
Yeah.
And that absolutely hurt my hand, 100%. That did not help my wrist issues.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to relearn how to use a mouse for those. Now, apparently the charging port itself is not working, so they're just sorting that out. So he's having some issues. We will have to sort that out momentarily. But yeah, it's kind of fascinating because I remember TLO obviously was one of the big figures in StarCraft who's actually showed up to this tournament and played. It was really cool to see him play in the earlier rounds. and he had really bad, crippling RSI, right? To the point where he had to completely learn how to like lean his forearms on the table and use his whole arm and completely change the way he used his mouse and keyboard. Unfortunately, I don't think anything has really cured the Korean Terran players are the most afflicted of all. The Korean Terran players are the players who micro frantically for decades, years, and there are so many different wrist and shoulder injuries across so many different players. And I do think it's Terran's very micro intensive with the bio, but I do also think there's a matter of players, trying to control those tiny mouse, those very high sensitivities, something which players mostly have started moving away from, but some of the guys have been playing for a long time. It's hard to change a system you've been, using for over a decade, but we are finally going to continue this series. It looks like it's been sorted out, ladies and gentlemen, so we will be progressing into the next match in just a moment. It's going to be on ley lines. Here we go.
It might have actually been the wrong USB port, by the way, guys. So everyone give a laugh, but we're finally in the game. Game 3 of this best of 7. In the bottom left, he is the Red Terran, Vitality's Maru.
What can I say? Terran takes a lot of brain cells, but sometimes they're so focused on the strategy, you do use the phone cable for the mouse and it doesn't do anything. In the top right side of the map, representing Falcons, it's none other than Solar.
Because I was going to say, if you are going to have the... mess up the intro, but if you are going to mess with those types of mice, usually when you plug them in, they're usable. So it's not like you have to wait for it to charge. I was like, how's that not going down?
But if you're
well,
not
they finally
used to the
figured it out.
cord, Zombie Grub, if you're not used to the cord, that's the issue, right?
Well, actually, legitimately, as we're kind of memeing on this and having fun with it, legitimately, if you are used to a wireless mouse, you no longer bring what is called a bungee with you. This is for all the esports streamers out there who have no idea what I'm talking about. But we used to have these, we call them bungees, and they're just like I don't even know how to describe it, like a thing.
Essentially, it was like a hat rack, but for your mouse cord that sits behind your mouse, and you got to hang the cord in it so that it doesn't like have tension on the table.
Exactly. And you wouldn't do that nowadays because you figure you'd have time to charge. So this actually could be the minor concern. Apparently the tables also might be like a little rocky. Like these are kind of things that are just like we're bringing up because like what if this tilts Maru? What if he's off his game now, guys? Like if he missed micros, I'm blaming the cable 100%.
Well, let's start talking about the build orders now. Maru's brought out very tricky build orders all series so far. Game 3, no difference. 1 Rax, low ground expand, 2 Marines out of a barracks. And he's going to go hunting this Overlord next to the pillar. Barracks will be lifting off momentarily to spot the high ground, no doubt. He's not sure where the Overlord is, so he's looking around, going, is it out front? Where are you? Probably check the pillar in a moment.
Yes. Yeah.
Solar goes straight left, actually. He could save it. Sees the low ground wall off. Ooh.
Yes, but he doesn't know if it's the command center first of last game. Or even if it's the 2 racks of the first
spotted
game.
the command center. No, not just yet. He's being really careful as Solar. Real respectful. Still goes quick ling speed, and even before third hatchery and 4 lings. I do think this is one thing I'd like to see Solar be a bit greedier on. I think we've seen, Cyril versus Clem, a few different big series players. If the Terran's not committing to like Reaper into early Hellions very early, sometimes it can be nice to delay ling speed. Oh, he could block it. Oh, he doesn't go for the block. Oh, Solar misses an opportunity to mess up the opening a little bit. I mean, the Marines would have cleared it anyway, but does at least scout the quick starport, which tells him, hey, this is a 2 command center build. There's no third. There's going to be potential for quick Banshees or an early Liberator coming in. Solar will probably want to go for a quick lair so that he can open up the Overseer tech to deal with that.
Yep. Overall, some very solid scouting going down, as Maru has drastically changed his build. So, yes, he had the time to think about the next iteration of this forward wall. The 1 Rax with the Marines to try and kill the Overlord into not a 3rd CC, but a 1-1-1. But this is actually still a little bit more of a twist. Very often you see the 1-1-1 set up on 2 bases, and we're talking about Banshees. I mean, most of the time, guys. Hellbat all-ins or dedicated pushes will just seem to be a thing of the past. Maru's like, nah, I'm bringing that out right now. And I kind of figured it with the first medevac, but there's the confirmation with the armory. Yeah, that's the change, and that's what's going to surprise Solar.
It's so old school. It's going to have 6 Marines in it as well, Zombie Grub. Wow, such an early push. And this is wild. Yeah, he's going to wait for the 6th Marine. Supply block. Oh, not a good time to be supply block, Maru. Every second delayed on those Hellions is a bit uncomfortable. Loads up the 6th Marine, boosts forward. Armory is almost there. There's 5 queens. 6th one does pop. Remember, these queens are more expensive now, which is what's made the Hellbat timing come back. It's a bit more viable now because these queens, they've been dropping creep tumors. They don't have transfuse. They've been injecting. They come out just a little bit later because they're slightly more expensive these days. The queen's going to try and get over here. Oh, Lings could get a decent angle. They are going to heavily damage Hellbat to start, but the moment the Hellbats transform, of course, those Zerglings can't do much. Queen's micro has been very good so far. They're going to try and pull up the ramp. The Lings try to damage him on the way up there. We'll see how this goes. It feels like Solar's done a fantastic job buying time for himself, and that Evo block is legendary.
Yeah, very nicely done. Just ensuring there's no way this catches up. Maybe Maru could have formed the Hellions again, but that's not usually a risk worth taking.
Hellions on the 3rd.
Oh, well, yeah, speaking of Hellions.
That is weird. Wow, yeah, really good. And there's a lid behind on the natural. This is where the first attack's been kind of not shut down, but definitely defended well. Liberator in the natural as well. Stages. He's got to pull that queen out. Oh, careful with that queen. Okay, she does end up moving out in range, and the Spore Crawler will move over. 6 drones is absolutely salvageable. That's totally fine for Solar, as long as he doesn't throw his Lings away, because you want a drone now. You don't want to be stuck building more Zerglings. But hey, you've got 2 spores. You've still got 7 queens. 1-1 upgrades are starting at 5.5 minutes. And I told you, Zombie Grub.
You did.
Have ye of little faith? How dare you think
I never once said
in
he
this
wouldn't.
grand finals?
I never said that. But you are spot on. Mech has made an appearance after the Hellbat opener into the Liberator harassment, and now we have the Mech. Is Solar gonna remember that as an option? He should, as I believe he is one of the ones banging the drum about, frankly, a bug that exists. Can't not mention it when we're gonna have Battle Mech here, and Solar is some of the, the ones actually pointing it out. The Cyclone is a little more effective than it's supposed to be in this patch. And in general, Battle Mech can still have a place, but with included, better Cyclones, then absolutely, why not? We saw Gumiho use this to great effect, actually, in both TVZ and TVP, so there is that too. Solar needs to figure this out pretty quickly and figure out that he's going to need to defend against this, right? Because he figures out it's Mech, actually, he sees it's 2 factories. You should know that it is going to be Battle Mech. There's not a lot of tank mech that is being played right now in the professional side of things, so basically get ready for a lot of push and pull. The 4th hatchery getting canceled pretty early on, but still getting canceled does suck, and there's really little room for Ling run-bys to work. So
YOLO!
Continuously pumping Hellions out. Yeah, there could have been a YOLO, but that would be very risky.
Yeah, I think Solar's wise to not go in, not with a Banshee overhead, and he can pull behind the mineral line. But it's good that he saw the mech early, so he can pivot now into what appears to be Roach Hydra, which is not the style you see too often here. Obviously, Hydras will help against the Banshees, which means it's going to stop him from getting too much air control. Very important to get a few Hydras. You don't even really need upgrades for them necessarily. The big problem we saw in those Gumiho against Raynor series in GSL and a few others recently is, how do you catch the Cyclones? Do you just max out and go? Usually, historically, Solar does not like playing long games against Mech. He just tries to get him with a timing attack, but I don't think that's really available in this game. I feel like you go on double Evo Chamber, you kind of have to play a longer game. The Lings come in, they get themselves a Cyclone, 2 SCVs, but quite a few Lings go down. That's always the thing. It always feels like a Ling run by is successful against Mech, and then 26 Hellions come home, and everything gets barbecued in an instant.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's not usually going to cause a lot of changes, but there is the possibility of distraction. I think it is far more threatening. So, yeah, if you get 20 SCVs, that's fantastic. But if you get the Ling run by as you have a potential surround opportunity, or you do get some type of a more direct answer to the mobility, like a fungal, then that's when it can really, really help you out. The Hellions do try and go for the 4th hatch. Solar's going to be on top of this pretty much no problem, but not as on top of it against the Banshees. The Liberator, I guess, it forced the Spore to move, so now it's not protecting the bottom side of the hatchery, and the Banshees just took advantage of that. They're going to have Banshee speed. They're going to be zipping every which way and also threatening even some of the attacks Solar wants to do. We're going to have to make sure he always has an Overseer and always enough Hydras to actually tackle it, which shouldn't be a problem, but when the game gets hectic, it becomes a surprisingly big problem.
Solar's not going an infestation pit, and one has to wonder, you're going to max on Roach Hydra, that's decent for holding your ground, but what's the play? And I said he likes to go for all-ins. He's making Ravage. Oh, no, he's actually going all-in. Solar's going to try and do it. The Ravager Hydra Ling Bust. After taking this much damage, it feels like it's a bit of a disjointed timing. It's very late.
And I think Maro's already picking up on it, honestly. I'm not sure exactly how. Maybe all the gases weren't taken or something, but he's already moved over into tanks. You could play longer on Battle Mech, but the scan also came down in the main, I think, to confirm exactly that. And the tanks are going to help you actually defend this big attack. Whereas the Cyclones, sometimes they underestimate how much Zerg there is. They're forced to retreat back home. They run out of room to maneuver. And then they're in a lot of trouble. Where tanks, obviously, they just want to sit and fire away. So that's what he's going to have. Doesn't quite have a planetary, so not fully set up on the defense back at home. But the tanks in these chokes with some of the support of the Cyclones, the Hellions, even the Sim City, that is going to be big. Solar's still going to try and make this work. The Banshees are forced to flee as there is an Overseer available. Do we have enough army, actually? Maro might have gotten some tanks, but he might have spread them out too much. Might have been too greedy trying to get this fourth base up and running. As it was on a planetary, it could not support here. Maro is forced back to his initial 3 bases.
I'd love to see Solar transition. I think denying the fourth gives you a lot of play here. It's already been good damage. Can he truly break this? There's only 3 tanks, actually. Not even Morph to Hellbats. Biles landing on the tanks. The Cyclones and Banshees trying to defend. Biles landing on the Banshees as well. The Hydra number starting to fall, but so many SCVs have gone down. I didn't believe this would work. I thought Maru had done a good amount of damage, but Solar is breaking through. He's the master. If he recognizes you're going Roach early, he always finds a way to take it out on Lairtech. I don't know how he pulls this off so consistently, but Solar, with the early scout on the second factory and the natural wall-off, figured out it was Mac, and it allowed him to pivot into the correct play. Really well done for Solar. Will not go down 0-3 in this grand finals, and he finally gets a point on the board, and much-needed respect from Maru.
It was really nicely done by Solar, committing to what he figured was going to work, but I do kind of have to mention that Maru, at the end of the day, hindsight 2020, I was a little too greedy. He did scan the main base. He saw no hive on the way, no infestation pit. Technically, it could have been somewhere else, but he saw no hive on the way. I think there was the idea that he was going to be attacked, and I think he maybe just overestimated his position. Little Sim City, little high ground, couple of chokes, got those tanks. Like, I'm going to be okay, right? But Solar's committal, even in the face of that setup, had to surprise Maru. And if Maru knew that he was going to pull the trigger almost, I guess, no matter what, maybe doesn't take the fourth at that time or abandons it quicker and then consolidates his tanks behind his third CC, behind the supply depot walls. And I'm not sure it actually works. He also would have had time maybe to perform the Hellbat transition, which would have provided some fodder on the front of the tanks too. It feels like Solar, ZVZ, a lot of his wins came down to, well, I'm going to do it anyway, and it's going to work, and my dedication to it is going to benefit me. And it kind of felt like there was a little bit of that same spirit in that last game, which gets a point on the board for Solar.
Very nicely done, and it's his forte is Lairtech. Solar, he's so good at Lairtech. It's one of those things where I remember when Gumiho, I was like, Mech is the best style in StarCraft, and Solar would just always find a way to just take him out with a Roach Queen push or something like that, Roach Hydra push, and I was like, oh, Mech's really weak, apparently, when Solar's playing against it. If he knows it's coming, he's so good at shutting it down, so Solar, really nice map victory. I think that's probably the only time we'll see Mech in this series. A lot of money goes into all those bonus details. The 5th Command Center, the Cyclones, Hellions, Banshees, not as good in a direct fight. Maybe should have been morphing Hellbats as well to really buffer. And as you said, those tanks a bit too spread. So we'll see what happens here in the next game. It's going to be Pylon. Pretty short map. Ley Lines is a pretty short map as well, so that actually would have been a good option for Bio, but Pylon is the next map, a fantastic map. We're talking about some of the most deadly tank positions in the entire map pool. I would not be surprised if Solar plays Roaches or does some sort of all-in. We'll see what the players bring out.
That might be a very good call. Maru might be tempted to do an 8 racks on a map here, but we are into the game. It's not going to be a one-sided affair, as Maru did just lose that last game. And we are spawning on the Red Terran for Team Vitality. He is Maru.
And in the top left side of the map, the Zerg player getting a point on the board and some much-needed respect. It's Team Falcon Solar.
Maru apparently done with the forward racks, by the way, as the high ground setup. He's exhausted all the options, although technically the 3 racks Reaper is still there. Bringing out Game 7. That'd be the excellent move to do. It's a high ground supply depot, low ground command center first. Once again, figures he can get away with this.
Yeah.
Solar unlikely to do some type of early pool, which actually in this case wouldn't stop the command center anyway. That's always the kind of tricky thing about it.
Well, if it's 12 pool, it would, right?
Okay, sure. Yeah, how many of those do you see? Talking, of course, just like a pool first in a macro sense, but yeah. There is still some vulnerability to a more dedicated 2-base attack from the Zerg, like the follow-up into Roaches, of course, but that is just so incredibly uncommon, and there's no way, obviously, for Solar to get a scout on this, to try and even pivot. Yeah, no, it's something that Terrans, I almost say, would often get away with, but they clearly don't want to set too much of a pattern, because then, you know, if you do 5 times in a row CC first, there will probably be some repercussions there. Amaro figures he can get away with it at least twice in a best of 7.
Yeah, I think against this, what we'd love to see from Solar is delay link speed. We'd also like to see him not build 4 to 6 Zerglings. Problem: Maru's identified, and he's already got big leads in game 1 and game 2 of this. Solar is so paranoid about the feared proxy racks of Maru. His overlords aren't scouting across the map, so he's just locked in no vision until 3 minutes, right? He doesn't know if there's a Reaper coming or not. He's got to build 4 lings, got to go 2 queens. He's really enjoying the fast ling speed before 3rd base every game. And this is all good standard stuff. The problem is what we saw in game 1 and game 2 is Maru's not playing standard. He is cutting corners left, right, and center. He's getting ahead. Essentially, one player is playing greedy, pinpoint, precise builds in Maru. Solar's playing a bit more generic. And game 3, it was fine. Game 1 and 2, though, it got him in big trouble. This is a small map where we talked about 8 racks. Did it game 1, did it game 2. We expect it on Pylon because it's such a good map for tank positions and forward pushes. I am going to be very curious to see how Solar adapts. I don't think he's going to be playing as blind. I do expect more scouting from him in the mid game to confirm what the follow-up is. And already that's a nice start. Does see the 3rd command center.
Yep, that's already a great start, really. Again, you can kind of tell with the natural and whatnot, but it's just so early on. You can actually kind of react to it mentally, I should say. You know, there's nothing really changed right now, as he did already have that slightly delayed 3rd hatch just before the scout even came in. But now with the 3rd CC, that later Starport 2, getting the knowledge of that, you know, it's not going to be a 2-1-1 follow-up. It's not going to be a particularly fast follow-up. That's all really good for Solar. But it seemed like there were some opportunities for him to get this scout and kind of get that in mind, and he just went too far in many of the games. You called perhaps playing Roaches on this map. This is exactly what Solar is going to do. I feel like we might have the clash of the flip side, actually, of Maru saying, well, you might know what I'm doing, and you might be able to respond to it, but I'm going to do it anyway, and I think it might work out. That could possibly happen, and I'm not even saying that would be a bad idea for Maru. But like same vein of like, well, Solar just kind of makes these things happen. He pushes in, he's going to make it happen. This is what Maru could do with the 8 racks against someone playing Roaches. And Solar does have the Roachborn in the back. There is a possibility you can actually get away with that hidden for an extended period of time. You also could make some Roaches try and send across the map, but with the fact that it is a Banshee, that would not be very wise. It should just be defensive. And if it is defensive, and if it is going to be made, then obviously the trickery isn't quite there. Maru will figure out that it is Roaches eventually.
8 Roaches into Lings. This is a straight up old school Roach Ling zombie grub.
Yes,
this is a
is.
big commitment. I did not expect more Roaches. I was like, yeah, 5-6 is fine, but he let Ling speed finish. This is a huge commitment, and if he can hide it, that's going to be huge. Now, Maru does see some Lings poke out, does see a little Ling run by, doesn't seem to have any wind of what's going on. It's just one cloakless Banshee, and if that arrives on the other side of the map and the Roaches have already moved out, which it seems like they're going to do. Oh, no, they've changed it. No, the Roaches. Oh my gosh, that's so close.
Yeah, the Banshee is going to be seeing those Roaches. Yes, indeed. And the other Roaches are already about halfway across the map. Now, maybe... Okay, now he sees the Lings too. Okay, so this is... Maru should be under no impression that this is just like a little bit of a poke. Like I said, I didn't think so.
He's got to pull to the high ground.
Yeah, he's absolutely got to pull to the high ground. I feel like it's maybe a little bit late, but the Hellions are going to be on that high ground. The Lings will not be able to bust open or get a surround on those. And yes, he will be able to get that high ground secure. Banshee has come back to take care of those Roaches. The Roaches are meant to bust here so the Lings can get in and cause a lot of chaos, but if they can't do that, the Lings will not find a lot of effectiveness. And we see already Solar determining, hey, this isn't going to win the game. I did still kill some infrastructure. I did delay the command center. I killed a couple of SCVs, and that might have to be good enough as he starts droning Lair double evolution chamber.
Maru with a monumental supply lead, upgrade lead, I should say. The 1-1's already almost finished, and in the heat of battle, he remembers to start the armory. I mean, that's huge. He is supply blocked, but of course the depot finishes, and Maru can now re-establish control over his natural stim, and 1-1 are finished, which is going to make Roach Zergling so much weaker than his. If he can start 2-2 pretty shortly, Maru would be good. But He's building medevacs. He's making 1-1. He's making stim. He's making an armory. So the armory, as clever as it was to continue 2-2, he actually doesn't have the gas to back it up since the natural had to lift. And this will at least give Solar some time to recover on the upgrade. Solar's going to try to play Ling Bane. I thought we'd continue to see Roaches. I mean, he's still got a few Roaches alive, so he'll have a handful of Ravagers that he can use for utility. I think that's pretty decent. You just need enough to like one-shot a siege tank, and that's going to make it a bit harder for Maru to be annoying. That being said, 1-1 Marines coming across the map, +2 attack does start, and if he can cancel this 4th or get some drone kills, it's going to put Solar in a hard position.
Yeah. As much as Solar got a bit of a jump on Maru had to respect it. Oh, it goes for the drone too. To be clear, Solar saying, okay, that's the damage I can get, that's what I have to live with, is not necessarily a good thing, right? Like, the fact is, Maru was on 3 CC. He's actually going to take this fight. That's, okay, I guess he does barely win out, but there's more army there, so yeah, he's kind of reduced the threat of this push by doing that, so I don't know. But back to it, 3CC is going to make up for, obviously, even bigger SEV losses than what Maru actually took. So he's already got his 3rd CC planted, he's fixing that gas situation, and you keep pointing out these upgrades, which is very, very important. The point I'm trying to make is Maru is still very, very scary. Solar's adapting, Solar's trying to figure out something that's really clever, that's going to do a lot more damage, hasn't really figured that out yet in this game, and is now back on kind of that survival mode, trying to get to the macro and trying to survive what is indeed going to be an 8 racks.
And not just an 8 racks, if we could get a shot of the 4th and 5th barracks of Maru, he's got 3 tech labs. So he's actually gone for Marauders on the 5 barracks, thinking he's up against a mass Roach play. Don't think he was expecting such a heavy pivot into Ling Bane. This is a handful of Roaches and Ravagers, mostly Ling Bane. So he's going to have a massive amount of Marauders really early. I expect probably Reactors, or no add-ons maybe on the last 3 barracks. Maru's got that 2-2 advantage coming in shortly. Hive's on the way for Solar. I think Solar... Does he even need to like scout exactly what's going on with 8 racks? I feel like he just knows. Like, do you really need to scout at this point? It's happened multiple times. If Solar keeps droning and whatnot, that would be madness here. If he just masses army, maybe this is the first game where he can finally shut down an 8 racks.
I think he has the read faster, perhaps. Oh, nice snipes on the Banelings there, as he is just pumping out that army. Unfortunate having to cancel that base up the top right. The Banshee's still providing some help here. Redirect on the drop to clean up this creep spread. It's still the appetizer, man. And Solar should know that. It's still a very important appetizer, making sure that your creep spread is as far as possible. But of course, the Terran's going to have some benefit being able to run around like this. Even on the left side, clearing more up with those Hellions. This is meant to then help out the 8 racks push as well. So that's what's really scary about it. Let those tanks get up to a very brutal position without even being seen on that creep. Unfortunately, a couple of queens go down, so even less creep is going to be available. Solar, is going to be sad about that, but he is building that army. Just a couple extra drones, actually, maybe wanting to round it off to 75. He's building an army. He's got those Vipers. Here comes the push. Maru, still a very scary force indeed, even though those Marauders, where usually there'd be more Marines in this case, they're going to provide some buffer on the front and are still an important part of the army. Yeah, the tanks get so nice and cozy up to Solar's base.
Ling Bane looking to flank here. I love the counter for Solar. I think if you fight this front on, it's a disaster. So this is exactly the correct maneuver. Ling Bane rolling in on the counter. And he's going to abandon the base on the front, which is exactly the right call. The Marine Hellbat Marauder tries to come forward. He's trying to drop some biles on it. Lands some big ones on the Hellbats. He's got a Dux available as well as Blinding Cloud, but doesn't have much Ling Bane on the rear. Banelings will blow up the wall. Massling is in. Maru's army will not have a reinforcement for a very long time. He is deep in Zerg territory, but is there enough Zerg left over to stop it? I fear the answer is no against that Marauder count. Solar may need to give up more ground and rebuild his Baneling Nest. Baneling Nest does get sniped.
Yep. He does have a lot of Banelings, but actually making those crucial connections is the question. Tanks are still available as well. They're going to try and focus fire this down. The Banelings, actually the Blinding Cloud on top of a couple of tanks. The Banelings going to try their best to roll in, get amazing shots, but the pre-split was already there. The Banelings mostly ineffective as Solar once again will fall to the 8 racks. That is a 3-1 lead now for Maru. 1 game away from winning DreamHack Dallas.
Beautiful, precise play for Maru, keeping Solar on the back foot in this series. I wonder what would have happened if we saw more of a commitment to Roaches into maybe Lurker Viper, something that can compete in these choke points and these angles, because I'm telling you, that map, Pylon, it's a nasty one. That was always going to be a hard map for Solar to win. I'm surprised Maru didn't pick it earlier in the series, to be honest, because it is so good for the 8 racks. It was a good counterattack. But yeah, you need a lot of Zerglings against both the tanks and the Marauders. Problem is there's just enough Marines and Hellbats, and because all of his Lings were used on the counter, Solar
didn't have almost any Zerglings. It was pure Roach Baneling. Roach Baneling is awful against Marauder Siege Tank. You need Lings and you need to wrap in from multiple sides. Vipers are amazing, right? Because the tanks are such an important part. There's just not enough other units to deal with it. And I think Maru keeping his eye on the prize and pushing that deep, that decisively, some lesser Terrans might have said, oh, take the base, go back and reestablish my own. Maru knew he was getting into a killer position. It was going to force Solar to take a bad fight.
Yeah, exactly. There were some signs to stick to his guns, but then going back to the beginning of the cast, it's just like, what if he does stick to his guns? Is it still going to be terrifying? And it was a little more complicated, a couple of more twists and turns on the road to our final destination, but Maru just sticking with the 8 racks. So we are going to be going into Tokamak eventually here. I think we're going to have a bit of a pause as they maybe unplug that
He's
cable.
charging the mouse again. That's right. Yeah, no, he actually just needs to do a quick charge, so he's going to take a quick little break here. A good chance for Maru to think about how he's going to make his battle cruiser build work here going into Game 5, Zombie Grub. So what do you think? How do you make the battle cruisers work on Tokamak?
You just go for them. I mean, how is that a question? Don't you just go for them? Isn't that just what it works?
The trick is you make your battles cruise and your cruisers battle. And it just kind of works out, man. That's just how it goes.
I don't know what to tell you. There's something deeper to that? I don't think so. Nah,
I'd love to see it. I would love to see something like, weird, crazy 2-port VC. You're up. You're up so close to winning 3-1. Take a risk. Take a gamble.
I think the risk could be a 3 racks though. He's thrown out so many different openers. And even gotten, he wouldn't know this, right? But even one of those openers on the low ground wasn't fully scouted despite the possibility of doing so.
Like 3-Rex Reaper, not Marine.
Yes, exactly. Sorry, 3-Rex Reaper.
Okay. Yeah, because the Overlords are always checking for the proxy barracks. So I think Reaper, like you said, it won't get scouted for a long time. That's a real clever idea, actually. I hadn't thought of that. I'm not sure how it plays out on a big map like Tokamak. Maru, with his best performance in a big international finals in a while. This has been really good so far. We're going to find out if he can seal the deal. On top right side of the map, it is Team Vitality's Maru.
Maru, one step closer to make it look like a genius. Come on, do the 3 racks, low ground. In the bottom left, we do have the blue Zerg Team Falcon Solar. Do it.
This is going to be a map with a bit more room to breathe for Solar. That last map, claustrophobic, really hard to take it down, but Maru just kept getting these advantages in the early game. I really feel like his builds have just been so well picked, and Solar is a little worried, I think, about what, Maru can bring out. It just feels like a little bit less sniper kind of preparation, like planned gambles and things like Maru's builds all have certain little weaknesses, but he's rotating them through and he's happy to take them. 2-Rax Reaper, it looks like so far, of course. The moment of truth will come if there is a 3rd barracks in the next few seconds of the main. We don't see a rallied SCV. You were close, Zombie Grub, but just 2-Rax Reaper for now.
All right, fair enough. I kind of was leaning against the 3 racks anyway, as soon as you put the barracks in a tech lab position, basically. This is the foresight, and I am going to need this add-on eventually, and actually quickly, I should say. So yeah, that's why I position it this way. So close, but it is still interesting because I think you were right. Doing something like a 3 racks dedication on such a large map, is that really the wise thing to do? And there's a little bit about the expectation is not matched, so you get away with it, but he's still 2-raxing. He is still 2-racks Reapering, which still is kind of like, oh, okay, maybe this isn't the best, but maybe he liked the result in the first game. This is what he did in the first game. And he got that kill, or cancel, excuse me. He got that cancel on the 3rd hatch. And, Solar was able to adapt from it, and it really wasn't the end of the world. It was definitely more on that lack of scouting on the 8 racks, but Maru could change it up. Maru doesn't have to go into 3rd CC after this, although I think he probably will. And he still has so many options really from being up 1. There's that second gas actually from Maru coming down as the Reaper makes its first appearance. The second one I don't believe was seen. The Overlord did not scout the natural, so the second Reaper is going to show up under the Overlord, and Solar is going to, I think, primarily worry about the hatchery. Yes, because the hatchery is almost guaranteed if you go directly to it. If you spend a lot of time on the drones and queens, that might not happen, but this seems like an easy grab.
Indeed. It's a big distance to cover. So I think the other 3rd base is a little easier to defend from this, but in this case, he's just going to give it up, I think. And that's the wise decision. Just
Yeah. Make a third queen. Make a few lings. You don't want to overcommit to lings, I feel like, if your third hatchery gets denied. But you also, the worst case is we've seen people commit to like 12 lings and then just lose them all and not kill a single Reaper. And that's even worse.
Yes, it is, which is what's a little scary about this, but 13 seconds to go. He believes he can save it. He's trying to buy some time. Maru should know it's very possible that speed will finish. He still gets the cancel. The speed will finish at that 330, which is really a lot of Terrans know this timing. This happened last time this build was used. The Reapers did go down. In fact, this is a little better for Maru. He got the cancel, and he also gets away with 2 Reapers. I guess there was a second cancel in the first game.
Do they, though?
Do they, though?
See,
My bad.
Solar. Yeah, he knew where there's only one escape path. So he cut him off. Oh, he lets one escape. That's crazy. That's wild. I did not think he was going to let anything escape there. But one Reaper gets out. That and the Marine do guard the wall. And once again, my lord, double eBay off of that third command center. Maru's found his MO. It is fast upgrade, and Solar is going to Bane bust. He's got a Baneling Nest and second gas going in. He says, I am sick of it. I told you earlier. I said every best of 5 or best of 7, Solar, he will always do a Bane bust or a Ling Flood, at least one of those games. He knows that you've got to mix this in. You cannot let your opponents be this greedy. Maru just cancelled Stim to start 1-1 upgrades in Hellions. The Mad Dog, he's like, yeah, I don't need Stim for a while. I'm like, what the heck? I need upgrades. That's what I need. But Lair and now drones start up. Is that because the Hellions are out? Oh, this is unfortunate for Solar. So goes second gas, goes Baneling Nest, builds more lings, sees the Hellions and realizes, oh, less chance of it working. I still think there's a good chance of it working. You know, these Hellions are on the map. If you surround them, you know, you could have busted.
Yeah, I guess that is the if, though, is that if you get to 4 Hellions and you are able to control them, they are, you know, the biggest part of the answer, I guess we should say, against a Baneling bust. They're not all of it, but they're a big part of it. But, you know, I'm looking at Solar's vision. There's no way that he actually got confused about 2 factories, right? Please tell me that is impossible. Because if he was building a Roachborn, right? No,
he's going double Evo. There's no reason to play double Evo against Mech. But it's just the Hellions in general. He's going, damn, Bane Bust won't work against that. Yeah, against Mech, it's not really about double upgrades. It's more about, you know, get the tech, get the work account up, and then look for that timing. And usually you only care about attack upgrades against Mech. But here, against the Marines, every bit of armor to lower their insane damage rate is so important. Third barracks goes down for Maru, as well as Solar secures a 4th hatchery. It's going to be a Ling Bane up against almost certainly an 8 racks and Zombie Grub. I would love to see Solar stop at 70, 75 workers, play pure Ling Bane on like 4 gas. But he's already gone 5 gases. I assume we're going to see a Hydra Den and that very generic follow. I want to see him like really hard cut at a unit count. 8 racks moves into the middle of the map. 20 Banes, 50 Zerglings, crash into the natural and third, obliterate both immediately, overwhelm the rally. Maru's completely all in. You know, I want to see that sort of hard counter for Solar because it is so scary.
He's hitting an infestation pit.
And he does lose 3 drones and a few Zerglings there. There was a really good trade for Maru as well.
Yeah. First drop's going to be sent out. We're still waiting on the confirmation of an 8 racks, actually, as the Ling manages to get in. It's a little early. This would see the 3rd racks and the 4th and 5th, which is quite normal production for a Terran 3CC. So it's really those extra 3 or a 4th command center on the front lines often that gives you that confirmation. The infestation pit. Hold on that thought. The Hellbats and Marines once again on the front lines. Baneling's speed does finish, which actually I think surprises Maru to a certain degree. Almost loses one of the medevacs too. Forced to leave the Hellbats behind. They will at least trade out those last few Banelings. Yeah, it was shut down.
Complete shutdown. That's really nice. Solar needs this because he is once again not overseer scouting. He's showing no inclination to really check what his opponent's doing. He's rushing high, but big change up. Where are the Hydra, Zombie Grub? Where are the Roaches and Ravagers? He's not building, and that's good. If he just goes high for 2 Vipers, Adrenal Glands, potential to start 3-3 later on, I think that's peak. Pure Ling Bane count is what usually defends 8 racks. And can't let me surprised, the 6th, 7th, 8th barracks goes down in the back of the main base of Maru. Maru getting ready for his huge 2-2 attack timing, and he just wants to go. He wants to parade across this map. Solar stopping at 78 workers. I really feel like cutting the Hydra Den, the Overlord speed, the Lurker Den, all this random stuff he was investing in the earlier games in this series. He's cut out all the chaff, all the garbage, all the stuff he doesn't need. It's just the most important stuff, and that is Mass Ling Bane, a couple of Vipers, and that Adrenal Glands upgrade.
He might have the best setup But can he still defend against it? It's still a legitimate question. Very rarely do we see an 8-racks get totally stomped. Even if the first push gets totally stomped, actually, we've seen plenty of 8-racks still continue on with their second push, and it still ends up exhausting the Zerg player. Solar making a mistake right there, not canceling the hatchery, 300 minerals down the drain. Does want these extra hatcheries too, because if we are talking about Ling Baneling, although an Ultra Cavern is also on the way, we're talking about a very larva-intensive situation. So back to that exhaustion point. Either you exhaust their resources as far as gas and minerals, or maybe their time, their ability to remake the banelings. You can also try and exhaust their larva to a certain degree. Ultras will certainly help out with that, but we're going to have to wait for them to have chitinous plating to really be the most effective. Maru's getting ready for the push out to the top left side. This is going to be barely scouted, as Solar does get a Ling in, had a second Ling actually on a base, so he would have seen this anyway. He can give up the top left, but he can't let Maru get super close to his fourth. That's when it's going to be danger territory.
It's so good he sent that to you. said the Ling would see it. Remember, Lings have the vision of me without my glasses.
Right.
Zombie Grub.
You're right.
They've got the shortest vision out of any army unit in the game. They actually don't have that much because they are so cheap, and it would not have seen this. Losing his hatchery does not matter for Solar. He's got Vipers ready this time. His 2/2's almost finished, like especially the +2 carapace, which is most important. If you can just delay fighting till +2 carapace is there and use either Ducks or Blinding Clouds on these tanks, or just go now because the tanks are on siege. They're covered in Blinding Cloud. Beautiful timing for Solar, and the upgrade advantage does not matter. Maru is going to lose all of his tanks. He picks up and does it beyond into the main base. A YOLO drop also drops the right side at the same time. Solar needs to split that army into 3 bases right now. Maru getting messy, seeing if he can catch Solar off guard, but he's going to lose full metavacs. Oh, you're kidding me.
Yep, barely saves it. The main base also in a little bit of trouble. Nice positioning here with the bio up against only Lings right now. Banelings finally coming forth, and they will be able to save all that important technology in the main base. 16 drones have gone down. Solar does need to worry about this. There's still a lot of the Terran that survived that initial swarm. Yes, the loss of the tanks can be huge, but you still need to worry so much about their ability to just parade bio across the map. You need to be able to afford to counter that, and 69 drones and limited bases sometimes isn't going to be enough. Back in the main base we go. Ultras are out. Chitinous plating's almost done. That can handle Mass Marine very nicely. And I think that's something
he's getting him with the Twister, Zombie Grub. I can't believe it. Solar crushed the first push, but the Twister's getting him. They're just, I'm here, I'm there. All 3 bases at once. They use it against Protoss all the time. But in these chaotic situations, Maru is sensing, uh-oh, you shut down my tanks. Doesn't matter. I'm just going to keep on hitting you with bio drops and macroing behind it. He's got a 4th up, which he built on location super greedily. He's bouncing these drops around. And Solar, he's clumping his army just a little bit too much. He needs to really split it up. But that tank outpost on the left, so well done. The trading, excellent. He got so many worker kills. 22 workers have gone down. There's drones in the army right now. When you are conscripting drones into your army, things are not going well for you in the war.
Oh, that's the Ultras Cavern dead. No more Ultras. Only 4, actually 5 will be produced. Ultras Cavern is remade instantly, but Solar can't really afford to make a lot of Ultras, and the timing of which the Ultras are the superior technology is kind of dwindling. I mean, technically they're tier 3. They're going to be facing bio with Medivacs, although 2 less as Maru finally gets a little too caught up on all the drops, doesn't protect them appropriately, but the Ultras are going to be so expensive to create, and they are going to be running into a potentially defensive Terran, and we saw how that worked out with Shin versus Clem. This is a nicer position for the Terran, in fact. So these Ultras, they might help out to secure the 4 bases again, and that is nice. That is the first step to recovery, but they're not going to have a lot of power on the offensive. In fact, it's even possible by the time Solar decides to, okay, this is enough, I'm just going to all in, we could have even Ghosts. It really depends how Solar is going to play this out, knowing that he is so far behind.
Not going to let him get there. He's not going to let him get there. Maru will not even let him get there. Like you said, he's got so much going behind it for Maru, but like he snipes another hatchery. These drops are still being annoying. How many queens are there on the map? 3 queens, 2 vipers, limited anti-air, and Maru has just traded exceptionally well. 5,000 resources better. He's got 5th command centers on the way. Triple Widow Mine. There's going to be a real big problem for a Zerg who's already exhausted on funds. Can't really afford those overseas. Another hatchery kill. No cancel there. And it's just bounce around the base. You know, the fun jumping castle for Terran is, of course, going between Zerg bases in Medivacs when they don't have enough anti-air. If you don't have Mutalisks, which you rarely do these days, it can get tough. If you keep your initial queens alive, it's great. But in the chaos, most of the queens have gone down. Parasitic Bomb gets one back. But every time Solar gets one back, it's only after taking so many brutal, devastating blows before that happens.
Yeah, Solar is not even going to get a chance to try and send his army across the map. He's going to be sending his army into another main attack as Maru looks to attack into the 4th base. There are a decent amount of Ultras. Parasitic Bomb on top of the Medivacs as well. This is going to force Maru to flee. And
He
you
abducted
barely
the
saved
tank
it.
away, but there was nothing on the high ground to get it. Oh, that was so awkward.
No.
So much stuff. So much. The transfer save is amazing. He's going to drop and focus it. No, does pick up again.
No, they consume. No, stop consuming.
Oh no! He burnt his own hatchery down by sucking energy off it. There's just too much chaos. I mean, you can tell Solar, he just doesn't have anything left. The ultra counterattack goes in. The GG congrats, all caps. And that is a brutally dominant finish for the man that many people were counting out at the start of this tournament. But he said, you fools, I am in the form of my life right now. I'm not only qualified for the Esports World Cup, I am the DreamHack Dallas champion. Maru came out with flying colors in that series.
Yeah, I'm going to take it in 15 years, but sweet victories here for a DreamHack in front of actually ended up being a maxed out crowd with Beer Dragon, our silent reporter, sending us some pics. Fun final series, not as close as some of the earlier ones, but Solar just having that trouble against the 8 racks. Maru really showing how powerful that is, and the supercharged version too. You know, I feel like that's what maybe made it feel very unfair. Solar had a couple different responses. He even had borderline perfect responses as far as the build up to it, but actually handling it is so difficult. And Maru was ready to pivot every single time. He didn't just let himself get locked in on the 8 racks, got a win on 3 bases. He added those 2 command centers in the 1 game. He added the drops in this game that led him to also be able to macro. Really nice play here from Maru, bringing out a different build every single game, or almost actually. Maybe the first one and the second one are final one are the same, but nice build order variety, nice exploitation of a weakness, and Maru wins DreamHack Dallas 4-1.
What a cool series. And this final game, I thought, like, you know, that's great. Get the tanks. That's the push kind of done. And Maru just picks up, dives in the main, shoves this drop on the right side, and the twister begins. His reinforcement drops in the 3rd at the same time. And Solar needs to split his army on the move into 3 locations. But it's not just send a few units here and there, because this, look at this. Guns down like 50 lings in the main, and then just picks up leaves, comes back. It's this level of bio-focus fire, Maru in the driver's seat, that puts Solar just in such an impossible position. There is no room for error when you're playing against Maru. Today, the only map he dropped in the finals there was playing mech, getting caught out with a bit of a counter attack timing, but the rest of the series, it was like really beautiful builds. And I think what a great example of the difference between this year's Maru and then last year's Maru. Last year's Maru played a bit generic, played some kind of very standard builds you'd see on the ladder. This year's Maru in the finals, he said, I will not repeat that 0-4 defeat. I will come out with beautifully tailored builds. My upgrades will be faster than you've ever seen. My A-Raxes will hit vicious timings. It was really well done.
It was. And Solar, you know, he even had ideas to try and trip that up, but it just, it could never actually come to fruition. That Baneling bust never got even started in the final game. Maru 4-1 Solar. We just saw the 4 players that got their EWC ticket as well. That is Shin, Solar, Maru, and Classic. We thought there was going to be maybe a high likelihood of having to have a tiebreaker match with Clem going into the round of 8, and Hero as well getting his ticket from GSL, but nope. Fell a little shorter than their expectations, perhaps for Dallas, but left the room open for some of these other favorites. Shin, I really want to give a shout out to him. You know, sometimes Shin, it's a wild ride with Shin, right? Sometimes it's not the best game, sometimes it's really great games. I feel like he's been so consistent on the greatness in the last few weeks. Really impressed with his build order variety, his macro, his micro. Even that best of 5 against Solar was really close, and I would have loved to have actually seen Shin. You know, we're usually talking about, like, you know, what about a Cyril Maru match, right, in the finals? I actually was sitting there and wondering what a Shin versus Maru match would have looked like. Was Shin so on top of Clem's style and his ability to read into that? Like, I really wonder what he would have done in the same situation.
Does he do the Infestors again against the 8 racks? That's such a cool alternate timeline I would love to be able to tap into and witness Zombie Grub. But Solar was too good at ZVZ this tournament, wasn't he? And Maru, likewise, too good against Protoss. I really thought, you know, Hero, a big favorite to win this tournament. To see the Mount Rushmore of Europe as well, Clem, Raynor, and Cyril all fall in the quarterfinals is crazy. That is absolute madness. Not just those 4, and Hero. I really feel like you've got Clem, Cyril, and Hero have been on a pedestal above everybody else. The gap between them and 4th place in the world has been rather large over the last 6 months, both during the off season and then since then in the last month or two. that's now shifted. GSL's back on top. Korea in general is back on top, not just Hero raising the flag. Solar, Maru, Shin, and Classic. I mean, what a cool top four. And it's good to see that the Korean players are passionate, they're driven, and they still know how to absolutely dominate when you're at these big live tournaments. Really cool performance.
Yeah, very cool performance from a lot of the players here. And even if there is an expectation of a certain way the meta plays out in this tournament, I feel like it actually was not matched. I feel like we had a lot of underdog wins. We had a lot of different types of TVPs. You know, there was one series where it was a lot of SE pulls, sure, but then the other one was actually a lot of macro back and forth games. Like, still showing a lot of that variety and a lot of what can kind of come out of an offline tournament too. You know, we kind of get stuck in this online mode for a longer time than usual, but the offline does still have that little special magic that creates some really awesome games and shows what StarCraft II can do as a game as a whole. That's going to be it for us, guys. The DreamHack Dallas tournament, the road to EWC is done. Shin, Solar, Maru, and Classic getting their stamps to EWC. Of course, Clem and Hero also going to be going there. There are other chances for other players to advance into EWC, though, guys. There's going to be an online qualifier that's going to be, I think, region locked, and then there's going to be a last chance one that is not going to be region locked. There's a tournament happening in Bulgaria as well. It's going to provide at least one more. There's a GSL Season 2 that has to actually conclude, where some of these other Koreans who didn't quite make it to the top 4 are going to have another chance. There's still a lot more StarCraft 2 on the way, is what I'm trying to say. But thank you so much for joining us here for DreamHack Dallas. I hope you enjoyed the commentary. Give a shout out to the players, and if you're there, thank you so much for cheering. We heard you. It was awesome, and hopefully we get more StarCraft 2 offline in the near future. That's going to be it, guys. Have a wonderful rest of your weekend, and we'll see you later for more StarCraft 2.